Chapter 1. The Malicious Grandparents. In the village of Shangxi, dawn was breaking. At this moment, as summer approached, the weather grew increasingly warm, and the sounds of crickets filled the air. Outside a low, mud brick house, two women were embroiled in a fierce argument. "How dare you, Zhang? I demand 8 taels of silver for my 4 children, and you dare to say that it is too much? Regardless, the matter stands I shall not part with a single coin." "Bah! Gu Zhao, have you no shame?" Zhang spat on the ground, hands on her hips, her voice rising in anger. "Your eldest granddaughter has already crashed into a wall, lifeless. You still insist on shoving a corpse into my hands and expect me to pay you the price of a living person? Are you deliberately trying to swindle me out of my silver?" Seeing that the negotiations were not progressing, Gu Zhao decided to resort to underhanded tactics. "My eldest daughter only collided with the wall because she saw you, Zhang. You cannot simply absolve yourself of responsibility and leave me in the lurch." Gu Zhao clutched Zhang's arm, refusing to let her leave. Zhang, her arm aching from the grip, no longer held back her words. "You have 4 children. The eldest is merely 10 years old. What use is there in purchasing them? And with a babe still in swaddling, I will only offer you 5 taels of silver. If you refuse, then let this transaction be at an end." While the bargaining continued outside, Gujio had already awakened for some time. At this moment, she felt an excruciating headache and an overwhelming sense of weakness. In her previous life, Gujio was the formidable leader of the Jiuqian gang, commanding hundreds of elite assassins. Known for her ruthless decisiveness and brutal methods against enemies, she had become a legend in the underworld. At the tender age of 10, she entered an orphanage, nearly becoming a plaything for villains. After a desperate struggle for survival, she escaped the orphanage, wandering the streets and surviving by begging until she finally established the Jiuqian gang at the age of 14. On the surface, the gang accepted assassination contracts, but secretly, they primarily aided orphans and the disabled. Once again, the Jiuqian gang attracted the attention of malevolent forces. After ensuring the safety of her members, Gujio found herself caught in a helicopter attack that dropped bombs, resulting in her violent demise. Just when she thought she had grasped the essence of life, fate granted her a second chance. In this new existence, she was the eldest daughter of the Gu family's 3rd branch, also named Gujio. She had 2 younger sisters and a brother still in diapers. The elders of the Gu family had always favored the 1st and 2nd branches, and after the original Gujio's mother, Li, bore 2 daughters, their disdain for the 3rd branch intensified. Last year, when the local government called for labor, the Gu family elders, aware that Li was about to give birth, deliberately included Gu San's name on the list. Within a month, news spread through the village that Gu San had perished on the front lines. Li, devastated by the loss of her husband, was further heartbroken during childbirth, bringing forth a frail baby boy before succumbing to death herself, leaving the 3rd branches for children to fend for themselves. Over the past year, the children had relied on the kindness of Grandma Zhou next door, while they diligently foraged for wild vegetables and roots to barely survive. Next month, Gu Daji's eldest son was to marry, and the Gu family could no longer contain their greed. They planned to sell off the children of the 3rd branch, using the silver as a dowry and clearing space in the home for the new daughter-in-law. Regardless of whether they were to be sold into brothels or enslaved, the original Gu Jio refused to comply, choosing instead to end her life in a final act of preserving her dignity. Upon clearing her memory, a barefoot girl entered the woodshed, the 80-year-old younger sister of Gu Jio, named Gu Rong. Upon seeing Gu Jio awake, Gu Rong was so startled that she dropped the bowl of water she was holding. "Elder sister, you are awake. Grandmother wants to sell us all." Gu Jio glanced at her tearful younger sister and quickly covered her mouth to prevent her from alarming others. "Stop crying for now. We're the 3rd sister and little brother." She had no intention of staying in the Gu household and planned to take her siblings with her. "The 3rd sister is in our room, lulling the little brother to sleep." "Does your head still ache, elder sister?" Gu Rong asked softly after suppressing her sobs. Jio shook her head, and after a moment of thought, instructed Gu Rong, 2nd sister, quietly go out through the back door of the kitchen and hurry to fetch the village chief. Gu Rong's eyes widened in surprise, but upon realizing Gu Jio might have a plan, she obediently dashed toward the back door. Gu Jio understood that to survive in ancient times, one must adhere to the local customs. If she wished to establish a separate household with her siblings, She needed to summon the village chief to arbitrate. She attempted to rise, but nearly collapsed back to the floor. The physical condition of this body was lamentably poor, and she needed to resolve the situation swiftly to avoid further complications. After brushing off the dust from her coarse hem garment and extracting a few strands of straw from the patched seams, Gugio stealthily made her way toward the third room. Inside the third room, the third sister and little brother were sound asleep on a makeshift bed made of wooden planks. "Third sister, wake up and come with me." Gugio roused her sister and swiftly wrapped the little brother in the blanket. The third sister, Gu Xiaoman, only 4 years old, groggily climbed to her feet. "Elder sister, you are awake. That is wonderful." Gugio had no time for idle chatter. "Third sister, once we go out, you must hold the little brother and head directly to Granny Zhou's house. Do you understand?" The third sister nodded, still in a daze, and limped along barefoot behind her. In the courtyard, 2 women had finally settled on a price. "I will buy the 3 children for you, giving you 5 taels of silver and an additional 10 coins. Consider it my benevolence, so you can bury your eldest granddaughter," Granny Zhang said, brushing back the loose strands of hair from her forehead, clearly unwilling to budge. Gu Zhao wished to haggle further. 10 coins is rather insufficient. She is a child of considerable size. You should offer more. What good is a large child once deceased? Even if you gave her to me, I would find it ominous. Gu Zhao began to harbor resentment, thinking it was ill fate that the child had to die at this moment, as if intentionally opposing her. Her dim eyes spun, and an idea struck her. "Granny Zhang, you could take this girl and arrange a ghost marriage for her with some wealthy families. If you had a bit more, you certainly won't suffer any losses." Upon hearing this, Granny Zhang's expression softened, and she began to ponder. As Gugio approached, she overheard their malicious scheme and coldly interjected. "Zhao Zhaodi, your son and daughter-in-law have barely been buried, and yet you are heartlessly selling their children. Are you not afraid they will return as vengeful spirits, haunting you night after night?" The 2 women turned to her in shock, forgetting to utter a word. Jiu Zhao, having been married into the Gu family for decades, had long forgotten her original name and was momentarily taken aback by the sudden address. "Did you not perish, you wretched creature? Is it merely an act of feigned death to deceive me? Just watch. I shall break your legs as she spoke. Gu Zhao swiftly reached for the broom in the corner, her tongue lashing out with vitriol. Gugio urged her younger sister and the infant brother to exit the courtyard, while she herself rushed into the kitchen to procure a butcher's knife. The commotion startled Zhang Posey, prompting her to flee. Observing that Gu Xiaoman and her sister had escaped, Gu Zhao attempted to pursue, only to be confronted directly by Gugio. "You insolent wretch, step aside." Gu Zhao seethed, raising the broom to strike Gugio, who remained steadfast, unyielding in her stance. In a flash of cold steel, the broom shattered with a series of sharp cracks, severing a few strands of silver hair from Gu Zhao's cheeks. The blade narrowly missed slicing through Gu Zhao's throat. "You dare to brandish a knife at me, you ungrateful spawn?" Even in death, one should be subjected to the scorn of their progenitors. Faced with Gu Zhao's palpable aura of menace and now disarmed, Gu Zhao's legs weakened, forcing her to retreat. "Zhao Zhaodi, have you seen my parents? They stand right behind you, observing your actions. My father sends me to inquire if you are truly his flesh and blood. For 30 years, he toiled for the Gu family, sacrificing everything, and yet you seek to obliterate his descendants. Have you truly no regard for our mother-child bond?" With a bloodied bandage wrapped around her head, Gu Zhio's visage was as pale as parchment, an icy aura radiating from her. The thought of her resurrected daughter, now seemingly transformed, sent chills down Gu Zhao's spine. She abruptly turned, only to find nothing behind her. Her voice trembled. "You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I have sent you and your siblings to live prosperous lives. You ought to be grateful." Gugio's laughter was cold and mocking. "If your intentions were truly for a better life, why did you not send your eldest and second sons along as well?" Fuming, Gu Zhao pointed an accusatory finger at Gugio, unleashing a torrent of curses. "You little wretch, how can the families of my eldest and second sons be compared to yours?" Gugio, who harbored a deep disdain for being pointed at, felt her eyes darken as she swiftly closed the distance to the elder woman, seizing her from behind, the knife's sharp tip pressing against her throat. The butcher's knife had been sharpened that very morning the moment it grazed Gu Zhao's skin. A crimson line appeared, in a state of panic. Gu Zhao let out a shrill cry, paralyzed by fear. The ruckus in the courtyard drew Gu Lao from within the house, who rushed out to assess the situation. Gu Jiao, what do you intend to do with that knife? Are you planning to harm your grandmother? Put it down at once. Gu Lao, tall and imposing, had once trained at a martial arts school in the county and carried a degree of physical prowess. Brandishing a hoe, he approached Gu Jiao with a fierce demeanor. Having gone 3 days without sustenance and having suffered a head injury that caused significant blood loss, Gu Jiao felt herself growing faint, her vision blurring as Gu Lao's figure seemed to multiply before her eyes. Chapter 2. The Division of the Family Sister. The village head is here. The voice of my second sister, Gu Rong, rang out. Gu Jiao bit her cracked, pale lips tightly, releasing her grip on the deceased old woman and pushing her down to the ground. With her vision darkening, Gu Jiao steadied herself against the wall. The troubles before her remained unresolved. She could not afford to falter. Gu Zhao struggled free, her voice rising in a frantic wail as she clutched her neck where blood flowed. She crawled desperately towards Gu Lao. She's killed someone. Her granddaughter has attacked her grandmother. Is there no justice left in this world? The villagers, ever so gossipy, flocked to the Gu household to witness the unfolding drama. Upon entering, Feng Lijeng encountered this chaotic scene. Tall and lean, his countenance serious, he was revered in the village for his fair and just dealings. Seeing her sister's distressed expression, Gu Rong hurried over to support Gu Jiao, who leaned on her for strength, having merely suffered a bout of low blood sugar. Gu Zhao, I hear you intend to sell off the 4 children from the third household? Upon seeing Feng Lijeng, Gu Zhao's face betrayed a hint of guilt. Yet she quickly adopted a defiant stance, thinking this was merely a family matter. You know, Lijeng, our family has too many children to support. It is better to send them away to live well. Besides, look at this ungrateful wretch who would dare to sleep close to her grandmother after attempting to kill her. Feng Lijeng glanced at Gu Zhao's injuries and at Gu Jiao, who still held the bloodied knife. Gu Rong, standing by Gu Jiao, retorted indignantly, Grandpa Feng, they're trying to force my sister to her end. She had no choice but to fight back. The affairs of the third household in the Gu family were common knowledge in the village. Though Feng Lijeng had not witnessed the entire incident, he could surmise much of the context. Zhao, your grandchildren are plump and well-fed. Surely, it would not be difficult to spare a few morsels for the children of the third household. Gu-san is a good child. I have watched him grow since he was little. Now he has sacrificed himself for the country, and his wife has followed him. You are rushing to sell off Gu-san's children while still in mourning. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? The villagers murmured amongst themselves, condemning the Gu family for their callousness. At this moment, the members of the Gu family could no longer remain seated. They emerged from their corners, having feigned indifference until now. Gu Laozu, known as Gu Youfu, clearly wore an expression of displeasure. Brother Feng, this is our family matter. I have my own plans, so there is no need for your concern. If you truly pity the children of the third household, then take them to your home and feed them yourself. Feng Lijeng was left speechless with anger. The Gu family displayed nothing but stubbornness and depravity. If they were unwilling to care for the children, perhaps taking them into their own home for a few days would suffice. Yet, with their own children to tend, they could not afford to neglect a 1-year-old infant from the third household. The consequences would be dire. However, if this matter remained unresolved, despite the current failure to sell, there could very well be a next time. Feng Lijeng wrestled with his thoughts, having arrived in haste and lacking a clear strategy. Noticing the tension, Gu Jiao spoke up with a clear voice. Grandpa Feng, there is no need for your assistance. All we ask is for you to facilitate our separation from the Gu family. From now on, we shall sever ties, and our fates will be our own. Gu Jiao, you wish to separate? Feng Lijeng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. The eldest of the Gu family's third branch, Gu Jiao, was merely 10 years old, with a younger sibling of 8, another of 4, and a still nursing infant. After the family had been divided, the absence of adults left these children, no matter how capable, vulnerable. Yet, Failing to separate would lead to Gu Yofu and his wife inevitably selling the children. You wretched scoundrel! Do you still wish to divide the family? Alive, you are of the Gu family. In death, you shall remain a specter of the Gu family. Forget about severing ties. Gu Zhao's eyes bulged, her hair a chaotic nest, and her blood-soaked chest rendered her a ghastly figure. Gu Jiu understood Feng Lijing's concerns. If the family was not divided now, it would only become more difficult in the future. Grandfather Feng, my siblings and I do not wish to be servants, nor do we want to trouble others for care. Surely our parents in heaven would support our desire to divide the family. As long as we four siblings unite in purpose, we can endure. I implore you, Grandfather Feng, to grant us this. Gu Jiu and her sister Gu Rong knelt on the ground, eliciting sighs of pity from the villagers. What a tragedy! In just a year since Gu Laosan and Li's departure, the children had withered to mere skin and bones, lacking even a pair of straw sandals to wear. The two heads of the Gu family truly displayed favoritism. They were all grandchildren. Why could they not be treated equally? Seeing the two little girls bowing repeatedly, Feng Lijing's heart softened with concern for their heads. Enough, Gu Jiu, Gu Rong, rise. Grandfather Feng shall take charge and help you divide the family. Gu Zhao's face displayed defiance. Feng Lijing, aren't you overstepping your bounds? These children are from our Gu family. How dare you take it upon yourself? Feng Lijing's expression darkened, clearly angered. In Shi village, we are renowned for our strict morals. If you two heartless individuals sell these children, it would tarnish our village's reputation. What family would allow their daughters to marry into our village? Or what fine sons would dare to forge ties with us? As the village head, I have every right to intervene. The onlookers finally grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing the Gu family was on the brink of committing a foolish act. The village head is right. If the Gu family intends to sell their children, they should be expelled from the village. We will not allow any actions that would disgrace our community. Gu Yofu and his wife's refusal to divide the family was clearly motivated by the prospect of selling their children. Gu Zhao, realizing her thoughts had been exposed, lashed out furiously. What business is it of yours? This is a matter for our Gu family alone. As Gu Zhao grew increasingly agitated, threatening to clash with the villagers, Feng Lijing spoke sternly. As the village head of Shi village, I must protect our reputation. I will assist the Gu family's third branch in dividing their household. Does anyone oppose? The villagers naturally rallied behind Feng Lijing. We have no objections. It is right to help the Gu family's third branch. Feng Lijing sent someone to summon the clan elders and returned home to gather writing materials. The Gu family members stood in stunned silence, bewildered by how the situation had escalated to a call for division. Both the first and second branches of the Gu family were reluctant to proceed with the division, as the very notion of separation implied a division of wealth, land, and property, even the distribution of grain. The family had always struggled to make ends meet, with so many mouths to feed each day. Now, with the third branch splitting off, the losses were uncertain and potentially significant. Feng Lijing acted swiftly, soon arriving at the Gu residence with the clan elders. Gu Yofu and his two sons, along with Gu Jiu, retreated to the inner room to discuss the division. Despite their unwillingness, Gu Zhao's family, along with the wives of the first and second branches, dared not intrude. After careful consideration, Feng Lijing resolved to allocate the ancestral home of the Gu family to the third branch. Given that several children were incapable of labor, the land would be valued at 500 won. As for the family's savings, regardless of how much Feng Lijing and the elders pressed, Gu Yofu adamantly insisted there were no savings to speak of. Gu Jiu, recalling memories from the past, boldly declared in front of the assembly, "Old Master Gu, you seem to have forgotten that my father used to hunt every month, earning 7 or 8 taels of silver at a time. Additionally, he would work in the county, earning 150 when each month, all of which he dutifully contributed to you. Furthermore, last year, the prefecture sent 10 taels of consolation silver, which all went into your pockets." Upon hearing this, the villagers gathered outside fell into stunned silence. 10 taels of silver could sustain an average household for 2 years. Gu Yofu glared at Gu Jiu, his teeth grinding in rage, though he refrained from expressing his anger in front of the crowd. He turned to the onlookers with a forced smile. With so many children, expenses are high. Before the division, we all live together, sharing everything. So how can we keep track? This statement effectively dismissed the silver contributed by the third branch. 10 taels would be split into 5 for the third branch, and the savings contributed by Gu Lao San over the years would be overlooked. Brother Feng, it's not that I wish to withhold it, but the silver has long been spent. There is hardly anything left now, Gu Yofu pleaded. Feng Lurzhang cast a cold glance his way. Then bring out your current savings. Divide it into 3 equal parts for the third branch. The faces of the clan elders visibly darkened, and Gu Yofu fell silent. Ultimately, Gu Jiu received a mere 1 tael of silver. The documents were prepared in 4 copies, with Gu Yofu and Gu Jiu affixing their fingerprints, thus sealing the division. Previously, the family relied entirely on Gu Lao San's earnings, but now the entire household had become parasites, consuming what little remained, explaining their urgency to marry off the grandchildren. The ancestral home of the Gu family, located at the village entrance, had fallen into disrepair, and now even basic shelter from wind and rain was a concern. Gu Jiu carried a basket filled with the meager possessions acquired from the division: 2 wooden basins, 2 bedding sets, 2 broken pottery jars, and a few old garments, while the remaining dishes were carried by Gu Rong. She and Gu Rong first visited Grandma Zhou's home to collect the third sister and younger brother. Although Grandma Zhou had hoped to invite the 4 siblings for lunch, Gu Jiu politely declined, citing the need to focus on moving. Grandma Zhou, having lost her children to illness years prior and with no grandchildren to care for, found it challenging to sustain herself and did not wish to impose further. After the 4 siblings traversed a significant portion of the village, they finally arrived at their new location. Gu Xiaoman stood dazed in front of several dilapidated houses. Sister, is this truly our new home? Chapter 3. A treasure found. Gu Jiu cast a glance at the thatched cottage before her. The walls and roof were riddled with gaping holes, allowing the wind to invade from all directions. Should it rain, the place would leak like a sieve, rendering it uninhabitable. The Gu family had once been impoverished, residing here until Gu Laosan hunted and helped build a mud-walled house. Let us tidy up first. We can leave our belongings outside, she instructed. The younger ones looked at her helplessly as Gu Jiu, her slender figure resolute, stepped inside. With their parents gone, they were left without protection, and now their elder sister had given them hope. The third branch of the family finally had a home. The original owner had also once sheltered her younger siblings, which is why Gu Jiu had insisted on partitioning the family. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, the 2 sisters, perceived no change in her demeanor, only a deepened trust. Elder sister, I'll help you. Gu Rong followed her in to assist with the chores. Gu Xiaoman, cradling her younger brother, took a few tentative steps forward before retreating. She longed to help, but the interior was so filthy that her brother might fall ill. Gu Jiu glanced at the little girl pacing outside and found her adorably foolish. Just stand outside and keep an eye on things. Don't let anyone take anything, she advised. All right, elder sister. Gu Xiaoman responded obediently, settling down on a stone with her brother in her arms. With a task to occupy her, she felt no longer useless at home. As wisps of smoke rose from the village, signaling that every household was preparing lunch, Gu Xiaoman sighed. How delightful it would be to taste some meat. Leaning against the stone, she soon found herself dozing off, drool escaping her lips. Having discarded the broken items from the cottage, Gu Jiu emerged to hear the little girl mumbling in her sleep. She silently noted Gu Xiaoman's wish, promising, "Wait, elder sister will ensure you taste meat." Jiu girl. Granny Zhou approached slowly, supported by a cane and carrying a bamboo basket. Granny Zhou, what brings you here? Gu Jiu hurried to greet her. Granny Zhou lived quite a distance from the Gu family's old homestead and had difficulty walking. You children haven't eaten yet, have you? I just made some shepherdess purse pancakes. They're still warm. Come and take some before you starve, she urged. There is also half a pound of white rice. Use it to make some rice porridge for your brother. Gu Jiu hesitated, wanting to decline, but Granny Zhou thrust the bamboo basket into her arms. But Granny, you hardly have any food yourself. I can't accept this. Granny Zhou gently patted Gu Jiu's cheek with her frail hand. Don't worry, Jiu girl. I still have provisions. I've watched you children grow up, No matter what, there will always be food for you here. Do not fear. Now that you've partitioned the family, you'll have your own footing. If trouble arises, come find Granny Zhou, understood? Gu Jiu nodded earnestly, vowing to remember this kindness for a lifetime. She might endure hunger herself, but her two younger sisters and the infant brother could not be neglected. In contrast, the Gu grandparents only sought to sell off the third branch for money. Granny Zhou was more caring than their own grandmother. Once Granny Zhou departed, Gu Jiu placed the bamboo basket on the ground and went to fetch a clay pot to prepare the rice porridge. Rong Xiaoman, come and eat. Just a moment ago, the two young girls were fixated on the bamboo basket, clearly famished. There were merely 3 palm-sized shepherd's purse pancakes. Sister, you've been busy for half the day. You eat the pancakes. I'm not hungry. Gu Rong spoke, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Gu Jiu's eyes. Although Gu Rong was meticulous and sensible for her age, being merely 8 years old, she blushed like a boiled shrimp whenever she told a fib. Gu Xiaoman remained silent. Yet her unwavering gaze on the pancakes betrayed her hunger, with drool pooling on the ground. Hurry and eat. If we starve, the Gu family will mock us. Gu Jiu remarked nonchalantly, taking a pancake for herself. The pancake was dry and hard, lodged in her throat, nearly impossible to swallow, devoid of oil or even salt. It offered no flavor. The two younger sisters, unwilling to be the subject of ridicule, each took a pancake. However, unlike Gu Jiu, their faces radiated delight as if they were relishing a feast. These shepherd's purse pancakes are truly delicious, Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, even savoring a slightly burnt piece. Gu Jiu thought to herself that she would ensure her sisters enjoyed better food in the future. The water in the earthen pot soon came to a boil, and Gu Jiu swallowed the last morsel of pancake before tending to the fire. The old kitchen had long since collapsed, and she was preparing rice soup at the doorway. After considerable effort, they managed to find a single room that could accommodate them for sleep, though they still needed to gather some dry grass to patch the roof's holes, lest they be troubled by rain at night. The rice soup began to stick to the pot, and as Gu Jiu rummaged through a pile of bowls for spatula, her younger brother suddenly began to wail. Gu Rong hastily swallowed her pancake and cradled their brother, attempting to soothe him. Don't cry, little brother. Sister is making rice soup for you. There will be food soon. Gu Jiu felt a pang of worry. Rice soup could never compare to the nourishment of milk, and she wished she could provide her brother with some goat's milk. Suddenly, a wondrous scene unfolded before her. A row of towering 3-meter-high shelves brimming with an array of milk powder cans, a dazzling display of brands. Gu Jiu reached out, and to her astonishment, she actually touched a can of milk powder. The entire display appeared like a transparent screen, and Gu Jiu realized that her sisters could not see it. Excusing herself to the room to make the bed, she began to examine it closely. Whatever she desired materialized before her eyes. I want a big chicken leg. The shelves refreshed automatically, revealing a selection of marinated delicacies, including not only chicken legs, but also duck necks, duck wings, marinated chicken feet, and marinated chicken wings. Gu Jiu grabbed a marinated chicken leg and devoured it ravenously. The flavor was simply heavenly. I want a meat bun. The shelves instantly transformed into a breakfast section, showcasing freshly steamed white buns, enticing meat buns oozing with flavor, along with fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tea eggs, all wafting delightful aromas that invaded her nostrils. Gu Jiu, disregarding her image, seized a large meat bun and devoured it as if she hadn't eaten in ages. She also consumed 2 tea eggs and sipped a cup of soy milk, finally feeling a sense of fullness in her belly. Satisfied and sated, Gu Jiu continued to conjure up every possible delicacy she could imagine, whether it is fresh, seasonal vegetables, fruits, freshly slaughtered pigs, cattle, sheep, seafood, or an array of beverages and dairy products. Everything can be found here. Additionally, various processed delicacies and daily necessities are readily available. Gu Jiu felt as though she possessed a personal supermarket warehouse, where items could be replenished instantly upon consumption, akin to an inexhaustible supply. She no longer feared the inability to support her younger siblings and could provide them with meals abundant in meat. Realizing the frailty of her own health, Gu Jiu hastily switched to the health supplement shelf, sampling various nutritional vitamins and calcium tablets, consuming several of each. Henceforth, she would need to supplement her nutrition daily, diligently caring for her long-neglected body, while also engaging in moderate exercise to strengthen her physique. After making her bed, Gugio stepped out of her room with a lightness in her stride. She took a basket and a bucket, announcing her intention to fish by the river, leaving her two younger sisters to watch over the house. As she walked to the riverbank, Gugio also gathered some shepherd's purse along the way. The vegetables from her infinite warehouse were all improved varieties. Without a personal garden, if she were to present these vegetables, they might be mistaken for stolen goods. Thus, she could only forage for wild vegetables to bring home. However, she could certainly retrieve some fish and meat from the infinite warehouse, claiming that they were obtained from hunting, which would be easily explained. Upon reaching the river, Gugio stumbled upon a nest of fry. If only she had a pond, she could raise fish. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the shelves suddenly refreshed. Yet this time, instead of goods, a vast expanse of lush green fields appeared, spanning only an acre, adjacent to a 50-square-meter pond with crystal-clear water. Beside the pond stood two mud brick houses, and upon closer inspection, a gentle stream of spring water flowed behind, the sound of bubbling water enveloping Gugio in a surreal ambience. This idyllic retreat must be the spring space. Suddenly, Gugio found herself standing before the spring, taking a wooden ladle from the nearby bucket to scoop up some spring water. The taste was sweet and refreshing. The exhaustion from moving in the afternoon seemed to evaporate in that moment. Her entire being felt rejuvenated, and the wound on her head had healed and scabbed over, banishing the dizziness and pain. Drinking this spring water not only replenished her vitality, but also accelerated the healing of her wounds. Gugio was overwhelmed with joy, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a great treasure. She retrieved high-quality rice seeds from the warehouse and planted them in the field within the space, along with various vegetable seedlings, each planted in the garden adjacent to the house. She scattered premium fish fry from the shelves into the pond, their quality far superior to those found in the village's small ditches. Gugio gathered some twigs and constructed a fence for chickens and ducks, placing live chicks and ducklings from the warehouse inside. She noticed caterpillars emerging from the ground, ensuring that the chickens and ducks would have ample food. The spring space harbored a complete and self-sustaining ecosystem. With the planting in the fields and garden completed, all that remained was to await the maturation of the rice and vegetables. The little fish, chicks, and ducklings would grow on their own, destined for the table. After a flurry of activity, Gugio hastily exited the space, eager to avoid detection. She hurried home, carrying the bucket and basket. As she opened her front door, she found her younger sister sitting on the threshold, gazing at her in awe. "Sister, did you really catch fish?" Gu Xiaoman joyfully approached, her petite figure barely reaching Gugio's chest. "Tonight, I shall prepare fish soup for you all." Gugio set down the water bucket, a rare smile gracing her lips. Gu Rong took the burden of the basket from her back, suddenly feeling its weight. "Sister, did you manage to dig up wild vegetables?" As the question escaped her lips, Gu Rong sensed something amiss. Even with a basket full of wild greens, it shouldn't be this strenuous to carry. "I gathered some shepherd's purse, caught a couple of fish, and luckily managed to trap a sizable wild goat," Gugio replied, withholding the details as she carried the items into the house. Chapter 4. A feast of meat. Her two younger sisters followed her curiously until Gugio unveiled a white cloth, revealing meticulously prepared whole sheep. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Meat. It was indeed meat. The sisters gazed at Gugio as she unloaded the sheep from the basket, their eyes blazing with anticipation. It had been a long time since they had savored the taste of meat. Gugio had opted for a 30-pound sheep, which would surely suffice for their meals over the next 2 days. "Sister, I happened to encounter a wild goat while passing by the back mountain this afternoon. I set a trap, and upon returning from fishing, I found the goat ensnared. I discreetly handled it and hurried back without alerting anyone." "Wow, meat!" Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, her mouth watering, her large, dark eyes wide with excitement. She had only heard her cousins speak of the deliciousness of meat, but had never tasted it herself. Surely, she could savor the meat that her sister brought home? Gu Rong, however, was not as naive as her younger sister. Her thoughts ran deeper. She quickly grabbed Gujio, inspecting her from head to toe. "Sister, did you get hurt while handling the goat?" "No," Gujio replied with a gentle smile, appreciating the concern of her second sister, feeling a warmth in her heart. The goat meat was roasting inside to avoid drawing attention. Upon hearing this, Gurong nodded and began to bring in the earthen jars and bowls from outside. She understood her sister's intentions, since they had recently separated from the main family. Indulging in lavish meals could invite envy from the villagers. With no adults present, it was prudent to be cautious, lest others harbor thoughts of thievery in the night. Gujio planned to prepare a whole roasted sheep for dinner, along with a pot of black fish soup, complemented by a dish of shepherd's purse rice. Both her sisters and she were famished and would not thrive on meat alone. There were precisely 2 earthen jars, one for cooking rice and the other for the soup. The last handful of white rice that Grandma Zhou had delivered in the afternoon would suffice, but she would need to concoct an excuse to venture into town for supplies tomorrow. As Gujio pondered these matters, she deftly washed the white rice and shepherd's purse, tearing some into pieces before placing them in the jars, adding a splash of spring water and setting them to boil over the fire. Having constructed a makeshift stove at noon, Gurong ventured outside to gather 2 stones, which proved quite heavy for her. Finding a clear space in the house, she positioned the stones on either side, with kindling beneath, ready to light a fire. As Gurong ignited the flames, she collapsed onto the ground, panting. "Ronger, take a moment to rest. I can manage," Gujio said, glancing at her second sister, who appeared exhausted. This little girl is remarkably considerate. At merely 8 years of age, she desires to shoulder more responsibilities. Yet, Gurong's frail frame cannot endure excessive strain. Subsequently, she suspends the entire sheep across 2 branches and breaks several twigs to fashion a grill, skewering the lamb upon it. As lamb takes time to cook thoroughly, it must be roasted first. "Big sister, I am not tired. I will assist you in preparing the meal," Gurong declares, wiping the sweat from her brow and forcing herself to rise. "Then, please watch over the lamb's fire. Turn it once every quarter of an hour. The flames must neither be too fierce nor too feeble," Gujio instructs, before plunging her hand into the water bucket to retrieve a fish weighing approximately 4 pounds. There are 2 fish in total, the other being reserved for tomorrow's meal. The black fish soup is highly nutritious, ideal for her undernourished younger siblings. Her little brother is now 1 year and 3 months old. 2 months prior, the Gu family ceased providing him with milk, and he has since relied on rice and vegetable broth for sustenance. Gujio's dishes are light, suitable for him as supplementary food. Previously, Gujio's Jiotian sect frequently took in young children, including those as young as 1. Thus, she possesses some experience in caring for those who are not yet weaned. With deft hands, she skillfully prepares the black fish. Lacking a wooden cutting board, she utilizes a clean, flat stone instead, pressing the fish upon it to separate the head and tail. Considering her siblings might struggle with fish bones, she meticulously removes all bones and spines. The remaining fish flesh is sliced into thin pieces, and the wild scallions and ginger, gathered while foraging, are diced and combined with the fish in a large bowl for marination. With no salt or other seasonings available, she must resort to a simple stew. Once the bottom of the clay pot is heated, she places the extracted fish bones inside to fry until golden brown, then crushes them into fragments and adds water to simmer for soup. When the water reaches a boil, she retrieves the fish bones, introducing the fish slices into the pot. Within minutes, the fish is cooked to tender perfection, at which point she sprinkles a pinch of wild scallion blossoms before serving. Hongya, Xiaoman. Prepare to wash your hands for dinner, Gujio calls, ladling the cooked shepherd's purse rice into bowls. She sprinkles the pre-crushed nutritional powder at the bottom of each bowl, allowing the rice to melt over it, rendering it invisible. It is imperative that her siblings receive adequate nutrition daily, as they are at a growth stage. With only 3 bowls available, she intends to feed her little brother until he is full before attending to her own meal. Big sister, you have already exhausted yourself preparing dinner. Allow me to feed little brother, Gurong suggests, ever so thoughtful. However, Gujio is not yet hungry after having consumed chicken legs and meat buns at noon. I'm not hungry. You and Xiaoman should eat first. Upon entering the sleeping quarters, she observes her little brother clad in ill-fitting, second-hand garments, discarded by the children of the first and second households, which Gu Rong had changed him in earlier that afternoon. The clothing hangs loosely upon him, having been disheveled by his crawling antics, exposing his belly. Upon seeing Gu Jiu enter, her little brother beams with rosy cheeks, revealing two adorable dimples as he giggles, his round eyes fixed upon her without a hint of fear. He opens his mouth and exclaims, "Ai, ai." Gu Jiu could not comprehend the words of the little one. He was likely calling out to her, albeit with a limited vocabulary, as it seemed no one had systematically taught him before. She lifted him onto her lap, adjusting the fabric that had slipped down to his backside. With no needle and thread at home, she tied knots on either side of the oversized waist, resembling sleeves that had grown too long, which she trimmed away with scissors. The trousers had long since been kicked off by the little brother, and Gu Jiu discovered them in the corner of the bed. She also cut the pant legs to a fitting length, securing the waistband with two more knots. Now, his attire would not impede his movements. Once dressed, the little brother began to crawl slowly across the bed, making 2 laps before approaching Gu Jiu, lifting his head to reveal a gap-toothed grin, beaming with delight. "Ah, thank you." Gu Jiu understood his expression. He was expressing gratitude for her assistance in altering his clothing. At 1 year and 3 months, he was expected to comprehend speech and practice walking independently. Gu Jiu swiftly stepped outside to retrieve a leg of lamb, using it as bait to encourage him to stand. "Little brother, rise up, and I shall reward you with delicious meat." "What is meat? Can I eat it?" The little one had no idea. His chubby lips parted slightly, eyes fixated on the sizable piece of meat in Gu Jiu's hand, while his tiny paws propped against the bed, craning his neck to catch a whiff. Gu Jiu dangled the lamb leg near his nose, reminiscent of feeding a puppy, then deliberately held it a half-meter above his head. "Little brother, if you stand, this lamb leg is yours." The little one gradually lifted his head, his gaze rising to meet the dark morsel above, stretching out a small paw to grasp it, but failing to reach. He sniffed intently. The meat was tantalizing. His sister had promised that if he stood, the savory meat would be his, and he yearned for that delightful treat. Meanwhile, Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman were outside, indulging in roasted lamb, their hands and mouths smeared with grease. Ever since their parents' passing, the sisters had not tasted such rich fare, as the eggs laid by the hens raised by the Gu family were all saved for the grandson, leaving none for their branch of the family. Noticing Gu Jiu had not emerged, they decided to check in the bedroom. What they beheld was nothing short of miraculous. The little brother had managed to stand. Observing his obedient stance, Gu Jiu fulfilled her promise, tearing off 2 pieces of meat from the lamb leg to feed him. This was his first experience with meat, and she was careful not to overindulge him, lest he suffer from an upset stomach. "Ah, sister, you are remarkable. You've taught him to walk," Gu Rong exclaimed with excitement. Gu Xiaoman was equally thrilled, bouncing around the room. "Now that the little brother can walk, I won't have to carry him every day." Gu Jiu glanced at her younger sister and smiled, saying nothing. At merely 4 years old, Gu Xiaoman was already adept at climbing trees, often dreaming of fishing and collecting bird eggs, rivaling the mischievous boys in the village. "Sister, why not give the little brother a name? Our mother left too hastily and did not name him," Gu Rong suggested, gently patting the little brother's head, suddenly inspired. Gu Jiu scrutinized the little fellow who was grinning foolishly and pondered. "Sister wishes for him to be joyful for a lifetime. Let us name him Chonglu." Gu Rong echoed, "Chonglu, Gu Chonglu, sister, you have truly chosen a splendid name. Chonglu, how melodious." Gu Xiaoman chimed in with unrestrained praise. The room resonated with the laughter of the siblings, yet, unexpectedly, an uninvited guest burst through the door. Chapter 5. Someone is inciting trouble cradling Gu Chonglu. Gu Jiu's years of undertaking missions had sharpened her senses. She discerned a faint creak at the front door, as though someone had entered from outside. She promptly entrusted her brother to Gu Rong and whispered urgently to her 2 sisters, "Someone has come in. You must remain inside and keep an eye on your brother." Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman turned pale at her words. Gu Jiu heightened her vigilance, treading lightly as she entered the main room, grasping an axe from the wall. The door was half ajar, and she positioned herself at the crack to observe the courtyard. Lu Hohot from the village was scanning the surroundings. a bamboo basket slung over her arm, her attire clean and unsoiled, as if she had just returned from purchasing goods in the county rather than foraging wild vegetables from the mountains. The Gu family ancestral home was secluded, typically uninhabited, with few neighbors nearby. Upon entering the village, Lu Hohat caught a whiff of a rich, savory aroma. Curiosity piqued, she followed the scent, discovering it emanated from the Gu family residence, contemplating the possibility of pilfering something if no one was home. Hearing no sounds in the courtyard, Lu Hohat was about to step inside when Gujio abruptly swung the door open and closed it with a bang, coldly questioning, "Aunt Lu, why have you entered my home without knocking?" "Oh dear, you frightened me to death." Lu Hohat gasped, clutching her chest and stumbling backward, twisting her ankle and falling to the ground. Upon seeing Gujio, she immediately began to scold. "It's you, wretched girl. Why were you silent inside? Sneaking out like a rat to scare people?" Gujio scoffed. "Aunt Lu's words are truly amusing. Is it not you who deliberately intruded into someone else's home?" Feeling guilty, Lu Hohat's tones softened as she attempted to placate Gujio with flattery. "I merely noticed your ancestral home suddenly opened and feared a thief had entered. So I came to check. Who knew I would encounter you? Ghostly girl. Why are you cooking delicious food in this old house instead of your new home? I just wanted to take a peek." As Lu Hohat spoke, she rose from the ground and tried to squeeze through the door, craning her neck to peer inside. Standing at a mere 1.50 meters, Gujio firmly blocked her path, as unyielding as a wall of iron, and with a swift motion, she pushed the woman back, preventing her from encroaching upon her home. "Aunt Lu, my siblings and I have already separated from the Gu family. From now on, this is the residence of the third branch of our family. I kindly ask you not to enter without my consent." Gujio raised the axe and made a few chopping motions, startling Lu Hohat as she recoiled in fear, wary of being struck by the blade. "If this occurs again, regardless of who enters, I shall treat them as a thief." Gujio's dark, gleaming eyes brimmed with menace as she glared at the greedy woman before her. Lu Hohat was enticed by the aroma of meat, her mouth watering, yet the fierce glint in Gujio's eyes deterred her from advancing further. With a bitter tone, she remarked, clearly unwilling to concede, "Gio girl, you truly do not recognize the heart of a good person. I am merely concerned for your family. You and your siblings are living alone in the old house without an adult support. I simply wish to assist you in tidying up your home. There's no need for that. Aunt Lu, you should return home promptly. I need to have dinner with my younger siblings, so I cannot keep you." Gujio firmly declined, forcefully pushing the woman out of the yard and shutting the heavy door behind her. Lu Hohat, ejected from the premises, watched as the contents of her basket scattered on the ground, and mud clung to her clothes, rendering her a pitiable sight. "You insolent girl! How dare you treat me this way? After all, I am your elder." She had never realized how fierce Gujio's temper could be. Just after separating from the family, she managed to provide meat for her younger siblings. That girl truly possessed some skill. It was a pity she had not even glanced inside the house to see what meat had been caught. As Lu Hohat made her way home, she pondered how Gujio had dared to threaten her with an axe, vowing to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she turned towards the new Gu residence. At that moment, the Gu family was also having dinner. Typically, it was Gujio and her sister Gu Rong who prepared the meals, but this evening, it was the second branch's daughter-in-law who had made a large pot of sweet potato porridge. "You wasteful woman, you treat rice as if it costs nothing. What kind of wealth allows you to squander like this? You barely earn anything and spend your days eating like a pig. All the grain goes in and none comes out. You can't even pass wind." Gu Zhao was venting her frustrations inside the house, while the daughters-in-law from both the first and second branches kept their heads down, afraid to speak. Since Gujio and her siblings had left, the family had lost its outlet for venting frustrations, leaving Gu Zhao to unleash her ire on the two daughters-in-law, Wu from the first branch and Qin from the second, who were truly at a loss for words. "Lady Gu, are you all having dinner? I just returned from the county and thought I would stop by to greet you," Lu Hohat said, pushing the door open with an air of familiarity, a feigned smile plastered on her face. Gu Zhao, sensing the intrusion, stood up defensively, her tone growing cold. "At this hour, Hohat, why are you here instead of having dinner at home? Are you here to eat?" Many regions in the province had suffered from famine for 3 consecutive years. Crops had failed, and vegetables had withered in the fields, leaving every farming household in dire straits. Yet, the authorities continued to pressure farmers for taxes, demanding regular grain contributions. In recent years, enemy troops had frequently invaded the borders, and the court had dispatched soldiers, necessitating vast amounts of grain for each campaign. However, with farmers having barely enough to eat themselves, how could they possibly meet these demands? During such trying times, anyone arriving at mealtime was regarded by Gu Zhao as merely seeking a free meal, and such individuals were to be driven away with a stick. Seeing the unmistakable lack of welcome on Gu Zhao's face, Lu Hohat felt a twinge of anxiety as the Gu family members emerged, all staring at her with their bowls in hand. However, upon glancing at the dining table and realizing they were not eating meat, she regained her confidence and continued to speak. Madam Gu, I did not come to your home for a meal. I ventured to the county this morning and have only just returned. I am unaware that your 3 rooms of granddaughters have moved into your ancestral home with their younger brother. Upon hearing that I was not there to partake in a meal, the Gu family reluctantly tempered their hostility towards Lu Hohat. I must say, your 9th daughter is quite remarkable. At such a tender age, she has inherited her father's admirable hunting skills. This evening, she will feast on meat with her younger siblings. As I passed by, I happened to glance inside and was greeted by the enticing aroma of roasted meat. At this juncture, Lu Hohat feigned confusion and inquired of Madame Gu, why has your 9th daughter not brought any of the game to honor you? Even though they have divided the household, blood ties remain strong. How can she, at such a young age, choose to indulge alone, disregarding even you, her grandmother? Lu Hohat's sarcastic queries successfully ignited the Gu family's ire towards Gu Jiao. That little wretch dares to feast in secret. Just wait until I peel her skin. Madame Gu's face contorted in anger, her skin resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Gu Youfu was so enraged that he discarded his smoking pipe onto the ground. A bunch of ungrateful wretches ought to be sold off. Gu Laoda promptly retreated into the house to fetch a stick. Mother, I shall accompany you to deal with those ungrateful scoundrels. His words promised vengeance from Madame Gu, yet his eyes shimmered with greed. During these years of famine, the family had not tasted meat for 6 months. It was imperative to seize the meat acquired by those scoundrels. It is only right to honor one's elders with good fortune. The eldest daughter-in-law, Wu, hastily entered to retrieve a sack, eager to join her husband in seeking retribution for her mother-in-law. Seeing the fervor of his elder brother and sister-in-law, Gu Er could not help but smirk inwardly. The intentions of the couple were as clear as day. In his eyes, they were 2 brutes. Mother, let us not act rashly. Do not forget the ruthlessness of that Gu Jiao. She wounded you this morning. We must devise a prudent plan. Charging an unprepared may lead to our own misfortune. Madame Gu, initially brimming with fury and intent on confronting Gu Jiao for the game, halted in her tracks upon hearing her second son's counsel. Lu Hohat, having waited expectantly for Gu Jiao to be dealt with, was taken aback when Madame Gu suddenly refrained from venturing out. Hohat, this matter concerns our family. It would be inappropriate for you to remain. You should return home. Madame Gu's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, unyieldingly dismissing her. Oh, Madame Gu, do deliberate amongst yourselves. I shall take my leave for now. I will visit again when time permits. Lu Hohat hastily departed. Her curiosity piqued about how the Gu family would handle Gu Jiao. Yet, it seemed certain that a commotion would ensue, and she would simply await the spectacle. Chapter 6. A night of thievery at the Gu ancestral home. Gu Jiao entered, and her 2 younger sisters hurriedly emerged from the inner quarters. Elder sister, who has come? Gu Rong had been vigilantly watching over her younger siblings, but her anxiety had been simmering, so she rushed out upon hearing the front door close. It is Lu Hohat from the village. Gu Jiao spoke mildly, grasping an axe as she entered the house. Aunt Hohat had a penchant for taking advantage of others. Just last month, she had a fierce altercation with Chuan Ergu over a chicken egg he had dropped at the village entrance. She had stealthily entered our home, undoubtedly with ill intentions. Gu Rong declared with conviction. Gu Xiaoman emerged as well, and upon hearing her sister's words, clenched her small pink fists, muttering, Aunt Ho-Hot is not a good person. In any case, now that we have separated from the family, we must remain vigilant, especially at night. I will set traps at the doorstep shortly, ensuring we're not troubled by thieves again. The two younger sisters nodded in unison, echoing, "We will listen to our elder sister." As Gujio spoke, she lifted half a bowl of shepherd's purse rice, intending to feed Guchangle. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew outside, and she noticed the sky darkening. Rain was likely to fall tonight. The current house offered no refuge from the rain, and even the night winds could chill her younger siblings. "Ronger, you feed our little brother, while I venture outside to gather some hay for the roof. Until I return, do not open the door for anyone, understood? Only nodded. I will watch over Xiaoman and Changle while you are gone, dear sister. Please be careful outside and return soon." Gu Rong had already embraced her little brother to feed him, displaying the poise of a true elder sister. After giving her instructions, Gujio slung her backpack over her shoulder and stepped outside the door. She paused at the entrance, feeling that simply closing the door was insufficient for safety. This afternoon, Lu Ho-Hot had intruded into her yard, serving as a warning. She rummaged through her storage and found a large iron lock without any brand, then smeared it with mud and grass to give a shabby appearance. Even if someone spotted the lock, they would assume it had been scavenged nearby. At her front door, she laid out 2 boxes of thumbtacks, spreading them across the ground to encircle the entrance. The thumbtacks were as small as earrings and would be nearly invisible beneath a covering of grass. Gujio had thought there might be no animal traps in her storage. But to her surprise, she found 2, which she placed outside and camouflaged with grass as well. By this time, every household had finished dinner. In the village, the rhythm of life followed the sun, working at dawn and resting at dusk. After dinner, everyone retired for the night, and it was unlikely anyone would be wandering outside. If someone approached her door at night, they could hardly be deemed a good person. Once Gujio had set her traps, she felt reassured enough to venture out for hay. After walking for a while, she reached a small grove in the village, where the trees appeared nearly withered, and green grass was a rare sight. However, there was no shortage of dry grass. Soon, she filled her basket and prepared to return home. As she made her way back through the village, now bathed in evening light, she suddenly spotted a short, stout figure emerging hastily. She deliberately remained still, waiting for the figure to draw near, and then recognized Lu Ho-Hot from earlier in the afternoon. "Aunt Lu, where are you off to?" Gujio's voice pierced the darkness unexpectedly. Lu Ho-Hot shrieked in fright, but upon realizing that every household had settled down for the night, she quickly silenced herself. "You little wretch, what are you doing here?" Though Lu Ho-Hot claimed in the afternoon that she would incite the Gu family, much time had elapsed without a whisper of activity in the village. She pondered that if the Gu family did not intervene, then the meat in Gujio's possession would remain intact. The little one slept soundly at night. She could stealthily enter the house and take the meat without anyone being the wiser. "Aunt Lu, your question strikes me as peculiar. I ventured out to gather hay. Yet here you are, awake in the dead of night. What brings you out?" Gujio had already discerned the flaw in the woman's words, suspecting that she harbored some ulterior motive. "I simply overindulged at dinner and thought to take a stroll. I was quite surprised to see you. You must have just come from the woods, no?" Lu Ho-Hot quickly shifted the conversation upon noticing the hay piled on Gujio's back. "Nothing of consequence. Aunt Lu, I shall take my leave," Gujio stated, sensing that she could not elicit further information. After walking for a while, she became aware of someone trailing her. A cold smirk crept across her face. If they wished to follow, then let them. Lu Ho-Hot stealthily followed Gujio, contemplating seizing the opportunity to enter the house and take the meat before the Gu family arrived. Gujio cleverly avoided traps and the tacks scattered on the ground, opening the main door to enter her home. With swift movements, she climbed onto her roof, quietly retrieving a plastic rain cover from shelves. She spread it over the hole in the roof, covering it with hay, and secured the edges with tiles. A low growl echoed from outside the door, then fell silent. Gujio glanced over and recognized the sound as Lu Ho-Hot. At the entrance, Lu Ho-Hot stepped on a tack, howling in pain as she clutched her foot. It seemed that Gujio had set a trap at the door. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ho-Hot reluctantly departed. Once she was gone, a faint smile graced Gujio's lips. After a moment, just as she planned to descend from the roof, she spotted several figures approaching in the bright moonlight. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as the matriarch of the Gu family, along with the couples from both the first and second households. Notably, some carried burlap sacks and weapons. Their intentions were far from benevolent. Gu Jiao remained calm, choosing to observe the unfolding drama from her perch on the roof. Gu Zhaoshi brandished a stick as she approached the old homestead, her demeanor fierce. Just as she stepped forward to push the door open, something pricked the sole of her shoe, sending a jolt of agony through her foot. Gu Zhaoshi screamed in pain, only to have her mouth covered by Gu Erlang, who whispered urgently, "Mother, don't shout. Be cautious not to alert the snakes in the grass. If we wake Gu Jiao and the others, how shall we quietly take what we need?" Gu Zhaoshi's face paled from the pain, her body wavering as she struggled to maintain her balance. "Something has stuck in my shoe. That wretched Gu Jiao must have set this trap. It's excruciating." Yet she fought to suppress her cries of anguish. Gu Erlang's wife, Qin, hastily supported her. "Mother, take your time. Let us step aside and see what has caused this." However, Gu Dazhuang and his wife, Wu, could hardly contain their impatience. Without waiting for Gu Zhaoshi to remove her shoe, the couple rushed to push the door open. In an unfortunate turn of events, both of their feet were pierced by dozens of tacks. The family of Gu wears straw sandals, with thin soles that can easily be pierced by sharp tacks, turning them into a sieve. Help! Oh, it hurts!" The anguished cries of the two resonated throughout the house, startling Gu Rong and her siblings. Gu Rong urged her younger sister to stay inside while she cautiously stepped out, her face a mask of fear as she gazed at the front door. Above her, a familiar and reassuring voice rang out. "Ronger, do not open the door. There are robbers outside." Gu Jiao's voice was not deliberately hushed, and those at the doorway naturally overheard it. Gu Laoda and Wu Shi, having stepped on the tacks, leapt in pain, only for the tacks to dig deeper into their flesh as they jumped. The couple attempted to tiptoe, but lost their balance, crashing to the ground, where they were instantly covered in a multitude of tacks. They emitted several ear-splitting screams. Gu Laoda's rear was trapped in a steel trap, while Wu Shi had one of her legs caught as well. Their bodies were drenched in blood, a horrifying sight under the dim moonlight. Such a dire situation rendered Gu Lao and his wife, Qin Shi, too frightened to move. Chapter 7. Cleaning up the Gu family. Gu Zhaoshi had pulled the bloody tacks from her sandals, her eyes wide with terror upon realizing the source of her pain, soon replaced by a glint of malice. "You little wretch, Gu Jiao! How dare you set such harmful traps against your own kin?" Gu Zhaoshi cursed venomously. Then, upon seeing her eldest son's plight, her urgency intensified. She struggled to hop forward, her frail body bent. "My son, my heart aches for you. What has happened? Please, do not move. Oh, my backside hurts terribly. Mother, come quickly to save me." Gu Laoda lay on the ground, his body riddled with tacks. Unable to move due to the excruciating pain, tears streaming from his eyes like a fountain. "Mother, please help me. My leg is injured." Wu Shi cried out, her leg caught in the trap, reaching out in desperation. Leaning against the roof, Gu Jiu lazily remarked, "Old Lady Gu, the traps at my door are meant to deter thieves. If you wish to intrude upon my home and suffer from my traps, that is simply your own doing." Gu Zhaoshi felt a mix of fury and worry for her eldest son's injuries. Yet, she dared not approach, instead shouting angrily at Wu Shi, the matriarch of the first branch, "Your injuries are not severe. Quickly get up and help your husband." "Mother, I am gravely injured. I cannot move my leg. It is not that I am unwilling." Wu Shi cried, tears streaming down her face full of grievance. Gu Zhaoshi cast her a disdainful glance, cursing her lack of fortitude. However, she too was reluctant to endure another round of pain. That harmful contraption had nearly rendered her unconscious. Gu Lao understood that he was the only one who could rescue them, yet he was equally unwilling to become a pincushion. His mind raced, and soon he devised a plan, sprinting to fetch a tree branch as thick as his wrist and offering it to his elder brother. "Brother, grasp the branch quickly, and I will pull you over." In the depths of his heart, Gu Laoda seethed with rage, his teeth clenched in anger. Grasping the tree trunk was akin to dragging himself across a bed of nails, inevitably embedding more sharp points into his flesh. This second brother had always been treacherous and selfish, utterly devoid of brotherly affection. Yet now he had no choice but to cling to the trunk to rise. With a few pained cries, Gu Laoda finally rolled out of the trap set by Gu Jiao, while Gu Zhaoshi hurried to support him, extracting the nails from his body. Each nail removed elicited a scream from Gu Laoda, leaving yet another small wound from which blood oozed. The tranquil night was filled with his anguished howls. Gu Zhaoshi and Gu Laoda's second brother assisted in pulling out the nails, while Qin, the wife of the second house, cast a glance at the eldest sister still lying on the ground, showing no urgency to rescue her. Gu Laoda's second brother examined the nails in his hand, finding them rather peculiar, having never encountered such a type before. Fearing that Gu Laoda's second brother might discern something amiss, Gu Jiao nimbly leaped down from the rooftop. "Oh yeah. Xiao Man, grab your weapons. We shall deal with those ruffians at the entrance." Right away, Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, eager and ready, hurried to fetch their arms upon hearing their sister's command. With a broom in hand, Gu Jiao swung open the door. Attack! In an instant, she wielded the broom, striking the eldest housewife, Wu, with a series of blows that sent her wailing in despair. The others from the Gu family stood dumbfounded, hesitant to approach and assist, who had previously reveled in whipping the children of the third house with willow branches. Her son, Gu Dali, had taken a wooden puppet toy made by Gu Laosan for his daughter, unjustly accusing Gu Xiaoman of theft, and cruelly lashed her until she bore numerous injuries. The little girl had cried out in pain for an entire month before her wounds healed. Now Gu Xiaoman dragged out a hefty wooden stick from the house, channeling her grievances into strength as she struck Wu repeatedly. "Evil woman, I'll hit you. I'll hit you." Gu Rong, unable to find a suitable weapon, seized a discarded plank from the yard and struck Wu with all her might, fueled by a deep-seated resentment for her aunt who had tormented the third house for the past 2 years. "Ah, stop. You'll kill me. You little wretches dare to strike me. Once I rise, I shall skin you alive to make a human leather coat." Wu shrieked, her gaze filled with venom directed at the three sisters. Though Gu Zhaoshi harbored disdain for the eldest housewife, she could not disregard the bonds of family and instructed her second brother and his wife to rescue Wu. They, wary of stepping on nails, each took a stick to probe the ground, with Gu Laoda cleverly sweeping the nails aside before approaching to drag her away. Observing her two sisters drenched in sweat from their exertions, Gu Jiao relinquished the broom, allowing Gu Laoda to remove Wu. Had it not been for concern over tiring her sisters, she would have continued to strike for another quarter of an hour. "Hurry and take her away. If you ever dare to come here again with such impudence, I shall beat you until you are searching for your teeth." Gu Jiao threatened coldly, effortlessly leaping over the trap. She pursued Gu Laoda, broom in hand, striking Wu as Gu Laoda struggled to drag the hefty woman, making it impossible for her to evade the blows. "Second brother, don't you dare abandon your sister-in-law." Wu felt a twinge of fear that Guo would abandon her. Yet, Guo truly wished to disengage, but it seemed rather unkind to leave them behind. Guo Jiao had never intended to keep them, merely to toy with them, wielding a broom as she chased after them. The older members of the Guo family, already frail and injured, fled in utter disarray from Guo Jiao's pursuit. Once they had distanced themselves, Guo Jiao returned home and slammed the door shut. In the inky darkness of the night, not far from the old residence, Guo Zhao and the others ran breathlessly, exhausted and in need of rest. Guo Lao was placed on the ground by Guo. "Mother, my backside aches terribly. The humiliation inflicted by that little wretch, Guo Jiao, must be avenged." Guo Lao seethed with anger, muttering a few harsh words before bellowing in pain. "Brother, please refrain from howling at this late hour. That girl, Guo Jiao, likely learned to set traps from her father, and we don't know how many unseen snares lie at the entrance. We shan't enter the old residence tonight," Guo interjected sharply, as he removed the animal trap from Guo Laoda's backside. His tone was reproachful, and his movements were rough. "If it weren't for your reckless actions, brother and sister-in-law, we would have secured some meat today. Ouch, my backside. Guo, you're the timid one, always hiding behind mother when trouble arises, and now you dare lecture me?" Guo Laoda exclaimed, his eyes wide in pain and his face twitching with discomfort. "Wu, having endured the pain of removing the trap from her own leg while fleeing, was bleeding and unwilling to be outdone in the verbal sparring. Brother, I merely wish to secure some meat to bring home. It has been ages since we tasted meat, and I long to offer something to our parents. Guo, equally frustrated at missing out on the meat from Guo, felt her feet burning, and the bickering among her sons and daughters-in-law only fanned the flames of her ire. Enough! Let us cease this bickering and head home. There will be ample opportunity in the future to deal with those insolent wretches. Chapter 8. Taking the younger siblings to the city the following day, Guo rose early. After dealing with several members of the Guo family the previous night, her two younger sisters were utterly exhausted. However, thanks to the spiritual spring water she provided them, they awoke without complaint of pain. After locking the door, Guo made her way to the river to fetch water, filling her bucket with the spiritual spring water from within her space. To avoid raising suspicion, she pretended to take a stroll by the river before returning home to prepare breakfast. As she started a fire, Guo pondered what to make for breakfast. Remembering the remaining white rice gifted by Granny Zhou, she retrieved a pumpkin from the shelf and cooked it together with the rice to create pumpkin porridge. It would do to have porridge without some side dishes, so she took out 2 cucumbers and prepared a refreshing cucumber salad. With a large portion of roasted lamb still left over from the previous day, she warmed it slightly before calling her younger siblings to the table for breakfast. Guo and Guo were still sprawled across the bed, fast asleep with their arms wrapped around each other, while Guo lay at the edge. In the rush of the previous day, there had been no time to construct a proper bed, and the siblings had ended up lying on a straw-covered board, covered with tattered bedding from the division of the family, their sleeping positions resembling those of a communal dormitory. Ronger, Xiaoman, wake up and have breakfast. Guo approached the edge of the bed to rouse her 2 younger sisters, then leaned down to her little brother. Guo small mouth was agape, drooling slightly. The little fellow had indulged in delicious meat and had slept with a smile on his face. Xiao Changel, it's time to get up for breakfast. Guo gently patted the soft chub on her brother's cheek. Although this child had hardly consumed much milk since birth and didn't have an abundance of flesh, he had inherited the fair complexion of the Li family and still bore the cherubic roundness of infancy, making his cheeks delightfully soft to the touch. Guo had already climbed out of bed, dressed herself, and was now assisting Gu Xiaoman with her clothing. Sister, I overslept. I should be the one making breakfast, Guo said apologetically, glancing at her elder sister. I intentionally didn't wake you. You and Xiaoman were exhausted from moving yesterday and deserved extra rest. Guo replied nonchalantly, before scooping up Guo and carrying him into the main room. Guo was still unsteady on his feet, stumbling after just a couple of steps, so it would take several days of practice before he could walk independently. Guo first washed her brother's face with a cloth, then cleaned his tiny hands. The pumpkin porridge in the pot had been extinguished, but still retained some warmth. Guo lifted the lid, and the sweet aroma of pumpkin wafted toward her. Sister, where did you find the pumpkin? I was fetching water this morning and decided to venture to the back mountain to see if I could find any wild vegetables. To my surprise, after walking a few more steps, I stumbled upon a wild pumpkin and even found a couple of wild cucumbers, so I picked them and brought them back. Guo fibbed effortlessly, without a hint of guilt. Gu Xiaoman, standing by the pot, was transfixed by the sight of the pumpkin porridge. Most villagers had been subsisting on sweet potatoes during these years of famine, making cucumbers and pumpkins quite rare, apart from those sold in the city. Sister, next time you go to the back mountain for wild vegetables, you should take me with you. What if you encounter a wild beast there all alone? Guo, already holding a bowl and starting to serve the porridge, wore a worried expression. Gu Xiaoman quickly chimed in, yes. Daddy said there are wild beasts lurking in the back mountain. It's dangerous. Don't worry. I won't venture deep into the back mountain. Guo assured her, as she brought over the prepared cold cucumber salad and warmed roasted lamb to the small dining table. This table was crafted by Guo from a piece of wood found in the old house, supported by 4 wooden sticks nailed to the bottom. Sister, please be cautious. Last year, Uncle Feng's son went to the back mountain to hunt and was taken by a wild beast. His fate remains unknown. Guo, seeing her elder sister's indifference, immediately became anxious and began to fuss. All right, I'll remember. Gu Jiu nodded, eager to avoid further admonishments from her younger sister. The four siblings gathered around the small table, sitting on the ground to enjoy breakfast. The fresh cucumbers were smashed into chunks, garnished with minced garlic, soy sauce, and vinegar, making for a delightful dish. Gu Xiaoman picked up a piece of cucumber with her chopsticks, and the crisp texture combined with the cucumber's distinctive freshness made it delectable. Sister, your cold cucumber salad is delicious. She lifted the bowl once more and took a sip of the pumpkin porridge. The taste was sweet and velvety. The pumpkin flesh had melded with the white rice, creating a thick, delightful concoction, each mouthful imbued with the fresh sweetness of pumpkin. The porridge was indeed delectable, and Xiaoman cherished pumpkin, wondering when she would next indulge in such a treat. Embracing the bowl, Gu Xiaoman suddenly felt a wave of melancholy, reluctant to finish the pumpkin porridge too swiftly. Gu Jiu, feeding Gu Chonglu with a spoonful of the porridge, reassured her, "Enjoy your meal. I will find a way to ensure a better life for you all." Gu Xiaoman and Gu Rong nodded in unison, their gazes fixed on her, their eyes reflecting the light of hope. To them, their elder sister was akin to a guardian angel, the sole protector of their sisterhood in this world. Her words breathed hope into their future. In the ancient context of parentless children, the loss of one's guardians meant the absence of support for the latter part of their lives. Surviving independently was already a formidable challenge, let alone forging their own paths in the world, a task fraught with even greater difficulties. It seemed Gu Chonglu, nestled in Gu Jiu's embrace, understood as well, mumbling indistinctly, Live well." When they had nearly finished their meal, Gu Jiu suddenly remarked, "After we eat, I must head to the city. We have run out of grain." Gu Rong chimed in, "Sister, I will accompany you and help carry the goods." "No need, I can manage alone," Gu Jiu promptly declined, knowing that if her younger sister tagged along, it would hinder her ability to retrieve the grain. "But I can help you carry it. Look how strong my arms have become," Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves to reveal her thin, tanned arms. Gu Jiu found the situation both amusing and exasperating. She reiterated that her younger sister's assistance was unnecessary. However, upon seeing the glimmer of anticipation in both their eyes, she reconsidered. It dawned on her that neither had ever ventured to the city and were undoubtedly curious about its wonders. Thus, Gu Jiu resolved to take her younger sibling along. After all, from the silver coins obtained from the division of their family property, it would not be a burden to spare a few more coins. Every morning, a donkey cart would be stationed at the village entrance, and villagers heading to the city would pay the cart driver a small fee, a customary practice among the villagers. Gu Jiu secured the door and informed her sisters that the lock was simply something found outside. Being inexperienced, they believed her without question. With a basket on her back, lined with clothes and a thick layer of straw for comfort, Gu Chonglu sat obediently inside. Upon reaching the village entrance, they fortuitously encountered a donkey cart belonging to Feng Dequan, the village head's son. Noticing the small boy nestled in the basket, Feng Dequan declared him as cargo and waived the fee for Gu Chonglu. Word had spread throughout the village that Gu Jiu had separated from her grandparents, enduring hardships while raising 3 children alone. Elated at saving a small coin, Gu Jiu paid 3 coins and boarded the cart with her siblings. As the cart filled, Feng Dequan drove off towards the county. On the cart, 2 village women occupied the seats, one of whom was Lu Gue Hua, who kept casting furtive glances at Gu Jiu. Sensing the scrutiny, Gu Jiu shot her a cold stare, prompting Lu Gue Hua to quickly avert her gaze. As long as she did not cause trouble, Gu Jiu had little interest in her antics. The journey was exceedingly bumpy, causing Gu Jiu to feel as though her backside might come apart. In contrast, Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman were curiously gazing around, seemingly intrigued by everything they encountered. Lu Hohat, nursing a wound from the previous night, winced in pain intermittently, and when a neighboring villager inquired about her ailment, she could only muster the courage to claim she had merely twisted her ankle. She cast a furtive glare at Gu Jiu, having learned from past experiences that this girl was vengeful and merciless, not to be trifled with lightly. Chapter 9. The Brutes Are Coming. Upon arriving at the county, the occupants of the donkey cart disembarked. Feng Dequan informed them that they must return to the village before sunset, lest they be left behind. Gu Jiao, with her younger brother on her back and holding one sister by the hand, traversed the bustling streets filled with vendors and shoppers alike. They meandered through the market until they found a shop selling grains. Upon entering, Gu Jiao examined the prices of various grains. Coarse rice flour began at 5 per pound, while fine white rice flour started at 10 per pound. Additionally, there were distinctions between aged rice and fresh rice, with the latter costing 15 per pound. Recalling the memories of the original owner, she remembered that just last month, the elderly matriarch had lamented that coarse flour was 3 per pound, and the fine white flour was certainly not priced at 10 . Inside the shop, an elderly woman was haggling with the shopkeeper. "Goodness, I do not wish to swindle you. With the recent droughts and the government as prolonged military campaigns, grain has become scarce everywhere, and naturally, prices must rise," she exclaimed, her complaints echoing her despair. "Heavens, grain is nearing the price of meat. If this continues, who can afford to eat?" After lamenting further, the elderly woman reluctantly purchased a few pounds of grain before departing. The grain shops along the county streets generally maintained similar pricing, with no significant disparities among them, as the shopkeepers tacitly agreed to uniform rates. Whether used for porridge or steamed buns, coarse rice flour always seemed to lodge uncomfortably in the throat. Gu Jiao considered her siblings' delicate stomachs and decided it prudent to purchase fine white rice flour to nourish them gradually. With only a tael of silver in her possession, even if she bought exclusively fine white rice and flour, she could acquire at most 100 pounds. Gu Jiao had no intention of purchasing solely grains, as the remaining silver would serve other purposes. She requested 10 pounds of white flour and 10 pounds of new white rice, spending 251. After securing her younger brother in her arms and placing the purchased grains into a basket covered with an old garment, she continued on her way. With her brother cradled in one arm, Gu Jiao could only grasp Gu Xiaoman's hand with the other. Gu Rong, unencumbered, offered to assist sister. "Let me carry the baby for you. You are burdened with such heavy grain. It must be difficult to walk." "Ronger, there may be vagrants lurking about the streets. I am strong enough to protect him from anyone who might try to snatch him away, but your strength is insufficient," Gu Jiao explained, her gaze shifting to the fabric shops lining the street. Her brother was clad in ill-fitting clothes discarded by the eldest child of their household. She contemplated acquiring some fabric to sew new garments for her siblings upon their return. Regrettably, the original owner was not skilled in the art of garment making. Nor was Gu Jiao. With their mother passing away early, the exquisite embroidery skills were never passed down to the two younger sisters. They decided to purchase a few pieces of fabric, and, if necessary, they could return home and attempt to cut and sew. Upon entering the clothing shop, they were greeted by an array of beautifully crafted garments, with splendid fabrics that dazzled Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, who pointed out each piece with admiration. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, immediately scolded the tattered children as they entered, barking at them to leave. "Who let these little beggars in? This is no place for you to beg. If you have no money, scram." Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, unaccustomed to such hostility, fled the shop in fright. Gu Jiao's gaze turned icy as she cast a glance at the shopkeeper. A shop run by someone so superficial is not one we wish to patronize. With that, she led her sisters to a fabric shop across the street. The female shopkeeper, hands on her hips, continued to curse them as they walked away. "What are you staring at? Poor beggars can't afford clothes. Don't they know where they can go?" Gu Rong, being pulled along by her older sister, looked at the fabric shop before them with trepidation. "Sister, I do not need new clothes. As long as I have food to eat, I am content." Gu Jiao's question cut through the air with precision. "Is it that you do not wish for new garments? Or are you afraid that this shopkeeper will treat you with the same disdain as the previous one?" The two younger sisters had been enamored with the beautiful clothes just moments before, clearly desiring new attire. "Ronger, Xiaoman, and Chonglu, let me tell you, even though we may be financially constrained at present, our aspirations should remain lofty. It matters not how others perceive us. We must not lose sight of our own worth. Do you understand?" The younger sisters, still too young to grasp the depth of her words, could only look at her in confusion, with Chonglu even more bewildered. "Well said. This young girl possesses such insight at her age. she is bound to achieve greatness. The shopkeeper before them, a kind-faced, middle-aged man with a round visage, stroked his beard and smiled, praising them. "Children, are you here to buy fabric or clothing? Come in and take a look." Gugio offered an encouraging glance to her younger sisters, who hesitated momentarily before stepping into the shop once more. The rival shopkeeper across the street snickered at the sight of her competitor, allowing the little beggars into his store. Gugio surveyed the garments hanging in the shop, noting their simple designs. "Mr. Hu," she addressed the shopkeeper, "how much for this particular outfit?" 121 for a set, my dear. The fabric is not of the finest quality. If you were to spend the same amount on fabric instead, you could purchase a full bolt. Even a yard would only cost 31, allowing you to make approximately 3 sets of similar style. Gugio recognized the kindness in the shopkeeper's heart, as he wished to spare her from unnecessary expenditure. She contemplated her remaining funds of 751, also intending to buy shoes for her sisters and necessary items like bowls and bedding. Money was tight, and it was simply insufficient. Gugio ultimately purchased 2 pieces of fabric, spending 240 coins. With 4 family members, 2 sets of clothing each should suffice. Additionally, Mr. Hu gifted her a considerable amount of scrap fabric suitable for making shoes, saving her a bit of money, just as she intended to seek a place to buy quilts. Gu Xiaoman complained of a stomach ache, her pallor suggesting a possible case of diarrhea. Mr. Hu mentioned that there was a restroom in the courtyard of the back of the shop, prompting Gu Rong to decide to take Gu Xiaoman inside. "Sister, you go ahead and buy the quilts. I will look after the third sister." Gu Changel also needed to relieve himself, so Gu Rong took them both along. Gu Jio felt a surge of delight, relieved to have a chance to retrieve items from the storeroom. She found a secluded alley, quickly took 2 quilts, stuffing them into the burlap sack she had brought, and hastily bought a bowl and chopsticks. With 500 coins still in her pocket, she had no intention of spending more. Crossing a street, she aimed to return to the Who's tailoring shop when she noticed a crowd gathered around notice board. Curiosity piqued, she approached, catching snippets of conversation. "It's over. The barbarians are coming here," one voice lamented. "The previous county magistrate fled after getting promoted last month, and the new magistrate won't arrive until next month. What are we to do? Heaven, look at us poor common folk. We've barely enjoyed peace for 2 years, and now war is looming again." The crowd expressed their despair, fearing imminent chaos with the absence of the magistrate, as it seemed that the entire Dying County was on the brink of turmoil. Alarm bells rang in Gu Jio's mind, and she hurried towards her sisters. If the city descended into chaos, it wouldn't be long before bandits wreaked havoc. She wondered if the villagers were aware of the situation and felt compelled to return swiftly. Chapter 10. The village chief calls an assembly upon returning to the tailor shop. Gugio informed Mr. Hu, "It seems the county is on the verge of chaos. The barbarians are likely to attack soon." After hearing her account of the notice, Mr. Hu's expression turned grave. He thanked her for the information and advised them to exercise caution on their way home. The notice had been posted the previous afternoon, and with nearly a day past, those intending to cause trouble might act today. Gugio did not linger, swiftly gathering her sisters to meet with Farmgate. Although Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman were young, they understood the gravity of war, as their father, Gu Laosan, had perished on the battlefield while serving in the army. Seeing the panic etched on her sisters' faces, Gu Jio gently reassured them. "Do not worry, I will protect you." "Sister, if the barbarians come, what shall we do?" Gu Rong, still anxious, sought a strategy. "I believe Grandpa Feng will learn of the news today. Let us first see how the village elders deliberate. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." When the 4 siblings reached the donkey cart, 2 village women returned from their shopping, cheerfully discussing the bargains they had found. If they knew that the barbarians were on their way, their laughter would surely fade. "Uncle Dakian, let us return to the village," Gugio said as she placed the burdens and burlap sack onto the cart. Then help her 2 sisters aboard before taking her little brother in her arms and joining them. She noticed that Feng Dequan appeared unfazed, likely unaware of the news. Gugio planned to inform him upon her return to the village, to ensure her journey home remained undisturbed. She opted not to engage with the 2 village women for the time being, observing the weighty burden on Gugio's back, particularly the presence of a burlap sack. Lu Hohat's curiosity was piqued regarding what she had purchased. Juya, you must be buying grain, right? If you needed help with the purchase, your aunt would have taken you along to ensure you weren't taken advantage of, she remarked. Another woman, Luo Xiaolan, also expressed her curiosity and initiated conversation. Gu Jiu, wishing to avoid drawing attention, merely nodded in silence. Aunt Luo, you might not know, but Jia has inherited her father's hunting skills. She will never lack for food, especially with enough meat to satisfy her younger siblings. Lu Hohat's compliment, while seemingly genuine, carried a hint of envy upon closer inspection. You truly are capable, Jia. It seems that once you establish your own household, you will be able to care for your siblings well. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to consult with Aunt Luo. Upon hearing that Gu Jiu could hunt, Luo immediately began to flatter her. Lu Hohat, observing this, curled her lip in disdain at Luo's sycophantic behavior. After all, people are inherently self-serving, eager to befriend those from whom they might benefit. Gu Jiu, well aware of this reality, seized the opportunity to converse with Luo. Aunt Luo, I actually have a favor to ask. I have purchased some fabric and intend to make clothes and shoes for my siblings, but none of my sisters possess sewing skills. This has been a source of concern for me. I used to work in an embroidery house when I was younger. Making clothes and shoes is my forte. Crafting garments for your little ones will be no trouble at all. Luo, not exaggerating, had indeed been a renowned seamstress before her marriage. After marrying, she became engrossed in child-rearing, and her in-laws discouraged her from seeking outside work, leading her to quit her job at the embroidery house. Aunt Luo, I want to ask you to help for free. I will pay you for every garment and pair of shoes, but I need them done quickly, Gu Jiu insisted. Luo readily agreed, assuring her of her swift handiwork, claiming she could complete everything by that afternoon. Lu Hohat felt a pang of regret, realizing that had she known Gu Jiu was so affluent, she would not have crossed her. Otherwise, she too could have profited from sewing. However, she then considered that Gu Jiu likely had little money left in her pockets and wondered whether she could afford Luo's payment, possibly leaving Luo with nothing to show for her efforts. As the donkey cart jostled along the road, a light rain began to fall just as they approached the village entrance. Feng Dequan directed the cart toward the village center to facilitate their return home. Gu Jiu handed the fabric to Luo, and since Lu Hohat lived nearby, they hurriedly disembarked together. Uncle Dakian, I just passed by a notice in town. I heard that the barbarians are set to arrive here within 3 days, Gu Jiu stated, her voice steady and devoid of inflection. Feng Dequan, however, was nearly thrown from the car in fright. Juya, is what you say true? Did you truly read the words on that notice clearly? Feng Dequan straightened himself, questioning her intently. He was not convinced that a young girl like Gu Jiu could read, and he hastily urged the donkey cart towards home to discuss the matter with his father. Not feeling any resentment towards Feng Dequan's lack of trust, Gu Jiu remained unperturbed. The truth would eventually be uncovered by the village officials. For now, she decided to take her siblings home. By the time they returned, it was already midday, and the tendrils of smoke rising from the village homes indicated that many were preparing their meals. Gu Jiu and her siblings were hungry. After ensuring that nothing in the house had been disturbed, she hurried to kindle a fire and prepare lunch. She extracted a portion of the white rice from her basket, and, while her siblings were momentarily distracted, she swiftly pulled out a 5-pound pumpkin, 3 large green peppers, and a pound of pork tenderloin. Additionally, she retrieved a farmhouse earthen jar filled with lard from her storage, for one cannot cook without oil. Gu Jiu meticulously sliced the pork and green peppers into strips, minced the garlic, ginger, and scallions finely, and diced the pumpkin into chunks to prepare a hearty soup. She scooped a generous amount of lard into the iron pot, which soon began to smoke enticingly. The mouth-watering aroma of the lard immediately had the children salivating. "Sister, you bought lard, and there's pork," exclaimed Gurong, her eyes wide with delight upon seeing the ingredients prepared by her elder sister. Gu Xiaoman, who had been eagerly hovering around the stove these past few days, was equally captivated, for the fragrance wafting through the air was simply irresistible. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "And there's pumpkin, my favorite." A gentle smile played on Gu Jiu's lips as she relished the joy of her 2 younger sisters. Thankfully, the original owner of this body had possessed decent culinary skills, and the dishes Gu Jio had prepared recently had not raised any suspicions among her siblings. Before long, a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a large pot of pumpkin soup were ready. There was still a last portion of the roasted lamb from yesterday. But Gu Jio feared that without refrigeration, the warm weather might spoil the meat. However, Gu Rong was reluctant to let it go to waste. After sniffing the lamb and detecting no off odor, Gu Jio decided to reheat it for lunch. The stir-fried meat is so fragrant. The pumpkin soup is delightfully sweet. Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, thoroughly enjoying her meal and quickly diving in with gusto. Sister, don't spoil Sinmei. We bought so many things today. We can't have much silver left at home, so we must be frugal, Gu Rong said sensibly, taking the initiative to feed their younger brother first. Allowing Gu Jio to eat. Gu Jio touched her nose, remaining silent. Her second sister was quite the little economist. They had indeed spent a considerable amount of silver in the city that day. Gu Changle, being held, was restless and squirmed eagerly for a taste of the meat. Reaching out for the bowl, even before Gu Rong could feed him. Ronger, you should teach little brother to eat by himself, Gu Jio suggested. Gu Rong nodded. I'll feed him for a few more days. He doesn't even know how to hold chopsticks yet. Gu Jio recalled having seen child-friendly chopsticks and plates in her past life, and resolved to create some when the opportunity arose to assist her younger brother in feeding himself. Just as the siblings finished their lunch, the sound of drums and gongs echoed through the village. Gu Jio surmised that the village official had gone to verify the situation and was now gathering the villagers for a meeting. She instructed Gu Rong to keep an eye on their siblings while she locked the door and hurried over. The village head, Feng, usually convened such meetings beneath the grand banyan tree at the center of the village. Upon arrival, she noticed that many villagers had already gathered, bowls in hand. Village head, what is the matter? You summoned us in such haste, and we haven't even finished our meals. Feng's expression was unusually grave. When every household has gathered, I shall commence with the matters at hand. The villagers who had already arrived voiced their complaints until everyone was present. Gu Jio found a stone to sit on and noticed that both the elder of the Gu family and Gu Lao heir had arrived. Chapter 11. United in flight from disaster, everyone is here. Silence, please. I am about to speak. Feng Liar Zheng cleared his throat, attempting to maintain order among the assembly. Standing atop a raised platform, he surveyed the crowd, observing the villagers' languid expressions and their incessant chatter. The village had enjoyed peace for over 20 years, and the younger generation had grown far too comfortable. Feng Yuan Zheng harbored concerns about their ability to navigate the impending crisis unscathed. I have just learned the notice has been posted in the city, warning that barbarians will be upon us in a matter of days. This information was relayed to me by Gu Jio, who informed my son. After seeking verification, I have confirmed its authenticity. At this pronouncement, the villagers' previously calm demeanor erupted into chaos. Liar Zheng, surely you are not losing your wits? Our humble village has not seen war in 800 years. Even if the barbarians were to march upon us, we are not situated near the borders. How could they reach Artiyan County so swiftly? Li Fugi, the village troublemaker, dared to confront Feng Liar Zheng publicly. However, Feng Yuan Zheng held considerable authority in the village, prompting many villagers to rally in his defense. Li Fugue, cease your foolishness. Feng Liar Zheng is known for his prudence. He would not alarm us without a solid basis. If he claims the barbarians are coming, it must be true. The villagers immediately countered Li Fugue's dissent, and he, outnumbered, fell silent. Liar Zheng, if our safety is in jeopardy, has the county magistrate issued any directives? Should we seek refuge in a safe camp? I have heard that in other regions where battles are fought, civilians are advised to retreat to safer areas. Thus, it would seem prudent for us to stock up on provisions, as we may need to hide for an extended period. Feng Liar Zheng, hearing the crowd's self-appointed arrangements, felt a pang of sorrow for their ignorance of the harsh reality. His expression hardened. Silence, everyone. The crowd, startled by his demeanor, fell into silence. The old county magistrate has already been reassigned elsewhere. He has not issued any instructions. How we navigate this calamity is entirely our own decision. Upon stating this, a shadow of despair crossed Feng Liar Zheng's face. What? The old magistrate has fled? He has served nearly 20 years. Is he now abandoning us, disregarding the welfare of all the citizens in Yen County? The barbarians are on the verge of attacking, and those in power have turned a blind eye to us common folk. What are we waiting for? Let us gather our belongings and flee. The villagers, frantic as ants on a hot stove, instantly descended into disarray. Gugio, standing at the rear of the line, listened intently. Her thoughts were consumed with the necessity of leaving the village to evade the impending conflict. Once the soldiers of the enemy nation arrive, bloodshed will be inevitable. The barbarian tribes are notorious for their cruelty and savagery. They leave no survivors in their wake. Men are executed on the spot, while women suffer even more horrific fates, often meeting their ends through brutal indignities. She absolutely cannot allow her younger siblings to risk falling into peril. The barbarians are set to invade. It seems as if heaven has forsaken our village of Shangxi. Oh, how cruel fate is. Merciful heavens, my child is still so young. Why not grant him more days to live? Many women among the villagers began to wail in despair, and the men, too, had tears glistening in their eyes, enveloping the scene in a sorrowful atmosphere. Brave men of Shangxi village, now that disaster looms. Look at your forlorn countenances. Do you still possess even a trace of the valor befitting manhood? Your cowardice is palpable, yet there are so many elders, women, and children in our village, including your aged parents and your own wives and children. If you do not rise to defend them, who will protect them? Fun Li's resolute speech left many of the men present bowing their heads in shame. Uncle Fun, what shall we do? The authorities are indifferent, leaving us common folk to fend for ourselves. Are they not intentionally denying us a way to survive? Li Fugui, fearing for his life, shouted in urgency from the crowd. Fun Li furrowed his brow, gazing down at the pairs of expectant eyes below. I have conferred with the clan elders. Now we have no choice but to save ourselves. Rather than remain in the village and await death, it is wiser to leave and seek a path to survival. The court has long turned a blind eye to the plight of the surrounding counties. If we remain obediently in our villages, we will inevitably be slaughtered by those ruthless barbarians. Then we will truly be left with no escape. Now is the time to depart while we can. Let the barbarians come to ravage an empty town. Even if their pace is slow, we can escape to the mountains and forests where they will struggle to find us. Hiding in a cave, we may at least evade the chaos of war for the time being. Gu Jiu shared the elders' sentiments, believing that only by retreating into the mountains could they hope for survival. My ancestors have put down roots here. If we leave Shangxi village, where else can my family go? I would rather die than abandon my village. I will safeguard the legacy of my forebears. Indeed, at least here we have land and homes. Should we leave, we would have nothing. I will not go. If the barbarians come, I will fight them to the death. The villagers lamented, with over 10 households expressing their unwillingness to leave. Fun Li exchanged glances with the two clan elders, both aware that this matter would not be easily resolved. Yet, as the headman of Shangxi village, he must try regardless of the difficulties. Since there are those unwilling to forsake their lives, let them remain. Fun Li feigned a nonchalant demeanor, yet offered a glimmer of hope. For those willing to leave with the village, upon reaching Yinzhou City, I will provide documentation. If we encounter a benevolent county magistrate, perhaps we could even secure a piece of land for ourselves. At that time, we may rebuild our lives and thrive once more. Those who had hesitated about leaving were swiftly inspired by Fun Li's encouragement. The headman speaks wisely. As long as we remain, we need not fear the absence of resources. With the people of our village intact, rebuilding Shangxi village will not prove a daunting task. I am willing to accompany the main group. Remaining to guard the ancestral grave is merely awaiting death. I firmly believe that if our ancestors are watching from above, they would not permit me to perish at the hands of the barbarian, thus extinguishing our family lineage. Eventually, the village head, Feng Lijong, allowed those willing to leave to register their family names with him. Gugio followed the villagers in queue to register. But the person ahead dawdled for quite some time without completing the task. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that old Master Gu wished to add another name, specifically that of his eldest grandson's fiancée, Yi. However, since she had not yet married in a Shangxi village, she could not be counted as a villager. Feng Lijeng was well aware of old Master Gu's intentions. His grandson's prospective bride was from the neighboring Yonglu village, and it was likely that the surrounding villages would also be fleeing. Old Master Gu aimed to include the name of his future granddaughter-in-law in the documentation, thereby avoiding any bride price. Thus, she would be considered part of the Gu family. Gu Youfu, conceal your petty schemes. Your grandson is without a matchmaker or dowry, and the young lady has no connection to your family. Feng Lijeng, having lost patience, sternly warned Gu Youfu. Chapter 12. The unyielding young girl, seeing that Gu Youfu was intent on continuing the argument, Gu Jiu was anxious to return home and gather her belongings. Old Master Gu, you truly possess a thick skin. Just days ago, you nearly resorted to selling a child, and now you seek to forcibly marry a girl from another village. Are you truly intent on tarnishing the reputation of Shangxi village? Gu Jiu successfully ignited a wave of animosity as the villagers in line began to unite in their condemnation of Gu Youfu. Old Master Gu, if you wish to act immorally, do not drag our entire village down with you. Faced with the villagers' accusations, Gu Youfu found himself at a loss, glaring viciously at Gu Jiu. You little wretch, I am your grandfather, and you dare to publicly defy me? Truly, you are an ungrateful wretch. Gu Jiu responded with a cold laugh. You old curmudgeon. I have severed ties with your family. What right do you have to claim to be my grandfather? A few elderly villagers spoke up in defense of Gu Youfu. Little Jiu, the debt of nurturing is greater than the heavens. Even though we have separated, you still share the blood of the Gu family. You must not be so heartless. Elder Zheng admonished, pointing his smoking pipe at Gu Jiu. If I were heartless, I should have bound your entire family and turned them over to the authorities when they came to my house last night to steal. Gu Jiu retorted, eyeing the Gu father and son with derision. Upon hearing this, the villagers began to recall encountering members of the Gu family that morning, several of whom bore injuries. Could it be that they were indeed caught while attempting to steal, and Gu Jiu had dealt with them harshly? Seeing the situation turn against them, Gu Er hurriedly attempted to label Gu Jiu. We were once family. We merely sought to visit you, and if you do not welcome us, that is one thing. But now you slander your own kin, showing such ingratitude and malice at such a young age. Such intentions deserve punishment. If you are here to visit, why would you choose to come in the dead of night? Moreover, the traps at my doorstep were set to deter thieves. Had you made any noise, I would have allowed you to remain unscathed. Gu Jiu's sharp questions left Gu Er speechless. Now, it was clear to everyone that the entire Gu family had nefarious intentions, attempting to steal under the cover of night, only to be thoroughly dealt with by the young girl Gu Jiu. I have heard that Elder Gu and his wife are languishing in bed, barely clinging to life, and that Madame Gu is so feeble she can hardly walk, which is why they have not attended the discussions. Luo Xiaolan leaned in to whisper her thoughts, yet her voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly. Elder Gu shot a furious glare at Luo Xiaolan, unwilling to endure further humiliation, and hastily took his son away. Once the two elderly men were a distance away, Luo Xiaolan felt a pang of fear, but recalling that her words were indeed truthful, she spat disdainfully onto the ground. They had already divided the family, yet they still dared to bully the children of the Jiuda family. The Gu family truly had no honor, seeing that the troublesome duo from the Gu family had departed. Feng Lijing promptly urged everyone to continue lining up for registration. After Gu Jiu completed her registration, she hurried home. On her way back, she discreetly entered the Lingquan space. Evading others, she first checked on the rice paddies. The seed she had sown earlier had sprouted significantly, and it appeared that a bountiful harvest was imminent. The environment within the Lingquan space accelerated the growth of crops, ensuring that whatever was planted would thrive without concern for maturity. Gu Jiu then proceeded to the vegetable garden, where the cucumbers, green peppers, and eggplants had begun to vine and bloom, and the pumpkin vines at her feet had also flowered. Additionally, fast-growing crops like scallions and hollow heart vegetables were ready for immediate harvest. The sight of her homegrown vegetables brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She gathered 2 handfuls of scallions, some garlic sprouts, and a bunch of hollow heart vegetables before returning home. Gu Rong had been waiting for her in the courtyard. Sister, you're back. Have you been foraging for wild vegetables in the back mountain again? By now, Gu Rong had come to accept that the vegetables Gu Jio brought home were indeed foraged from the mountains. Indeed, perhaps they only sprouted yesterday, and I stumbled upon them today. Gu Jio handed the vegetables to her younger sister and quickly went inside to tidy up their belongings. Long Xiao Mun. We are about to leave the village and likely one to return. The village head will soon have us join the main group. Sister, are we leaving to escape from the marauding bandits? Gu Rong, more perceptive than Gu Xiaoman, inquired with curiosity. Precisely. Rather than sitting idly by here, it is wiser to leave the village in search of survival. Gu Jio first sealed the 20 pounds of rice she had purchased and placed it at the bottom of their carrying basket, then laid a newly bought quilt on top for concealment. The remaining items in their home were mostly pots and pans, which she and her younger sister gathered together in a heap. That evening, they stir-fried the hollow heart vegetables and paired them with a pot of pumpkin porridge, reheating the leftover shredded pork with green peppers from lunch, ensuring that all 4 of them were well fed. As dusk fell, Farmgate began to bang a gong, going from house to house to notify everyone that at dawn, all should be ready with their belongings to gather at the village entrance. The rhythmic sound of the gong shattered the usual tranquility of the night. Villagers hurriedly packed their belongings, with some rushing to inform nearby relatives, creating a cacophony of noise. It was clear that sleep would be elusive for many that night. Gu Jio, having received the news, did not rest either. She lit a fire and measured out several pounds of flour, kneading it with her sister to prepare dough for steaming buns. Gu Xiaoman, being quite young, had initially wished to accompany Gu Jio and the others, but she found herself so weary that she dozed off against the wall. The little rascal, Gu Changle, was even more punctual, falling asleep right on schedule, his biological clock remarkably accurate. Gu Jio busied herself steaming 20 buns and 20 cabbage dumplings, then took some scallions to prepare 2 pots of twisted rolls. Dear sister, are all these provisions meant for our journey ahead? I estimate they could last us a month. Perhaps. Gu Rong counted the buns and dumplings in the basin. I still need to make 20 twisted rolls. The rations we prepare tonight will suffice for just 2 or 3 days, and we cannot live on these alone. We must also have meat and vegetables. Gu Jio calculated again, considering 3 meals a day. The little brothers could manage with just 1 bun each, while she and her 2 sisters would require at least 2 apiece. That amounted to consuming a dozen or 20 daily. It was fortunate if their provisions would last 3 days. However, Gu Rong had a different perspective on their calculations. She believed that if they could manage to have 1 bun a day during their hardship, it was already a source of great contentment. Sister, I do not eat much. I can save some provisions. Gu Jio shook her head. Ronger, you are still growing. You must not go hungry. I promise to ensure you have enough to eat every day. So do not worry. All right, I will listen to you, sister. Gu Rong had great faith in her elder sister's words. Gu Jio had previously assured them that she would lead them to a better life. And for the past few days, they had been eating white rice at every meal, a luxury she had never imagined. And now they could indulge in vegetables and meat, living a life akin to that of deities. After toiling until the late hours, Gu Jio and her second sister finally prepared a large quantity of provisions, tidied up, and packed everything before lying down to sleep beside Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changle. Before drifting off, Gu Jio even handed Gu Rong a cup of spring water, concerned that the little girl might be too exhausted to stand straight the following day. Chapter 13. New clothes await the next day as dawn broke gently. Gu Jio hastily rose. She retrieved 4 eggs from the spring space and began to boil them. Sister, what are you cooking? Gu Rong, still groggy, was the first to awaken and stepped outside. Upon seeing the eggs being fished out of the pot, her fatigue vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement. I just went out to fetch water and tried my luck in the back mountain, and I found these 4 wild eggs for our breakfast. Since I couldn't find any meat today, you'll have to settle for eggs. Gu Rong felt no disdain. Rather, her face lit up with joy as she hurried to wash her hands and help peel the shells. Sister, I'm quite content with eggs, she exclaimed. Besides, one cannot expect to find prey every day. We had meat just a few days ago, and I can still taste it. We won't need to eat meat for several months. Though Gu Rong was sensible, she was still merely 8 years old. It was natural for her to crave meat. and Gu Jiu could see she was not entirely sincere in her words. Gu Jiu refrained from bringing out more meat, fearing that daily availability would raise suspicions among her siblings. Eggs could still provide protein, and she could find opportunities to acquire meat later. The buns and dumplings prepared the previous night were also reheated, and after Gu Rong had peeled the eggs, she called for the third sister and fourth brother to wake up. They had to hurry to meet at the village entrance and resolve their breakfast quickly. Apart from preparing a single bun for her younger brother, the other two sisters, along with themselves, steamed one bun and one steamed bread each. Hurry and eat. If it's not enough, we have more in our bundle. Gu Rong wished to conserve her rations by consuming merely a piece of steamed bread, but she could not defy her elder sister, who now governed the household. Yet, the little girl was still troubled, fearful that their limited provisions would not endure the journey. The freshly steamed buns and bread were scalding hot, and the two girls held them in their hands, bouncing them back and forth before taking a bite, releasing a burst of juice and an enticing aroma of fine white flour. Gu Jiu procured premium-grade flour from the Infinite Warehouse, even after being stored overnight. It did not compromise the taste. The steamed buns and bread were sweet, while only the twisted rolls contained a hint of salt, predominantly savory in flavor. Young Gu Changle ate slowly, so Gu Jiu tore the bun into small pieces and placed them in a bowl, allowing the little one to grasp them and feed himself. Although his hands became quite dirty, it was essential to cultivate his ability to eat independently. After breakfast, Gu Jiu packed everything neatly, with only one backpack to fill with grains and quilts, while pots and miscellaneous items were stuffed into a large burlap sack, which she carried in her hands. Aside from this, they had no other belongings. Let us depart. We must meet the village head at the village entrance, Gu Jiu announced, and the three exited the door. Gu Rong, holding her younger brother, turned back after just a few steps, a sense of longing filling her eyes for the home they had occupied for a brief 2 days. Gu Xiaoman also gazed at the large tree at their doorstep. Having enjoyed climbing it to observe the village's scenery during her idle moments, she rather liked that tree. As the four turned onto the village path, they encountered many others who had similarly prepared their belongings, all eager to reach the village entrance. Most stood reluctantly in front of their homes, unwilling to depart. Luo Xilan, clutching her son, wiped away tears with a cloth, lamenting, "Oh, my dear, I cannot bear to leave our 4 spacious rooms, nor the few bamboo shoots in the backyard that just sprouted last year. I was looking forward to enjoying the tender bamboo shoots this year." Her husband remained silent, as his mother tugged at Luo Xilan, urging her to move forward. "Enough, Xilan. Crying so early in the morning brings bad luck." Though her husband was unresponsive, Luo Xilan dared not argue with her mother-in-law, resignedly moving along. "Oh, Jill girl, it's you. The clothes and shoes you asked me to make yesterday are ready. Let me find them for you." With that, Luo Xilan began rummaging through her backpack. After Gu Jiu and her siblings greeted the family, Luo Xilan's mother-in-law, old Madame Jiang, appeared indifferent, her expression tinged with disdain, clearly unwilling to engage with them. "Xilan, some people are not even related to us. Do you have nothing better to do than to stay up half the night making clothes for them? You don't even wish to tend to your own responsibilities, constantly thinking of playing the benefactor for others?" Upon seeing her daughter-in-law produce a pile of finished garments and 8 pairs of cloth shoes to hand to Gu Jiu, old Madame Jiang's face darkened immediately. In the past, Luo Xilan had been renowned as an embroiderer, her craftsmanship truly exceptional. Upon reflecting on her daughter-in-law's assistance to others, an unsettling feeling enveloped her heart. "Mother, it is not that I am unwilling to work. I simply forgot amidst last night's busyness. The girl did not ask me to toil for free." Luo Xiaolan's face flickered with anxiety as she hurriedly attempted to explain to her mother-in-law. "I was preoccupied with making garments and shoes and neglected to inform the family that there would be compensation involved. If you cannot manage your foolish compassion, perhaps you should go and care for those children yourself. The Jiang family does not lack for your labor." The elder of the Jiang family exclaimed with indignation before swiftly leading her grandson away. Luo Xiaolan, on the brink of tears, feared being abandoned by her in-laws in this time of turmoil. Just as she contemplated pursuing her family, Gu Jiu produced 100 coins from his pocket. meticulously threading them together with twine. Aunt Luo, this is the wage I promised you. Given your skills, you are certainly worth more, but my current means are limited. I hope you can understand. The weighty coins brought immediate joy to Luo Xiaolan. Child, you too have your struggles. This is more than sufficient. She called out loudly to her mother-in-law, waving the coins enthusiastically. Mother, look, this is the money that Jiu girl gave me. I told you I wasn't toiling for nothing. Upon seeing the money, the elder Jiang returned to take the string of coins from her daughter-in-law's hands and nonchalantly pocketed them. Oof. You worked so hard for such a meager sum. What good are you to this family? Enough chatter. Let us be on our way. Despite her mother-in-law's reprimand, Luo Xiaolan remained cheerful as she assisted her husband in carrying items, as if she felt no injustice at all. Gu Jiu cast a profound glance at Luo Xiaolan's retreating figure. Those who excessively seek to please others, lacking boundaries, will inevitably find themselves ensnared. It seemed that Luo Xiaolan's fate would soon be fraught with challenges. Hongye, Xiaoman, Changde. Let us hurry to the bamboo grove and don our new garments and shoes. All right, elder sister. Gu Rong, clutching her new outfit, was already overwhelmed with joy, and the prospect of wearing it immediately thrilled her even more. Yay! Xiaoman has new clothes and shoes. Gu Xiaoman, clad in a green shirt and adorned with two little buns styled by her second sister, appeared lively and spirited. Gu Rong donned an outfit in the same hue as her younger sister, both sisters looking refreshingly vibrant in their verdant attire, one animated and lively, the other graceful and serene, each possessing her own beauty. Gu Jiu selected fabrics in shades of azure and indigo, with she and her younger brother, Gu Chonglu, wearing indigo garments. The young girl, draped in a flowing indigo robe, with her hair tied high with a matching ribbon, presented a poised silhouette that exuded youthful vigor. Once the four siblings had changed into their new attire, they shed the impoverished aura that had clung to them, despite their garments not being extravagantly luxurious. They now resembled young ladies and gentlemen of modest means rather than destitute waifs. The tattered hemp, clothing, and worn-out straw sandals they had previously worn were discarded. Gu Jiu had longed for new clothes, having endured the stench of the original owner-esque garments that had not been changed for months. Chapter 14. The barbarians have arrived. Upon reaching the village entrance, dawn barely broke. Feng Lijing and his son Feng Daqian were counting the number of people present. As the gathering continued, 3 households remained absent. Each of you should take a moment to check if there are any neighbors or acquaintances who have not yet arrived. Please inform me if you recall anyone. In total, there are over 30 families in Shangxi village, comprising 86 individuals, and counting heads in the dim light truly poses a challenge. Gu Jiu, accompanied by her siblings, found a rock to sit on while they waited. After a while, 2 more families hurriedly arrived, leaving only 1 household yet to show up. Feng Lijing counted the heads 3 times, but could not identify the missing family. Suddenly, Li Ergu stood up. Uncle Feng, I just remembered. The Lu Dazhu family next door hasn't come. Among the villagers, some recognized the Lu Dazhu family, and upon looking around, it was evident that no one from their household was present. Indeed, how could the Dazhu family be so sluggish, with the threat of bandits looming? It was perplexing that they had yet to gather. It seemed as if they were deliberately dragging everyone down. Seeing that the missing person had been identified, Feng Lijing instructed his son to rush back to the village with the donkey cart to fetch them. The villagers had been waiting for quite some time, and many were growing critical of the Lu Dazhu family. As dawn broke, the sound of Feng Dequan's shouts came from the direction of the donkey cart. Lu Dazhu, along with his wife and child, were seated in the cart, and as they drew nearer, Lu Dazhu repeatedly apologized to everyone. I sincerely apologize, everyone. My household has an abundance of various items, which caused the delay. I appreciate your understanding. Before the villagers could voice their complaints further, Feng Lijing quickly organized everyone into formation. The villagers stood scattered, struggling to align, their faces marked by confusion and helplessness. Until today, they had been the residents of Shangxi village, each owning homes and farmland, able to sustain themselves with diligence. However, from this day forth, they would face a life of hardship, wandering and exposed to the elements. It was unclear who first let out a wail. But soon the children among the villagers were frightened into tears, enveloping the area in a heavy atmosphere of sorrow. With a mournful gaze, Feng Lijing surveyed the villagers before him and, with a voice laden with solemnity, declared, "Fellow villagers of Shangxi, we must set aside our grief and muster our spirits to embark on our journey. I understand that none of you wish to leave our village, but when calamity strikes, we must stand tall and brave, setting an example for our children and grandchildren. Everyone, heed my call, form a line, and let us proceed." Though the villagers were still engulfed in sorrow, 53-year-old Feng Yuanzheng appeared resolute, instilling a sense of courage in their hearts. As long as they followed Lijing, there was hope for rebuilding their village and restoring their home one day. Gu Jiao and her siblings walked amid the crowd, focused on the path ahead. After a short while, a child in the procession began to cry out in hunger, but those who had risen late that morning had not prepared provisions, and it was impractical to halt the entire group to cook. Such a delay would be detrimental. Unable to obtain food, the child continued to wail, the piercing cries reverberating in everyone's minds. Last night, many people found themselves deprived of restful sleep, and now, disturbed by the clamor, their tempers frayed. Not a single face bore a smile. Gu Jiao felt a sense of relief for her foresight, having prepared provisions the previous evening. This morning, not only were her siblings well fed, but they also had the option to snack on steamed buns from their bundles should hunger strike on the road. In the village, the majority were the elderly, the weak, and women and children, with no more than 30 able-bodied men. Thus the pace of their procession was painfully slow. After traversing for over half an hour, they could still vaguely discern the blurry outline of Shangxi village in the distance. Suddenly, the ground beneath Gu Jiao's feet trembled slightly. What was happening? Could it be an earthquake? At the rear of the group, Li Ergu, still yawning, turned to glance back, his eyes widening in shock. Stammering, his teeth chattering in fear, he exclaimed, "There are soldiers, and many horses over there. Everyone look." The villagers turned in unison towards the direction he pointed, where indeed, on the outskirts of Shangxi village, a dozen soldiers clad in armor, brandishing long spears and broadswords, were visible. Gu Jiao had already found a stone to stand upon, squinting into the distance to discern the figures in the village. From her recollections of childhood, she recalled the soldiers of the Shang kingdom, which bore a stark contrast to the armor worn by the figures before her. Those must be the barbaric soldiers of the enemy nation. What should we do? The barbarians have arrived so swiftly. We must flee. Our lives are at stake. If we do not run now, we shall perish at the hands of those savages. And I do not wish to die. The formerly orderly line of villagers disintegrated into chaos in an instant. Feng Lijing, in a state of anxious urgency, shouted hoarsely for everyone to maintain their formation. But no matter how he called out, the villagers behaved like startled birds, scattering in all directions. All were racing forward, and in the throng, many slower villagers were trampled underfoot. Gu Jiao, along with her siblings, had no choice but to follow suit. They had just reached the foot of Lingshan Mountain when the ascent became steep. After running for a while, Gu Jiao halted. The villagers could not continue their panicked flight. If they persisted, they would surely attract the attention of the barbarian troop. Everyone stopped shouting. "Do you want to draw those savages to us?" Initially, the villagers had been scrambling up the mountain, with many elderly and weak children sobbing in despair at their inability to ascend. Upon hearing Gu Jiao's call, they fell silent. The adults hastily covered their little ones' mouths. Gu Jiao's expression hardened. As it stands, that band of barbarians may not have yet discovered our presence, but soldiers are quick to spot movement. If you all flail about on the mountain, it will be difficult to conceal ourselves. Those among the villagers who had intended to continue fleeing hesitated, daunted by her words. Feng Lijing, nearly jostled out of place, noticed that the crowd had calmed and, with the support of his son, stepped forward. "Jiao girl is right. Everyone, close your mouths. All of you, form a line and ascend the mountain in an orderly fashion." Feng Lijing's backing of Gu Jiao lent her words greater weight. Seeing her influence take effect, Gu Jiao continued to counsel Feng Lijing. Grandfather Feng instructed the strong and able-bodied youth of the village to assist in escorting all the elderly, weak, and children up the mountain. Otherwise, the pace of the group would be impeded. Furthermore, He urged everyone to discard excess baggage, retaining only essential items for a swift journey. Initially, Feng Lirong thought that Gu Jio's earlier outburst was merely a result of her anxiousness. However, after listening to her well-reasoned analysis, he suddenly recognized her intelligence. This girl was indeed remarkable. You are truly wise, Jio girl, he thought. I shall immediately have them follow your advice. Feng Daqian, Lirong's son, swiftly ran about to inform all the villagers. Upon hearing that they were to abandon their belongings, many immediately refused to comply. How could Lirong be so foolish as to heed the words of a mere girl? They lamented. What does Gu Jio know? She wants us to discard our possessions. What nonsense! Seeing that the villagers were disregarding his authority, Feng Daqian hurried back to his father. Upon hearing the news, Feng Lirong's expression turned grave, and he trembled with anger. I am a village chief of Shangxi. My words are commands. Anyone who disobeys my orders and enters the city will not receive identification papers from me. Do not claim to be from Shangxi village in the future. Realizing the gravity of Feng Lirong's fury, the villagers reluctantly discarded a portion of their belongings. Having managed the village for nearly 20 years and contributed significantly to its welfare, Feng Lirong had earned respect and authority among the villagers. Anyone who crossed him risked losing their chance to enter the city, relegating them to a life of wandering as a stateless person. Thus, none dared to challenge his authority or disobey him. Some villagers, upon learning that the plan originated from Gu Jio, felt a surge of resentment, blaming her for complicating matters at such a critical time. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman were discontent, as they knew their sister's intentions were to save everyone. Yet she was being scorned for it. Let it be, Gu Jio thought. Words belong to others, and I shall not concern myself with their opinions. Had she not considered that this group might attract the enemy, thus endangering herself and her siblings, she would not have bothered to save them. The ascent of Lin Mountain was not particularly arduous, and with the assistance of over 30 young villagers, they swiftly reached the summit, gathering together to await further instructions from Feng Lirong. Chief, let us not delay any longer. We must continue our flight, urged an impatient villager. Feng Lirong did not immediately issue commands, but pondered deeply. He turned to Gu Jio, standing among the crowd, and tentatively asked, Jio girl, in your opinion, which direction should we flee to ensure our survival? Chief, this is a matter of great consequence. You should decide, the villagers murmured. After all, you are the chief, and we will follow your lead. Why consult a mere girl like Gu Jio? Lu Hohat, holding her child, was incensed and could not contain her outburst upon seeing the chief seek advice from Gu Jio. Other villagers joined her in expressing their disdain, voicing their disapproval of Gu Jio. Feng Lijing raised his hand to calm the crowd, having discerned Gu Jio's capabilities and now eager to listen. The assembly quieted, all ears attuned to the young lady's insights. Gu Jio, sensing Feng Lijing's trust, prepared to deliver shocking news. Grandfather Feng, we can no longer flee. We must halt and gather everyone. How dare you lead us to our doom, you wretched girl? Gu old lady's eyes bulged with fury, her venomous words directed at her. The entire village echoed with disdain for Gu Jio, and the members of the Gu family feared association with her lest they attract the villagers' wrath. The elder of the Gu family publicly severed ties, declaring, Let it be known, this girl has disassociated from us. She is no longer our kin. Whatever heinous acts she commits, do not implicate the Gu family. Gu Jio's gaze sharpened as it swept over those who had derided her. We have only just departed the village for half an hour. Surely many in the village have kindled fires for cooking by now. Do you truly believe the barbarians will remain oblivious to the signs of recent habitation? As they realized the villagers had only just vacated, they would undoubtedly pursue, spurred on by the footprints left behind. Now tell me, which is swifter, your legs or the steeds of the enemy? Feng Lijing and the two village elders understood the gravity of their predicament. Gu Jio's analysis was astute. They were indeed ensnared in a lethal trap. Upon hearing the elder's words, panic began to spread across many faces. Gu Jio, observing this, felt a cold amusement. A group of oblivious souls would not heed caution until they recognized the peril looming over them. Continuing to flee will inevitably lead us to be overtaken by those barbarians. Yet remaining stagnant is merely awaiting death. Gujio, what do you propose we do now? With clarity on the dire consequences, the villagers swiftly turned to Gujio for guidance. You are quick-witted. Do not withhold your wisdom, for lives are at stake. Seeing those who had just insulted her sister now donning a facade of flattery, Gu Rong stood protectively in front of Gujio. Oof. You lot were just berating my sister, and now you seek her counsel? If you wish for her assistance, you must first apologize. Gu Xiaoman chimed in. Apologize to my sister. Even Gu Changle, cradled in Gu Rong's arms, raised his tiny arm in protest. The crowd, anxious and frantic, clamored for attention. Yet Gu Jio remained silent, choosing to heed her siblings. If they wished to survive, they would need to swallow their pride. A few bold souls had already offered their apologies to Gu Jio. Aware of the urgency, Feng Lijing stepped forward, leading the charge and offering his contrition. As for the remaining members of the old Gu family and the Lu family, they remained silent, and Gu Jio chose to disregard them. Grandfather Feng, you have done nothing wrong. I could hardly accept your apology. Gu Jio assisted Feng Lijing to his feet and then graciously addressed the assembly. We are all like grasshoppers on a single rope. Should one of us stray and be pursued by the barbaric horde behind, they might be coerced into revealing the whereabouts of the others. Thus, it is imperative that we unite and cooperate to navigate through this calamity. The villagers, driven by the instinct to survive, have unanimously rallied behind Gu Jio. We will heed your command, Jio girl. If anyone dares to act recklessly and jeopardizes our safety, they shall no longer be considered a part of our Shangxi village. Li Dazhao, the leader among the village men, had once trained with a security agency and possessed some martial skills. With his words, the 30-odd men naturally acquiesced. Witnessing their collective resolve, Gu Jio coldly issued her orders. We shall proceed further, led by Uncle Dazhao, to seek a nearby cave large enough to shelter the entire village. We will hide within until the marauders, having found no sustenance in the village, grow weary and depart. Once they are far enough away, we shall chart a course away from their tracks. After hearing this, Feng Lijing and the two elder clansmen felt reassured. Indeed, Gu Jio possessed a sound strategy. Li Dazhao, heed Jio girl's instructions. Take 5 men ahead to scout for the cave, while I lead from behind. As soon as you discover a suitable hiding place, return immediately to inform us. Feng Lijing swiftly commanded, organizing the remaining villagers into formation to quicken their pace. Though uncertainty lingered in the hearts of the other villagers, they had no choice but to follow Gu Jio's lead in hopes of evading the enemy forces, the outcome of which remained uncertain. Chapter 16. The beating of the Wu father and son. The villagers, under Feng Lijing's leadership, hurried into the mountains. Among Li Dazhao's group, some were familiar with Lin Mountain and shortly found a suitable cave, returning to inform the others. Li Zeng, Jiu girl, we have discovered an appropriate cave. We shall lead you there at once. The news brought joy, and the crowd swiftly followed Li Dazhao to the cave. It was not far. After traversing 2 slopes, they arrived. Feng Lijing and his son, Feng Daqian, stood at the cave's entrance, organizing the villagers to take refuge inside. Subsequently, Feng Lijing instructed Li Dazhao and 2 strong men to bring a large stone to block the entrance, enhancing their concealment. Above the cave stood a steep cliff, adorned with lush vines cascading down, providing them with additional cover. Once Gu Jiu led her siblings into the cave, she chose a spot against the stone wall to rest. The cave was dimly lit, offering a welcome coolness compared to the harsh sun outside. The villagers, having traveled thus far, were drenched in sweat and parched, many having depleted their water supply along the way and left only to suffer in silence. Gu Jio's water flask, crafted from robust bamboo, was meticulously fashioned with a smooth opening to prevent injury while drinking. This bamboo flask could hold approximately 2 liters of water, filled with spring water before their departure in the morning. Ronger, Xiaoman, you must be thirsty. Here, take this and drink. Gu Jio crafted a kettle with a bamboo lid resembling a bowl. After quenching her own thirst, she poured some of the pure spring water into the lid to nourish her younger siblings. The spring water, not only crystal clear and sweet, maintained its refreshingly cool taste even after 2 hours in the bamboo kettle, reminiscent of a mountain spring. A single sip could dispel all weariness from the body. Grandma Zhou happened to be resting beside them, her own kettle emptied. Due to her advanced age, she could not carry much water alongside her luggage, and her kettle had long been drained on their journey. After serving her siblings, Gu Jiu took out a bowl, filled it with spring water, and offered it to Grandma Zhou. Grandma Zhou, please drink some to soothe your throat. Jiu girl, I am not thirsty. You have 4 little ones to care for. 1 kettle of water is hardly enough for yourselves, let alone for me. Grandma Zhou, weary from the day's exertions, found her lips parched and her voice almost gone. Ignoring her protests, Gu Jiu gently brought the bowl to Grandma Zhou's lips. The elderly woman attempted to shy away, but Gu Jiu's insistence prevailed. Upon tasting the spring water, Grandma Zhou felt immediate relief in her fiery throat. Thank you, dear girl. Across from them sat Lu Hohat and her family, her son Wu Xiaobao clamoring for water. Despite Lu Hohat's repeated explanations that their kettle was empty, Wu Xiaobao continued to wail for water. Seeing Gu Jiu with an abundance of water, Lu Hohat approached, her heart aching for her son. Jiu girl, look at how thirsty Xiaobao is. He is crying. Since you have extra water, could you spare some for us? I promise to return the favor later. Gu Jiu harbored no fondness for a woman who had previously attempted to steal from her home. She coldly refused. No, the remaining water is insufficient even for my 4 family members. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaobao threw himself to the ground, crying, I'm thirsty. I want water. Mother, make that wicked girl give me some. Lu Hohat, fearing for her son's well-being, stubbornly lingered before Gu Jiu and her siblings. I say, Jiu girl, how can you lack compassion at such a young age? Xiaobao is, after all, your fellow villager. He has cried from thirst for quite some time. How can you just stand by? Lu Hohat, I have a brother. He is my kin. But right now we are all fleeing disaster. And every household's water is a precious resource. You think I should just hand over my water to your son? On what grounds? Do you think you are above everyone else? Lu Hohat was rendered speechless, her face alternating between shades of anger and embarrassment. The other villagers, hearing Gu Jiu's words, found her reasoning sound. Every family was in need of water, and Lu Hohat had the audacity to pressure children for it. Previously, Lu Hohat had built a notorious reputation in the village for her shamelessness, and her antics were no surprise to anyone. Wu Xiaobao, feeling the tide of support for Gu Jiu, continued to cry, channeling his frustration into his wails. The other little ones resting in the cave, some of whom had been asleep, were awakened by the commotion. Several children began to wail simultaneously, their cries reverberating through the cavern, creating a cacophony that was utterly deafening, overwhelming even the adults' attempts to soothe them. Jiu Yatu, since you have extra water, why not let Wu Xiaobao have a sip? His incessant wailing is truly unbearable. One of the villagers lamented, finding it impossible to rest amidst the noise. Gu Jiu, initially indifferent, felt compelled to act when she noticed Gu Changle, who had also drunk water, trying to catch a moment of peace. The little ones were already lacking in energy. Depriving them of rest would hinder their growth. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and approached Wu Xiaobao. If you dare to cry out again, I will toss you out of this cave. Her expression was as cold as iron, her aura frigid, silencing Wu Xiaobao immediately. However, Wu Dahu, the boy's father, was incensed by her reprimand and stood, shouting back at Gu Jiu. What right do you have to yell at my son, you wretched girl without a father or mother? You and your siblings are nothing but a bunch of orphan misfits. Dare you speak to my son in such a manner? Do you believe I want to dispose of you and feed you to the beasts on the mountain? Feeling emboldened by his father's support and aware of Gu Jiu's tragic background, Wu Xiaobao raised his voice defiantly, seemingly challenging her. Gu Jiu, who had not entertained thoughts of violence for some time, found herself thoroughly provoked by the pair. Without hesitation, she swung her fist and struck Wu Xiaobao across the face, his pitiful cries drawing the attention of others in the cave. If you utter another sound, I shall strike you again. Wu Dahu, witnessing his son being struck, rushed towards Gu Jiu, furious and ready to retaliate. The onlookers, concerned for the young girl, feared she might suffer injury and considered intervening. Yet, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Gu Jiu, with remarkable agility, evaded every one of Wu Dahu's attacks, skillfully maneuvering behind him. She delivered a fierce kick to the back of his neck, followed by a sweeping leg strike, sending the burly man crashing to the ground. Lu Ho-hat's eyes widened in shock, her face paling as she hurried to her husband's side. "Dear, what has happened? Get up." With his support gone, Wu Xiaobao dared not cry out any longer. Gu Jiu, having completed her warm-up, tossed her ponytail back with a flourish, her piercing gaze sweeping over the Wu family. "Should anyone dare to continue shouting and attract the enemy, I would not hesitate to knock them unconscious and toss them out of the cave to spare us all." Gu Rong and her siblings stood in awe, applauding their sister as she approached. "Sister, you are truly formidable." Other villagers quickly grasped the gravity of Gu Jiu's words. They had barely found refuge in the cave, and anyone who continued to make noise would be endangering the entire village. Li Dajiao, knowledgeable about injuries, examined Wu Dahu and concluded that he had merely lost consciousness but was otherwise unharmed. Feng Lijing was equally astonished. He had initially feared for the young girl, but was now impressed by her prowess. He secretly hoped that someone from the Gu family could emerge as a protector for the younger children. "Everyone, let's be quiet. Adults, please ensure the little ones do not cry, for the enemy may soon be upon us." Lu Ho-hat initially wished to protest her innocence. Yet under the scrutinizing gaze of the village head and the gathered villagers, she felt a twinge of trepidation. Her husband and son had already suffered violence, and she had no desire to join them in that fate. Gu Jiu revealed her prowess today to serve as a cautionary example to the others in the village. The path ahead was fraught with unknown dangers, and with only a handful of children to protect, she knew that any would-be assailants would likely target her 4 siblings first. Only by demonstrating formidable strength could she instill hesitation in those who might consider an attack. Chapter 17. Grandmother Zhou in critical condition time slipped away, and they were uncertain how long they had been concealed within the cave. Though the cave was spacious, accommodating over 80 souls rendered the air thin. With the entrance barricaded by heavy stones, only a few narrow crevices allowed for a breath of fresh air. The prolonged lack of oxygen began to induce drowsiness among the group, when suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside the cave. Feng Lijing quickly alerted everyone to silence, suspecting that the brutish marauders were near. Any hint of movement could spell disaster for them. The thunderous sound of hooves, accompanied by the crack of whips, sent shivers down the spines of the villagers, their hearts lodged in their throats. The adults tightly covered the mouths of the children, fearful of any sound escaping. After what felt like an eternity, the commotion outside gradually faded. With a surge of courage, Feng Daqian leaned at the cave's entrance, peering through the narrow gap. "Father, it seems they've departed." Upon hearing this, Feng Lijing cautiously imitated his son's actions, straining to see until he confirmed that no figures lingered outside. He then reassured the group that they were temporarily safe. The villagers, who had been on edge for so long, finally exhaled in relief. However, the marauders had not wandered far, and they could not yet venture outside. The weight of anxiety still loomed overhead. As Gu Jiu intended to fetch a water jug for her younger siblings, a sudden thud caught her attention. Turning to investigate, she discovered Grandmother Zhou had collapsed to the ground. "Grandmother Zhou, please wake up." Gu Jiu, having often undertaken missions in the past, possessed essential medical skills and quickly began to examine her. Feng Lijing and his son hurried to her side, concerned for her well-being. "Aunt Zhou, what has happened? She was just sitting fine a moment ago. How could she suddenly faint?" Gu Jiu quickly turned to Feng Lijing. "Grandfather Feng, Grandmother Zhou's condition is grave. She has long suffered from health issues and was overly fatigued this morning without proper rest. The heat today has exacerbated her condition. We must act swiftly to alleviate her heat stroke." Grandmother Zhou was known for her kindness, and without her support in the past, Gu Jiu and her siblings may not have survived to this day. "Little Jiu, do you truly understand medicine?" Feng Lijing inquired, surprised. "Village head, how could a mere child like Gu Jiu know anything about medicine? She must be speaking nonsense." The villagers expressed skepticism, for in these times, those skilled in healing were a rarity, and the Gu family had never had a physician among them. Li Xiaojun, the wife of Feng Daquan, also came to lend a hand. She sighed as she supported Grandma Zhou, expressing her concern. In our village, there are no doctors. In the past, when someone fell ill, we would go to the neighboring Yonglu village to seek Dr. Wang, but now we do not associate with them. What can we do for Aunt Zhou in her current predicament? Gu Jiu resolved to save Grandma Zhou, her gaze unwavering. Grandfather Feng, I implore you to trust me this time. All the medical knowledge I possess comes from books. I have discerned that Grandma Zhou is suffering from heat stroke, given her age. She cannot endure much longer. I will attempt to revive her, and if her condition worsens, I shall venture out to find herbs to alleviate her symptoms. With no other options at hand, Feng Lijing was naturally willing to let Gu Jiu take a chance. Young girl, I appreciate your efforts. Grandfather Feng trusts you and hopes your methods will truly save Sister Zhou. Gu Jiu disregarded the villagers' murmurs about her as she received the elder's endorsement. She rummaged through her belongings and retrieved a cloth. Without hesitation, she poured the spiritual water from her flask onto the cloth, moistening it before gently wiping Grandma Zhou's face, neck, and palms, and then placing the cool cloth on her forehead. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, having received kindness from Grandma Zhou in the past, approached their eldest sister, eager to assist. Xiaoman, use the fan to cool Grandma Zhou. Gu Jiu instructed, loosening the collar of Grandma Zhou's garment to facilitate her cooling. Hongya, help me find the salt. Gu Jiu had retained some water in her flask. After her younger sister procured the salt jar, she scooped 2 spoonfuls into a bowl and mixed it with the remaining spiritual water. Gu Jiu held the salt water, instructing Li Xiaojun to support Grandma Zhou while she fed her the mixture spoonful by spoonful. Grandma Gu stood by, observing the commotion, her eyes widening in astonishment when she saw Gu Rong bring out the jar of salt. How precious salt is! Gu Jiu, that wretched girl, dares to offer it to another. Such a valuable resource should not be squandered by her. In Grandma Gu's eyes, the money Gu Jiu used to buy the salt must have come from the family division, which meant it was taken from her own pocket. The good things in Gu Jiu's hands rightfully belonged to her. Gu Jiu sensed Grandma Zhou's breath weakening, as if consciousness was slipping away. The salt water she had administered was largely expelled. This approach was futile, taking matters into her own hands. Gu Jiu pried open Grandma Zhou's mouth and poured the salt water directly inside. Now, she could only hope that the salt water would temporarily stabilize Grandma Zhou's condition while she sought herbs. Although she had some Huaxiang Zhengqi water for heat relief in her personal storage, she could not produce it in public without raising suspicion. The onlooking villagers murmured about Gu Jiu's extravagance, criticizing her for wasting so much salt merely to dilute it with water. Gu Jiu remained indifferent to the value of the salt. For those she cared for, no sacrifice was too great. Moreover, they were unaware that she possessed a personal storage filled with various seasonings, allowing her to take as much as she desired. Grandfather Feng, please keep an eye on my younger siblings. I must go find herbs to help Grandma Zhou, Gu Jiu instructed, ensuring her younger sister would look after the 2 little ones. Sister, until our elder sister returns. You must ensure that the 3rd sister and the little brother do not wander off. Gu Rong nodded emphatically and assured her. Elder sister, I will take good care of Xiaoman and Chang'e until your return. Gu Jiu enlisted the help of several sturdy men, including Feng Daqian and Li Dazhao, to move the large stone at the entrance. Feng Liza, concerned for Gu Jiu, questioned her decision to venture out alone. Jiu girl, may I send 2 men to accompany you in search of herbs? What if you encounter a wild beast in the mountains? How will you, a young girl, manage? Gu Jiu, seizing the opportunity to procure some meat, was reluctant to have anyone accompany her. No need, Grandpa Feng. The group of ruffians outside might not have strayed far, and too many people would attract attention. I am small and agile. As long as I remain clever, I will be fine. Besides, I won't stray far, just looking around the vicinity. She instructed Feng Daqian and the others to only shift the stone slightly, so she could slip out. Just as Feng Liza was about to offer more advice, Gu Jiu had already darted outside, vanishing in the blink of an eye. He lamented, this girl is clever, but somewhat reckless. Chapter 18. The little divine doctor shows her skills upon exiting the cave. Gu Jiu cautiously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring there were no signs of the enemy before she began her search in the grass. She sought out the fragrant patchouli, known for its ability to alleviate summer heat, dispel dampness, and quell nausea. This plant is widely distributed across various regions, although she was uncertain of her exact location within the Great Shang Kingdom. She was confident that with careful observation, she could find it. As she bent down to examine the ground, she indeed spotted clusters of purple cat tails among the bushes. Holding one in her hand, she inhaled its distinctive aroma, a blend of woodiness and a bitter, earthy scent. Gu Jiu collected several stalks to take back with her. On her way home, she retrieved 3 squabs from her infinite storage. The squabs are highly nutritious, rich in protein and amino acids, and easily absorbed, making them particularly suitable for nourishing children. Upon returning to the cave, Gu Jiu called out, "Grandpa Feng, Uncle Dakian, it's me, Gu Jiu." Hearing her return, Feng Dakian hurriedly enlisted the help of Li Dajiao and others to clear the stone, allowing Gu Jiu to enter. Once inside, Gu Jiu wasted no time on pleasantries and went directly to Granny Zhou's side, with Gu Xiaoman fanning her, and Gu Rong and Li Xiaojun applying cool cloths to Granny Zhou. The elderly lady's condition had stabilized. Gu Jiu gently patted Granny Zhou's shoulder with some force and called her name close to her ear. She noticed Granny Zhou's eyelids flutter, a sign of consciousness despite her not being fully awake. She requested Feng Dakian's assistance in starting a fire, and upon hearing that she needed to brew the herbs before they could be consumed, Feng Liza instructed everyone to fetch some water. "Grandpa Feng, I have thoroughly searched the area and found no trace of the enemy. We are safe for now. Once Granny Zhou awakens, we can continue our journey." Feng Liza nodded in acknowledgement and directed his son Feng Dakian and Li Dajiao to move the stone at the cave entrance, allowing others to breathe fresh air and preventing further incidents of heat stroke like Granny Zhou had experienced. When Gu Jiu entered, she carried 3 squabs without any pretense, and others assumed she had hunted them on her way back. Li Dajiao returned with firewood and greeted Gu Jiu with a smile. "Little Jiu, I didn't realize you possessed such remarkable hunting skills. You've only been gone a short while and have managed to bring back 3 pigeons." Gu Jiu could feel the genuine praise from Li Dajiao and returned his smile. "I was merely fortunate to encounter 3 pigeons engaged in a scuffle with a large bird, and they were pecked by it, which provided me the opportunity to collect them." Not only was Li Dajiao astonished, but even Feng Lijing couldn't help but exclaim how incredibly lucky Gu Jiu was. The elderly matriarch of the Gu family gazed enviously at the squabs in Gu Jiu's basket, nearly green with envy. Many villagers also looked on with admiration, as few households could afford to eat meat regularly in these times. After waiting about a quarter of an hour, the herbal concoction was ready. Gu Jiu poured it into a bowl and fed it to Grandma Zhou, who was now able to drink the herbal brew. After administering the medicine, it wasn't long before Li Xiaojun exclaimed, "Father, Aunt Zhou has awakened." Others gathered around, and the previously unconscious Zhou Jinhua now opened her eyes, gazing around in confusion. "What has happened to me?" Li Xiaojun, filled with joy, quickly explained, "Aunt Zhou, you fainted from heat stroke. We called your name, but couldn't rouse you, which worried us all greatly. It was Gu Jiu who directed us to fan you, continuously applied cool cloths, and even went out to gather herbs to brew the remedy. She worked tirelessly for most of the afternoon to bring you back." The other villagers stood by, applauding her efforts. Incredible. Who would have thought that little Gu Jiu truly has such talent, managing to snatch Aunt Zhou back from the clutches of death. At such a young age, Gu Jiu demonstrated her medical skills, proving herself to be a little miracle worker. Zhou Jinhua gestured for Gu Jiu to come closer, taking the girl's hand and patting it gently, her eyes brimming with tears. "Jiu, thank you for saving me. You truly are a wonderful child." Gu Jiu, feeling a bit shy, shook her head and said earnestly, "Grandma Zhou, a kind-hearted person like you should not have a short lifespan. After my parents passed, if it weren't for your support, my siblings and I wouldn't have survived to this day. I will never forget your great kindness, and I would give my life to save you." The villagers nodded in agreement, praising Gu Jiu as a child who understood gratitude. Zhou Jinhua looked at Gu Xiaoman, who was still fanning her, and Gu Rong, who held a cool cloth and affectionately patted the heads of the 2 girls. "All of you from the Gu family are good children. It is a pity you lack dependable elders to cherish and care for you." Gu Jiu responded, "Having Grandma Zhou to care for us is more than enough. From now on, You can consider us 4 siblings as your grandchildren. While I was out gathering herbs, I also brought back 3 pigeons. I will make pigeon soup for you to enjoy tonight. Dear child, I am too old to eat much meat. You and your siblings should enjoy the pigeons. Zhou Jinhua quickly declined, fully aware of how rare it was to have meat while escaping from danger. Gu Jiu and her 3 siblings were already in a pitiable state, as a frail old woman nearing the grave. How could she possibly take away the meager sustenance of a few young children? Grandma Zhou, my pigeon soup is light and not greasy. You simply must have some. Gu Jiu clung to Zhou Jinhua's arm, playfully coaxing her. The old lady, worn down by her persistence, reluctantly agreed to sip some pigeon soup. Once the old woman acquiesced, Gu Jiu had myriad ways to ensure Zhou Jinhua savored the pigeon meat. After all, the old lady's eyesight was poor. If she diced the meat finely and simmered it into a thick broth, it would be nearly indistinguishable. At that moment, the onlookers in the village, still gathered around, were astonished to witness the seemingly deep bond between Gu Jiu and Zhou Jinhua, as if they were a loving grandmother and granddaughter. They began to murmur in surprise, acknowledging that Aunt Zhou was no longer alone. With Gu Jiu and her siblings to care for her in her twilight years, it was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Was it not a blessing? Gu Jiu, clever and resourceful, even possessed knowledge of medicine. Her abilities were remarkable. I dare say, the old Gu family should not have allowed the children from the 3rd branch to separate. Now, Gu Jiu and her siblings had already come to regard Aunt Zhou as their grandmother. One could only wonder if the matriarch of the Gu family now harbored regrets. Yet, even if she did, it was far too late. Gu Jiu was resolute in her convictions and would not recognize her ties to the Gu family again. The villagers' discussions echoed loudly within the cave. Meanwhile, on the other side, the eldest of the Gu family and his wife lay injured on a cart, while the second son and the old patriarch pushed them along. At that moment, the old matriarch's face contorted with fury. How dare those little wretches feign such affection for others? They were a bunch of disobedient and unfilial ingrates. They should have been dealt with harshly from the start. What good is your incessant lamenting, you old crone? You're no longer family. How can you control Gu Jiu and the others? The old patriarch, already fatigued from a long morning, was further agitated by the commotion that roused him from his rest. Gu Er cast a sharp, snake-like gaze toward Gu Jiu's direction, scrutinizing her with an inscrutable expression. Chapter 19. Journeying under the scorching sun, Feng Lijing had already dispatched his son Feng Dequan and several sturdy men, including Li Dajiao, to scout the environment near the cave before allowing some villagers to step out for convenience. Grandma Zhou had regained her composure, and Feng Lijing instructed everyone to take a brief respite before preparing to set off. Li Dajiao had discovered the hoof prints left by the marauders. Having previously traveled to Lin Mountain on escort missions, he was somewhat familiar with the terrain. After conferring with Feng Lijing, they deduced that the marauders had departed via a small path to the west, which was relatively clear of obstacles due to regular use. It was likely that the marauders chose this route in hopes of reaching the next village. They then decided to guide the group northeast, which would allow them to eventually reach the main road, albeit with a slight detour that might extend their journey by a day or two. Feng Lijing and the clan elders agreed to this course of action. Even if it meant taking a longer route, avoiding the vicious enemy was paramount. Once everyone was adequately rested, Feng Lijing instructed them to exit the cave and form a line outside to continue their journey. By this time, the sun had already passed its zenith, and even as the hour approached the late afternoon, the heat remained oppressive. Although the villagers traversed the mountains with trees, occasionally providing a respite from the sun, any exposed skin felt as though it were being scorched. They altered their course towards the northeast, having walked for nearly half an hour, distancing themselves further from the cave they had previously occupied. Under the relentless heat, the members of this large group were soaked in perspiration. The men, with their robust sweat glands, were particularly affected, their clothing drenched to the point of being wrung out. "I can't go on, I'm parched," Li Fuguwei lamented as he approached the front of the line to express his grievances to Feng Lijing. He had already lifted his shirt, desperately fanning himself. Feng Lijing was well aware of the group's thirst. He had not taken a sip of water since leaving the cave, and his throat was painfully dry. Brother De Zhao mentioned that just over the next hill lies a river where we should find a water source. Now, quickly put your shirt back on. You look disheveled. What? We have to climb another hill? That's too far. Li Fugue exclaimed, feeling as overheated as a panting dog, his tongue lolling out in an attempt to cool down. Fugue, bear with the heat. If you want water, keep moving. Otherwise, you'll end up baked in the sun right here. Feng Lijing scolded him lightly, urging him to rejoin the group before guiding his son at the rear to ensure no one fell behind. Gujio led her siblings at the forefront of the procession. Feng Lijing had not allowed anyone to stop for a midday meal, so the group could only nibble on their dry rations as they walked, swallowing it down without water. Gujio reached into her backpack and pulled out 4 stuffed buns, handing them to her younger sisters. Ronger Xiaoman, take these and eat. Grandma Zhou, afflicted by the heat and feeling weak, was being carried along by Li Dezhao, which alleviated concerns about her burden, as Gu Jiu assisted in carrying her belongings. Grandma Zhou's empty backpack was now held by Gu Rong, with Gu Changle nestled inside. Gu Jiu then retrieved 3 fluffy rolls, giving one to Gu Changle to hold and eat, while she indulged in 2 herself. Li Dezhao, carrying Grandma Zhou, was not far behind them, and Gu Jiu produced 4 soft white buns, offering 2 to Gu Jinhua. Grandma Zhou, please eat something to settle your stomach. Grandpa Feng, likely 1 tea, let us pause on our journey. We must keep going until we find a place to rest this evening. At this moment, Gu Jinhua, resting on Li Dazhao's back, felt as if she were dreaming, clutching the white buns in her hands, having not seen such fine white flour in ages. Jiu, don't waste such good food on me. You children should keep it for yourselves, she insisted. We all have enough to eat, Grandma Zhou. Please eat, Gu Jiu replied, then handed the remaining 2 buns to Li Dazhao. Uncle Dazhao, I appreciate your help in carrying my grandmother. Please eat these buns to regain some strength. We'll need your assistance until we find a place to rest. Li Dazhao initially intended to decline, but he recognized the determination in the young girl. If he truly did not accept her offer, how would Gu Jiu's siblings manage to carry Gu Jinhua? Very well, I shall not be courteous any longer. Should the hunt yield meat, I will certainly share some with you. The others in the group observed Gu Jiu casually producing several steamed buns, and they internally lamented her extravagant use of provisions. Indeed, her youth rendered her incapable of being frugal with money. In these days of scarcity and want, everyone else was consuming coarse grains, while refined flour was a luxury reserved for affluent households. However, the children in the group were rather tempted, for food made from fine flour was indeed sweeter and more fragrant than that made from coarse grains. Gu Jiu noticed Li Dezhao readily accepting 2 buns and devouring them with great gusto, and she felt pleased to interact with such a straightforward individual. In truth, asking Li Dezhao to carry a portion of a load was not a significant burden, but Gu Jiu was aware that he had a wife and children, along with a multitude of belongings of his own. It would not be sustainable for him to bear the weight of Granny Zhou while on the journey. Contemplating in her mind, Gu Jiu conceived a simple means of transportation, a wooden cart that could serve as a flatbed, allowing both Granny Zhou and her younger brother to rest upon it, while also accommodating their luggage. Having consumed spiritual spring water daily, her physical constitution had become remarkably robust. She could effortlessly lift 100 pounds. Moreover, once they emerged from Lin Mountain, they would find themselves on the official road, making it far easier to maneuver the flatbed cart. Resolute in her decision, Gu Jiu planned to seek out wood for the cart once they found a resting place that evening. As the villagers traversed the slope mentioned by the village head, they finally caught sight of a small river. Having surveyed the surrounding terrain, the village head and his son, Feng Dakian, decided that they would set up camp there for the night. The men of the village, filled with excitement, leapt into the river to bathe, while the women gathered with their children to find a place to start a fire and prepare a meal. Gu Jiu chose a spot somewhat distant from the others, leaning against a large tree, with her backpack resting on the ground. Sister, I will go gather firewood, Gu Rong volunteered, noticing that others had already begun collecting wood, fearing that the best twigs would be depleted if she lagged behind. Gu Jiu, observing that many had ventured into the nearby woods, felt assured about her younger sister. She first located 2 stones of similar height and size to begin constructing a cooking fire, meticulously plucking the feathers from 3 pigeons. It was a delicate task that required considerable effort. Gu Xiaoman, exhausted, plopped down onto the ground to rest against the tree, aware that her elder sisters were busy preparing dinner. So she took it upon herself to watch over her younger brother, Gu Changel. Granny Zhou also leaned against the tree, resting with her eyes closed, her body weakened by the heat. Gu Xiaoman spotted a caterpillar crawling slowly on the ground, causing her to recoil in fright, while Gu Changel, as if having discovered a delightful surprise, lay on the ground, observing the caterpillar's movements. Mimicking its path, he too began to crawl. After finishing with the pigeons, Gu Jiu took them to the river to wash them clean, filled a bucket with water, and brought it back to her belongings, extracting a generous handful of rice to prepare a meal. Gu Xiaoman, seeing the 3 pigeons neatly plucked and lying on the ground, quickly shifted her attention from the caterpillar to them. "Sister, how will you prepare the pigeons?" she inquired. Gu Jiu, sensing the excitement in her little sister's voice, asked Xiaoman, "What method of preparation do you desire for the pigeons?" "Roasted pigeons," Gu Xiaoman exclaimed with glee. "All right, dear sister, I shall roast a pigeon for you." Gu Jiu readily agreed. In the past, the younger sisters had seldom tasted delicacies or received the affection of their parents. Henceforth, she would shower her younger siblings with love and care. Chapter 20. The pigeon was stolen. Gu Rong returned just as she picked up some firewood. Gu Jiu selected a branch from the pile she had gathered and skewered a pigeon upon it. At this moment, the villagers faced limitations. Most lacked fire starters. A fire starter is crafted by igniting flammable straw paper or processed vines, extinguishing the flame, and then placing it inside a small bamboo tube, which is sealed to create an oxygen-deprived environment. However, the embers within the bamboo tube continue to smolder slowly. When in use, blowing air into it provides oxygen, allowing the embers to easily reignite. Yet, during these times of fleeing, few had the leisure to create such intricate tools. The Feng family possessed a flint, but unfortunately, there were too many villagers in need of borrowing it. Li Dazhao utilized a fire bow, an enhanced version of the traditional fire drill, where a rotating bow is added to the wooden stick. By drawing back and forth on the bow, the stick spins rapidly, enabling one to start a fire in under a minute. Gu Jiu's fire starter had long been extinguished, and she needed to devise another method for kindling a flame. She would have to inquire with Li Dazhao for the precise technique of crafting a fire bow. The resting place of Li Dazhao's family was not far from where Gu Jiu and her siblings were, so she approached to seek his guidance. "Uncle Dazhao, could you teach me how to make a fire bow?" "Little Jiu, it's not difficult to make a fire bow. You can borrow mine for cooking. I'll help you craft one shortly," Li Dazhao replied, concerned that Gu Jiu, being young, might struggle with such intricate tasks. He intended to create one for her use. "No need, Uncle Dazhao. I wouldn't want to trouble you during your rest. Please just explain to me how to make a fire bow, and I shall learn to do it myself." Seeing the determination in Gu Jiu's eyes, Li Dazhao lifted the fire bow and meticulously explained the process to her. "I understand now, Uncle Dazhao. Thank you. I shall bring some pigeon soup over for you and Annie, along with a little for Yuan Bao." "Foolish child, such a precious thing. You and your siblings should keep it for yourselves. Don't burden yourself with this. It makes me feel quite embarrassed." Li Dazhao waved his hand in refusal. Gu Jiu recalled that Li Dazhao's ancestors had once been carpenters, and he was quite skilled in crafting furniture. "Uncle Dazhao, my culinary skills are modest. I hope you won't think poorly of the soup I make. Additionally, I have another request." "Speak, little Jiu," Li Dazhao encouraged casually. "I wish to construct a wooden flat cart with 4 rolling wheels beneath, resembling a cart-esque structure, but with a flat board on top and a low railing around the edges. This would allow it to carry both people and luggage. As you know, we have limited labor at home, and a cart would certainly ease our burdens." Upon hearing her request, Li Dazhao pondered briefly and agreed to attempt its creation. Gu Jiu took the fire bow from Li Dazhao's home, returned to kindle a fire, and began simmering the pigeon soup, while also preparing a pot of white rice. Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changel diligently tended to the roasting pigeons, having been instructed by Gu Jiu to turn the birds over shortly. Gu Jiu assigned Gu Rong the task of watching over the simmering pigeon soup and rice, while he and Li Dezhao ventured into the woods to gather wood for constructing a cart and a fire bow. The old Gu family was preparing fried flatbreads for dinner, which Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, the two grandsons, had grown weary of, complaining that they were too dry. As the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, the brothers, unable to resist their curiosity, set off to investigate the source. To their delight, they discovered that the enticing scent emanated from the iron pot that Gu Rong was guarding. "You little wretch, who do you think you are to eat meat?" Gu Jishu spat venomously, lifting the pot's lid, and instantly the fragrant steam of the pigeon's soup enveloped them. The two brothers inhaled deeply, their faces reflecting sheer ecstasy. "What are you two doing here? Our branch has severed ties with your family. My sister has formally cut off relations with the old Gu family, and there shall be no further entanglements." Gu Rong's face was etched with wariness. "Get lost, you two rascals." Gu Xiaoman stood protectively with Gu Changle, positioning themselves before their two large iron pots like young cubs guarding their food. At that moment, old Granny Zhou, awakened from her slumber, found herself too weak to move, only able to verbally admonish Gu Jishu and his brother. "You two little rascals, hurry and leave. Do not disturb these children." "Huh, look at you, old hag, barely clinging to life, yet still have the energy to shout at us. Silence, or I shall silence you for good." Gu Jishu's heart was as black as coal, his malice unmasked. At 17, he had grown as round as a large ball and towered over Gu Rong by a full head. He approached her menacingly, his bulk causing her to topple to the ground. Meanwhile, Gu Dali, robust as a young bull, effortlessly snatched the roasted pigeon from behind Gu Xiaoman. "Ha! The roasted pigeon is mine now. Return my pigeon." Gu Xiaoman fumed, attempting to confront Gu Dali, but her petite frame barely reached his shoulders, her small hands reaching high in vain, unable to grasp even a morsel of the pigeon meat. Gu Rong, having fallen painfully, remembered her sister's instructions to guard their belongings and provisions. Enduring the pain, she managed to rise, positioning her small form before their iron pots. "You thieves! Return the roasted pigeon." Old Granny Zhou, fuming with anger, attempted to rise but fell back to the ground, cursing aloud. "These heartless little rascals dare to steal. I shall inform the village chief." As Gu Rong hurried to assist old Granny Zhou, she suddenly fainted, unresponsive to any calls. Gu Jishu, eyeing the roasted pigeon in his brother's hand, swallowed hard, the aroma of the pigeon soup stirring avarice within him. Gu Rong, aware of his intentions, felt a rising tide of urgency. With her sister still absent, she was left alone to confront these two rogues. The villagers were preoccupied with their own meals, and, biting her lip, she resolved to shout loudly, hoping to draw attention to their plight. "Come quickly, everyone! The two rascals from the Gu family are here to steal our grain." The plot of land where they were resting was quite distant from the group, and it was uncertain how many people could be summoned. However, as soon as Gu Rong called out, nearby villagers immediately turned their attention towards her. Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, the two brothers, felt a twinge of guilt under their scrutinizing gazes. As more and more people gathered, they fled in panic, with Gu Jishu snatching a half bag of rice on his way out. "Don't take my grain. Return it to me," Gu Rong cried, chasing after the brothers. In her haste, she stumbled over a stone, scraping her palm and bursting into tears from the frustration. Feng Lijing and his son Feng Daqian happened to be passing by while collecting firewood and heard the commotion. "What's going on, Gu Rong?" Feng Daqian asked as he helped her to her feet. "Uncle Daqian, the half bag of rice from my family and the pigeon my sister hunted have been taken by Gu Jishu and Gu Dali. Grandma Zhou has fainted from anger." Gu Rong, though generally sensible, was merely an 8-year-old child, and in times of hardship, food represented survival for her family. The loss of their grain felt like a catastrophe, and she was at a loss for how to explain it to Gu Jiao. Feng Daqian's face turned crimson with rage as he hurried to carry Grandma Zhou to a nearby resting place, intending for his wife to give her some water. Feng Lijing, his expression as dark as charcoal, inwardly cursed the Gu family for constantly stirring up trouble. "Stop crying, Rong girl. Come with me to demand your belongings back from the Gu family. I shall take care of this." Chapter 21. The two grandsons of the Gu family come to steal food. Feng Lijing, led Gu Rong quickly to the resting place of the Gu family. Gu Jishu and Gu Dali were hiding behind a tent, secretly devouring roasted pigeons. Upon noticing their arrival, the Gu matriarch's eyes flickered knowingly, though she feigned ignorance. Li Jing, what brings you here? Has your wife not prepared dinner yet? Gu Zhao, where are your two boys? Those scoundrels have stolen grain from Gu Rong. Have them return what they took immediately. Feng Li Jing exclaimed, his anger palpable. Gu Rong dashed behind the tent, and despite the matriarch's attempts to obstruct her, she spotted Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, who had reduced one of the roasted pigeons to mere bones, licking the grease off their fingers, their faces smeared with oil. You've eaten my family's pigeon, you two rascals. Gu Rong's eyes glistened with tears as she pointed at them in indignation. The surrounding villagers, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle. The Gu grandsons are truly shameless, heartlessly stealing food from their sister. Just look at Gu Rong and her siblings, emaciated and starving. After a hard-fought meal of pigeon meat, it was snatched away by those two. The villagers lamented for Gu Rong and her siblings. Such nonsense. What pigeon meat? I haven't even seen one. You little wretch, how dare you slander us? If you don't get lost, I'll chase you away with a broom. The elderly matriarch of the Gu family vehemently denied any wrongdoing, asserting that the roasted pigeons had already been consumed by her two grandsons. Regardless of her denial, she could not retrieve the meat from their bellies. In the meantime, Gu's eldest daughter-in-law, Wu, busied herself cooking behind the tent, her eyes betraying a sense of smugness. Behind her, a basket concealed half a bag of white rice that her sons had brought back. With her mother-in-law preoccupied, she seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations on the two daughters-in-law, reveling in the fact that her sons had finally brought home good provisions, allowing her to stand tall against the second branch of the family. My sister hunted down 3 pigeons. Everyone saw it. The bones devoured by Gu Jishu and Gu Dali are still there, and a bag of rice from our household has been pilfered by those 2 rascals. Gu Rong, small and helpless, stood amidst the crowd. Wu, quick-witted, tossed the pigeon bones into the fire. What bones? That little wretch is spouting nonsense. The brothers Gu Jishu and Gu Dali emerged, hands on their hips, brazenly asserting their innocence. Gu Zhao, furious, grabbed a broom, intent on striking out, while Feng Lerzhang hurriedly shielded Gu Rong behind him. He understood that reasoning with Gu Zhao was futile and called for the patriarch of the Gu family to intervene. Gu Youfu, what are you hiding in the tent for? Your grandsons have stolen food, and you do nothing? The elder Gu, having overheard the commotion, reluctantly emerged when directly addressed. My grandsons are of impeccable character. They would never resort to thievery. Gu's eldest and second sons supported him. Father speaks the truth. Our children are good. That wretched girl, you accuse them of stealing, but is there anyone who witnessed it? Gu Zhao retorted. They stole my roasted pigeons and the rice. I, along with Xiaoman, Changle, and Grandma Zhou, all saw it. Gu Rong, tears streaming down her face, felt overwhelmed, unable to compete with the chorus of voices from the elder Gu family. Those are your people. Zhou Jinhua, that old hypocrite, is certainly on your side. Gu's eldest son replied coldly. Feng Lerzhang furrowed his brow, troubled by the predicament. He sensed that Gu Rong's claims were likely true, yet lacked any substantial evidence to confront the elder Gu family directly. Ronger. At that moment, Gu Jiu returned with Li Dazhao, carrying wood. From a distance, he noticed a throng gathered and, parting the crowd, spotted his younger sister weeping uncontrollably. Sister, they stole Xiaoman's roasted pigeons and a bag of our rice. Grandma Zhou has fainted, and I have failed to protect our provisions. Seeing her elder sister arrive, Gu Rong felt a surge of reassurance and poured out her grievances. Gu Jiu's gaze fell upon her sister's palm, where a fresh wound bled, and her new clothes were muddied. Anger surged within her. The sight of Gu Rong's tear-streaked face filled her with anguish. Had she arrived even a moment later? Who knew what further indignities her sister might have suffered at the hands of the elder Gu family? Gu Jiu wielded an axe for chopping wood, exuding an air of fierce determination as her sharp gaze swept over the 2 rascals who had pilfered her family's grain. With a single, menacing swing, she threatened to strike. The individuals standing in her way immediately scattered in fear. The members of the Gu family had already witnessed Gu Jiu's previous ferocity. They understood that she had become prone to fits of rage and was not only exceptionally strong, but also as elusive as an eel. None of them could hope to overpower her alone. To subdue her, they would need to act in unison. However, Gu Jiu moved like a flash of lightning, darting to the back to seize Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, tossing them to the ground with a thud, their cries of distress echoing in the air. Her keen eyes spotted the pigeon bones among the embers of the fire, without hesitation. She cleaved the flames apart with her axe and extracted a pile of pigeon bone remnants, presenting them before the gathering. Li Dazhao, an experienced hunter, recognized them immediately. These are indeed pigeon bones. What further excuses can you offer, old Master Gu? Gu Jiu planted her feet assertively on the backs of Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, her sharp axe resting ominously above their heads. The moment they dared to move, the blade would press against the back of their necks, sending them into a fit of terrified sobbing. Grandfather, grandmother, save us. This little wretch intends to kill me. I don't want to die. Gu Jiu, lacking patience for their blubbering, declared, Old Master Gu, Granny Zhao, these two rascals have devoured my pigeons. You owe me 300 won in compensation, and I demand the immediate return of my white rice. Otherwise, I shall sever their heads and use them as balls to kick. Her words left the crowd aghast, and the villagers were further astonished by Gu Jiu's resolute demeanor. Feng Lijun refrained from expressing an opinion. Perhaps it was only through Gu Jiu's fierce resolve that she could reign in the unruly members of the Gu family. If Gu Jiu did not establish her authority, the children fleeing behind her would struggle to survive. Gu Dali and Wu Shi were nearly frantic, fearing for the safety of their two precious sons. Mother, I shall retrieve the rice to return to Gu Jiu. Jishu and Dali mustn't come to harm. Wu Shi moved toward her basket, intent on gathering the items. Calm down. This little wretch merely brandishes an axe to intimidate. What makes you think she possesses the audacity to kill? Guer stopped her, a grin on his face as he attempted to reassure her. Upon hearing his words, Old Master Gu and Granny Zhao hesitated. Though Gu Jiu had indeed become fiercer, she had never taken a life. Wu Shi, however, was not inclined to consider such nuances, as she was not the mother of the second son and thus felt unencumbered by his perspective. She elbowed past Guer and rummaged through her basket for the rice. Here is the rice. Release my two sons. Wu Shi hurled the rice toward Gu Jiu, who quickly scooped it up and held it tightly in her embrace. How dare you give her anything, you wretched woman? Gu Zhao erupted in fury upon seeing the rice vanish, brandishing a broom as if to strike Wu Shi. Mother, I do this to save your two beloved grandsons. Wu Shi protested innocently. They have consumed my pigeons. I require compensation before I will release them. Gu Jiu's tone brooked no negotiation. Chapter 23. Dare to bully us siblings, just like this tree. You little wretch, do not overstep your bounds. Wu shouted in a fit of rage, her eyes nearly bulging out. If you refuse to pay, I shall take a head for sport. After all, without food, my siblings and I cannot survive, so I might as well take a few more with me. With that, Gu Jiu raised an axe and made a deep gash on the arms of the two ruffians, blood gushing forth. Gu Jishu and Gu Dali screamed in agony, subsequently fainting from the pain. From the old Gu family, I will count to 10, and if I do not see the money, my axe will surely fall. Gu Lao and Gu Er wanted to rush in to save them, but Gu Jiu aimed the axe at the throats of the two children, rendering them too fearful to act, lest they inadvertently cause harm to the young ones. Gu Rong, Gu Xiaoman, and Gu Changle had already been protected by Li Dazhao and Feng Dequan, leaving them unable to reach the hostages, their frustration only adding fuel to the fire. 10, 9, 1. As Gu Jiu raised the axe, poised to strike the heads of the two grandchildren, Gu Zhao let out a piercing scream. Do not strike. I will give you the money. I will. Gu Zhao fished a handful of coins from her purse and tossed them onto the ground. Li Dazhao helped count, enduring the furious glares of the old Gu family, and stated firmly, this amount is insufficient. You are still short by 20 coins. Old woman, do not delay. Quickly hand over the money. The old Gu patriarch grew anxious. Those two grandsons were the future of the family, and losing them would be a grave loss. Li Dazhao collected the coins, and only then did Gu Jiu relent, stepping away from the two ruffians. wiping the blood from the axe onto the clothes of Gu Jishu and Gu Dali, grabbing the boys as if they were mere chicks. She tossed them towards Wu and her husband. "My sons, wake up, do not frighten your mother," Wu cried out, her voice rising higher with each plea. "From now on, anyone who dares to bully my siblings will face the same fate as this tree." With that declaration, Gu Jio raised her axe and with a sharp crack, severed a tree trunk as thick as an arm. Her fierce demeanor silenced the onlookers. Gu Jio cast a glance over the members of the old Gu family and headed towards her home, accompanied by Gu Rong. Feng Dequan, the son of the village chief, checked on Gu Jishu and Gu Dali. Aside from the cuts on their arms, they appeared to be otherwise unharmed. "Feng Yuanzheng, you are biased towards those little wretches. As the village chief, you failed to maintain fairness and justice. I will not accept this," Gu Zhao exclaimed upon seeing the state of her grandsons. Causing a commotion with Feng, Li Dazhao and a few others who frequently assisted Feng directly lifted Gu Zhao and tossed her back into the old Gu family's tent. "Everyone listen well. As long as I, Feng Yuanzheng, am here, our village shall not tolerate thievery or bullying the weak." The village chief seized the opportunity presented by the incident involving the old Gu grandsons to issue a stern warning to the rest of the villagers. The chief is right. The old Gu grandsons deserve to be punished for stealing. The other members of the Lao Gu family, confronted by the public scorn, felt a profound sense of shame. Despite their inner fury, they dared not voice it. Gu Jio checked on Zhou Jinhua, finding her to be relatively unharmed. Li Xiaojun, hailing from a family of physicians, possessed some rudimentary knowledge of caring for the ailing. The Feng family, owning a donkey cart, obstinately refused to allow Zhou Jinhua to accompany Gu Jio and the children, asserting that it was already a struggle for the little ones to survive. Feng Dequan argued that taking one more person in the cart would not be a burden. Zhou Jinhua understood that remaining with Gu Jio and the children would only serve as a hindrance. Thus, she preferred to trouble the Feng family, who had 2 sons and ample labor to assist in caring for an elderly woman. Seeing that Zhou Jinhua was unwilling to return with him, Gu Jio did not press the matter further. He retrieved 10 steamed buns and 10 dumplings from his provisions to offer Zhou Jinhua as sustenance, promising to bring her more food each day. Once Gu Jio had arranged for Zhou Jinhua's needs, he returned to his own belongings. "Big sister, you are magnificent," Gu Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly upon spotting Gu Jio, as she stood beside Gu Changle in front of 2 iron pots. The siblings had just been engaged in a fierce competition for food, their faces smeared with dirt. Although they had exerted all their strength, their efforts had yielded little success. Gu Jio affectionately ruffled his younger sister's hair and brushed the dirt from her backside, saying, "Tomorrow, dear sister, I shall take you hunting so you can enjoy roasted delicacies. For tonight, you shall have to make do." Gu Xiaoman sniffled, her senses tingling at the aroma of pigeon soup and rice, and she broke into a silly grin. She felt no grievance. The meal was more than satisfactory. Gu Jio's lips curled into a smile as he scooped up his little brother, who beamed up at him, babbling joyfully, Big sister, Gu Rong hurriedly approached to inspect the white rice and pigeon soup simmering in the pot. Gu Jio recalled her injured palm and retrieved some ointment from a shelf. "Ronger, stop fussing and extend your hand. Let me apply the medicine." Obediently, Gu Rong opened her palm, though a look of curiosity crossed her face. "Big sister, where did you acquire this medicine?" There is no village doctor, and, previously, villagers had to travel to the county or neighboring towns for treatment. Not to mention the cost of medicine, the consultation fees alone are steep. I encountered a physician while chopping wood earlier and purchased it from him. Gu Jio fabricated a story. Fortunately, Gu Rong did not dwell on the matter. Nodding in acceptance of his explanation, Gu Jio took the scraps of cloth gifted by the tailor and carefully bandaged her hand, tying it off with a butterfly knot. With earnestness, she admonished the younger 2. "Xiaoman, Changle, your second sister has sustained an injury. For the next few days, let her rest and do not tease her, lest it impede her healing. Do you understand?" "Understood, big sister," both Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changle replied in unison. "I'm not so fragile, big sister. I can still work," Gu Rong protested, eager to prove her strength. Yet, under Gu Jio's watchful gaze, she felt a pang of guilt and refrained from further protest. After attempting to move, her wound reopened, bleeding anew, prompting Gu Jio to reapply the bandage with additional care. Fearful of overexerting herself, Gu Jio decided to remain still. She lifted the lid of the iron pot on her left, revealing a pot of pigeon soup. Just as she intended to ladle some into a bowl, she heard footsteps approaching. She had deliberately chosen a spot away from the main group. Typically, few would wander this way, even for water or firewood. Raising her gaze, she saw it was Li Dezhao, carrying what intended for a flatbed cart. "Thank you, Uncle Dezhao. This bowl of soup is perfect for you to take back for Aunt and the children," Gu Jio said, quickly filling a bowl and offering it to him. "Jio girl, you are far too kind. I cannot accept your pigeon soup. Your younger siblings surely need it more," Li Dezhao protested, shaking his head vigorously. "Uncle Dezhao, I will need your help with the cart shortly, so please accept this small token. I would feel embarrassed if you refused," Gu Jio insisted. Ultimately, Li Dezhao could not refuse her generosity. Holding the bowl of pigeon soup, his eyes glistened with gratitude. "Thank you, Jio girl." For him, this soup was a rare luxury, as his wife and child had not had meat in quite some time. What Gu Jio did not disclose was that the bowl contained half a pigeon as well. Upon his return, Li Dezhao's family was overjoyed, and the nearby villagers could hardly resist salivating at the aromatic scent. Li Dezhao is quite fortunate. After assisting with 2 wooden frames, he was rewarded with a bowl of meat soup. He truly knows how to live. Lu Ho-hat, who was subsisting on bland wild vegetable pancakes, felt a pang of envy upon seeing Li Dezhao's family enjoying their soup. Li Dezhao retorted sharply to Lu Ho-hat, "My carpentry skills earn me my keep, and Jio girl is genuinely grateful for my help. If you think otherwise, why not lend a hand to her and see if she offers you meat soup in return?" Lu Ho-hat, lacking any woodworking skills, was left speechless, muttering curses at Gu Jio under her breath. Nearby, Luo Xiaolan was busy preparing a coarse noodle soup for her family. "Just a few days ago, Jio girl paid me for making clothes and shoes for her siblings. That child has a warm heart and is always generous to those who assist her." Several people in the vicinity overheard this and reflected on Gu Jio's admirable character. Luo Xiaolan's mother-in-law, Jiang, quickly urged her focus on cooking rather than gossiping. As for Gu Jio, her dinner consisted of pigeon soup paired with rice, shared among her 4 siblings. Although a large cabbage was simmered in the soup, she felt her siblings had not had enough meat. Tomorrow, she must find a way to procure some. After spending the day cutting trees with Li Dezhao, she had not found the opportunity. Having finished his dinner swiftly, Li Dezhao joined Gu Jio to construct the flatbed cart. Despite the darkness surrounding them, illuminated only by torches, their teamwork enabled them to work efficiently. In less than half an hour, they had completed the cart. The edges, though unrefined and somewhat rough, required caution to avoid skin abrasions. As they were departing, Gu Jio surreptitiously slipped 100 copper coins to Li Dezhao, who naturally refused to accept them. Thus, Gu Jio had no choice but to produce some grain, insisting that Li Dezhao select one item. Reluctantly, Li Dezhao accepted the coins, contemplating that he would safeguard them for the little ones and return them upon their arrival in the city. However, he realized that if he took the grain, the children might not survive until that day. After dinner, Feng Lijing summoned more than 30 robust young men from the village to gather, assigning them night watch duties. Each night, 2 individuals would be tasked to keep watch, one in front of the group and another at the rear. Before Feng Lijing could finalize the night watch shifts, a piercing scream echoed from the east. "There's a ghost." Li Dezhao recognized the familiar voice, which seemed to belong to Li Fugue. "Let us hurry and see what is happening." Chapter 25. Shadows appear in the forest. As Feng Lijing and the others approached, they saw Li Fugue stumbling forward, his face a mask of panic. He dashed into Feng Daqian's arms, crying out for help. "Fugue, what did you see that has frightened you so?" Li Dezhao inquired. But before Li Fugue could respond, several shadowy figures emerged from the dark forest. "Who is there? Come out!" Li Dezhao boldly shouted, and soon a few figures sluggishly stepped into view. Feng Lijing observed that these individuals were unfamiliar. "Who are you? Hiding near our group? What are your intentions?" "Brother Dezhao, we have hunted together before. Do you not remember me?" One of the 3 men, the tallest and most robust, stepped forward with excitement. Li Dazhao scrutinized him closely, noting his tattered clothing and filthy appearance, and after a moment, he recognized him. Wang Taitu, what brings you here? Wang Taitu, unable to mask his delight at seeing a familiar face, replied, Our village head, Chun, learned of the impending conflict and led us to flee. However, we got lost while hunting this afternoon, which is why we are still wandering in the woods. Brother Dazhao, your village has also evacuated, I presume? Li Dazhao nodded and exchanged glances with Feng Lijing. The presence of these three men from the neighboring village brought them a sense of relief. In the darkness, the thought of encountering bandits was truly alarming, especially with so many elderly, weak, and women in need of protection within their group. By the way, this is our village head, Chun. Wang Taitu pushed forward a tall, thin old man with a long white beard. Feng Lijing had previously met the village head of Yanglu, but the current disheveled appearance of the three made it difficult to recognize them. Chun's head was adorned with dry twigs and leaves, and he was covered in grime. Brother Chun, Feng Lijing finally recognized the old man as face. After a brief conversation, they exchanged information about their respective situations. Brother Feng, where do your villagers intend to seek refuge? We plan to cross Lin Mountain the day after tomorrow and proceed to the official road, as our village has a large population and cannot withstand much upheaval. We shall head to the nearest Yunzhou prefecture, Feng Lijing replied. Chun Lijing tilted his head thoughtfully and remarked, The magistrate of Yunzhou prefecture has always been benevolent, even when faced with a condemned prisoner seeking a bowl of broth. He obliged. Indeed, a trip to Yunzhou is quite appealing. The villagers of Shangxi, initially prepared to rest, were intrigued to see Feng Lijing leading the men of the village away for an extended period without any word of their activities. After some time, they finally returned, accompanied by three unfamiliar men. Uncle Feng, who are these beggars? Li Fugui inquired with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, his tone somewhat frivolous. Fugui, do not be impertinent. These are the magistrate and two villagers from our neighboring Yanglu village. Feng Lijing retorted, his eyebrows furrowed in irritation. Oh, so they are from a village next door? What happened to them to look like this? Li Fugui jested while scrutinizing the three newcomers. Not only he, but the remaining villagers of Shangxi, still roused from their slumber, gathered to observe them. Gu Jiu also approached with Xiaoman, and soon a buzz of speculation filled the air, with some expressing curiosity while others wore wary expressions. Feng Lijing quickly gestured for silence and explained, Do not panic, everyone. They are simply villagers from Yanglu, like us, who have fled for safety. They lost their way in the dark and could not find their party. They will rest with us tonight and leave by morning. In Chapter 26, the people of Yanglu village, Gu Jiu assessed the three men from Yanglu. Their demeanor appeared unthreatening, devoid of any ulterior motives, prompting her to return with Xiaoman to rest. As long as their safety was not compromised, she resolved not to interfere with matters concerning others. The members of the Gu family, having come to inquire, were met with a somber expression from the elder upon learning of the newcomer's origin. My dear wife, isn't the daughter-in-law of Jishu from Yanglu village? Upon hearing her husband's words, Gu Zhao realized his implication. With both villages in flight, it was not uncommon for individuals to go missing amidst the turmoil. Moreover, that girl was considered a prospective bride for the eldest son of the Gu family. With negotiations already underway, the Gu family convened near their tent, deciding that Gu Daji should keep a close watch on the three from Yanglu, ensuring they did not escape. Tomorrow, they would seize the opportunity to follow them, confident they would locate the Yanglu party. This way, they could secure a daughter-in-law without any bride price. How delightful that would be! Feng Lijing instructed everyone to settle down and rest. Gu Jiu, wary of the night and the summer insects, laid her blanket on a cart, allowing her siblings to lie beside her rather than on the ground. A single insect bite could provoke a severe allergic reaction in her frail siblings. She kept her grain bag as a pillow, alert to any intruders encroaching upon her space. The following morning, the cheerful chirping of birds roused the villagers, who gradually arose to fetch water, wash their faces, and prepare provisions for their journey ahead. Gu Jiu fetched a bucket of water and returned to wash the faces of her younger siblings. Gu Rong initially wished to decline, But not wanting to hinder the healing of her wound, she allowed her elder sister to assist her in cleansing her face. The morning river water was crystal clear and refreshingly cool, providing a delightful sensation against the skin. Although the night in the woods was pleasantly cool, the rising sun heralded a sweltering heat. As the villagers awakened, many found their backs damp with sweat, their bodies uncomfortably sticky. Having cared for children frequently during her time in the organization, Gugio was gentle in her movements and cleaned their faces thoroughly, ensuring she wiped down the necks of her 3 younger siblings. The refreshing wash rejuvenated the children, banishing their earlier drowsiness. There were still some steamed buns and flour rolls left from the previous day, while the buns were nearly finished. Gurong opened the bag of provisions and sniffed a bun, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Oddly enough, despite the sweltering heat, the food had retained its flavor. Gugio remained silent. She had secretly stored the provisions in the refrigerated section of the shelf overnight. Otherwise, they would have spoiled within 2 days. The remnants of the fire from the previous night still flickered, and Gugio used the embers to brew some cabbage porridge and warm a few buns and flour rolls for her siblings. It was inconvenient to venture far for hunting in the morning, so she planned to seize the opportunity to procure meat later in the afternoon. After having dealt with the old Gu family, she feared retaliation from them. If they came seeking vengeance while she was absent, her siblings would be in peril. Though Feng Lijing kept the peace, forbidding any gatherings or disturbances if someone reckless dared to provoke them, Feng Lijing and his men could not be expected to guard her family at all times. The 3 from Yonglu village, who had sought refuge with their group for the night, now prepared to take their leave with Feng Lijing. Chapter 27. A dispute arises over bird soup. Chen Lijing. Wang Taitu. As the 3 from Yonglu village bid farewell to Feng Lijing, they heard familiar voices emanating from the woods. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was their fellow villagers who had been searching for them since dawn, worried for their safety. Chen Lijing. We saw smoke rising in this direction and decided to take a chance in finding you. We had no idea you were here, exclaimed one villager. You 3 were missing all night, and it's caused quite a stir in our village. Who are all these people? Questioned another villager, eyeing the throng behind them. Chen Lijing, relieved to see familiar faces, quickly reassured them. They are from the neighboring Shangxi village. If they hadn't taken us in last night, we might have been prey for wild beasts. He promptly inquired, did anything happen in our village while I was away? Nothing at all. Everyone is well. Chen Lijing, how did you end up at Lin Mountain? Our group is resting at Longgang Mountain, and you 3 have crossed over mountain, making it quite difficult for us to find you. The members of the old Gu family stood by, observing the commotion, and learned that the resting place for the Yonglu village team was at Longgang Mountain. They silently committed this information to memory, and a few of them conspired, planning to send Gulauda later in the afternoon to ambush some unsuspecting individuals. The people of Yonglu village, known for their simple and kind-hearted nature, were grateful to the team from Shangxi village for sheltering their fellow villagers. They presented a bird, which they had hunted that morning, to Feng Lijing as a token of gratitude. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Feng Lijing reluctantly accepted the gift before sending off Chen Lijing and his companions. Before their departure, Feng Lijing discreetly shared news of the enemy troops they had encountered, advising Chen Lijing to exercise caution with the villagers. The previously encountered bandits might still linger near several villages, and an unfortunate encounter could occur if they were not vigilant. Once the Yonglu villagers departed, Feng Lijing instructed his second daughter-in-law, Li Xiaojun, to prepare a pot of bird soup from the bird. Villagers wishing to partake in the soup were invited to queue up with their bowls. With a total of 86 residents in the village, even if each household sent 1 representative, there would still be over 30 bowls. However, as the bird weighed less than 2 kilograms, divided into chunks for the soup, the amount of meat each person received was minimal. Gugio chose not to join the line for the bird soup. She cast a distant glance at Li Xiaojun's pot, realizing that with over 30 people queuing, it was fortunate if each could receive even a spoonful of soup. Now capable of providing meat for her younger siblings, she felt no need to jostle for a share of the meager offering. Others shared her sentiment, including the Li Dazhao family and a few prosperous grain households, along with Feng Lijing's family, who also opted out of the soup distribution, allowing the remaining villagers to enjoy a slightly larger portion. The old Gu family was in the queue, but when Li Xiaojun began distributing the soup, she discovered that they had lined up twice, seeking to claim an additional bowl. During the second round, Gu Dali was recognized by her. My father-in-law said that only one person from each family is allowed to collect soup, and your Gu heir has already come once. Li Xiaojun exclaimed, hands on her hips, arguing with the old Gu family. My heir is over by the tent tending the fire. He hasn't queued at all. You're just making things up. Gu Zhaoshi retorted, her demeanor brazen and unyielding, believing that a young wife was no match for her in a debate. I too thought. I saw Gu heir in front of me collecting soup. How could Gu Dali possibly be queuing again? Chapter 28. Gu Laoda quietly leaves the line. Gu Dali felt a twinge of guilt as the villagers cast doubt upon him. Yet his grandmother, Gu Zhaoshi, was unabashed, showing no signs of shame as she continued to fabricate lies despite the villagers' suspicions. You must have misseen. My son has not queued at all. You must have mistaken him for someone else. The noise of the villagers' arguments was drowned out by Gu Zhaoshi's loud voice. Upon hearing the unfolding situation, Feng Lijing approached with a stern expression, which frightened Gu Dali into confessing the truth, prompting their expulsion so the remaining villagers could continue receiving their soup. On the way home, Gu Zhaoshi seethed with anger, blaming her grandson for his impatience and lamenting how easily he had been tricked into revealing their deceit. After the bird meat soup was distributed and everyone had packed their belongings, Feng Lijing began to organize the group, instructing them to line up in rows, one household per row, before proceeding under the scorching sun through the forest. Before their departure, Gu Jiao had fashioned 2 large bamboo water bottles, filling all 3 of her family's bamboo vessels with spring water, totaling a substantial 12 liters, ensuring her younger siblings would have ample hydration on their journey. The intense heat was a concern, so she and Gu Rong had plucked banana leaves to use as hats, shielding themselves from the sun to avoid heat stroke. Gu Jiao initially intended for her younger siblings to ride on the flatbed cart alongside their luggage while she pushed it alone. However, Ronger and Xiaoman insisted on sharing the burden and chose to help push the cart. Gu Chang'e, still unsteady on his feet, struggled to keep up with Gu Jiao, requiring him to run 3 or 4 steps for every stride she took. Thus, she placed him in a basket lined with a thin blanket to cushion him against jolts, and a banana leaf was positioned overhead to shield him from the sun's rays. Additionally, she discreetly nestled a few ice packs beneath the blanket to keep her little brother cool, preventing him from overheating in the basket. As they traversed the challenging mountain path, Feng Lijing directed his eldest son, Feng Daqian, and his second son, Feng Erlin, to lead several strong men from the village in clearing the way ahead. The forest they had previously passed through had been frequented by villagers from nearby areas, thus the branches and underbrush had not grown too densely. However, the path ahead had become obstructed by overgrown branches, and without clearing it, their group would be unable to advance. While the front section of the group paused to clear the path, the members of the Gu family gathered to discuss matters. Initially, Gu Laoda turned to leave, but Gu Laer tugged at him, whispering conspiratorially. The 2 brothers exchanged hushed words, and soon after, Gu Laoda discreetly slipped away from the group. Gu Jiao set the flatbed cart down and, during the waiting interval, noticed Gu Laoda's departure, pondering the intentions of the Gu family. As long as their schemes did not threaten her family's safety, she preferred to remain uninvolved. However, if they sought to encroach upon her family, she was prepared to defend herself. Observing Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, whose foreheads glistened with beads of sweat from the heat, she promptly offered her water bottle to them for relief. The spring water within was restorative, swiftly alleviating fatigue, and, after taking a few sips herself, she lifted the banana leaf covering the basket and poured some spring water into the bamboo cap, feeding it to her little brother, Gu Chang'e. Gu Laoda, who had previously visited Lin Mountain, quickened his pace toward the foot of Longgang Mountain. As Feng Lijing and his men cleared the path, the villagers from Shangxi prepared to continue their journey, while Gu Laoda had already reached the base of Longgang Mountain. He searched the forest for footprints, following the direction of the rising smoke, as Chen Lijing was finalizing the organization of his own group, preparing for their imminent departure. In the thicket, Gu Dazhong concealed himself, his eyes darting about with a furtive intensity as he scrutinized the group before him. Recalling the earnest request of his younger brother before departing, he sought the figure of the village doctor, Li, from Yonglu village, who was dozing against a tree not far ahead. Stealthily, he approached from behind and purloined the doctor's medicine box. Guer had asserted that in order to deal with the ruthless Gujio, acquiring poison was indispensable. He still bore the wounds inflicted by a small nail, which had yet to heal. They throbbed and itched, rousing him from slumber several times throughout the night. All of this misfortune he attributed to that wretched girl, Gujio, initially resistant to his brother's counsel. Gu Dezhong pondered it more deeply and discerned its wisdom. Having failed repeatedly at the hands of Gujio, he resolved that if open confrontation was futile, then he would resort to subterfuge, confident that poison could vanquish the young girl. His heart seethed with resentment as he continued to search for the silhouette of his daughter-in-law amidst the crowd. Previously, Gu Dazhong had encountered his son's betrothed, a petite girl with a round face named Hu Xiaoji. After straining his eyes in search, he finally spotted her. A middle-aged couple was urging their daughter to gather her belongings and depart. "Father, mother, I'll go fetch the clothes drying by the river, and then we shall leave," Hu Xiaoji declared. A surge of elation coursed through Gu Dezhong. He had fortuitously found his daughter-in-law alone. He stealthily followed her, matching her steps towards the riverbank. Oblivious to the presence trailing her, Hu Xiaoji walked intently towards the river as the villagers of Yonglu returned to gather their possessions. Leaving the riverside deserted, Gu Dezhong lightened his steps, and as Hu Xiaoji lifted her head to retrieve the garments hanging from a branch, he struck her on the nape, rendering her unconscious. He swiftly scanned the area, ensuring no one was watching, before hoisting the young girl and departing at a brisk pace, quickening his steps as he fled. He ran towards Longging Mountain without daring to pause even for a moment. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoji's parents anxiously awaited her return within the group, and upon seeing no sign of their daughter, hurried to the riverbank to investigate. Her clothes remained, but their daughter was nowhere to be found. "Chun Lijing, my daughter Xiaoji is missing," Zhang Yun exclaimed, her heart racing with desperation. She and her husband called out by the river for what felt like an eternity. Yet their daughter did not respond. Frantic, they returned to the group seeking assistance. Chun Lijing, his expression grave, quickly inquired about the situation, asking where exactly Hu Xiaoji had disappeared. Zhang Yun, already dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, was consoled by several villagers. By the riverside, my daughter said she would help gather the clothes. We allowed her to go, thinking the riverbank was close by. Little did we know she would vanish without a trace. We called along the river for so long and saw no sign of her. Woe is me, Chun Lijing. She is my only daughter. You must help us find her." Hu Xiaoji's father, Hu Laibao, a burly man, wept more fiercely than his wife. Chun Lijing hurriedly urged the couple to cease their weeping and dispatched over a dozen villagers to search for Hu Xiaoji in the woods. Yonglu village, with a population of just over 50, had a significant portion comprised of the elderly, women, and children, leaving only a dozen or so able-bodied young men. The villagers of Yonglu called out for Hu Xiaoji throughout Longging Mountain, their loud voices even reaching Gu Laoda's ears. Just having descended from Longging Mountain upon hearing the commotion, Gu Laoda rushed towards Linshan. Chapter 30. A new addition to the group atop Linshan. Feng Lijing instructed the group to follow his second son ahead, while he trailed behind with his eldest to survey the situation, ensuring the villagers remained diligent and did not lag. As he approached the Gu family, he cast a quick glance and noticed someone was seemingly missing. After counting the heads, it became evident. "Gu Youfu, now that everyone has begun their journey, where has your eldest son gone?" "Oh, he drank too much water this morning and just went to relieve himself at the back," Gu Youfu replied, puffing on a dry cigarette, feigning a recollection. Feng Lijing scrutinized the Gu family for a moment and, believing their words, added, "Tell that lad not to dawdle. Once he's finished, he must rejoin the group. I will come by later to check on everyone." Yes, I will urge him to hurry," Gu Youfu responded with an unusually agreeable demeanor. Feng Lijing sensed something peculiar about the old man's behavior, but could not discern the reason, so he let the matter rest for the moment. He and his eldest son completed their patrol of the group and returned to lead them forward. At the foot of Linshan, Gu Laoda carried Hu Xiaoji on his back, a heavy medical kit in hand, as he ascended the mountain along the path previously traversed by the villagers. He was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, with the voices of the Yonglu villagers echoing in his ears, fearing that if he lagged, he would be caught and face dire consequences. His daughter-in-law would have to return, potentially suffering punishment. After a steady climb, Gu Laoda finally spotted the tail end of the procession from Shangxi village. The Gu family had deliberately chosen to position themselves at the back. As he approached with his daughter-in-law, his son Gu Jishu excitedly waved at him. "Father, is this Hu Xiaoji?" Gu Jishu inquired, captivated by the young girl clad in a pink outfit, her hair styled in 2 braided pigtails. With a fair complexion, flushed with color. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch her cheek. The skin was smooth and soft to the touch. Leaning closer, he inhaled a faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, wondering what kind of bath bead she had used. How delightful. This was to be his future bride. Wu Shi urged her son to temper his enthusiasm, lest he awaken Hu Xiaoji. If she stirred now, it would surely attract the attention of Feng Lijing and the others. First, bind her securely and muffle her voice. Let the elder carry her in the basket. We cannot allow anyone to discover her presence, the old man resolved, hastily instructing his eldest and grandson to conceal her. The second elder of the Gu family and his wife harbored a certain envy towards the eldest branch, having acquired a daughter-in-law without expending a single coin. The girl appeared pleasing in appearance, and her robust figure suggested good health, making her seem a likely candidate for childbearing. Gu Zhao was secretly delighted, advising the other children of the Gu family to keep their lips sealed regarding their family matters, forbidding any disclosure of even a word to outsiders. Gu Lanhua, the eldest daughter of the second elder, bore a heavy burden on her back and glanced at her younger brother Gu Wangzu, who was being carried by their father. A pang of bitterness welled up within her. Despite sharing the same parents, her status as a daughter rendered her less favored. The girl, who had been taken by her uncle, would likely endure a lifetime of hardship if she remained with the Gu family, much like herself. Feng Lijing, leading his group, quickened their pace and soon emerged from the thicket into a more open grove. The sun blazed fiercely, prompting Feng to halt the group upon spotting a waterfall, allowing them to rest and take the opportunity to eat their provisions and drink water. Gu Jiao deliberately pushed the flat cart over to position it beside Feng's donkey cart, ensuring that her younger siblings and their supplies were watched over by Granny Zhou and the others from the Feng family. She then stated her intention to fetch water from the forest, deliberately distancing herself from the others. From her supplies, she retrieved a freshly killed rabbit weighing around 5 to 6 pounds, and from her spatial pocket, she collected 8 eggs laid by the hens, still smeared with dried grass and greenish droppings, appearing freshly gathered. Chapter 31. Gu Jiao, the heroine Gu Jiao, feeling a bit disgusted, wrapped the eggs in leaves and placed them in a cloth bag, tucking it close to her chest. Subsequently, she filled a bucket with spring water and slung the rabbit over her shoulder, intending to return. After taking only a few steps, she sensed movement in the adjacent woods. Treading lightly, she approached to investigate and spotted the rotund Gu Jishu, who was suspiciously carrying someone on his back, glancing around furtively. Once he deemed the area clear, he set the young girl down on the ground. Gu Jiao scrutinized the girl, realizing her face was unfamiliar. She was likely not from Shi village. "Xiaoji, from now on, you are mine. I, Gu Jishu, shall be your future husband," he proclaimed, extending his pudgy hand towards the girl's face. At that moment, the girl, now awake, stared at Gu Jishu with a look of sheer terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Suddenly, several stones struck Gu Jishu from behind, prompting him to turn around in alarm. "Who is there? Show yourself." From Gu Jiao's vantage point, she clearly saw that the one throwing the stones was none other than Gu Lanhua, the eldest daughter of the second elder. Based on the original owner's memories, her interactions with Gu Lanhua had been limited. The girl was typically quiet and, like the other children from their branch, was a target of family bullying. The second elder and his wife cherished their youngest son while neglecting their daughter. It was surprising that among the Gu family, only Gu Lanhua exhibited any redeeming qualities. Crouched on the ground, Gu Lanhua continued to gather stones. intending to hurl them at Gu Jishu, but was swiftly seized by Gu Zhao, who yanked her by the ear and pulled her away. Your brother is preoccupied with important matters. Once he and that girl have consummated their relationship, you shall have a sister-in-law. You, with your disrespectful demeanor, should focus on your work instead of causing trouble. Leave at once. Gu Lanhua did not wish to depart, but Gu Zhaoshi, with considerable strength, seized her and dragged her away, forcefully pinching her flesh along the way, causing her to stifle her cries and suppress her tears in pain. It turns out that the person who incited Gu Jishu to bully that young girl had connections within the old Gu family. What a wretched family of conspirators. Gu Jio recalled that the old Gu family intended to sell her and her siblings for the bride price of that girl, named Hu Xiaoji. Currently, it appeared that the old Gu family had abducted the girl from Yonglu village, and she was clearly unaware of her fate, having been forcibly taken against her will. Otherwise, they would not have bound her so tightly and gagged her with rags. After calmly analyzing the situation, Gu Jio cast a fierce glare at Gu Jishu, who had a grotesque visage and a feeble smile. In her past life, she detested those who preyed upon women and children. Among the orphans in society, girls were often in greater peril than boys. Gu Jio had established an organization to rescue more girls, ensuring they would not fall into the clutches of demons. Now, the scene that she loathed most had come to life before her. The helpless, terrified eyes of the girl and the figure of a man committing violence. Gu Jio tightened her grip on the axe she carried, her form darting like a specter behind Gu Jishu. Hu Xiaoji, in despair, tightly shut her eyes, waiting for a moment, yet no one moved to harm her. Cautiously, she opened her eyes and found the man had collapsed, his eyes rolled back. Instead, standing before her was another figure clad in a deep indigo robe, hair standing tall, exuding an aura of ferocity that led Hu Xiaoji to mistakenly believe she was a man. Thank you, noble sir, for saving my life. My family is nearby. Once I reunite with them, I shall offer you my profound gratitude, she stammered. Gu Jio, indifferent to the gender misidentification, knelt closer to Hu Xiaoji. Do not fear. I shall untie you. I am from Shangxi village, and I will take you back to meet our village chief, who will send a few people to escort you back to your group. Perhaps due to the gentleness in Gu Jio's voice, Hu Xiaoji listened, ceasing her resistance. Once freed, she timidly huddled on the ground, wrapping her arms around herself. Gu Jio recognized that the girl before her might have been traumatized, a situation she had become accustomed to. This scoundrel has wronged you. Our village chief is a good man who will help you bring him to justice. Gu Jio retrieved the ropes that had bound Hu Xiaoji and used them to bind Gu Jishu, stuffing a rag into his mouth, and dragged him back to rejoin Hu Xiaoji. At this moment, the old Gu family remained oblivious and unperturbed, save for Gu Lanhua, whose face bore several red handprints. Grandfather Feng, Gu Jishu forcibly abducted a woman from Yonglu village and intended to further torment her. I happened to witness this while fetching water and implore you to deal with this scoundrel. As these words were spoken, the members of the resting group turned their attention towards us. The delicate and enchanting young girl, with her pitiful demeanor, ignited a fierce resentment among the villagers, who clenched their teeth in anger. The vermin of the Gu family dared not show their faces day by day. Meanwhile, the Gu family members were taken aback upon seeing Hu Xiaoji. How could Gu Jio appear and ruin their plans? You wretched scoundrel, silence yourself. Gu Lauder rushed forward, intent on seizing her. Little did he know the effort it took to reclaim this daughter-in-law, only for Gu Jio to release her so easily. Feng Lijeng raised his hand to halt the Gu family members, inquiring about the girl brought back by Gu Jio. Girl, are you truly from Yonglu village? I am Hu Xiaoji, and I pay my respects to the village chief of Shangxi. My father is Hu Batong, a wine vendor from Yonglu village, who roams the surrounding areas selling his wares. Hu Xiaoji knelt on the ground, trembling in fear amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, Feng Lijeng recalled having purchased wine from Hu Batong. He had just bid farewell to the village chief of Yonglu in the morning, and now the people of his village wished to harm one of their daughters. Where could he hide his shame? How would he explain this to Brother Chun? Enraged, Feng Lijeng pounded his chest, while his son hurried to calm him. Do not allow the Gu family to approach this young woman. Today, Such a heinous act has occurred in Shangxi village, and I shall ensure that Gu Jishu faces justice. He then turned to commend Gu Jiao. Jiao girl, your righteous intervention today has spared us from the calamity that the Gu family would have inflicted. The villagers of Shangxi also began to murmur praises for Gu Jiao. Recognizing her kind heart, had Hu Shaoji been defiled by Gu Jishu, their village would have been stained with infamy. The Gu family members attempted to charge forward, but Hu Shaoji, frightened, sought refuge behind Gu Jiao. Lida Zhao, accompanied by over 30 men from the village, encircled and protected her. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the woods. They were the people from Yonglu village, searching for their own. Xiaoji, my daughter. Hu Batong immediately recognized his daughter among the group, tears of joy welling in his eyes. You, Shangxi village. How dare you come to abduct our girl in broad daylight? Release her at once, or we from Yonglu village shall retaliate. Hu Batong recalled that his daughter was slow on her feet and unfamiliar with the mountainous terrain. She could only have been taken against her will. Chapter 33. Expelling the Gu family from the leadership of the village. Feng Lijeng hurriedly offered apologies to the furious villagers from Yonglu. As both sides stood armed and at a standoff, Feng Dequan and Lida Zhao feared that the Yonglu villagers might harm innocent people from other villages. Thus they could only adopt a defensive posture. The few villagers from Yonglu were merely a small team searching for their missing person. They had already dispatched someone to summon reinforcements, and soon the entirety of Yonglu village would arrive. Several brothers from Yonglu village. Please remain calm and refrain from resorting to violence. We shall promptly return the young lady from your village. The farce that has unfolded today is entirely the doing of this scoundrel, and I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation. Upon finishing his words, Feng Lijeng signaled Lida Zhao to take Hu Xiaoji back. When Hu Batong saw his daughter safe and sound, he collapsed into tears. My dear girl, you have nearly driven your father to despair. When you suddenly vanished, your mother was so frightened she fainted. Hu Xiaoji, with tears in her eyes, remembered her savior, Gu Jiao, and reluctantly released her father's embrace. Father, not all the people from Shangxi village are bad. I was rescued by that gentleman. He is a righteous and kind-hearted person. Hu Batong gazed in the direction his daughter pointed, and Gu Jiao's upright demeanor instilled a measure of belief in him, prompting him to bow respectfully. I, Hu Batong, thank the hero for saving my daughter. I will return shortly to express my gratitude. The other villagers from Shangxi were bewildered, wondering how Gu Jiao had become a gentleman. However, Feng Lijeng was unconcerned with such trivialities. It was fortunate Gu Jiao had managed to pacify the furious individuals from Yonglu village. Otherwise, a conflict would have erupted just moments ago. The people from Yonglu village had already arrived at Linshan in their quest to find Hu Xiaoji, and in the blink of an eye, others from different groups swiftly received the news and rushed over. Feng Yuanzheng, if you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall lead the people of Yonglu village to flatten your Shangxi village encampment. Chen Lijing, having received incomplete news on the way, arrived in a furious state, accompanied by over a dozen strong men from Yonglu village to settle the score. Chen, my dear brother, do not be angry just yet. We have returned the person, and that scoundrel is here as well. You may take him back and deal with him as you wish. Feng Lijing instructed his son Feng Dajin to carry Gu Jishu and deliver him to the people of Yonglu village. The men from Yonglu immediately began to pummel Gu Jishu, each one furious enough to strike with great force. Gu Laodai and his wife were beside themselves with anxiety, hopping in place. You bunch of rascals. Let go, my son. I will kill you all. Each one of you deserves 1,000 cuts to be fed to the wild boars. People of Yonglu village, release my dear grandson. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I will stab you all to death, you wretched scoundrels. Gu Zhaoshi also wished to assist, but alas, Feng Lijing had dispatched several strong men from Shangxi village to restrain the Gu family, preventing them from approaching Yonglu village in the least. Hu Batong, holding his daughter, felt a deep ache in his heart and shouted angrily at Feng Lijing. I did not recognize this scoundrel earlier. It turns out he is the eldest grandson of the Gu family, who nearly became my daughter's fiancé. Surely, the abduction of my daughter could not have been orchestrated solely by a mere child with such cunning. Indeed, Who would believe that the other members of the Gu family did not partake in the kidnapping of our village's girl? The people of Yonglu village, filled with righteous indignation, rallied to support Hu Batong. Both sides, wielding axes and hoes, were poised to engage in conflict. Feng Lijing quickly took the lead in speaking pacifying words, not wishing for the actions of the Gu family to disrupt the harmony between Shangxi village and Yonglu village. Today, I witnessed the disgraceful actions of certain individuals in Shi village. In an effort to restore the village's integrity, I have decided to expel the entire Gu family from our community. From this moment forth, they shall have no ties with Shi village, and I, Feng Yuanzhong, shall no longer concern myself with their fate. I implore the brothers of Yonglu village to refrain from directing their ire towards the innocent villagers of my community. Chapter 34. The wrath of the Hu family. Chen Lijing and the people of Yonglu village regarded Feng Lijing as a fair and just leader, refusing to shield those from their village who had transgressed. Feng Lijing, you are a paragon of integrity, and the people of Yonglu village respect you. Since it is the Gu family's misdeeds that have incited this turmoil, our grievances shall be directed at them. The residents of Yonglu village admired Feng Lijing's character. Chen Lijing instructed his people to lower their weapons and cease their aggression towards the villagers of Shi. He then ordered that Gu Jishu, who had regained consciousness, be stripped of his outer garments and hung from a tree. Hu Batong wielded a whip, mercilessly punishing the scoundrel who had tormented his daughter. The Gu family was forcibly thrust into view, and upon hearing the sentiments expressed, their spirits plummeted. Without the protection of the village, they felt utterly exposed, facing the treacherous path ahead without support. Were they not being driven towards their doom? These individuals had aided the vile Gu, and they too must face justice. The people of Yonglu village surged towards the Gu family, at that moment joined by the remaining elders, women, and children. Hu Xiaoji's mother, Zhang Yun, had awakened and rushed to the scene. Upon seeing the deep red marks on her daughter's skin left by the ropes, she felt an overwhelming desire to exact vengeance upon the Gu family. Acting fiercely like a lioness, she lunged forward, clawing at the face of Gu Laoda's wife and tearing a tuft of hair from Gu Zhao's head, pulling away a substantial portion of her scalp. How dare you torment my daughter? I will not let you live. Gu Jiao, initially observing the Gu family's plight with indifference, noticed Gu Er pushing his daughter Gu Lanhua forward to shield her from harm. The young girl, already bruised, had endured blows from the villagers of Yonglu and lay on the ground, her face drained of color from the pain. If this continued, it seemed likely that Gu Lanhua would meet a dire fate. Hua Xiaoji, when Gu Jishu tormented you, that girl assisted you. She bears no guilt. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiaoji recalled that someone had thrown stones at Gu Jishu, prompting her to plead for mercy on behalf of Gu Lanhua. She aided me. Do not strike her. Hu Batong swiftly lifted Gu Lanhua from the ground, moving her to a safer location before resuming his confrontation with Gu Laoda and Gu Er. Hua Xiaoji cast a furtive glance at Gu Jiao, her cheeks flushed. By now, Zhang Yun had exhausted herself, only to hear her daughter exclaim, "Mother, had it not been for that young man's intervention, I would have fallen prey to Gu Jishu's schemes." Zhang Yun gazed in the direction her daughter indicated, but could not discern Gu Jiao's true identity. Learning that he had safeguarded her daughter's honor, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and resolved to express her thanks to the hero with a bow. Gu Jiao hastily moved to assist the woman, feeling somewhat awkward. Gu Xiaoman also joined the lively scene, cheerfully explaining, "Aunt, this is my elder sister. She is not just some young master." Zhang Yun had yet to kneel when Gu Jiao swiftly helped her up, her eyes widening in astonishment as she struggled to discern Gu Jiao's gender, much like her daughter. From a distance, I observed her exuding an extraordinary demeanor akin to that of a handsome young man. How could she possibly be a girl? Feng Lijing also spoke in defense of Gu Jiao, stating, "Sister, Gu Jiao is indeed a girl, yet her bravery surpasses that of many men." The men of the Gu family had already been beaten to a pulp by the villagers of Yonglu, while the women, though less injured, were covered in mud, their hairpins and ornaments scattered, resembling a collection of chicken nests atop their heads. Quite a disheveled sight. From now on, do not let us see any of you from the Gu family again. Otherwise, we will strike you each time we do. The villagers of Yonglu warned the Gu family, who Badong had already vented his anger, presenting Gu Jiao with 2 taels of silver and 2 sacks of potatoes as a token of gratitude. Feng Lijing intended to continue leading his group onward, leaving the Gu family members behind to wail and lament, vocally accusing Feng Lijing of siding with outsiders. You are all traitors, turning against your own. Our Gu family has been rooted in Shangxi village for generations, yet you blind fools choose to aid outsiders. You shall surely face retribution. They spat vehemently. Bah! Our Shangxi village has no need for your treacherous kind. Your presence only tarnishes our village's reputation. The villagers of Shangxi expressed their disdain, each spitting on the ground before departing. Gu Lanhua stood to the side, gazing at the retreating figures of the villagers, her steps faltering. Feng Dajing turned back and noticed the pitiful girl leaning against a tree. He pulled on his father's sleeve and inquired, "Isn't Lanhua a good girl? Why should she suffer alongside the Gu family?" Chapter 35. Gu Lanhua separates from the Gu family. Gu Lanhua, considering your kind heart. Though you could not save the Hu family girl, you still deserve recognition. You do not sink to the level of your elders. Would you be willing to continue with the group as we flee? Feng Lijing returned to ask Gu Lanhua. I am willing. Thank you for your immense kindness, Feng Lijing. I will find my own food while following the group and will not be a burden to you. Gu Lanhua, now 12, was as frail as a child of 7 or 8. Gu Lauer cast a venomous glance, threatening, "You little wretch, if you follow them, you will no longer be one of us." Gu Lauer's wife, Qin, aware of her in-law's temperament, sensed their suspicion towards the couple and could only join in cursing Gu Lanhua to dispel their doubts. "You worthless child, you are the flesh I bore for 10 months. I nourished you with the best, yet you have grown disloyal. From now on, I will no longer consider you my daughter." The bitterness in Gu Lanhua's heart was unspeakable. Her years spent in the Gu family were far from pleasant. Each day, she toiled like a beast of burden, and not being beaten was already considered a stroke of luck, let alone having enough to eat. The parents only doted on the younger brother, Gu Wangzu, bestowing all the delicious food and drink upon him first. When he enjoys a chicken egg, she is left with nothing but the remnants of the shell. "Forgive me, dear parents, for my unfilial conduct. I can no longer serve you," Gu Lanhua declared, kneeling on the ground to bow her head towards the old Gu family's direction. Without a hint of hesitation, she turned and followed Feng Lijing and the others, ignoring the insults hurled by the old Gu family. Gu Lanhua limped along to keep pace with Feng Lijing's group as they continued their journey, seeing the village procession grow increasingly distant. The old Gu family felt a sense of urgency to follow, but they were thwarted by a few strong men led by Li Dejiao, who brandished knives to deter them. Feng Lijing had declared that they could only set off once the village's procession was a mile away. Henceforth, the old Gu family would no longer be considered part of Shi village, and they were not permitted to approach within 100 meters of their group. Gu Lauda, witnessing the procession's retreat, grew anxious. He tugged at his elderly father's sleeve, his face swollen like a pig's head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What will become of our family after father is gone? Old Gu, also battered, had one eye swollen shut. What are you asking for? Who do you think I can ask? Gu Lauda, feeling the sting of his father's rebuke, turned his ire towards Gu Laer. "Laer, your Lanhua is truly ungrateful. Knowing that my Jishu is engaged in serious matters, just a step away from securing a granddaughter-in-law for father, she dares to side with outsiders against her own brother." Hearing this, Gu Zhao, who lay on the ground moaning in pain, was instantly incensed. "What you say is true, Lauda. Laer, how could you raise that wretched girl? You provide for her and clothe her, yet she dares to turn her elbow outward, assisting outsiders and bullying her own brother. What a wretched creature." At that moment, Gu Jishu, still hanging from a tree with his mouth muffled, was struggling for breath after being struck by the villagers of Yonglu. The insults below finally gave him the strength to fight back. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Lauda hurriedly assisted his son down from the tree. Once the foul sock was removed from Gu Jishu's mouth, he began to wail. "All of this is Gu Lanhua's fault for ruining my good fortune, and that little wretch, Gu Jiao, meddling in our affairs." Chapter 36. A selfish and self-serving family. Initially somewhat guilty, Gu Laer and his wife had kept silent, But upon hearing the family's ire directed at Gu Jio, he joined the fray. Indeed, the loss of Jishu's daughter-in-law today is entirely Gu Jio's fault. Were it not for her meddling, our family would not be in such dire straits. Gu Lao's words ignited a collective animosity towards Gu Jio among the old Gu family. Father, we must not allow that little wretch to live in comfort. She still possesses quite a bit of grain, and just a moment ago, she was carrying a rabbit weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Those little girls do not deserve to feast on meat. It should rightfully be offered to our parents. Moreover, today, the 1 or 2 taels of silver given by Hu Batong should rightfully belong to our Gu family. The members of the old Gu family, without exception, displayed their inherent selfishness, as none dared to refute the words of Gu Lao. Deep down, they believed Gu Jio had taken their grain and silver. Now that the individuals have departed, what purpose does it serve to voice these grievances? Furthermore, with that old rogue Feng Yuanzheng leading a contingent to protect those little wretches, what can we possibly do? Gu Laoda's neck reddened with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. Elder brother, do not be so hasty. The items I instructed you to discreetly procure from the village doctor of Yonglu village are still intact, correct? Gu Lao inquired. Gu Laoda retrieved the medicine box, having hidden it among the grass, unbeknownst to the villagers from Yonglu village who came searching for it. I have not received formal education and cannot discern which vial contains poison. You may inspect it yourself, Lauer. Gu Lauer opened the box and, after a brief search, discovered the items he had desired. Father, mother, elder brother, I now possess a means to deal with those little wretches. Feng Lijing, leading his group, did not travel far before it was already noon. Gu Lanhua had sustained injuries to her leg, was bruised, and her straw sandals were tattered. She endeavored to keep pace with the group, striving not to impede others, yet she remained at the end of the procession. Luo Xiaolan, carrying a burden on her back, occasionally turned to glance at the limping girl, feeling a pang of sympathy. In the eyes of the villagers, Gu Lanhua was a diligent and earnest girl, albeit somewhat slow-witted. Luo Xiaolan's family had initially remained at the rear, but upon ascending a steep slope, she could no longer bear to watch and reached out to assist Gu Lanhua. After all, the girl had a crippled leg and struggled to maintain her footing. How could she possibly scale the steep incline of 2 or 3 meters? Luo Xiaolan's mother-in-law observed this and immediately felt discomfort, her words dripping with sarcasm. The old Gu family are not to be trifled with, Xiaolan. You show pity for that girl, yet why not take on the role of her mother? Our Jiang family upholds a strict family ethos and cannot harbor a daughter-in-law who seeks to eat from both sides. Luo Xiaolan, at a loss for words, felt somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Gu Lanhua. It's all right, Aunt Luo. You need not worry about me. I can manage on my own, Gu Lanhua replied, mustering a smile that only accentuated her pitiable state, evoking further compassion. Ahead, Feng Lijing finally allowed the group to rest. As the villagers progressed deeper into the woods, their provisions dwindled significantly, and many began to voice their concerns that their supplies would not last more than a couple of days. Chapter 37. Treating Gu Lanhua's wounds, Gu Jio settled with her siblings in a spot near a large rock, where the flat cart still contained the medicinal supplies previously used for Gu Rong's injuries. She took the medicine and approached Gu Lanhua, directly rolling up her pant leg to reveal her thin, bamboo-like legs marred by extensive bruises. These injuries were a result of Gu Lauer pushing her forward to shield himself, only to be struck by the villagers of Yonglu wielding sticks. Sister Jio, I am fine. Gu Lanhua, feeling somewhat bashful, hesitated to allow Gu Jio to tend to her injury. Gu Jio, however, did not press the matter and simply handed her the medicine, then proceeded to examine Gu Lanhua's injured leg with great care. I'm truly fine, Sister Jio. Please do not look any further, Gu Lanhua implored, her timid nature prompting her to hastily pull her pant leg back down, preventing further inspection. If you wish to continue accompanying our village-S group, it is essential that I treat your leg. Otherwise, a damaged limb would impede everyone's progress, Gu Jio stated, her voice devoid of warmth, leaving the decision in Gu Lanhua's hands. Should this girl refuse treatment, Gu Jio would not insist. She regarded Gu Lanhua with a semblance of compassion, a stark contrast to the brutish nature of the old Gu family. For any woman in need of assistance, Gu Jiu was always willing to lend a hand. With her head lowered, Gu Lanhua eventually mustered the courage to utter a few words between clenched teeth. I do not wish to be a burden. Please, Sister Jiu, help me heal my leg. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu meticulously palpated the bones in Gu Lanhua's leg, relieved to find that the injury was not severe, merely a sprain that required a few days of rest, ideally in a tranquil manner. Yet, given the current plight of their village, where escape and travel were daily necessities, it was unlikely that Gu Lanhua could rest comfortably. Without further ado, Gu Jiu grasped Gu Lanhua's leg to commence treatment. In her past experience within the organization, she had often dealt with injuries sustained during training, including sprained ankles. With a sharp cry from Gu Lanhua, Gu Jiu applied pressure to the injured ankle a few times, and Gu Lanhua immediately felt a significant improvement. Stand up and take a few steps, Gu Jiu encouraged, her eyes filled with reassurance. Gu Lanhua, using her hands to support herself against a nearby tree, managed to rise. Although her gait remained somewhat unsteady and her ankle throbbed painfully, she sensed that walking was no longer as precarious as it had been initially. Onlookers from the village found the transformation remarkable. Sister Jiu, you are quite extraordinary. I merely witnessed you applying a couple of presses to Lanhua's leg, and now it appears to be healed. Li Xiaojun, whose ancestors had once practiced medicine, harbored a deep yearning for medical knowledge. Unfortunately, the healing arts had been passed down only to males in her family, leaving her bereft of such wisdom. She had been intently observing Gu Jiu's technique, her gaze never wavering, and was astonished to see Gu Lanhua's newfound stability in walking. Under the curious eyes of the other villagers, Gu Jiu felt compelled to modestly clarify, not quite yet. Gu Lanhua's leg will require more than a month of rest to heal completely. Rest? That is not feasible. Lanhua must travel each day, and there is no one to carry her. How will her leg ever recover? Li Xiaojun remarked, casting a sympathetic glance at Gu Lanhua. Feeling the weight of the villagers' sympathetic gazes, Gu Lanhua grew somewhat uncomfortable. She had distanced herself from the old Gu family, and now, regardless of what the future held, be it life or death, she must navigate her own path. Do not worry. Aunties, I can manage on my own, she reassured them. Sister Jiu, thank you for helping me heal my leg. In the future, I will seek an opportunity to repay your kindness. Gu Lanhua expressed her gratitude sincerely, her face radiating appreciation. Deprived of the care of her relatives, she now finds solace only in Gu Jiu's willingness to extend a helping hand, a kindness she cherishes deeply. Chapter 38. Treating her siblings to roast rabbit in the past, Gu Jiu and her siblings, much like Gu Lanhua, were among those who endured constant bullying within the old Gu family. The matriarch, Gu Zhao, would incessantly berate the girls, taking pleasure in venting her frustrations by striking them with willow branches. The two sons of the elder uncle, along with her own brother, held the highest positions in the household. Thus, if the girls ever irked the male members, the elders of the Gu family would unconditionally chastise them, regardless of the circumstances. Gu Lanhua felt a kinship with Gu Jiu, recognizing her as a kindred spirit who shared her plight, particularly after the passing of their third uncle and aunt. The lives of Gu Jiu and her siblings had become increasingly arduous. However, following Gu Jiu's recent decision to separate from the family with her siblings, it appeared as if they had truly risen in stature. The old Gu family had suffered repeated setbacks at Gu Jiu's hands, and Gu Lanhua found herself genuinely admiring her younger sister, who was not only intelligent but also resourceful. After imparting a few more words of caution, Gu Jiu rose and returned to the resting place of her siblings. The rabbits from the morning had gone unprocessed and feeling hungry on the road. Gu Jiu had instructed them to nibble on steamed buns, leaving little room for meat. Now, at midday, she intended to roast the rabbit and boil a few eggs to ensure her siblings received proper nourishment for the day. With 4 individuals in the household, each would have an egg, and Gu Jiu prepared an extra 2, one for Grandma Zhou and the other for the grandson of Feng Lijiang. The rabbit had already been skinned and merely required a rinse before being seasoned for roasting. Gu Jiu discreetly stashed a considerable amount of barbecue spices in her backpack. filling several small cloth pouches when her siblings were not watching. These would be utilized later during the cooking process, as the spice jars from the infinite pantry could not be taken out directly without raising suspicions. Gurong's hand had healed well, the wound fully mended. However, Gu Jiao still forbade her from lifting heavy objects, especially as her right hand remained incapacitated. The young girl's hands were particularly delicate, and Gu Jiao feared that a scar might burden her sister with sorrow for a lifetime. Taking a knife, Gu Jiao made several incisions on the rabbit to facilitate the absorption of flavors. She chopped scallions, garlic, and ginger into small pieces, placing them into a large iron pot along with a suitable amount of soy sauce, a spoonful of sugar, 2 spoons of Sichuan pepper powder, 3 spoons of chili powder, 2 spoons of cumin powder, 2 spoons of 5-spice powder, and 3 spoons of salt. After washing her hands, she meticulously rubbed the mixture over the rabbit, allowing it to marinate briefly before roasting. During this interlude, Gu Jiao took out a fire bow to kindle the flames. Lunchtime would consist of steamed rice paired with roasted rabbit meat, each person additionally receiving a boiled egg. Given that the rabbit weighed only 5 to 6 pounds, there would not be an abundance of meat for each individual. Gu Jiao calculated the portions for 5, including Grandma Zhou's share. She reflected on the elderly lady's recent frailty and believed she should consume more meat and eggs to aid in her recovery. Gu Xiaoman had long been drooling in anticipation, her 2 grape-sized eyes fixated on the roasted rabbit that Gu Jiao had expertly prepared. The rabbit's soy-sauced skin gleamed enticingly, and the dark brown meat made one salivate uncontrollably. Gu Changle had already clambered out of the basket on the cart, her small paws perched upon the flatbed, her little head also focused intently on the rabbit, resembling an eager puppy. Gu Rong was watching the white rice simmering in the pot when she noticed a small head sneaking towards the iron pot containing the marinated rabbit. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than her greedy little third sister. Xiaoman, don't you dare steal a bite. The rabbit isn't roasted yet. If you eat raw meat, you'll end up with a stomachache that will keep you awake all night, Gu Rong admonished. At just 4 years old, Gu Xiaoman was at the age where she only knew how to indulge her cravings, although she didn't quite understand why raw meat was off limits. She recalled an incident from when she was 3, when she had snuck a raw egg and was thoroughly punished by Gu Zhao, leading to 3 days and nights of misery with a painful belly and continuous diarrhea. Back then, their mother, still alive, had cautioned her, just like her second sister did now, that undercooked meat was not to be consumed. I understand, second sister. I just wanted to see if the rabbit is male or female. If it's female, perhaps it might have little babies inside. We can eat the big rabbit. But the little ones are too small to eat, Gu Xiaoman replied with a silly grin, her eyes diligently observing the rabbit in the pot. However, after much scrutiny, she failed to discern anything, as the rabbit had already been prepared and its gender was indiscernible. Gu Rong couldn't help but feel exasperated at her little sister's foolishness. Typically, no one would ponder the sex of a rabbit when the only concern was whether it was fit for consumption. It must be said that Gu Rong adhered to a pragmatic mindset, while Gu Xiaoman was ever the dreamer, wishing daily for wings to sprout, so she could soar into the sky like a bird. As Gu Jiao tended to the fire, she estimated that the rabbit had absorbed the flavors of the marinade. She took a branch, roughly the size of her finger, and skewered the entire rabbit onto it, constructing a makeshift rack over the fire to roast it. Does the rabbit have baby bunnies inside? Gu Xiaoman, seeing the rabbit beginning to roast, tugged at Gu Jiao, inquiring about her pressing concern. This rabbit is male, but if you want baby bunnies, I'll catch some for you in the future, Gu Jiao replied, her tone cheerful and accommodating. Big sister, you're spoiling Xiaoman again. This girl is almost beyond your indulgence. Now when I scold her, she doesn't listen to me at all, always using you as a shield, Gu Rong remarked, her hands still unable to do heavy work due to an injury, as she organized the clothes of the 4 siblings. Logically, their garments were somewhat soiled and in need of replacement. However, with 3 sisters in the family and no tent, changing clothes was quite inconvenient. Yesterday, I told Xiaoman to be careful and not to climb trees too much, lest she tear her clothes. But she simply replied that even if they got torn, you'll buy her new ones. That little girl knows how to use your words against me. Gu Jiao, while deftly turning the roasted rabbit, held a blade of dogtail grass in her other hand, dipping it into a bowl of lard to brush a layer onto the rabbit. Following this, she applied the leftover marinade over the meat. She noticed her second sister, cheeks puffed in indignation, and saw Gu Xiaoman squatting on the ground, nervously catching crickets, her small eyes occasionally darting towards Gu Jiao, clearly feeling guilty for having been reported by Gu Rong. Xiaoman simply adored physical activity, since she enjoyed climbing trees. Gu Jiao allowed her to indulge in this, thinking that perhaps one day she might bring back a few bird eggs for them. Gu Jiao maintained an open-minded perspective. She did not aspire for her siblings to excel, but rather wished for them to live joyfully, engaging in pursuits they loved, which brought her contentment. Big sister is the best. In the future, Xiaoman will bring back bird eggs for both big and second sister. Upon hearing that her elder sister neither scolded her nor disapproved of her tree climbing, Gu Xiaoman was instantly filled with glee, dancing with delight. Seeing Gu Jiao's endorsement, Gu Rong had no choice but to relent. She cast a warning glance at the third sister, signaling her to refrain from smearing her muddy hands on her new clothes. Bird eggs, oh bird eggs. Gu Chang'e lay on the flat cart, donned in a short outfit crafted by Luo Xiaolan, tailored to fit his small frame perfectly. The little one could roll about without fear of his clothes slipping down and exposing his bare bottom as they once did. As Gu Jiao continued roasting the rabbit, an unusual odor suddenly wafted through the air. Ronger, come over and help your elder sister check if the rabbit is burnt. Gu Rong promptly rose and circled the roasting rabbit, asserting there was nothing charred. Suddenly, she sniffed intently, her expression shifting as she glanced towards the flat cart. Elder sister, it's not the rabbit that is burnt. It's little brother who has soiled his pants. Gu Rong dashed over, covering her nose, and lifted Gu Chang'e's trousers to find them filled. Oh dear, Stinky Chang'e, why didn't you call for second sister when you needed to go? If you do this again, second sister will not take care of you. You'll have to sleep in those dirty pants. Gu Chang'e, having his trousers removed, exposed to the cool air, was not pleased, whining, stinky second sister, my bottom is cold. Gu Xiaoman pinched her nose and pointed at her younger brother, expressing her disdain. Chang'e, you naughty boy, soiling your pants will make second sister refuse to wash them for you. Gu Rong was accustomed to taking care of her little brother, who usually was quite sensible, often alerting them when he needed to relieve himself. Today, however, something was amiss, and he had soiled himself unexpectedly. Thankfully, there was another pair of trousers made by Luo Xiaolan, ready to be used for a change. When changing Chang'e's pants, Gu Rong specifically carried him beneath the cart to maintain some privacy, ensuring his modesty was preserved. Gu Jiao glanced over, realizing that the lack of a proper place for her siblings to change clothes was indeed a pressing issue. Currently, she could not produce a tent. The travel tents or outdoor shelters on the shelves were certainly not suitable for this purpose. She must venture among the villagers to see who possesses an excess of tents. She would either purchase one or barter with grains, for she could not allow her younger siblings to suffer the indignity of changing clothes outside in the open air. The rabbit had been roasting for nearly half an hour, and during this time, moisture continuously evaporated from the meat, dripping onto the ground. Gu Jiao lifted the rabbit to drain the excess liquid before returning it to the grill to continue its roasting. In her previous life, Gu Jiao had a penchant for exploring various culinary delights. Since achieving financial independence, she had ample leisure time, and whenever she was not tasked with management or organization, she devoted herself to studying diverse cuisines, with a particular fondness for local specialties. Moreover, Gu Jiao had a quirk, an unwavering pursuit of perfection. Even the uneven scattering of scallions on the rabbit would not suffice. She insisted on reapplying them until her eyes were satisfied. This trait was especially pronounced in her culinary explorations, as she believed that any dish that graced her palate could not possibly be deemed unappetizing. After much effort, her face flushed from the heat of the fire, she finally deemed the rabbit perfectly roasted, its skin presenting a dry and crispy texture indicative of readiness. She sprinkled the remaining chili powder, cumin, and finely chopped scallions from her bowl over the rabbit, instantly releasing an intoxicating aroma. The fragrant scent of the rabbit mingling with an array of spices and the rich essence of scallions wafted through the air. Nearby villagers, drawn by the enticing aroma, gathered to observe Gu Jio's culinary endeavor. Girl Jio, what have you roasted? It smells divine. I've never encountered such a delightful sin in my life. Exclaimed Li Fui, unable to suppress his salivation. Lu Ho Hot, gnawing on a cold, hard biscuit, lamented her family's dwindling food supplies, having subsisted on dry biscuits for an entire day. Girl Jio has inherited her father's hunting skills. Whenever he enters the forest, prey is sure to present itself to her. Just think, haven't Girl Jio and her siblings been feasting on meat these past few days? The aroma of Gu Jio's roasted rabbit made Lu Ho Hot's dry biscuit feel as unpalatable as chaff. Her heart swelling with envy at the thought of Gu Jio's siblings enjoying meat daily. Most villagers were in similar straits as Lu Ho Hot, having not tasted meat for days. Save for the pigeon soup they had received yesterday, and they had not even had a proper meal. Many villagers, observing Gu Jio and her siblings devouring the rabbit meat, felt a pang of envy. Chapter 41. The Villagers' Calculations. Girl Jio, when you go hunting in the forest, be sure to bring me along. The woods can be perilous. What would happen if you encountered a wild beast on your own? I possess great strength, and having me with you would offer you some protection. When we hunt together, I want to take advantage of you. We can split the spoils 3 to 8, with me receiving the larger portion. So while you're still a child, I would mind sharing more meat with you. Zheng Yu too, a former merchant from the county, was adept at calculating gains. Though he spoke in a manner that seemed cooperative, his own schemes were already taking shape in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ho Hot grew anxious and hastened to urge her husband to negotiate and join in the hunting endeavors. She believed that Gu Jio, that girl, always managed to bring back meat, undoubtedly possessing some secret to hunting. Gu Jio chuckled coldly within, fully aware of the ulterior motives harbored by the villagers seeking her collaboration in hunting. Uncle Zheng, and Ho Hot, spare me your chatter. I, Gu Jio, do not require anyone's assistance in hunting. My ability to procure meat is solely my own skill. If you wish to eat meat, venture into the forest yourselves. Do not linger here and disrupt my and my siblings' appetite. How ungrateful you are. I kindly offered to take you hunting, intending to protect you. Yet you bite the hand that feeds you, failing to recognize a benefactor. Zheng Yu too, humiliated before the crowd, erupted in anger after Gu Jio's rejection. Seeing her expression remain placid, unaffected by his tirade, he could only storm off in a fit of rage. Lu Ho Hot, initially eager to incite a commotion, now found herself apprehensive without Zheng Yu to bolster her courage. After all, she had first-hand experience of Gu Jio's ruthlessness. If provoked, who knows what harm she might inflict? Yet, she felt compelled to voice her disdain. Since you, Jio girl, refuse to share your hunting prowess, we shall not press the matter. After all, you have lost your parents and have a hardened heart, able to watch as we starve, unable to enjoy meat. The villagers, already disheartened as they gnawed on their cold coarse pancakes or choked down spoiled dumplings, found their spirits further dampened by the tantalizing aroma of roasted rabbit wafting from Gu Jio's direction. Lu Ho Hot, exacerbating their woes with her spiteful remarks, deepened their sense of deprivation. Jio girl, how do you manage to catch that meat? Every time I venture into the forest, I can't even find a sparrow. Indeed, Jio girl, you are remarkable. Your father must have passed down some hunting secrets to you. You seem to hit your mark every time. Gu Jio listened to the villagers' praises with serene composure. She mused to herself about her boundless storage, filled with all manner of food. Not only rabbit meat, but also venison and bear meat were at her disposal. Moreover, her spiritual spring space boasted plump chickens, ducks, and geese, providing her and her siblings with ample eggs daily. Yet, she humbly responded to their inquiries, "It is merely good fortune. There are no special hunting techniques involved. I simply happened upon a limping rabbit in the forest, which I was fortunate enough to catch." Gu Jio spoke with a light-hearted tone, but the villagers remained skeptical of her claims. If creatures in the forest were so easily found, why had they spent countless days wandering without even encountering a dead rat? Chapter 42. Luo Xulan est son accidentally consume poisoneux mushroom. Luo Xiulan, holding her son's hand nearby, was straightforward and genuinely believed Gu Jio's assertion that hunting relied solely on good luck. As the old saying goes, hunting relies on the grace of the heavens. Our ancestors have cultivated the land in the village through divine providence, and hunting in the woods is likewise dependent on the blessings of the mountain gods. Gujiao, this fortunate girl, must indeed be favored by the mountain deity, for she consistently returns from her hunts with abundant game. It must be said that Luo Xiaolan's words are quite persuasive. The villagers of this ancient time are largely superstitious, and many cast envious glances at Gujiao. Such favor from the divine is not bestowed upon everyone. Just as Luo Xiaolan intended to return home with her son, she suddenly noticed him chewing on something. Baolong, what mischief are you indulging in now? Spit it out at once. Other villagers knew that Luo Xiaolan's son was named Jiang Baolong, a notorious rascal among the village children. At 6 years old, his head was shaved in front, leaving only a small braid at the back, and he was currently stuffing his mouth with something. Defiantly, he ignored his mother's warning. If Luo Xiaolan forbade him from eating, he was all the more determined to do so. Fearing her child had consumed something unwholesome that might upset his stomach, she hurriedly pried open his hands to investigate his mouth. To her horror, she extracted a half-eaten, red, umbrella-shaped fungus. Isn't this a poisonous mushroom? My heavens! Baolong, you reckless child. What are you putting in your mouth? This could cost you your life. Quickly, listen to your mother and spit it out. Upon hearing that Luo Xiaolan's son had ingested a poisonous mushroom, the villagers grew anxious. Oh dear, the red cap and white stem. Consuming it could lead to dire consequences. The elders have always warned us that the mushrooms of the mountains are not to be trifled with. They recalled a tragic incident from the previous year when 2 individuals from a neighboring village, driven by hunger while hunting, had roasted and consumed mushrooms, only to meet their untimely deaths. Their remains were discovered weeks later, and it was said their fate was gruesome. My heavens, Xiaolan, how could you not keep a closer watch on your son? Today, he may be facing a grave predicament. The elderly matriarch of the Jiang family could no longer remain seated. She hastily set down her bowl and rushed over. With frantic care, she patted Baolong's back and encouraged him to expel the mushroom. After much effort, she managed to extract the poisonous fungus from his mouth. But whatever he had swallowed earlier remained stubbornly lodged within him. Suddenly, Baolong's eyes rolled back, and he could not be roused, foaming at the mouth, sending his grandmother's heart racing with dread. My dear grandson Baolong, please don't frighten your grandmother. Wake up. You are the very essence of my life. In that moment, the villagers recalled how Gujiao had previously cured Zhou Jinhua from heatstroke and had even corrected Gulanhua's limp. They began to suggest, Old Lady Jiang, why not summon Gujiao to examine your Baolong? That girl possesses remarkable medical skills. Yet upon hearing this, the elderly Jiang woman retorted vehemently. The young girl with barely grown hair, what medical skills could she possibly possess? Only the ignorant village women could be deceived by her. Zhou Jinhua and Gulanhua likely stumbled upon their fortune by mere chance. It was merely luck that led them to believe she possessed extraordinary abilities. Chapter 43. Luo Xiaolan is cast off. The villagers, witnessing the defiant demeanor of the Jiang family matriarch, ceased their attempts to reason with her. Unable to rouse her grandson, the Jiang matriarch stood in a fit of rage and kicked Luo Xiaolan harshly on the calf, incessantly cursing her daughter-in-law. You wretched woman, I entrusted you with Baolong's care. And look how you've managed it. You allowed him to eat poisonous mushrooms. You are intentionally endangering your son's life. You are unworthy of being Baolong's mother. I shall have my son divorce you. This heartless wretch, Jiang Defu, Luo Xiaolan's husband, approached to join his mother in the tirade, even resorting to violence against his own wife. He raised his hand and struck Luo Xiaolan across the face, sending her staggering back several steps before she regained her balance, a vivid red mark emerging on her cheek. The villagers stood agape at the scene unfolding before them, struggling to comprehend why the Jiang family would cast off their daughter-in-law. And they lamented Luo Xiaolan's tragic fate. After all, to encounter such a callous family was indeed a stroke of misfortune in her life. With tears streaming down her face, Luo Xiaolan cradled her stinging cheek. Mother-in-law, husband, I did not intend for Baolong to eat the poisonous mushrooms. The child is simply greedy and has a habit of putting everything in his mouth. Silence, Jiang Dafu thundered. Before everyone here, I shall divorce you. The woman who would conspire to murder my son. Upon hearing her husband's cruel words, Luo Xiaolan collapsed to the ground, as if a kite severed from its string, utterly despondent. In these times, once a woman married, she belonged to her husband's family. Should she be cast off, her life would be marked by disgrace. Even if she returned to her parental home, she would be met with disdain. If her family were to discover that one of their own had been discarded, they would likely chase her away with sticks. Gu Jiao, overhearing the villagers discuss her medical abilities, had no desire to step forward to claim credit, nor would she recommend herself to the Jiang family, especially since the matriarch had openly expressed her distrust of her. Let their precious grandson fend for himself. Feng Lijing and his son arrived to assess the situation. What caused the child to faint? Jiang family matriarch. What has your grandson ingested? A nearby villager, quick to speak, informed Feng Lijing that Jiang Baolong had accidentally consumed poisonous mushrooms, resulting in his current state of unconsciousness. Jiao girl, why not take a look at the boy and see if he can be saved? Feng Lijing immediately thought of Gu Jiao's medical skills and turned to inquire. Gu Jiao shook her head. Grandfather Feng, I have no intention of saving Jiang Baolong. The Jiang matriarch has already labeled me a quack. My previous successes with Granny Zhou and Gu Lanhua were merely strokes of luck. I harbor no goodwill towards them, and since they do not trust me as a physician, why should I go out of my way? Upon hearing this, Feng Lijing glared at the mother and son from the Jiang family, exclaiming, You are truly being foolish. Your child is in such a dire state, and yet you refuse to humble yourselves before Gu Jiao, the matriarch of the Jiang family and Jiang Dafu. Upon hearing Feng Lijing's admonitions, remained unconvinced. Feng Lijing, you have truly become senile. You believe the lies of a mere girl with no experience. She claims to possess medical knowledge. Does she have ancestral wisdom, or has she been taught by a remarkable master? The Jiang family matriarch, a self-righteous individual, has never heeded the counsel of others. Seeing the 6-year-old child in a state of unconsciousness filled Feng Lijing with urgency, yet the child's own relatives remained unperturbed. Frustrated and at a loss for words, he opted to stand aside and watch them stubbornly attempt to save Jiang Baolong on their own. Chapter 44. I can only say, you deserve it. Luo Xiaolan, originally kneeling on the ground, felt so overwhelmed with sorrow that she lacked the strength to rise. Upon hearing her mother-in-law and husband refuse to allow Gu Jiao to treat their son, she crawled over. Father, mother, my husband, please listen to Feng Lijing and let Gu Jiao help save Baolong. Gu Jiao coldly reminded Luo Xiaolan, simultaneously expressing her stance to everyone. I will not save Jiang Baolong. You must find a way on your own. Tears welled up in Luo Xiaolan's eyes as she understood that Gu Jiao was a person of her word. Previously, when she had asked for assistance in making clothes and shoes, Gu Jiao had indeed compensated her with a handful of coins. Now, with Gu Jiao's declaration that she would not save her son, it was clear that she would not intervene. Overcome with despair, she wept uncontrollably and hurriedly got to her feet, approaching the Jiang matriarch to plead, Mother, allow me to see Baolong. I will try to induce vomiting to expel the poisonous mushrooms from his stomach. Get away. You are nothing to us. You are no longer part of the Jiang family. Do not come near Baolong or Dafu again. Or if I find out you're still foolishly clinging to hope, I will break your legs with a wooden stick. The Jiang matriarch obstructed Luo Xiaolan from getting close to her grandson. Oh dear, look, Jiang Baolong is vomiting again, exclaimed the villagers in astonishment, with many retreating from the foul odor. The Jiang family members were in a frenzy, rushing to pour water into Jiang Baolong's mouth while patting his back. Jiang Dafu, in a state of panic, lifted his son upside down, hoping to dislodge the poisonous mushrooms from his stomach. Meanwhile, Gu Jiao and her siblings sat leisurely, enjoying roasted rabbit and rice, their demeanor starkly contrasting the turmoil nearby. Gu Jiao even moved their small wooden table further away to avoid the unpleasant smell affecting their appetite. Lu Ho Hot stood by, watching Gu Jiao and her siblings eat meat, feeling an overwhelming pang of jealousy. Jiao girl, why won't you help and take a look at that child, Baolong? We are all from the same village. Since you have the ability to heal, you should lend a hand. Gu Jiao could hardly muster the energy to lift her eyelids. Aunt Ho Hot, had the Jiang family not first sullied my name with their words and instead humbly requested my assistance in treating their child, I might have considered it. However, Jiang Baolong is surrounded by a handful of relatives who genuinely care for him. Whether he lives or dies, I can only say he deserves it. The villagers, upon hearing her words, felt that Gu Jio had a valid point. The Jiang family had openly expressed their disdain for her. Why should she press her warm face against their cold backside? Luo Xiaolan had just extracted a half-eaten mushroom from her son's mouth, which Gu Jio recognized as a toxic fly agaric. Its toxicity is not the most potent, yet ingestion can induce hallucinations, neurological disturbances, diarrhea, and vomiting. Jiang Baolong might even see peculiar moving figures and speak incoherently. This particular poisonous mushroom is visually appealing, resembling the red mushroom from the game Super Mario. Although the neurotoxic effects are significant, the mortality rate from accidental ingestion remains relatively low, given that toxic mushrooms flourish in the forest. There may well be other edible varieties nearby. Gu Jio resolved to explore the woods after dinner, though she first needed the approval of Feng Lijing. For movement among the group was restricted outside designated leisure times. With the basket of vegetables completely consumed, the daily diet consisted solely of meat and dry provisions, leading to nutritional imbalance. Summer is indeed the ideal season for mushroom foraging. Chapter 45. The folkloric remedies of old lady Jiang Baolong lay unconscious on the ground, and Feng Lijing deemed it unwise for the group to continue their journey until the boy's condition improved. Some kind-hearted villagers offered sweetened water to old lady Jiang, but she refused it, fearing someone might poison her grandson. Sweetened water is a rare commodity in these times, and the family that was rebuffed vowed to sever ties with the Jiang family henceforth. Old lady Jiang relied upon her own rudimentary methods to treat ailments, instructing her son to mix yellow mud with water and administer it to her grandson. The result was that Jiang Baolong awoke only to vomit and suffer diarrhea repeatedly, leaving him weak and fainting 3 times. Luo Xiaolan could only watch from a distance, tears streaming down her face as the villagers lamented the boy's misfortune. Meanwhile, Gu Jio and her siblings finished off the roasted rabbit entirely. Even the youngest, Gu Changle, gnawed on a rabbit's leg. Gu Xiaoman's belly was round from overeating, and her once-fitting new clothes had grown tight, making her walk somewhat cumbersome. After the meal, Gu Jio took half a plate of roasted rabbit meat to Grandma Zhou's side. Although the Feng family was relatively well off in the village, with daughter-in-law Li Xiaojun preparing sweet potato porridge complemented by coarse steamed buns and pickles, Gu Jio still felt it necessary to contribute. "Grandpa Feng, I brought you some extra dishes." As the Feng family sat down to eat, they noticed Gu Jio delivering the rabbit meat, causing the younger members to gaze eagerly. Feng Lijing furrowed his brow. "Jio girl, there is no need for such formalities. It is my duty to host you when you visit. Our family lacks for nothing. Please take the rabbit meat back. My siblings have already enjoyed rabbit meat, and I thought, since Grandma Zhou is in your care, it would be a burden on your family. My current capabilities are limited, so I can only offer you this small portion of rabbit meat. I hope Grandpa Feng and the uncles and aunts will not find it lacking." Gu Jio's humble and courteous words had endeared her to the 2 sons and daughter-in-law of the village chief, Feng. Granny Zhou, seated nearby, was moved as she dined, casting a warm, affectionate smile toward Gu Jio. In her heart, she marveled at how this child, who had merely received her assistance in securing a meal, could display such profound gratitude, more filial than her own son before he passed. "Little Jio, your kind heart shall surely reap its rewards." Gu Jio in turn jested, "With a kind and amiable elder like you bestowing blessings upon me, my luck abounds. Every time I venture into the woods to hunt, I invariably encounter game. By the way, Grandpa Feng," she continued, "we have been so preoccupied with our journey that we have yet to explore the surrounding woods. Since Zhang's grandson will not finish his tale anytime soon, we could organize some villagers to forage for edible wild vegetables in the forest. It would certainly be a pleasant change from the dry rations we've been consuming along the way." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojun expressed her agreement. "Father-in-law, I believe Lil Jio is right. After a couple of days of nothing but dry rations, we could use a change. Let us not stray far. We can simply search nearby. It is a break time anyway, and those willing to gather wild vegetables can do so, while we will not pressure those who prefer to stay." Seeing that others supported the idea, Feng Lijing relaxed and soon finished his meal, calling upon the villagers eager to collect wild vegetables to accompany him into the woods, ensuring their safety. He quickly ate, instructing that each household send one person to join the foraging party, while the rest remained with the group. Gujio grabbed a bamboo basket and instructed her younger siblings to guard their belongings while she followed Fengdakian and Li Dazhao into the forest. Li Xiaojun, having taken a liking to Gujio, urged her to stay close to avoid being taken by wild beasts in the mountains. However, Gujio thought otherwise. She preferred to keep her distance from others to freely access her vast storage and supplies. Chapter 46. Foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. As the villagers ventured into the woods, they found little in the way of edible wild vegetables. Unlike the others, Gujio remained bent over, searching not only for vegetables but also for mushrooms. Fortune favored her, for she soon discovered clusters of plump, white mushrooms nestled within the grass. She recognized them as chicken mushrooms. These mushrooms, thick and succulent with a fine white flesh, are delectable whether stewed, fried, or steamed into eggs. When consumed, they exude a delightful aroma reminiscent of chicken, and when fried, they possess a sweet, crispy flavor. Gujio squatted excitedly on the ground, noting that the chicken mushrooms grew near a mound of termites. The conical caps of the mushrooms resembled feathers, hence their name. There are only 5 chicken mushrooms in total, but given the favorable climate of the mountains, each was notably large. The bounty she collected could easily yield 2 dishes. She lowered her gaze and continued to search nearby for more chicken mushrooms, but to her dismay, none appeared. However, behind a tree, she spotted several clusters of bright yellow plants and hurried over with excitement to investigate. To her delight, she discovered a nest of chanterelles. These mushrooms, also known as yellow flowers, are renowned for their exquisite flavor and unique fruity aroma. The chicken oil mushrooms are delectable whether stewed or stir-fried, but the most distinctive preparation, emblematic of Yunnan, is undoubtedly the clear soup with chicken oil mushrooms. These mushrooms possess medicinal properties, capable of improving vision and benefiting the gastrointestinal tract. Regular consumption may alleviate skin dryness and roughness caused by vitamin deficiency, as well as conditions such as corneal softening, dry eyes, and night blindness. They also have the potential to treat certain diseases stemming from respiratory and digestive infections. These chicken oil mushrooms flourish at the roots of large trees. Gujio, following the direction of the tree roots, discovered 3 more chicken oil mushrooms. Her enthusiasm for foraging was palpable, and she paid little heed to the increasing distance from her fellow villagers, venturing deeper into the forest in search of more fungi. Logically, if she had previously found chicken oil mushrooms and chicken mushrooms, there must certainly be other varieties within this woodland. Indeed, her instincts proved correct. After only a few steps, she stumbled upon several clusters of chicken mushrooms, leaving none behind as she uprooted them all and placed them into her bamboo basket. However, Gujio exhibited the wisdom of an experienced forager. Before harvesting each mushroom, she would gently tap its cap, allowing spores to fall evenly to the ground, thus ensuring the cycle of nature continues, giving rise to new fungi. Her bamboo basket was nearly brimming with mushrooms when, contemplating her return, she turned to find several delightful yellow porcini mushrooms nearby. Porcini mushrooms are truly a treasure, renowned in the fungal realm. They are named for their white flesh, which remains unchanged when cooked. Characteristically, porcini mushrooms have a net-like structure on their stems and typically grow beneath birch, oak, and spruce trees, taking on varying forms depending on the species of tree. The 3 porcini mushrooms Gujio collected were nestled beneath a birch tree, resembling plump little gnomes, charming in their appearance. Having attained financial independence in her previous life, Gujio made it a tradition to drive into the mountains during mushroom season to gather an assortment of wild fungi. Upon returning home, she would cook them herself. Even a mere sprinkle of salt enhances the exquisite flavor of these wild mushrooms. With her basket now full, Gujio, feeling a sense of fulfillment, resolved to return and reunite with the villagers. Chapter 47. A Bet with Old Master Zheng. At this moment, alongside villagers foraging for wild vegetables, many others had also enjoyed a fruitful harvest. For instance, Li Xiaojun and her sister-in-law had collected a significant amount of shepherd's purse and water shepherd's purse. Gu Jio approached and found a stone to sit upon, engaging them in conversation. Aunt Li, is this all you've managed to gather? Gu Jio inquired. Li Xiaojun, noticing the young girl, replied promptly, indeed, we haven't spotted any other edible wild vegetables around. Jio girl, you vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did you go? Did you find any wild vegetables? Gu Jiu lifted her bamboo basket to show them, and Li Xiaojun and her sister-in-law gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide. Jiu girl, what have you collected? If you're unfamiliar with wild vegetables, let me take you to gather some while there's still time. Just a moment ago, Jiang Baolong consumed a toxic mushroom and is now suffering from severe vomiting and diarrhea. Aren't you afraid for your life, harvesting so many poisonous mushrooms? Gu Jio was taken aback to discover that the villagers were unfamiliar with these mushrooms and had limited knowledge of wild vegetable varieties. As she strolled over, she noticed several varieties of edible wild vegetables still growing in the ground. Aunt Li, the mushrooms I've gathered are all non-toxic. This is the chicken mushroom. This one is the golden chanterelle, and this is the porcini, each one I've encountered in my readings. Jiu Yatu, you're not jesting with Annie, are you? Can these things truly be consumed? Li Xiaojun had heard from her father-in-law that Jiu Yadu was a reliable individual, and upon observing the earnest expression on Jiu's face, she found herself inexplicably inclined to trust her. They're perfectly edible, Aunt Li. Why would I deceive you? If they were inedible, why would I have brought them back? Gu Jiu shrugged and turned the inquiry back on Li Xiaojun. She then smiled and pointed towards another patch of grass. By the way, over there are purslane, fiddlehead ferns, plantain, goose intestine grass, and alfalfa, each of which is an edible wild vegetable that I've seen in books. Would you like me to take you ladies over to gather some? Li Xiaojun exchanged glances with her sister-in-law, who appeared somewhat hesitant. However, considering that their home lacked vegetables and subsisting solely on dry rations was unsustainable, Li Xiaojun thought that if the wild vegetables Gu Jiu mentioned were indeed edible, her father-in-law and mother-in-law would surely be pleased. Very well, Jiu Yadu, please take us to see. Let's gather those wild vegetables you mentioned. I'll consult with my father-in-law about what to do with them afterward. Gu Jiu understood that Li Xiaojun had not completely placed her trust in her words. Yet she was unperturbed by any potential misunderstandings. She intended to gather some more wild vegetables to cook for dinner later, confident that once others observed their edibility, they would recognize the truth in her claims. Li Xiaojun and her sister-in-law followed Gu Jiu and collected a substantial amount of wild vegetables, while Gu Jiu picked only a few fiddlehead ferns and wild celery, along with some plantain. The trio quickly rejoined the others to return to the main group. Those who had not ventured to gather wild vegetables were curious to see what they had brought back. Aside from the 3 individuals from the Jiang family who were still tending to their grandson Jiang Baolong, most villagers were eager to know if they had successfully foraged any wild vegetables. Ah, Xiaojun, how did you manage to gather so many wild vegetables? Xiaojun, I've never seen these varieties in your basket. Li Fugui approached with curiosity, peering intently at the contents of Li Xiaojun's basket. These are all the wild vegetables that Jiu Yadu assured me are edible, so I collected them. Brother Fugui, I can't chat now. My father-in-law must be waiting anxiously. With that, Li Xiaojun hurriedly made her way back, leaving Li Fugui bewildered and scratching his head in confusion. What on earth? Are these weeds really edible? Upon returning to the Feng household, Feng Lijing and Feng Daqian were both fixated on the overflowing basket of vegetables in her hands. Xiaojun, how did you manage to gather so many wild vegetables? Surely everyone else has brought back a fair share as well. Feng Lijing, who was particularly concerned about the villagers' sustenance, promptly inquired with a smile. Not at all. Everyone gathered very little. By the way, father, these wild vegetables are the ones Jiu Yada claimed were edible, which I brought back for you to examine first. You could decide whether to keep them or not. Li Xiaojun shook her head and placed the basket on the ground, producing the various wild vegetables Gu Jiu had guided her to collect. What are these? Aren't they just weeds? Feng Lijing picked up the wild vegetables from the ground, unable to recognize them at all. Father-in-law, since Jiu girl said these are edible, I picked them and brought them back. If you don't believe me, you can ask her, Li Xiaojun said. Although Feng Lijing acknowledged that Gu Jiu was clever, These were items meant for consumption, and he could not afford to be careless. He immediately took the basket of vegetables and headed towards where Gujio and her siblings were resting. Gio girl. Gujio was busy packing the mushrooms and wild vegetables she had gathered into her backpack. At present, her family had 2 backpacks, one for grains and the other for her younger brother, Gu Changle, and bedding. Grandfather Feng, you must be here to inquire about these wild vegetables, Gujio said, noticing the basket in Feng Lijing's hand, her expression revealing her anxiety. Indeed, my daughter-in-law Xiao Jun just returned with these wild vegetables, claiming you instructed her pick them. Grandfather Feng sincerely asks you, are they truly edible? They are indeed, Grandfather Feng. For instance, the one in my hand is bracken, which is delicious when prepared as a cold dish. And this plantain has medicinal properties. When brewed as tea, it can clear heat, detoxify, and improve vision. As Gujio explained the wild vegetables in her hand, many villagers gathered around, intrigued. Gio girl, despite your young age, you possess such knowledge. However, some villagers remained skeptical, pointing at the items in Gujio's hand, labeling them as weeds. How can a little girl claim they are edible? You adults actually believe her words? Elder Zheng, puffing on his pipe, mocked them. Gujio recalled that this old man had once been a good friend of old Gu and had previously scolded her on behalf of the Gu family. Now, he seemed to be stirring trouble again. She detested such arrogant old men who, despite their limited knowledge, enjoyed belittling others. Today, she was determined to put him in his place. I shall brew the plantain and drink it right now, so everyone can see who is correct, Elder Zheng or this little girl. As soon as Gujio finished speaking, she quickly grabbed a handful of plantain, rinsed it with water, and placed it into the iron pot with water, just as the fire was still burning. Covering the pot, it wasn't long before the water began to bubble. In front of the crowd, Gujio lifted the lid and poured a bowl of green liquid. Is this grass truly non-toxic? Will it cause me to suffer like Jiang Baolong? Who knows? Since Gujio is willing to take the risk to prove that the grass is edible. Let's watch and see. The villagers buzzed with discussion, some betting that Gujio spoke the truth, while others dismissed her as merely a child making empty claims. Chapter 48. Stubborn as a duck, Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman felt uneasy upon hearing others speak ill of their elder sister. Their sister was only trying to demonstrate that wild vegetables were indeed edible, doing so in front of everyone to gain their trust. In the end, despite facing skepticism from so many, the 2 young maidens, being kin, displayed evident displeasure on their faces whenever anyone uttered a disparaging remark about their elder sister. Gu Xiaoman would puff up with indignation, her round eyes glaring at the offender like oversized grapes. Gu Rong silently took note of the families that had spoken ill of Gujio. After a while, the water brewed from the plantain had cooled down. Gujio lifted the bowl, displaying it to the gathered onlookers, and then took a hearty gulp, even using her chopsticks to fish out a few strands of plantain from the pot to consume as well. Many villagers watched in trepidation, some even wishing to rush over to prevent Gujio from drinking. Yet her actions were so swift that those with intentions to stop her were too late. Having already ingested the plantain-infused water, if I were to exhibit symptoms of poisoning within the next quarter of an hour, everyone would be inclined to believe the claims of old Master Zheng, accusing me of intentionally harming them. However, should I remain unharmed and in good health, those who had doubted me earlier, including old Master Zheng, would owe me a sincere apology. Gujio's words resonated with conviction, instilling a sense of shame in those villagers who had earlier questioned her. Jiu Yao, we all know you possess a kind heart, but you can be a bit too impulsive. Even if you learn this from books, one must practice to truly understand what is safe to consume. How could you so recklessly swallow it without hesitation? What if something were to go awry? Gujio scanned the crowd, noticing those who feigned concern for her. Among them were some with genuine intentions, yet she wished to make it clear that anyone attempting to slander her would need to brace themselves for her retaliation. Fear not, for perhaps you remain unaware of my character. If I were not certain about something, I would never make a promise. After waiting a moment longer, Gujio felt it was time, a smirk curling her lips as she cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. Grandpa Feng, old Master Zheng, the time has come, and I am unscathed. Upon hearing this, Feng Lijun's eyes brightened. Jiu Yao, You have truly done our village a tremendous service. These wild vegetables are edible. Anyone wishing to gather them should hurry to the forest while we still can. Once we are on the official road, there will be no opportunity to enter the woods." In an instant, the villagers excitedly rushed back to fetch baskets and bags, flocking to the forest. Only old Master Zheng remained obstinately skeptical. "What are you all so impulsive about? Just because Gu Jiu is fine now, what if she succumbs to poison tomorrow?" he exclaimed. "I am an elder in this village, and yet you choose to believe a mere child with no experience?" The other villagers, eager for the edible wild vegetables, disregarded old Master Zheng's warnings, knowing that their need for sustenance would only grow more pressing on their journey ahead. A villager passing by Gu Jiu's side noticed the colorful mushrooms on her flatbed cart and curiously inquired, "Jiu Yao, are these mushrooms on your cart also edible?" Gu Jiu, not one to withhold information, thought it prudent to share her discovery of edible mushrooms with the other village women, as they might encounter more during their journey. After all, if she did not partake in them, it would be commendable for others to enjoy them instead. She openly presented the 3 types of mushrooms she had found in the forest, explaining, "Indeed, I discovered these 3 varieties earlier. They are all safe to eat. I have yet to identify other kinds, so if you come across any that appear different, refrain from consuming them until I can verify their safety." Upon hearing of more edible options, the village women eagerly inspected the mushrooms on Gu Jiu's flat cart, their curiosity palpable, before hastily rushing back into the woods to search for more. Meanwhile, as the villagers foraged for wild vegetables and mushrooms, Gu Jiu noticed Feng Lijiang was gathering tents. Feng Daqian retrieved another tent from the donkey cart, as one of the 2 previously used tents had developed a tear. Realizing her own family was in need of a tent, Gu Jiu approached the Feng family to negotiate the purchase of the damaged one. The tear was minor, and with a bit of needle and thread, it could be mended. Feng Daqian, ever accommodating, offered to give the tent to Gu Jiu, stating they only needed 2 tents, not one to take advantage. Gu Jiu insisted on paying, but when the Feng family refused her money, she returned home with 2 pounds of white flour, insisting it be given to Li Xiaojun. "Aunt Li, please do not decline this time. Throughout our journey, we've been subsisting on coarse rations, and my brother has grown thin. This flour should be used to prepare some fine noodles. It is essential for the little one's nourishment." Li Xiaojun, moved to tears, expressed her gratitude to Gu Jiu. The family had been tightening their belts in preparation for the impending hardships, and had not been permitted to purchase fine flour before their departure, surviving solely on coarse grain. The toll of their journey had visibly affected her son. Gu Jiu's kindness and thoughtfulness endeared her even more to Li Xiaojun. "Dear girl, should there be anything I can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to ask." Gu Jiu agreed and returned with the tent in hand. Just a few steps later, she observed a group of individuals approaching from the forest, their demeanor fierce. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as the same people who had gone mushroom hunting. What has transpired now? She wondered. Feng Lijiang, we require your presence to mediate a dispute." Among the agitated crowd, Lu Hohat was the most vociferous. Feng Lijiang, feeling hardly settled in his seat, was met with a clamorous demand for his intervention. He turned to several of the village women, seeking to understand the situation. "What has happened? Why are only you few returning?" Feng Lijiang, "It was clearly my grandmother and I who first discovered those mushrooms. Yet, Li Dajiao's wife audaciously claimed she spotted them first. The forest isn't that vast. Can she really claim dominion over every inch of it? Furthermore, I was the one who first noticed that cluster of yellow mushrooms. Yet Li Fugui and his mother insist they saw them before me. Feng Lijiang, you must advocate for us." After listening to the incessant complaints of several village women, Feng Lijiang felt an overwhelming headache. It was merely a few wild vegetables and mushrooms, yet they were quarreling incessantly. The forest is vast. Those who have not found wild vegetables or mushrooms should continue searching. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Lijiang intended to dismiss the women. However, he was soon startled by a piercing scream from the direction of the forest, mentioning something about a fight. Chapter 49. Luo Xilan recognizes Gu Lanhua as her adopted daughter. Feng Lijiang, filled with fury, realized that even if he wished to avoid the situation, he was now compelled to intervene in this trivial matter. Come on, lead the way. I shall accompany you to see what's happening. Let us not allow a mere dispute over wild vegetables and mushrooms to result in tragedy. Upon seeing Feng Lijing's face, darker than a pot's bottom, Lu Ho-Hot and the others recoiled in fear, silenced, and proceeded to lead him into the forest to assess the situation. In the meantime, Gu Jiu, waiting for an opportune moment, thought to borrow some needle and thread to mend the tent. It would be best if she could sew it herself, for she and Ronger were not adept at such tasks. The tent was not only a shelter for the night, but also served to provide clothing changes for her younger siblings. Thus it needed to be mended with utmost care, leaving no room for error. While holding the tent, she chanced upon Luo Xiaolan, who was squatting with a small bundle, quietly weeping. Jiang Baolong had ceased his outbursts, though his ramblings continued. The Jiang family matriarch had already disposed of Luo Xiaolan's belongings, leaving her with nothing but the absence of a formal divorce decree. The Jiang family had all but disowned her. Initially absorbed in her tears, Luo Xiaolan noticed Gu Jiu approaching and, seeing the tattered tent in her hands, immediately halted her sobbing. "Jiu girl, how did your tent come to have a hole? Bring it here, and I shall mend it for you." Gu Jiu did not decline Luo Xiaolan's kindness. She secretly wished to alleviate Luo Xiaolan's sorrow, believing it better for her to find something to occupy her mind rather than dwell on unworthy people and matters, which could ultimately harm her health. To speak fairly, while Luo Xiaolan may have been somewhat straightforward, she possessed a kind heart, was forthright and righteous, and had a good reputation among the villagers. Yet, she had married into a selfish and self-serving family, burdened by malicious in-laws and a husband who was a mama's boy. It was clear that her life in the Jiang household had been far from pleasant. "Thank you, Aunt Luo," Gu Jiu said as she settled on a stone while waiting for Luo Xiaolan to mend the tent. She observed Luo Xiaolan attentively stitching, recalling the spirited demeanor she once had as a seamstress in her youth. "Aunt Luo, you are a good person, but your earlier years were marked by unfortunate encounters. The Jiang family has failed to appreciate you, and Jiang Baolong's foolishness in consuming poisonous mushrooms is not your fault. Yet, they wish to cast you aside over this incident. It is evident they had such intentions all along." Gu Jiu could not bear to witness a virtuous person suffering so grievously, especially in ancient times when women, upon marriage, entrusted their entire beings to their in-laws, living solely for the honor and disgrace of their husbands' families. Gulanhua, limping slightly, approached slowly and was deeply moved by the conversation she overheard, echoing Gu Jiu's sentiments. "Aunt Luo," she began, "I believe what Sister Jiu says is true. The matter concerning Brother Baolong is not solely your fault. However, the Jiang family has shown themselves to be utterly heartless. Now that everyone is fleeing for their lives, they have cast you aside, indicating their desire to entirely sever ties with your well-being, leaving you to fend for yourself." Luo Xiaolan, with her head bowed as she mended the tent, was acutely aware of the malice within her in-laws' hearts. They had always taken pleasure in manipulating her with trivial matters, and her mother-in-law was quick to threaten divorce whenever she felt displeased. Raising her gaze to Gu Jiu and Gu Lanhua, she pondered their words, finding solace in their kindness. The warmth they offered was far more comforting than anything she had heard during her years with the Jiang family. "Jiu, Lanhua, thank you for your words of comfort. I have come to terms with my situation. Since the Jiang family can no longer accommodate me, I shall carve my own path and take pride in sustaining myself through my own efforts." Gu Lanhua, having recently emerged from a large family herself, resonated with Luo Xiaolan's plight. "Aunt Luo, you have always been so kind-hearted. I recall a time by the river when the floods swept away my clothes. Had it not been for your help in retrieving them, I would have certainly faced punishment from my elders. You are a good person, and I hold great affection for you. Henceforth, I wish to acknowledge you as my godmother and honor you as my own mother." With that, Gu Lanhua resolutely knelt before Luo Xiaolan, intent on paying her respects. Luo Xiaolan was taken aback, having just been expelled from the Jiang family. She was still grappling with her new reality, and now she was being offered a daughter. "Oh, Lanhua, please rise. Your kneeling is too much for me. I cannot accept this," she exclaimed, hastily setting aside her sewing to assist Gu Lanhua in standing. Godmother, my decision is unwavering. I implore you to accept this bond. Gulanhua insisted, her resolve unyielding, making it impossible for the weary Luo Xiaolan to lift her. The Gu family had been driven out of Shangxi village, and Gulanhua understood that by publicly severing ties with them, she had lost her familial protection. With her biological mother having cast her aside, she was now adrift without the support of her family. Luo Xiaolan, likewise rejected by the Jiang family, had no hope of returning to her own kin. They were both on the road of escape. In this light, Gulanhua's desire to adopt Luo Xiaolan as her godmother seemed mutually beneficial. Moreover, Gulanhua's wish was sincere. Luo Xiaolan found herself at a loss, conflicted by the fact that this girl had her own parents, albeit absent, and uncertain if the Gu family would ever welcome Gulanhua back. It seemed as if Gulanhua divined her concerns. Godmother, from now on, I will have no further ties with the Gu family. You need not worry. You will be the only mother I have from here on. Tears welled in Luo Xiaolan's eyes as she bent down to embrace Gulanhua, weeping freely. Oh, my child, you shall be my daughter from this day forth. No one shall dare to bully you again. Gu Jiu watched from the side, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Luo Xiaolan had lost her son, and Gulanhua had lost her mother. The two were perfectly suited to support one another in their shared misfortune, providing solace as they faced the trials ahead. Congratulations, Aunt Luo and Sister Lanhua. You have become like mother and daughter. From now on, you will each have a companion on your journey. Gu Jiu's words instilled great confidence in the two women. Even if the villagers remained skeptical about their decision to forge a bond, they were resolute in their commitment to persevere. Fen Lijing returned with the villagers who had gone foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Those who had accompanied him were met with abundant harvests, their faces beaming with joy. They carried baskets and satchels, seeking Gu Jiu's assistance in identifying their finds. Among those who had not ventured into the woods, they noticed Lu Hohat hastily returning with a large sack. Sister Hohat, just how much have you gathered? That must be at least half a sack. Lu Hohat's face radiated delight, her smile wide and proud, clutching her sack even tighter. Oh, it's not much. My bamboo basket was full, so I had to use this sack, she replied, trying to downplay her bounty. Li Dajiao's daughter-in-law, had just returned from Gu Jiu's side and approached, her expression one of disdain towards Lu Hohat's showboating. Sister Hohat, why not show the vegetables and mushrooms in your sack to Jiu? If you mistakenly bring back something toxic, it could be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Lu Hohat tightened her grip on the sack, as if fearful someone might seize it from her. No need, I can't possibly make a mistake. The wild vegetables look alike, and I only gathered yellow mushrooms. There's no way I could be wrong. Li Xiaojun chimed in. Sister Hohat, we all showed our finds to Jiu. Although she is young, her temperament is excellent. Even if we brought back a lot, she wouldn't mind spending extra time to help us. Are you all just jealous because I gather more than you? I've said I don't need help, yet you let me go. Lu Hohat's expression shifted suddenly, her demeanor becoming less amicable, even towards the village chief's daughter-in-law. Jealous of you? Among those of us who went foraging, who doesn't he know that you and your mother-in-law specialize in snatching the finds of others? At least half of what you have in that sack rightfully belongs to someone else. Zoe had previously been wronged by Lu Hohat, and her displeasure was palpable as she spat on the ground. You're just envious that I gathered more than you. If you weren't feeling unbalanced, why would you stop me? Lu Hohat retorted defiantly, maintaining her obstinate stance, despite Fen Lijing's earlier intervention without inquiry. The earlier altercation in the woods had been instigated by Lu Hohat's mother-in-law. Zoe had intended to respond, but Li Xiaojun quickly pulled her away to prevent further conflict. Meanwhile, Gu Jiu was inundated with villagers seeking her assistance in identifying their wild vegetables and mushrooms. The ants were quite astute, having mostly gathered the right items, and the women expressed their happiness with generous compliments. It is indeed the clever ninth girl who possesses the wisdom to discern the edible wild vegetables and mushrooms. Unlike us, who are utterly illiterate and know nothing. With these wild greens, my husband and children will have enough to eat for another 3 days. I am truly grateful to you. Ninth girl, the entire community relies on you for sustenance. Ninth girl, with her kind heart, is truly a blessing sent by heaven to our village. Speaking of the hardships on this journey, when food and water are scarce, it is ninth girl who leads us to nourishment. Should any ailment arise on the road, she is there to offer healing. If that is not a blessing, what is? Indeed, ninth girl embodies the benevolent wealth of the heavens, a cherished child of fortune. Listening to the villagers' praises escalate into hyperbole, Gu Jiu felt a tinge of embarrassment. The uncles and aunts are such eloquent speakers. I am but an ordinary person. So please do not elevate me too highly, as I cannot bear such compliments. My cheeks are already flushed. The villagers surrounded Gu Jiu, erupting into hearty laughter, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Nearby, concealed in a low thicket, Gu Dada and Gu Air lay on the ground, their eyes glinting with mischief as they spied on the villagers of Shangxi. Second brother, what have they unearthed this time that has them laughing so merrily? Gu Dada inquired. I cannot say. Brother, we are too far to see clearly. It must be some wild greens, but what good are they without meat to fill the belly? Indeed, nothing can compare to the taste of meat. Alas, we're stuck gnawing on tree bark in these woods. With third brother gone, and no skilled hunters among us, I am nearly driven mad by the bark. Gu Air's gaze darkened as he scanned the crowd for Gu Jiu's figure, finally spotting her face among the throng. Once we dispose of those little wretches, brother, will you still fret over our lack of meat? Gu Dada's expression lit up at the thought of meat, his excitement palpable as he licked his lips, grinning even more maniacally. Those scrawny bones are as thin as skeletons. Even if we flayed them, there would be scant meat to share. We must eliminate a few more to ensure there is enough for us all. The entire village had allied with Feng Lijing and Gu Jiu, effectively banishing the Gu family from the group, leaving them to fend for themselves. This was their way of denying them a path to survival. Gu Air found merit in this and immediately conspired with his elder brother to act that night. Armed with the sedative acquired from the village doctor Yanglu, they planned to incapacitate those self-righteous villagers, turning them into the very meat upon which the Gu family would feast. Unbeknownst to the villagers of Shangxi, who remained blissfully absorbed in their foraging, Gu Dada and Gu Air harbored sinister intentions. Feng Lijing had visited the Jiang family's grandson, and it was a stroke of luck that the child had neither vomited nor had diarrhea. As for the boy's incessant ramblings about ghosts, it was beyond his concern. Time was of the essence, and the day had already been delayed long enough. He hastily organized the villagers into formation, urging them to continue their journey. Gu Jiu packed the shepherd's purse, bracken, and wild celery into a burlap sack, being cautious not to crush the mushrooms, which she stored in a bamboo basket, covered with banana leaves to shield them from the sun's harsh rays. Gu Rong's wounds had scabbed over, and she wished to assist her sister in pushing the cart. Yet for Gu Jiu, the weight was but a trifle. Hongya, your task is to hold on to Xiao Man and prevent her from running off mischievously. Do not worry, dear sister. I can manage the cart alone. Gu Jiu gently reassured Gu Rong, lifting the cart and following the procession with remarkable steadiness. Gu Rong, witnessing her elder sister's impressive strength, was left in awe. Her mouth agape. Sister, you are truly remarkable. As strong as a man. Gu Jiu turned her gaze, her eyes resolute as she addressed her two younger sisters. Hongya, Xiao Man, let me tell you, even as women, we can perform tasks just as well as men. What men can accomplish, we women can equally excel in. I hope you both remain unshackled by societal prejudices and live authentically. Gu Rong and Gu Xiao Man exchanged bewildered glances, their youthful minds struggling to grasp Gu Jiu's profound words. However, the independent spirit exuded by Gu Jiu captivated the two little girls, their eyes filled with admiration. Yes, Ronger also wishes to become as formidable as you, sister. Gu Rong declared earnestly, her excitement palpable. Gu Xiao Man, scratching her head, blurted out whatever came to her mind. In the future, I'll gather bird eggs for you both. Gu Jiu couldn't help but laugh at her youngest sister's antics. Xiao Man, you're quite impressive, climbing trees to collect bird eggs. In the future, I shall hire a martial arts master to teach you how to traverse rooftops. Gu Xiao Man's enthusiasm ignited further. Wow, if I can fly, I could become a hero. Gu Rong rolled her eyes. You can climb trees and gather eggs, but you mustn't dirty or tear your clothes. Otherwise, I want to let you off easy. Regardless of whether you call me sister, you are under my care, and you must obey me. Gu Jio found it amusing to see her third sister pouting defiantly yet silent, feeling quite content with her strict second sister's influence. Without such discipline, her tendency to indulge her younger sisters might easily lead to yielding to the whims of the youngest. Chapter 51. The snake in the tree hollow. On the flat cart that Gu Jio was pushing, Gu Chonglu sat in a basket, his little head swiveling around, eager to catch the cheerful chatter of his sisters. He turned his head and waved his hands vigorously, attempting to garner their attention. Chonglu, don't move around too much. Be careful not to strain your neck, or you'll only be able to look backward, and others will think you're a monster. Scaring them away. Upon hearing Gu Jio's playful warning, the little one blinked, comprehending only that he might become a monster, and promptly settled down in the basket. As they passed through a narrow grove, Feng Lijing instructed the villagers to stop, leading several men with axes and hoes to clear a path. Gu Jio observed them chopping branches when suddenly she heard a series of peculiar sounds, faint rustling noises that would go unnoticed if one did not listen closely. Grasping her trusty axe, she became alert, scanning her surroundings in search of the source of the strange sounds. Soon, she discerned that the sounds emanated from near a tree. Crouching down, she pressed her ear to the trunk, listening intently. This is it. Gu Jio confirmed the presence of something within the tree and called for Feng Lijing to come over and take a look. Grandfather Feng, when I was young, I heard my father say that snakes typically gather in burrows or reside within the hollows of large trees. Indeed, this tree may harbor snakes. Upon hearing this, Feng Lijing and Li Dajiao, along with others, were immediately filled with excitement. Snakes are generally social creatures, and if this grand tree truly harbors them, their numbers are likely considerable. Although snake meat is not the most delectable game in the mountains, they are currently on a desperate journey. And as long as there is meat to eat, they are not particularly choosy. Jio, how confident are you? 60%, Gu Jio replied, withholding some details. Although this tree was large enough for 5 people to encircle, and she had rapped on the trunk, which sounded hollow, she could not guarantee that the contents within were indeed snakes. Exchanging glances with the men, particularly consulting with the knowledgeable hunter Li Dajiao, Feng Lijing decided to investigate the tree. You lot, chop the tree down. 2 of you stand by to control its fall, and the rest will catch the snakes. Following Feng Lijing's instructions, the village's bravest men eagerly joined the efforts to fell the tree and capture the snakes. Gu Jio had no intention of allowing her siblings to consume snake meat. She merely informed others of the news without participating. She had no desire to partake, for her boundless pantry contained an array of delicacies, and a simple chicken stew from her spiritual space would surpass snake meat in taste. Upon hearing that snakes were being captured ahead, timid women clasped their children and hurried away, fearing a snake bite. We caught one. There are indeed snakes in the tree. The men chopping the tree shouted in exhilaration. Inside the massive tree, they discovered a nest of snakes, both large and small, as well as unhatched snake eggs. With so many snakes inside, those leading the capture could expect a generous share of meat. Jio, we owe this successful capture to your efforts. After discussing it, we decided to give 1 snake to your family. Feng Lijing said with a smile, holding out a snake toward Gu Jio, who instinctively recoiled. No, thank you. Grandfather Feng, my siblings and I do not enjoy snake meat, and besides, we have enough to eat. This snake should go to those in the village who need it. Gu Jio, having lived 2 lifetimes, harbored a certain fear of snakes. The sight of such limbless, writhing creatures sent shivers down her spine, let alone the thought of consuming them. Feng Lijing intended to persuade her further, but seeing her strong rejection, he relented and praised her for her cleverness in finding the snakes. The villagers silently expressed their gratitude to Gu Jio for enabling them to enjoy snake meat. Big sister, why won't you eat the big snake? Are you afraid of snakes? Gu Xiaoman tugged at Gu Jio's sleeve, concerned. Yes, big sister is afraid of snakes. So you must endure without snake meat, Gu Jio replied with a resigned smile. Gu Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with mischief, as if she had uncovered her sister's vulnerability. That's all right, big sister. I will eat whatever you make. If you are afraid of snakes, then I will protect you." Gujio observed the petite girl before her. With her tiny fists raised, declared her intent to protect herself. A warm feeling enveloped Gujio's heart as she reached out to gently stroke the back of the girl's head. "Our little man is truly remarkable. She exhibits a courage surpassing even that of the village boys." Li Dajiao and 2 seasoned hunters from the village swiftly chopped the snake meat into pieces, while the villagers lined up, eager to collect their share of the bounty. No need to crowd. Only one member from each household may come forward. Should I discover that a family has sent 2, they will be barred from receiving any future provisions. Feng Lijing proclaimed, taking charge of the distribution to ensure fairness and equity among the villagers. The Jiang family matriarch arrived to claim her portion of the snake meat, receiving 3 small pieces. She held her bowl, insisting it was insufficient, and demanded that Feng Lijing allocate her an additional piece. "Feng Lijing, there are 4 of us at home. How can I possibly divide 3 pieces among my family?" Feng Lijing, initially disinclined to entertain her grievances, grew concerned that her lingering presence would disrupt the distribution for others. "It is precisely because your family is larger that I have provided you with 3 larger pieces. The portions for families with fewer members are smaller. What more could you possibly want?" Dissatisfied with Feng Lijing's response, the Jiang matriarch continued to press her case. "Did you not say that neither your family nor Gujio's would partake in a meat distribution? Then let Gujio's share be allocated to my family. After all, they will not consume it, but we certainly will." As the villagers completed their distribution of snake meat, dusk began to settle in. The location they occupied was ill-suited for an overnight stay due to the potential presence of wild beasts after dark. Feng Lijing led the way, and, as the villagers, now invigorated by their provisions, journeyed onward, they eventually reached a spacious cliff where they could rest. Upon arrival, the residents of Shangxi village promptly set up their tents and prepared to cook. Many chose to roast the snake meat over an open flame. Gujio planned to prepare rice for dinner, along with scrambled eggs with shepherd's purse, and set aside the wild ferns and wild celery for later consumption. Having previously purchased 10 pounds of flour and 10 pounds of rice in the county, half of it had already been consumed. Gujio intended to discreetly replenish her rice supply from the limitless storage while her siblings were preoccupied, as the rice bag still retained some fullness. Waiting until it was nearly empty would only draw suspicion. Chapter 52, Midnight Deception. Especially considering Gu Rong, despite her tender age, was quite astute in managing household affairs, meticulously calculating their food supplies each day. Just as Gujio had filled the rice bag with 5 pounds of rice, she spotted her younger sister checking their food stock once more, a ritual she performed daily. "Sister, I feel as though our rice has increased slightly. Yesterday, when I carried the bag, it felt light, but today it seems heavier in my hands." Gujio, feeling a pang of guilt, touched her nose and feigned bewilderment. "Oh, the rice has increased? How could that be? Are we to believe that pies are falling from the sky? Surely, Ronger, you must be mistaken." Gu Rong tilted her head, pondering deeply, yet could arrive at no conclusion. Could it truly be that I remembered incorrectly? Sister is right. After all, grain is such a precious commodity. Who would dare to place it in another's sack? It must be that I stayed up too late last night, leaving my mind muddled today. Watching Gu Rong convince herself, Gujio finally relaxed and exhaled deeply. His younger sister enjoys managing the household affairs, and in the future, when he needs to retrieve items from the warehouse or storage, he must indeed be cautious to avoid being caught by his little sister, the small housekeeper. That night, the villagers of Shangxi village feasted on snake meat, each one filling their bellies. After a simple wash of hands and faces, they laid down contentedly to rest. The tent that Gujio had asked Luo Xiaolan to mend was finally repaired, allowing his younger sisters to rest inside at night. Moreover, it provided Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman with a private space to change their clothes. Gu Rong gently lifted her little brother, Gu Changle, from the backpack, with the blanket still tucked beneath him. The tent served merely as a shelter, to sleep comfortably through the night. They needed to spread thick, dry hay on the ground and lay down a quilt. Only then could the 4 siblings find a place to rest. Previously, Gujio either dozed off leaning against a tree or nestled closely with his younger siblings, never having a good night's sleep. Now, although they were all squeezed together in the tent like a communal sleeping arrangement, at least there was space to lie flat and stretch their bodies. Gu Jiao and Gu Rong slept on the sides, with Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changel in between. The grain stored on the flatbed cart had already been brought into the tent, leaving only an empty cart outside. Throughout their escape, they had not encountered any incidents of lost grain, yet human nature is the most fragile of things. Gu Jiao was unwilling to gamble with their provisions. As the villagers fell into a deep slumber, two shadows emerged from the woods, moving stealthily closer amidst the rhythmic sound of snores from the group. Brother, you take the sleeping potion over there to incapacitate those on the east side. I'll stay here to handle those nearby, Gu Laoer whispered, pulling Gu Lauda aside. However, his brother did not catch what he said and asked him to repeat it. Reluctantly, Gu Laoer reiterated his words. Gu Jiao, sleeping at the end of the line, was exceptionally alert. The moment she sensed unusual sounds, her eyes snapped open. She slowly sat up and peered out from the corner of the tent. In the moonlight, she discerned the figures of two men whispering together. Emerging from the tent, Gu Jiao scrutinized them closely, recognizing them as her paternal uncle and second uncle. These two were likely up to no good again. They always took advantage of the deep night, when the villagers were resting, to either commit murder or steal grain. A cold smile crept across Gu Jiao's face, since the old Gu family members dared to come knocking at their door. It was time to show them a thing or two. She quietly retrieved her axe from the tent, gripping it tightly in her hand, and took a large iron pot, her figure flickering like a shadow in the darkness. As Gu Laoer finished giving instructions to his elder brother, Gu Jiao stealthily approached from behind. Raising her axe to strike at Gu Laoer's back while loudly shouting, "Everyone wake up! There's a thief!" Suddenly, Gu Jiao began to pound on a large iron pot with her hammer, producing a deafening clamor. The villagers, previously lost in slumber, were jolted awake by both her shout and the cacophony of the pot. A thief? Where? Li Dazhao squinted into the darkness, unable to discern the source of the voice. Gu Laoer and Gu Lao quickly realized the gravity of the situation and contemplated fleeing. Sensing their intentions, Gu Jiao swung her axe in their direction. The two brothers had no choice but to dodge, scattering in opposite directions to escape. "Uncle Dazhao, come here. The Gu family is here to steal again." Hearing the commotion, Li Dazhao grabbed his hoe and rushed toward Gu Jiao. As Gu Laoer noticed more villagers awakening, brandishing weapons and preparing to encircle him and his brother, he felt a surge of panic. Clutching the vial of sleeping powder tightly, he seized the moment when Gu Jiao turned her head and attempted to press the drug package against her face. However, Gu Jiao reacted swiftly. As Gu Laoer reached out, she deftly turned her head aside, narrowly avoiding the sleeping powder. A small amount of the substance, however, spilled out, and drawing from her past experiences, Gu Jiao immediately raised her sleeve to cover her mouth and nose. Within mere seconds, the powder infiltrated her nostrils, leaving her slightly dizzy. Gritting her teeth, she shook her head, digging her nails into her flesh to suppress the overwhelming urge to collapse. Seeing his plan seemingly succeed, Gu Laoer brandished a dagger, aiming for Gu Jiao's heart. In a moment of peril, Gu Jiao bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood jolting her back to clarity. She lifted her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Gu Laoer's neck, sending him sprawling to the ground with a heavy thud. Meanwhile, Gu Lao had been captured by Li Dazhao and several other men, struggling futilely against their hold. The villagers of Shangxi were now fully awake, with parents clutching their children, watching from a distance, fearful that the two nocturnal thieves would strike again. Feng Lijing, still groggy and disoriented, quickly dressed and approached to assess the situation. Li Dazhao, ever resourceful along with a few men, bound both Gu Lauda and Gu Laoer, confiscating the vials of sleeping powder from the brothers. "You two, the eldest and second of the Gu family, weren't you ordered to stay a mile away from the village? How dare you return? Do you intend to defy my orders?" Feng Lijing's voice was laced with fury as he recognized the two brothers under the flickering light of the villagers' torches. "Grandpa Feng, this is sleeping powder. I inhaled some earlier, which is how I recognized it." Gu Jiao pointed to the scattered drug packages on the ground. The villagers, some trembling with fright, began to weep, while others, filled with indignation, spat in contempt at Gulauda and Gulauer. What? These two scoundrels try to drug us? Truly heartless brutes. Once, we were neighbors living in close proximity within our village, yet I failed to discern the sinister hearts of these two brothers. Their intent to drug us. Was it merely to pilfer our grain or to bring harm upon us? These wretches must clarify their intentions. The village head, Fong, wore an expression of deep dismay. The Gu brothers deliberately chose to approach the group under the cover of night, carrying several packets of sedatives, clearly intending to commit malevolence. It is unfathomable to think what calamity would have befallen us had they succeeded. Gioyato, your astuteness this evening spared us. Otherwise, these scoundrels might have absconded with the villagers' provisions. Fong sighed, speaking earnestly. However, Gujio did not wholly concur with Feng's assessment, believing that the brothers' motives extended beyond mere theft. Grandfather Feng, if the eldest and second son of the Gu family solely aimed to pilfer grain, it would have been easy to do so while we slept soundly. But their deliberate carrying of such numerous packets of sedatives indicates a more nefarious intent. Their purpose is undoubtedly not confined to mere theft. Feng and the two elders, seasoned with decades of experience, quickly grasped the implications of Gu Jio's words. Instantly, he regarded the brothers with profound contempt, vowing with fierce determination, de Zhao de Quan. Hang these two miscreants from a tree, stoke a fire beneath them, and roast them like ducks for the entire night. Indeed, head, I shall securely bind these two rascals. If they are roasted overnight, their skin will surely become crisp. They may even be singed beyond recognition. Li Datsao spoke through clenched teeth, aiming to intimidate the Gu brothers. These scoundrels ambushed our village under the cloak of darkness. Had they succeeded, the villagers would have faced untold suffering. Following the commotion caused by the Gu brothers, the villagers remained in a state of shock, their nerves frayed. Even the children, though weary, clung to their parents, too frightened to sleep soundly. That night was destined to be one of sleeplessness for the residents of Shi Creek Village. Gujio instructed her younger siblings to rest within the tent, albeit the space was cramped for four. The incident with the Gu brothers had left her two sisters trembling with fear, while Gu Chonglu slept soundly like a pig, undisturbed even by the clanging of pots. To ensure her sisters could rest more comfortably, Gujio decided to keep vigil outside the tent, allowing the two young girls some peace of mind. As dawn broke, the sound of cicadas filled the air. Seizing the moment before others awoke, Gujio entered the spirit spring space, approaching the spring's well, and took a hearty drink of its sweet waters. After surveying the rice seedlings in the fields, she noted that they were nearing harvest time, anticipating that they would be ready to reap in just another day. She then visited the vegetable garden, where the produce thrived abundantly. To prevent the intertwining of the eggplant and cucumber vines, which could lead to a fierce struggle for dominance, she carefully separated them, mindful that any conflict would ultimately be detrimental to her as the gardener. The potato and sweet potato seedlings, previously scarce, have now yielded a bountiful harvest. Gujio unearthed a potato plant, astonished to discover it bore 5 or 6 tubers, each as large as a clenched fist. My goodness! The soil within the spiritual spring space is exceedingly fertile. Every vegetable she had sown previously has thrived magnificently. The sweet potatoes she dug up were equally impressive, substantial enough that if shared between her two younger sisters, each could easily be sated by one. Gujio harvested 3 deep purple eggplants, each as thick as an adult's arm, while the cucumbers had grown to nearly half a meter in length. Although some might deem these to be mutated vegetables, there are certainly those who would believe it. She collected half a sack of 8 or so potatoes, alongside half a sack of sweet potatoes and several eggplants and cucumbers. Initially, these vibrant vegetables gleamed with freshness, but to create the illusion that they were foraged from the mountains, she buried them in the earth, coating them with mud before placing them into the sacks. She fetched a bucket, drawing a pail of spiritual spring water from the well to bring out into her space. At that moment, her younger siblings were still sweetly slumbering inside the tent. Stealthily, she placed the sacks of vegetables into her backpack, then retrieved several steamed buns and flour rolls she had preserved from the previous night. The meager rations for breakfast were all that remained in her stock. As Gu Jio kindled a fire, she poured a ladle of spiritual spring water into the iron pot to heat it. There were only 6 buns and rolls in total. She planned to prepare a cucumber salad to accompany the meal and roast 3 sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs. She estimated that her younger brother, Gu Changle, would only manage to eat 1 bun, leaving insufficient portions for her 2 sisters. The roasted sweet potatoes would surely be a delight for them. Furthermore, any uneaten roasted potatoes could be consumed on their journey, making them quite convenient. In preparing breakfast, Gu Jio endeavored to keep her movements light, so as not to disturb her sleeping siblings in the tent. However, Gu Rong, ever diligent and an early riser, was the first to emerge from the tent while Gu Jio was still slicing cucumbers. "Sister, you no longer call for my help with cooking. You must have slept poorly outside last night, right?" Gu Rong exclaimed, her small face displaying concern, as she promptly washed her hands and came over to assist with the fire. "I slept quite well, but what about you and Xiaoman? Did you have nightmares last night?" Gu Jio shook her head, not wishing to worry her younger sister. In truth, having lived 2 lives, she had long been accustomed to a schedule of only 3 to 4 hours of sleep per night. There were times when she would even stay awake all night on missions. Compared to her younger siblings, who required more rest, she remained invigorated even after just a few hours of slumber, especially since the spiritual spring water revitalized her swiftly, alleviating any fatigue. "Where did you acquire these cucumbers, sister? And why are there sweet potatoes and potatoes in the sack? So much food." Gu Rong, still groggy from sleep, finally grasped the enormity of what Gu Jio held, particularly the bulging sack in her backpack, which elicited sheer delight from the little girl. "Oh, while I was out looking for a place to fetch water, I came across some wild vegetables and decided to gather them all to bring back," Gu Jio explained. Gu Jio, without a hint of embarrassment, continued to weave her fabrications while busily preparing a refreshing cucumber salad. Hearing the commotion, Gu Xiaoman yawned and emerged from the tent. "Sister, you found vegetables again. How impressive." Gu Xiaoman speculated that perhaps some vendor had intentionally left behind seedlings when passing through, allowing her sister to stumble upon them. Her whimsical imagination inadvertently provided Gu Jio with corroboration. "Indeed, our Xiaoman is quite astute. It might very well be that the seedlings were left by travelers of yore. Now a boon for us." Chapter 54. Encountering the barbarians again. Gu Jio added soy sauce, minced garlic, aged vinegar, salt, and sugar among other seasonings, swiftly preparing a generous platter of cucumbers. At this moment, the steamed buns and flour rolls had only been cooking for a mere 10 minutes and were now perfectly heated, the sweet aroma of the freshly cooked dough wafting through the air. 3 sweet potatoes had been buried in the fire pit from early morning. As Gu Rong helped Gu Xiaoman wash her hands, Gu Jio expertly poked through the fire, retrieving 3 charred sweet potatoes resembling lumps of coal. "Sister, how old are you? Why are you still playing with coal?" Gu Xiaoman giggled upon seeing her sister clutching the 3 sooty objects. "If you keep laughing at me, I want to share these roasted sweet potatoes. I've prepared one for each of us sisters." After retrieving the sweet potatoes, Gu Jio's hands were covered in soot. "Oh, so Chong Lu doesn't get to enjoy roasted sweet potatoes?" Gu Xiaoman, delighted, quickly scrubbed her hands clean and dashed over to bite into her sweet potato. Her messy demeanor provoked Gu Rong to scold her again, reminding her to keep her hands and clothes clean, since the little brother is still in bed. "He shall not have any roasted sweet potato," Gu Jio jested, taking the steamed buns and flour rolls out of the pot and placing them onto a plate. "Ha! Lazy Chong Lu, sleeping in even later than I do. He deserves no roasted sweet potato." Gu Xiaoman, gleefully munching on her roasted sweet potato, savored each bite. The sweet potato, fresh from fire, was still scalding hot, its charred skin easily yielding to her fingers. The orange flesh inside, akin to honey, oozed with sweet nectar, creating a delectable taste. The sweet potatoes, cultivated by Gu Jio in her spiritual space, were of superior quality, far tastier than the ordinary varieties. Nearby, Li Fugu Wei and his family were having their breakfast, consisting only of 3 dry pancakes. Many families in the village, accustomed to 2 meals a day, often left their children crying from hunger by evening. Gu Jio believed her siblings were at a critical stage of growth, if they only ate twice daily. Their nutrition would surely be inadequate. Given the haphazard eating habits during their escape, once they settled down, she would ensure strict control over their daily nutritional intake. The villagers gradually rose to wash up and have breakfast. Gulauda and Gulao Air found themselves silenced. Their outer garments hung in a tree, while beneath them, the fire crackled. If the ropes binding them snapped, or if they stretched their legs, they risked being roasted alive, which kept them awake in fear throughout the night. As Gujo passed by, she noted that the two brothers bore dark circles under their eyes, resembling pandas. After the younger siblings finished their breakfast, Gujo planned to tidy up the remnants and prepare for the journey ahead, anticipating that they would reach the official road today without incident. Once the village's group successfully joined the official road, their pace would quicken significantly, allowing her flatbed cart to move smoothly as well. Over the past couple of days, pushing the cart through the mountains had already developed muscles in her arms. Suddenly, a villager burst out from the forest, panicked and still struggling to fasten his trousers. Shouting in a stutter, "The soldiers, the ones in armor with swords, are coming this way." Upon hearing the commotion, Gujio immediately grasped her axe, positioning herself protectively behind her siblings. "How have the barbarians returned? What are we to do? Where can we hide? We must flee. They are ruthless murderers. If we fall into their hands, there will be no escape." The villagers of Shangxi, upon hearing that the barbarian group had returned, were seized by terror. Women clutched their children, trembling, while the elderly, hindered by their frailty, leaned on their canes, uncertain of where to run. Most were awaiting instructions from the village head, Feng, hesitant to act independently. Only a few anxious villagers had begun to flee in the opposite direction. But before the villagers had a chance to escape, a band of cavalry, clad in silver armor and wielding long spears or massive swords, charged towards them. The two leading barbarians whistled excitedly. "All citizens of the great Shang nation, drop to the ground and cover your heads. Disarm yourselves." Gu Jio and her siblings hid behind a stone, and she carefully counted. There were 17 enemies, each brandishing sharp weapons, exuding the aura of seasoned warriors accustomed to the battlefield, their faces displaying a menacing resolve. In the heat of the moment, a hot-blooded man wielding a knife attempted to confront the barbarians, only to have his head severed by one of the leading assailants. "Durgu, my son, you heartless beasts, you animals, return my son to me." Wang Durgu was the first to fall beneath the barbarian's blade, just 17 years old, as his mother wept bitterly, her eyes red with grief. Yet, Durgu's headless corpse lay lifeless on the ground, beyond the reach of his mother's call. "None of you are allowed to flee. Remain where you are," commanded the leader of the barbarians, brandishing his spear and aiming it at the villagers. The elderly, weak, and women were paralyzed with fear, their cries silenced. Parents desperately covered their children's mouths, fearful of any sound escaping. "If I see anyone disobeying, attempting to flee or resist, they shall be executed without mercy," the barbarian leader proclaimed, and with that, he thrust his spear directly through the throat of the nearest man. The gruesome scene sent many villagers into a frenzy of screams. Blood gushed forth, inciting the other barbarians' bloodlust. The remaining 16 barbarians, inspired by their leader's brutality, followed suit, each striking down a villager. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 corpses from Shangxi village lay sprawled upon the ground. Feng Lijing's eyes burned with a crimson fury, his voice erupting with a desperate plea for survival. "Esteemed soldiers, I implore you, spare the innocent villagers of Shi Creek village. Whether you seek grain or riches, we shall offer them willingly. We only ask that you refrain from slaughtering the innocent." Feng Lijing, bowing deeply in submission to the enemy, moved many young men of the village to tears. Gujo understood well that Feng Lijing had no choice but to surrender to the enemy, doing so to save more lives. He was a man of great righteousness, not one who feared death. The brutish leader sneered, "Old man, if you wish for me to spare the lives of your entire village, you must bow down 100 times. If it pleases me, I may let you off the hook." The villagers, upon hearing this, could hardly contain their rage. "Lijing, don't listen to him. He seeks only to mock you. Even after 100 bows, these beasts would not spare us," they cried. "Lijing, Do not bow to these monsters. It is better to die than to suffer dishonor. We shall not bow our heads before the spawn of dogs. Chapter 55. Let us fight these beasts. Warriors of She Creek Village, let us take up arms and confront these brutes. With the first young man leading the charge, the other impassioned men could no longer suppress their humiliation. Armed with axes, hoes, and sickles, they engaged in a desperate battle against the savages. However, despite their strength and fervor, the villagers were no match for the seasoned soldiers of the enemy. After only a few exchanges, 7 or 8 young men fell to the blades of the savages, who mercilessly slaughtered all who resisted. Gugio gripped her axe tightly, witnessing the increasing loss of her fellow villagers. Hiding would not aid them. They must carve a path through the enemy's encirclement to escape with her siblings. The brutish leader ordered that all their grain be confiscated, while Gugio and her siblings sought refuge behind a dense thicket of grass, which concealed them from view. Yet, she could not hide the flatbed cart with its precious cargo of white rice, flour, and 2 jars of spring water. All had fallen into the hands of the savages. The enemy assigned a handful of guards to the surviving villagers, while the others began to cook their seized provisions. The villagers regarded the grain as more precious than their own lives. Without it, there was no hope for survival. This woman is quite alluring, brothers. Bring her to me. The brutish leader leered, pointing at Gulanhua, who crouched in fear among the crowd. No sooner had he spoken than 2 of his minions, grinning wickedly, approached to seize Gulanhua. One of her legs still injured, she could not flee. Luo Xiaolan grasped her foster daughter's hand tightly, shielding her protectively. No one shall take my daughter. They must first step over my corpse. With that, Luo Xiaolan deftly drew a kitchen knife from her belongings, raising it above her head. Her fierce gaze locked on the 2 brutes, ready to strike anyone who dared approach. Hurry up, bring that woman over here, lest you ruin my grandfather's mood. The leader of the marauders tugged at his belt, urging his men. Luo Xiaolan, brandishing a pig-slaughtering knife, stood defiantly against 2 marauders, threatening anyone who dared to advance. Yet, despite her determination to protect Gulanhua, she was no match for multiple foes. Another marauder appeared from behind, swiftly seizing Gulanhua and hoisting her over his shoulder, racing off to curry favor with his leader. Gulanhua screamed in desperation, frantically pounding on the marauder's back. Mother, save me! Upon hearing her cries, Luo Xiaolan turned, only to realize that her daughter had already been taken away. As she attempted to break through the encirclement of marauders, she was met with sharp spears and swords blocking her path. Let her go, you filthy beasts. If you want to fight, come at me. No matter how fiercely Luo Xiaolan shouted and struggled, the marauder carrying Gulanhua never even glanced back, ignoring her completely. Brothers, we've been hiding for too long. It's time to pick a woman we fancy and enjoy ourselves. The marauder leader, exhilarated, settled Gulanhua onto his lap, gripping her chin forcefully to make her look at him. Tears of humiliation streamed down Gulanhua's cheeks. In that instant, the young women of the village were all targeted by the marauders, the air thick with the cries of adults and the elderly pleading for mercy. Military officer, my granddaughter is only 12. She's still just a child. Please, have mercy and spare her. I beg you. An elderly woman, Chun, her hair gray and over 80 years old, knelt on the ground, clutching her granddaughter's hand and crying out. But the marauder shoved her away, stamping down hard on her hand, mercilessly grinding it. Chun screamed in agony. Li Dajiao and the remaining able-bodied men of the village found themselves with knives pressed against their throats. As they watched their wives and daughters on the brink of being violated, they felt the weight of their humiliation. Although men are often said to shed tears rarely, the indignity they faced was unbearable. Despair and humiliation filled the villagers' hearts, and just as the marauders were about to assault the young women and mothers, Gugio instructed her sisters to hide and not to come out. She dashed from behind a massive rock, brandishing a slender dagger, its blade glinting with lethal intent. Her gaze fixed sharply on the marauder leader who was about to grasp Gulanhua's collar. The marauder leader, caught in a frenzied grin, suddenly felt a chilling sensation at his neck. Gu Jio's blade had traced a perfect line of blood across his throat. In an instant, blood erupted from his body, and he could hardly believe he was dying at the hands of a mere girl. Gu Lanhua stood frozen in shock until the leader's grip slackened, and he collapsed to the ground like a massive stone statue. Cautiously, she turned to see the monster staring wide-eyed, his life extinguished. Upon seeing the bloody dagger in Gu Jio's hand, she was overwhelmed with panic as she looked at her savior. "Thank you, Sister Jio, for saving me." Meanwhile, the remaining 10 or so enemy soldiers, following the lead of their commander, had each seized a young girl or woman with the intention of committing unspeakable acts. Little did they know that their leader was suddenly slain, leaving them frozen in shock. "That vile creature has killed our chief. Quickly, seize her." The remaining enemy soldiers swiftly reacted, rushing towards Gu Jio in a group of 7 or 8. Gu Jio, with the agility of a leopard, darted swiftly among the enemy. Evading their grasp, they engaged in a fierce back and forth, yet none could lay a finger on her. "Uncle Dazhao, quickly arm yourselves." Gu Jio wielded her dagger, swiftly slitting the throats of the 2 brutes who had been suppressing Li Dazhao and the others. She then freed the remaining men of the village from their bindings, issuing cold commands. Were it not for her desire to protect the elderly, women, and children, she could have single-handedly dealt with the rest of the brutes. However, having siblings in this life made her acutely aware of the preciousness of familial bonds. With the assistance of Li Dazhao and others, they could minimize further bloodshed. Li Dazhao and a few men, previously bound by the brutes, could only watch helplessly, their patience having worn thin. Now, finally armed, they were ready to fight with fervor, their hearts ignited with the flames of battle, determined to clash with the brutes to the death. "Let us avenge our fellow villagers who perished," shouted Li Dazhao, brandishing an axe and leading the charge. With Gu Jio joining the fray, she would lend her strength whenever the others seemed on the brink of collapse. Yet, the sheer number of villagers overwhelmed her, and she sustained a wound on her arm, her new garment slashed by an enemy's blade. Enduring the searing pain, Gu Jio plunged her dagger into the heart of the last brute, twisting it fiercely before withdrawing it with a rush of blood that sprayed onto the ground. All the enemy's soldiers fell silent, lifeless on the ground. The villagers, who had just been fighting, now stood still, staring vacantly at the blood-soaked corpses, their expressions vacant, as if their souls had departed. It was unclear who first cried out, "The brutes are all dead. Villagers of Shangxi, we have won this battle. We have a path to survival." In an instant, the remaining villagers erupted into cheers. "Those wretched beasts, may they rot in hell." A group, filled with righteous fury, brandished their hoes and sickles, wishing to reduce the corpses of the enemy to mere pulp and bone. Chapter 56. Little grain remains while some rejoiced, others mourned. Those who had lost loved ones to the brutes wept over their relatives' bodies, their hearts breaking. "My son, why did you leave us so young? You have made your mother bury her gray-haired self with a black-haired child. How shall I live out the rest of my days? Lamented one, wife without you. I have no one to cook for me and the children. I shall not know how to carry on. Damn those brutes. They deserve to suffer eternally in hell." Tormented endlessly, Feng Lijeng, panting heavily, rose from the ground, his body marred with wounds and covered in yellow mud, appearing utterly disheveled. As the village chief of Shangxi village, he had just witnessed an unimaginable massacre, and he must rise to lead the villagers in regaining their confidence. Gu Jio, seeing that the immediate danger had passed for the entire village, hurried back to the side of her younger siblings, Gu Rong and her other siblings. Despite having followed Gu Jio's orders to blindfold Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changel during the brutal confrontation, the young Gu Rong, only 8, had her own heart deeply shaken by the horror. The innocent minds of Gu Xiaoman and Gu Changel had also sensed the bloody reality of the battle. At this moment, seeing Gu Jio's figure, the 3 children called out to her with tears in their eyes, feeling wronged. Sister, I'm so scared. There were so many bad people. Sister, are you hurt?" Upon seeing the 3 little ones gazing at her with such pitiful expressions, Gu Jio felt her heart melt into a puddle. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Your sister is here. I have vanquished all the villains, and we are safe now." Gu Jio embraced her siblings tightly, soothing them with gentle words. Meanwhile, Feng, the village chief, along with his son, was assessing the casualties within the village. From the original 86 villagers who had left, only half remained. 20 young men had perished, along with over 20 elderly, weak, and women. The forest echoed with wails and cries, enveloping the scene in a somber atmosphere. Feng's face was a mask of silence as he looked at the villagers who had lost loved ones and, in despair, declared, "Fellow villagers of Shangxi, lift your heads and look at me. Those who sacrifice themselves to protect us are the heroes of our village. As the chief of Shangxi, I lament their sacrifice. Yet, we must look forward. Those of us who remain must rise and continue on, so their sacrifices were not in vain. Put aside your sorrow and stand tall. As long as we stand, there is hope for a new tomorrow." His words resonated with the remaining villagers, who raised their sorrowful eyes to their leader, Feng. Now, in this foreign land, his words became their sole beacon of hope. Despite the reluctance of those who had lost family, Feng diligently persuaded them to bury the bodies on the spot. After all, during their journey, they needed to travel light. With over 40 bodies, they could not bear the burden of carrying them into the city. As the sun rose high, the scent of blood lingered in the air. Feng led the others in digging graves to bury the deceased. Gu Jiu, with only a few children at home and no casualties, took her siblings and pushed a cart away from the gruesome scene, seeking a more distant open space to rest. By the time the villagers completed the burials, it was already afternoon. They erected a marker for their fallen kin, ensuring they could find their loved ones' graves upon their return. Gu Jiu checked the food supplies. A bag of white rice had been cooked by the marauders, and the potatoes and sweet potatoes were gone, leaving only half a bag of flour, 3 eggplants, and a cucumber. The remaining provisions consisted of just 3 steamed buns. There was not enough for lunch, let alone any hope for dinner. She needed to devise a way to procure food from the infinite warehouse and the spirit spring space. Once the villagers had buried their dead and inscribed the gravestones, Feng Liza instructed everyone to reform the line. Previously, with a multitude of villagers, he found it challenging to oversee them all, often requiring repeated admonitions to restore order, which proved laborious. Now, however, with only a little over 40 villagers remaining, the formation was clear from front to back. The villagers, having lost their loved ones, trudged along, reluctant to leave this place. Feng Liza understood their sentiments all too well, but if they did not find refuge before nightfall, the scent of blood would soon attract the beasts of the forest, turning them into the prey of wild animals. He dared not delay any longer and urged the villagers onward. "Ronger, Xiaoman, quickly take the steamed buns and eat to ease your hunger." Gu Jiu handed the last 3 buns from her bundle to her younger siblings. She had named them flour rolls, as such delicacies had yet to appear in the Great Shun Kingdom. "I'm not hungry, you eat. You need energy to push the cart," Gu Rong insisted, shaking her head vehemently at the offered buns. Gu Xiaoman, feeling hungry, gazed longingly at the buns in Gu Jiu's hands, swallowing hard but not reaching out to take any. "Sister is right. Without food, we lack strength. You are our family's primary labor and must eat more." Gu Jiu affectionately patted her 2 sensible sisters on their little heads. "You eat first. I had plenty this morning and am not hungry. Once we find a place to rest, I will go into the forest to hunt for food. Do not worry. I will not let myself go hungry." Gu Jiu waved a bun in front of Gu Changle's nose, who had nearly drifted into slumber. Instantly, his eyes flew open, and he sniffed eagerly, a smile spreading across his face upon catching the fragrant aroma of the buns. "If you don't eat, I will give them all to little brother," Gu Jiu teased, and at that, Gu Changle beamed with delight, struggling to climb out of the backpack to grasp at the buns with his tiny hands. Gu Rong and her sister were willing to let their elder sister eat the buns, but they hesitated at the thought of giving all 3 to their little brother. He was so small that he usually managed only 1 steamed bun. How could he possibly consume 3? "No, sister, let me have one too. Changle's stomach is not bigger than mine. I cannot eat 3 buns, and if he eats them all, he will surely overindulge." Gu Xiaoman snatched 1 bun and began to devour it ravenously. Gu Xiaoman always ate quickly, like a little glutton. Once food entered her mouth, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Gu Jiu was amused by her 3rd sister's antics and swiftly handed a bun to her second sister. Ronger, you should eat as well. If Changal eats 2 buns, he will undoubtedly be too stuffed to sleep this afternoon. After pondering her elder sister's words, Gu Rong agreed, taking a bun in hand and nibbling on it as they walked. The other villagers in the formation looked on enviously at the Gu siblings. It seemed they alone could still enjoy the fine flour delicacies in the village, while even the village chief's family had to settle for coarse bread. As dusk began to settle, Gu Ju looked up at the ominous sky, sensing that something was amiss. As one would expect, summer evenings typically descend later. Yet after only a short while, it felt as if the sky had abruptly darkened. Such irregular occurrences must surely signal something amiss. Chapter 57. The Onslaught of a Deluge. Gu Ju speculated within her heart that the ominous clouds could herald an impending storm. Upon further reflection, it certainly was the season for torrential rains. No sooner had this thought crossed her mind than the heavens unleashed a torrent of rain upon them. Chilling droplets swiftly drenched their hair and garments. Feng Lijing urgently called out, urging everyone to seek refuge in the nearby woods. It's pouring. Everyone, hurry to the forest. Those at the back follow quickly. In the blink of an eye, the downpour intensified, accompanied by the resounding clap of thunder and the crackling of lightning striking before them, transforming the ground into a quagmire. One misstep could easily ensnare a foot in the mire, rendering one immobile for an eternity. Adults could only carry the little ones. While Feng Lijing instructed the village men to assist the elderly as they all quickly became drenched like drowned rats. Gu Jiu, struggling somewhat, pushed the flat cart forward. The path was treacherous, so she allowed her younger brother and third sister to sit atop the cart. Gu Rong, holding a banana leaf, followed closely, attempting to shield her from the rain. However, the little girl barely reached Gu Jiu's chin, and even on tiptoe, she could only cover her sister's shoulders, leaving the rest exposed to the downpour. Ronger, do not bother shielding me. This rain is nothing to fret over. You are getting soaked yourself. Be cautious, lest you catch a chill, Gu Jiu admonished. Sister, you're the one who should be concerned about your health, not just fretting over me. Look at you, drenched and sweating. Fluctuating between heat and cold is far more perilous. You should prioritize your own well-being, Gu Rong sighed, her expression stern as she began to lecture her elder sister. Normally, the second sister was gentle and amiable, but when she wore a frown and scolded, it was rather intimidating. Gu Jiu, suppressing a smile at her sister's little adult demeanor, feigned compliance, saying, Very well, I shall heed your advice. Upon finally entering the woods, they found that, despite the dense foliage, it offered little protection from the downpour. There was not a single spot to sit and rest. The ground was turned into a muddy puddle, and sitting down would inevitably soil their clothes. With no other option, everyone resorted to using grass as makeshift cover, while those with oilcloth tents sheltered their families beneath. Still, the duration of the rain remained uncertain, and in their wet garments, they would surely catch a chill if this continued. Gu Jiu gathered several flat stones to lay on the ground and quickly ventured a bit further away, avoiding the crowd to retrieve some dry firewood from her spirit spring space, just enough to kindle a small fire. When the others saw Gu Jiu return with a bundle of firewood, they were astonished and inquired, Jiu girl, in such heavy rain, where did you find dry firewood? Gu Jiu chuckled modestly, pointing casually, just over there. These logs were conveniently sheltered by the leaves, keeping them relatively dry. A fire had been kindled, and Gu Jiu embraced her younger brother, inviting her second and third sisters to gather around the warmth. The little ones finally felt a hint of comfort amidst the relentless rain. However, being drenched in wet clothing was far from ideal. She retrieved a tent, expertly setting it up over the flatbed cart, effectively shielding the provisions and belongings stowed in the basket atop it. She first ushered Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman into the tent to change out of their damp garments, preventing the 2 girls from catching a chill. Only then did Gu Jiu change in a dry attire herself. Although her younger brother had not been caught in the rain, he had gone several days without a change of clothes, and, as he snuggled close, the pungent odor of sweat wafted around him. Being a person who valued cleanliness, Gu Jiu decided to change him as well. Others soon followed suit, setting up their tents to change clothes, and some with their own children in tow. sought proximity to Gu Jiao's fire for warmth. Among those who approached were her acquaintances Li Dazhao and Luo Xiaolan, whom Gu Jio welcomed without hesitation. However, she had no intention of allowing the scheming Lu Hohat and the elderly Wu family matriarch anywhere near. Li Dazhao, cradling his son and embracing his wife, observed the unrelenting downpour and remarked, "In summer, once the rains commence, they often linger for several days. We Haven-T even ventured out of these mountains. And if the rain continues like this, it will pose a considerable problem. The paths in the mountains become treacherous." He was right. With the rain, the snakes and insects in the hills would emerge, and if they could not maintain a fire, sleeping at night would become a daunting prospect. After enduring 3 years of drought, with the fields yielding nothing, the sudden onset of such heavy rain was indeed alarming. The villagers, having nothing to do while waiting for the rain to cease, gathered to chat amiably. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment and remarked, "If this heavy rain persists for an entire week, we may face disastrous flooding." The village head Feng Lerzhang and 2 respected elders present felt a chill run through them. With decades of life experience, they were no strangers to the devastation wrought by torrential rains. Feng Lerzhang silently noted Gu Jiao's warning, realizing they needed to be cautious as they continued their journey. Due to the rain, it grew dark in less than half an hour. Gu Jiao's stomach grumbled, signaling that it was time to seek sustenance. If she did not devise a way to retrieve some food from their supplies, both she and her siblings would surely go hungry by morning. She first placed an iron pot over the fire, filling it with water, and, alongside her second sister, busily prepared the last half bag of flour into large steam buns. The 3 sisters donned straw hats crafted by Luo Xiaolan for protection against the rain, while her younger brother Gu Changel was instructed to stay in the cart's tent to avoid the downpour. As the rain lightened significantly by evening, their hats kept them relatively dry. Once a pot of buns was ready, Gu Jio set up the steamer, asking her second sister and Luo Xiaolan to watch over it, while she took an axe and ventured into the woods, hunting in the dim light. Gu Rong and the other children were accustomed to Gu Jio returning with game after her hunts, since their grandmother had instructed them to stay with the belongings. They obediently listened, allowing their sister to hunt with peace of mind. Hearing her intention to hunt, Li Dazhao anxiously called out, "Jio girl, wait for uncle to finish his dry cakes so we can go together. It's too perilous for a young girl like you to enter the woods alone." Gu Jio was well aware that Li Dazhao genuinely cared for her. According to the faint memories of the original owner, she recalled that Li Dazhao and her father had been inseparable friends since childhood, even closer than the 2 brothers of the Gu family. However, if she allowed Li Dazhao to accompany her, it would be difficult to discreetly procure the items she needed. She hastily declined, saying, "No need, Uncle Dazhao. You enjoy your dinner. I won't stray far and will return shortly." Li Dazhao gazed into the pitch-black woods, and in an instant, Gu Jio's figure vanished from sight. Anxious, he barely finished his dry cake before tossing it aside and grabbing a hoe to pursue her into the forest. Gu Jio had a keen sense of awareness and naturally heard the hurried footsteps behind her. In a flurry, she quickened her pace, fearing that Li Dazhao might catch up. As she ran, her mind raced with thoughts of what type of meat she could procure. She had already consumed pigeon, rabbit, lamb, fish, and chicken. Many options were off limits. It would be unreasonable to suddenly present beef, as the appearance of a wild cow in the mountains would be rather peculiar. Similarly, catching a few fish was out of the question, as there was no river nearby, which might raise suspicions. Just as Gu Jio took a sharp turn, she finally thought of the type of meat she could acquire. She dashed toward another part of the woods and hastily refreshed her infinite warehouse's fresh goods shelf. Chapter 58. Catching a wild boar. Gu Jio pondered that wild boars were often found deep in the mountains, so encountering one would be quite reasonable. She tirelessly refreshed the fresh goods shelf, eliminating options like the domesticated pigs with pink skin or those adorned with black and white spots. She could only choose a black wild boar to avoid drawing attention. Moreover, there was always the possibility that someone in the village might have seen a wild boar. After all, Li Dazhao often went hunting and might recognize one. Additionally, the boar couldn't be too large. It would be hard for anyone to believe that she single-handedly subdued a wild boar weighing 300 to 400 pounds. In those days, there were no refrigerators. An ordinary pork would spoil within 3 days. It was improbable that she could keep meat for 10 to 15 days without it going bad. After several rounds of selection, Gugio finally chose a small wild boar weighing about 50 to 60 pounds, which would suffice for her and her siblings for at least a week. She also thought of the method for curing meat. Any leftover that couldn't be consumed within a day or two could be salted and preserved. She could find some cypress branches in the woods to start a fire, and the smoke would help cure the wild boar into smoked meat. She ventured a bit further away to retrieve the small wild boar, allowing herself some time before Li Dezhao caught up. The infinite warehouse only contained freshly slaughtered meat, so the boar was skinned. She needed to disguise her actions as if she had just finished processing it. So when Li Dezhao finally found Gugio, he discovered her crouched on the ground, dragging the wild boar. "I've been looking for you forever, Gio girl. Is it a wild boar?" Li Dezhao exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape. This girl was incredibly fortunate. She managed to hunt a wild boar even in the dark. Indeed, I had just stripped its hide off. And though it took some effort to drag it here, I was contemplating a brief respite when I unexpectedly encountered Uncle Dezhao. It is worth noting that wild boars are inherently cunning. In the pitch darkness of the forest, it is certainly advantageous for them to engage with humans unseen. This particular wild boar appears to be relatively small, likely having strayed from its herd in search of food. Drawing upon his years of hunting experience, Li Dezhao made this assessment, to which Gugio nodded in silent agreement. It seems that fortune favored me today, as I stumbled upon this little creature. Had it been a wild boar father or mother, I might have found myself at a disadvantage. Gugio jested as she hoisted the wild boar onto her back. Li Dezhao was astonished by her deftness. "You can confidently proceed ahead, Gio girl," he advised. "The path is obscured by darkness, so tread carefully. I shall follow behind to support you." The two made their way back along the trail and soon returned to their resting place. By this time, the rain had largely ceased, and Fengli was busy tending several campfires with his companions. The group was either enjoying their rations or warming themselves by the fire. Suddenly, someone spotted Gugio and her companion returning with their burden. "Dezhao, what have you two brought back? Such a sizable catch." As he approached, the villagers could finally discern the wild boar on Gugio's back and collectively held their breath. Wild boar meat is a rare delicacy, even in times of peace. It typically requires several skilled hunters to venture into the mountains to procure one. This wild boar was not hunted by me, Li Dezhao clarified. By the time I arrived, Gio Girl had already subdued it. I must say, Gio Girl has truly inherited her father's exceptional hunting prowess. Her father's skills were equally remarkable. With that, Li Dezhao assisted in placing the wild boar onto Gugio's flatbed cart, singing her praises. With his endorsement, the villagers' belief in Gugio's hunting success solidified. Gu Xiaoman and Gu Rong gathered around the cart, their eyes fixated on the dark, hulking creature, as they had never before encountered a wild boar. The sisters mused about the boar's enormous snout and its bloodied head, finding it somewhat unsettling to behold. Many eager onlookers approached, offering to help butcher the meat. But Gugio dismissed them all, fully aware of their ulterior motives. Those who rarely engaged with her now sought to ingratiate themselves in hopes of securing a share of the pork. Such naive aspirations. Gugio intended to share some pork with those who had genuinely supported her, while the others would be disregarded. The steam buns were ready, and Gugio distributed 2 to each of her siblings, also delivering a couple to Grandma Jo. She retrieved the remaining cucumber from her basket, seasoning it with soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, and salt, and placed it in a dish to accompany the buns. Once her siblings had satisfied their hunger, Gugio rolled up her sleeves, wielding her trusty pig slaughtering knife to begin butchering the meat. There were 16 edible parts of the pig, including the front leg meat, which is rich in fat and connective tissue, typically used for dumplings, meatballs, or braised dishes. The hind leg meat is firmer and suitable for stewing or braising as well. The tenderloin is the most delicate part of the pig, primarily utilized in stir-frying. The shank is often employed for stewing, while the pork belly and the marbled pork are favored for braising and barbecuing. Additionally, the hindquarter is a delectable cut, second only to the tenderloin. perfect for preparing twice-cooked pork. The upper shoulder, situated near the pig's neck, remains tender even after prolonged cooking. The remaining popular cuts include the pig's hock and cheek, both renowned for their soft texture and chewiness. The various pork bones are categorized into neck bones, spare ribs, backbone, fan bones, and leg bones. Gugio sharpened the butcher's knife against a stone, ready to begin the butchering process. He first sliced off several portions for his family to dine on in the coming days, also extracting 3 pig trotters to roast over an open flame, intending to share with his sisters later. He then cut a piece of pork belly into slices, threading them onto branches to create skewers for grilling. Aunt Luo, could you please keep an eye on my sisters for a moment? Once these meat skewers are ready, you and Sister Lanhua must partake as well. I shall return shortly with the meat and steamed buns. Gugio instructed Luo Xiaolan. Oh, you're too kind, Gio girl. Rest assured, I will watch over them. Luo Xiaolan responded readily, her face beaming with joy. Others who observed Luo Xiaolan enjoying Gugio's wild boar meat felt a pang of regret, lamenting why they hadn't cultivated a better relationship with her earlier. Gugio began to divide the pork into 3 portions, each weighing 3 pounds. To deliver to Feng Lijing's home, Luo Xiaolan's, and Li Dajiao's. The onlookers, unable to partake, were tantalized by the aroma of roasted pig trotters and grilled pork belly, their mouths watering, with some children nearly drooling. Jiang Baolong, having suffered from mushroom poisoning and a fever for several days, now found his mind somewhat muddled. The villagers speculated that he might have been addled by his illness. Drawn by the enticing scent of the roasted trotters, he approached and reached for one of the skewers roasting on a branch. Jiang Baolong, what are you doing stealing my family's pig trotter? You little rascal, get away. Gu Xiaoman yanked the trotter back, swatting Jiang Baolong's hand away. Luo Xiaolan, looking up, recognized her son's mischief and felt a mix of anger and frustration as she pulled him aside. Baolong, you cannot take what belongs to others. This behavior is unacceptable. Jiang Baolong glared fiercely at his mother, retaliating with kicks and punches. You ungrateful wretch. You heartless woman. I'll beat you. I'll beat you. Hearing this, Luo Xiaolan understood that her mother-in-law had likely instilled such behavior in him, yet the pain of his words pierced her heart. This was the flesh of her flesh, the fruit of 10 months of bearing, now turning against her with such ferocity. Each blow felt as though it struck her very heart, leaving her profoundly despondent. Ignoring Jiang Baolong's resistance, she seized his hands and lifted him, intending to take him back forcibly. Just then, the Jiang family matriarch happened to pass by and witnessed the scene, immediately brandishing an unknown person's yoke, rushing over to confront her. You wretched woman, have you gained the audacity of a bear and a leopard to lay hands on my precious grandson? Release him at once. Chapter 59. Competing with Sister. You are not yet worthy. Luo Xiaolan found herself unable to evade the attack, receiving a blow from the Jiang family's matriarch that caused her to release her grip on Jiang Baolong. Mother-in-law, I am merely educating Baolong for his own good. He should not be stealing from others. Bah, do not address me as mother-in-law. The Jiang family has already cast you aside, you ungrateful wretch. Baolong is no longer your son, and you have no right to admonish him. Keep your distance and cease your entanglement. The matriarch, wielding the pole, attempted to strike Luo Xiaolan again, only to be intercepted by Gu Lanhua, who seized the pole firmly. Old hag, you shall not bully my mother. The matriarch's face contorted into a grotesque smile. Huh, you dare call this wretched woman your mother? Truly, a pair of lowly creatures. She is an ingrate, and you are no better, severing ties with your kin. You too are bound by your vile nature. You, old crone, are the one spouting nonsense. My mother is the kindest person in the world. Gu Lanhua, at a loss for words against the Jiang matriarch, could only pull the enraged Luo Xiaolan aside. Ever since Gu Lanhua had truly accepted Luo Xiaolan as her mother, the latter had cared for her with utmost devotion, crafting several pairs of new shoes and repurposing her old garments to create new dresses for her, treating Gu Lanhua as her own daughter. Luo Xiaolan stood resolutely, unwilling to back down, determined to confront the Jiang matriarch. You may regard me however you wish, but you should not raise Baolong to become a scoundrel. Huh, My dear grandson Baolong is the most clever and virtuous of boys. He has inherited his father's virtues, thankfully avoiding the vile traits of you, this wretched woman. And now you wish to interfere with my grandson's upbringing? Let me assure you, that shall not happen. The Jiang matriarch took immense pride in her son and grandson, convinced that whatever they did was inherently right. If there were faults, they must lie with others. Such was the selfish ethos of the Jiang family. Luo Xiaolan's heart burned with indignation. Now that she had been cast aside by the Jiang family, she felt utterly powerless. Over the years, she had come to understand that they were a selfish breed, a truth she could not change. Seeing his grandmother supporting him, Jiang Baolong grew increasingly brazen, snatching a skewer of grilled pork from Gu Rong, burning his tongue and causing blisters. Ouch! It hurts! Grandmother, my tongue, it hurts so much. Gu Rong, witnessing the skewer he had thrown to the ground, wore an expression of regret. Oh, my dear grandson, quickly spit it out. Surely, the Gu family has poisoned the meat. If anything were to happen to you, I would spare no wrath on them. Just as Gu Jiu returned with meat for the three families. He overheard the Jiang matriarch placing blame on his family while bullying his sisters. Enraged, he kicked Jiang Baolong away, startling the matriarch, who rushed over, concerned for her grandson. You dare steal from my family and then claim to be wronged when you burn your mouth? Have some decency, Jiang family. This is nothing but a case of reaping what you sow. Do not expect me to show mercy. The commotion drew the attention of villagers nearby, who gathered to witness the spectacle. The Jiang family truly exhibited no sense of decency. From the elderly to the young, all are rotten to the core. What business is it of yours? Have you eaten our rice? Why do you meddle here? The matriarch of the Jiang family, witnessing Gu Jiu's fierce demeanor and her grip on the axe, dared not confront her directly, but instead vented her anger at the other villagers. After finishing her tirade, she spat at the gathering crowd, truly embodying the essence of arrogance and insolence. The villagers, merely spectators, were taken aback by the Jiang matriarch's brazen behavior, fearing trouble, and chose to remain silent. Gu Jiu could not tolerate the old woman's insufferable attitude. Seizing her collar, she pressed the axe blade against her throat, causing a thin line of blood to surface. You may not have partaken of their rice, but your grandson has devoured my meat, 2 skewers of succulent pork, freshly roasted by me. You owe me 1 tael of silver. Otherwise, I shall sever your head and use it as a ball. You ungrateful wretch, raised without guidance. My grandson merely took 2 slices of your meat. We are all neighbors, and yet you seek to extort 1 tael from my family. Why not rob instead? The Jiang matriarch, intent on being obstinate, suddenly felt the axe press deeper into her neck, widening the cut, and she was instantly silenced by fear. Her son arrived, startled to see his mother in such a perilous predicament. I shall count to 3. If your son does not produce the compensation, I will immediately behead this old hag. The Jiang matriarch trembled, blood beginning to flow from her neck. She genuinely believed Gu Jiu would carry out her threat. Son, quickly fetch the money for my coffin. If not, this little wretch will kill me. The Jiang matriarch's son hesitated, reasoning that Gu Jiu was merely a young girl, likely trying to frighten him. Could she truly murder someone in public? His gaze darted around, spotting the village head Feng, Li Zheng, among the onlookers. He raised his voice and shouted, Uncle Feng, you must make that little wretch Gu Jiu stop. She intends to kill my mother in public. We are all from Shi Creek Village. Her actions disregard our community ties. Feng Li Zheng had already gathered enough information from the murmurs of the crowd. In his view, the Jiang family deserved their fate. Who urged them to provoke such a troublesome girl? Gu Jiu had proven herself capable, and even he held a measure of respect for her, though he feared her fiery temperament might hinder her marriage prospects in the future. Initially, he had no desire to intervene, but with everyone watching, he reluctantly stepped forward from the crowd, meeting Gu Jiu's gaze and giving her a dismissive nod, offering a perfunctory suggestion. Jiu girl, let us discuss this calmly. Lower the axe for now. I shall not release her, not until the silver is produced. Gu Jiu replied, her tone unwavering, a light laugh escaping her lips. Old hag, it seems your son has no intention of rescuing you. Understandable, for should you perish on the road to escape, your son would undoubtedly find himself unburdened. After all, he is still in his prime. Whereas you are half buried in the earth, discarding you, an old relic, would indeed be a wise choice. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Laotai's son became anxious and quickly shook his head at his mother, exclaiming, "No, no. Mother, do not listen to this little vixen's instigation." In his heart, it was evident that his mother was of paramount importance. How could he possibly forsake a mere handful of silver to rescue her? Although Gu Jiu's assertions held a semblance of truth, Jiang Laotai's son would never foolishly admit it. Should that day ever come, he would undoubtedly abandon his mother to save himself. Jiang Laotai, being inherently suspicious, noticed her son's shifty eyes avoiding her gaze and instantly grasped the situation. After painstakingly raising him for decades and treating him as her cherished treasure, she was aghast to find that he might consider abandoning her to flee for his own life. Enraged, Jiang Laotai unleashed a torrent of curses. "You wretched child, hurry and bring me the silver. As long as I draw breath, you shall not lay claim to a single coin. Even in death, I shall ensure the village head retains it to support Bao Long. And it is none of your concern." Furious and gritting his teeth, Jiang Laotai's son begrudgingly returned with the copper coins. Gu Jiu instructed Gu Rong to count the coins, confirming that not a single one was missing before releasing the elderly woman. Once free, Jiang Laotai seized a shoulder pole and began to strike her beloved son, pursuing him with relentless fury. Once, she had been the most tender-hearted towards him. Henceforth, her heart would bear a thorn. While Gu Jiu busied herself with roasting pig trotters and seasoning the pork belly, she paid no heed to the tumultuous love-hate exchanges between the Jiang family. "Against my sister, you mere minions are hardly worthy. With just a few words, I've turned the Jiang family against one another. They are sufficiently occupied with their own strife." The pig trotters and pork belly were soon ready. Gu Rong, Xiao Man, Aunt Luo, Sister Lan Hua come quickly to enjoy the feast. The cacophony of Jiang Laotai's scolding and beating stood in stark contrast to the cheerful scene of Gu Jiu's family relishing the roasted meat. Gu Jiu even carried the slumbering Gu Chonglu, who resembled a little pig, from the tent and fed him a steamed bun and half a piece of pig trotter. This boy truly had an enviable capacity for sleep. Once his belly was full, he would fall asleep at the drop of a hat. Gu Xiaoman exclaimed, "Sister, the roasted pig trotters are absolutely delectable. After eating this, I can surely dream sweet dreams tonight." Biting into the tender, savory pig trotter meat, her face radiated pure bliss. "Jiu girl, your roasting skills are remarkable. This is exquisite. You must teach Annie one day." Luo Xiaolan and Gu Lanhua expressed their satisfaction as they savored the meal. Gu Jiu readily agreed, for such culinary skills were not something she hesitated to share with those she held dear. As she relished the pig trotter, a voice echoed from the distance. "Oh, isn't that the folks from Shangxi village? What a serendipitous encounter to meet here." Chapter 60. What if I don't share my food with you? Feng Li Zheng, we meet again. What are you cooking that smells so delightful? Wang Matzi approached with 3 men, a woman, and a child, enticed by the aroma of roasted meat. Feng Li Zheng's expression turned serious, and he immediately positioned himself alongside Feng Daqian and several other men to block the advancing strangers. Gu Jiu held a skewer of pork in one hand, while in the other she brandished an axe, ready to defend herself against anyone daring to approach. "Feng Lijing, what are you doing?" "I am Wang Matzi from Yanglu village. We've encountered each other before. We are all familiar faces." The villagers of Shangxi also sensed the tension and armed themselves with weapons, their expressions wary. It was only natural to feel fear when a group appeared in the dead of night. "Wang Matzi, are there not others from your village accompanying Chen Lijing? Why are there only 5 of you?" Feng Lijing glanced at the group, recognizing those he had seen in Yanglu village. Wang Matzi paused momentarily, then quickly explained with a grin, "We became separated while traversing the mountains. You know how easy it is to get lost in the dense forest. A wrong turn can leave one wandering for days. We were attempting to locate the others from our village." Feng Lijing, uncertain of the veracity of Wang Matzi's words, considered the reality that it was indeed easy to lose one's way in the mountains, especially after nightfall, when the paths became obscured. Wang Matzi continued, "Feng Lijing, seeing that we are alone and with darkness descending, Why not allow us to rest near your group for the night? With your numbers, the beasts of the forest would surely think twice before approaching. Noticing Feng Lijing's hesitation, Wang Mozi's eyes darted around, scheming. How about this? Let's take the night watch. After all, it is only fair since we are benefiting from your group's safety. He thumped his chest in a show of generosity, causing Feng Lijing to feel a bit awkward. The two villages had maintained a cordial relationship, and in this moment, it seemed only right to offer assistance. Wang Mozi, you are too courteous. It is merely a matter of resting together for a night. It is no trouble at all. Find a suitable place for yourselves to rest. Thank you, Feng Lijing. You are truly a benevolent leader. Your village is fortunate to have such a magnanimous figure guiding them. The journey through hardship will surely be smooth. Wang Mozi flattered him further before leading his companions to find a place to settle. Gu Jiu, who had been enjoying her meat skewer while observing the scene, lifted her gaze to see Wang Mozi and his companions approaching. They settled opposite her, and a young boy cradled in a woman's arms fixated on Gu Jiu and her companions, his mouth watering as he watched them eat. Daddy, I want to eat meat. Wang Mozi turned to his son and urged, Fa Kai, I will fetch you some meat tomorrow. It is too late now. Let's get some sleep. I don't care. I want meat. If I don't get meat, I want to sleep tonight. The 6-year-old Wang Fa Kai threw himself on the ground, rolling and wailing. Seeing his son's distress, Wang Mozi wore an exasperated expression and walked over to Luo Xiaolan, saying, Miss, my son hasn't eaten all day while fleeing and is absolutely famished. He simply wishes for a taste of meat to fill his belly. Perhaps you could spare a little for him? Luo Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, aside from the fact that the skewers did not belong to her. The audacity of the man before her was utterly intolerable. In her unmarried days, Luo Xiaolan had possessed a fiery temperament, and now she set down the skewers and retaliated. My good sir, if your child is hungry, why not have your wife prepare some dry cakes for him? How can you shamelessly come here demanding meat from others? Do you think every household is a charitable institution, that we would allow you to take advantage of us? Wang Mozi frowned deeply at her words, his grip on his son tightening in anger. Miss, how can you speak like that? I approached you with kindness and courtesy, yet you resort to insults at the slightest disagreement? Is such a lack of decorum a reflection of your upbringing? Before Luo Xiaolan could erupt in anger, Gu Jiu smirked and interjected, The meat belongs to my family. Do not hurl accusations recklessly. Uncle, hiding behind your son to coerce us into yielding meat. This is your notion of upbringing? You two wretches dare defy my father's orders? I shall have him flay you alive, strip your bones, and stew you for dinner. Wang Fazai's expression turned menacing, revealing sharp teeth akin to a wolf cub poised to attack. Gu Xiaoman positioned herself protectively in front, fearing for her sister's safety. You little rascal, get lost. This is our family's meat. What does it matter if we choose not to share it with you? Upon witnessing her younger sister puffing her cheeks in frustration, looking adorably comical, Gu Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. Father, skin this little chubby girl alive, skewer her, and roast her over the fire. Let her suffer. Wang Mozi, nearly driven mad by Gu Xiaoman's taunting gesture, relentlessly tugged at his father's sleeve, his eyes brimming with rage as if he truly wished to devour Gu Xiaoman whole. You insolent girl! How dare you insult my son? You are courting death. With a fierce demeanor, Wang Mozi strode forward, kicking over the grill, which sent Gu Rong scurrying back, clutching Gu Changle in fright. Gu Jiu quickly scooped up Gu Xiaoman and placed her in a safe zone at the back. Wang Mozi cast a venomous glare at Gu Jiu and the other children, sneering, With your parents absent, you lot aren't orphans, are you? Since you lack proper upbringing, allow me to teach you a lesson in place of your departed parents. Noticing the murderous intent in Wang Mozi's eyes, Gu Jiu gripped the axe firmly, ready to strike. Chapter 61. Throw them 2 li away. My dear mother, it hurts so much. Wang Mozi shrieked in agony, clutching his bleeding leg as he collapsed to the ground. The axe in Gu Jiu's hand was embedded in his leg bone, the force so great that it severed the bone entirely. Even if Wang Mozi were to find a doctor within a day, he would remain a cripple for the rest of his life. Others watched in a mix of sympathy and horror, feeling a collective shudder as they witnessed the tears springing from the eyes of the burly man, a testament to the excruciating pain of having a leg severed. "Children, is your father all right?" Wang Mozi's wife rushed to support her husband, crying out in concern. My leg is broken. You wretch, I will ensure you meet a terrible fate. Second brother, third brother, kill this little wretch and her siblings for me. Avenge me." Wang Mozi's face turned pale and his lips purple with pain. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he harshly commanded the two men accompanying him. "Oof. If you're not afraid of death, come at me." With his axe lost, Gujio swiftly drew her kitchen knife, pointing it defiantly at the two men. Having just butchered a wild boar, her skills with meat had significantly improved, and she was eager to practice on a few more targets. Li Dajiao and several burly men from Shangxi village had already heard the commotion and rushed over with torches and weapons in hand. "You outsiders have received our kindness, yet you dare to bully the children of Shangxi village," he bellowed. "If we don't teach you a lesson today, you might think our village is easy prey." With a mere glance from Li Dajiao, 7 or 8 men encircled Wang Mozi and his family of 5. Feng Lijing was furious. He had taken in these individuals from Yanglu village out of goodwill, and they repaid his kindness with ingratitude. All men except the women and children. Give them a good beating. How dare they act so brazenly on our territory? At his command, Li Dajiao and the others felt as if they had received a royal decree, each punch landing with ferocity, causing Wang Mozi and his companions to cry out in agony. "Brothers of Shangxi village, I admit my wrongs. Spare us." Wang Mozi, already with a broken leg, feared for his remaining limbs, though his heart was reluctant. He could only temporarily submit verbally. "We realize our mistakes. Please, brothers of Shangxi village, stop. Stop." Wang Mozi's wife, alongside their son Wang Fatsai, knelt before Feng Lijing, pleading for mercy. "Feng Lijing, please make him cease. If this continues, someone will surely die. Hold on, dear husband, second brother, third brother. You must endure. Do not leave us as orphans," she cried, her voice rising in desperation, while her son's shrill cries echoed hauntingly through the dark woods, sending shivers down the spines of the other villagers. Feng Lijing, observing that Wang Mozi and his companions were nearly beaten into submission, finally ordered Li Dajiao to halt the assault. Wang Mozi's wife rushed forward to check on her husband, only to find their belongings scattered on the ground, revealing several stark white bones. Gujio stepped closer, her gaze fixed on the bones, and Wang Mozi's wife, sensing her scrutiny, hastily gathered the bones back into the bundle, her expression betraying alarm. The 2 large bones were clearly not from small animals or poultry. Even the bones of ferocious beasts she had encountered did not resemble these. Contemplating further, she recalled that when Wang Mozi joined their group, he had claimed to have become separated from the others of Yanglu village. It now appeared that he had likely spun a tale. She recognized this family from a previous encounter due to the notably large black pockmark on Wang Mozi's right cheek, leaving a lasting impression. Logically, one would expect that on the arduous journey of seeking refuge, inadequate nourishment and insufficient rest would lead to rapid weight loss. However, the Wang family's appearance seemed to defy this expectation, as they appeared even more rotund than before. The origins of their newfound bulk were likely attributable to the misfortune of the villagers from Yanglu. Gujio suppressed her feelings of revulsion and unease, realizing that she must remain vigilant against these cannibalistic fiends. She bowed respectfully to Feng Liza and Li Dajiao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Grandpa Feng and Uncle Dajiao, for avenging us siblings. Why should you be so polite, Jia? It was these ruffians who deserved a beating for their misdeeds." Li Dajiao exclaimed, pointing furiously at the men clutching their bellies in agony, who now dared not meet his gaze. "Dajiao, ensure they're cast out of our ranks and far away, lest they disturb the villagers' sleep tonight." Feng Liza's authoritative glance swept over the Wang family. "From this point forward, you will have no association with us of Shi village. Should you cross paths with us again, we shall act as if we are strangers. Do not dare to harass us further." The Wang family, having been forcibly removed from a group, continued to plead for mercy, attempting to follow the villagers, but were met with derision and curses from the others. "Get lost, you rascals from Yanglu. Are you waiting for us to drive you away with sticks? You wretches, leave at once. We of Shi village do not welcome your kind. It was only when the figures of the Wang family faded into the distance that the villagers ceased their vitriol. Juya, you and your siblings have suffered. Why did you not call for help sooner? Wang Matsi is a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, and he harbors many sinister schemes. One villager recalled, I have visited Yanglu before and knew Wang Matsi to be quite the rogue. It was only due to Uncle Feng's intervention that I refrained from speaking out earlier. Indeed, Juya, should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. As orphans, you siblings deserve our support, another villager added. Gu Jiu smiled gratefully, acknowledging their goodwill. Yet, she was acutely aware that the villagers' concern was not entirely altruistic. Most were likely motivated by their own interests in hunting and hoped to benefit from her presence. She understood their motives well. When one holds value, many will seek to curry favor. However, the subsequent expressions of support did little to sway Gu Jiu's heart. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Li Dezhao and his companions returned with the news that they had cast the Wang family at least 2 miles away. The commotion stirred by Wang Matsi's group had exhausted everyone, and Feng Liza urged them to rest, for they had to continue their journey the following day. Luo Xiulan and Gu Lanhua had enjoyed some pork belly and helped Gu Jiu and her siblings tidy up before returning to their own tents. During the day, when it rained, they had collected water in buckets and pots, which they now used for washing at night. Gu Rong had already washed her younger siblings' faces and hands and led them into their tent to lie down. Given the chilly night that followed the rainy day, Gu Jiu laid out a thick quilt inside the tent. The previous days had been sweltering, and they had merely slept on straw beneath the tent. As the siblings lay together in a row, the already elevated temperature within the tent seemed to rise further, and with an additional blanket covering them. The chill was hardly felt. Nevertheless, the following morning, Gu Jiu and her siblings found themselves awakened by the cold. Upon opening her eyes, Gu Jiu discovered that their tent was partially submerged, and the ground throughout the forest was inundated with water. Chapter 62. A Great Flood. The other villagers were equally startled awake. Good heavens! Feng Lijing, what has happened? Why is everything submerged? One villager exclaimed. Could it be that a great flood has struck? But we are on a mountain. How could a flood reach us here? Panic ensued as villagers, unable to see what lay below the mountain, speculated anxiously. The dense trees of the forest obscured their view, leaving them hesitant to draw conclusions. In an instant, no one could sleep any longer. They hurriedly gathered their children and assisted the elderly as they scrambled to salvage their belongings and food from the water. Gu Jiu swiftly roused her siblings, who were sleeping soundly, while her second sister, Gu Rong, already awake, helped retrieve their soaked baskets and other items. Fortunately, Gu Jiu had the foresight to place a thick layer of hay beneath their sleeping area, which had absorbed most of the water, preventing their blankets from becoming wet. My bedding and clothes are soaked in muddy water. How will I sleep tonight? I have no spare clothes, she lamented, just as the grumbles of the other villagers reached her ears, prompting her to silently commend her own cleverness. She quickly organized all of her family's belongings onto a flat cart, contemplating their next course of action. Although Gu Jiu could not ascend to the highest point of the mountain to assess the situation below, she noted that the terrain within the forest was quite level, suggesting that water was not seeping down from the summit. The small river they had passed earlier was already at the foot of the mountain. Even if there were unknown waterfalls or springs ahead, it was improbable that they would suddenly burst forth and inundate the entire forest. She surmised that the water must have spread upwards from the base of the mountain. To confirm her theory, Gu Jiu ventured further and found a steep slope, where she rolled a stone the size of a watermelon down. Soon, she heard the splash as the stone struck the water. The water level was alarmingly close. If it continued to rise, they would be in peril. Gu Jiu hurried back to inform Feng Lijing and the others, recounting her experiment with the stone. The villagers of Shangxi, who had been anxiously gathered and discussing, erupted into chaos upon hearing Gu Jiu's words. "Oh my goodness, a flood! Where shall we flee?" they exclaimed. "We must not waste any more time. Let us gather our belongings and seek a way out. How could the heavens be so cruel, sending yet another disaster upon us? How are we, the unfortunate common folk, to survive?" they cried. If the water continues to rise, will we all drown on this mountain? The villagers were gripped by fear, while Feng Lijing and several men, including Li Dezhao, made their way to the slope Gujio had mentioned. The area was densely forested, obscuring their view of the ground below. They strained their necks, but could not see, and dared not venture down the slope recklessly. A misstep could send them tumbling down the cliff. Following Gujio's method, they began to throw stones down the slope, and one after another. They heard the sound of stones splashing into the water. Upon careful listening, it seemed the water level was merely 5 or 6 meters below them. Uncle Feng, the water lies just beneath our feet. What Gio said is indeed true. What shall we do, fellow villagers? If the rain persists today, the water level will surely rise further. This mountain is not particularly high. If the water surpasses the peak, we will have no escape. Li Deshou, an experienced hunter familiar with the wilderness, shared his analysis with Feng Lijing and the two clan elders, hoping to guide their decision. Time was of the essence. With each passing moment, the villagers of Shi Creek faced increasing peril. Feng Lijing found himself in a quandary, uncertain of the best course of action. If they continued down the mountain with the rising water level, they could not possibly wade through. Yet if they chose not to descend and instead climbed higher, they risked encountering the very situation Li Dezhao had warned of. Should the rain continue, the water would inevitably rise. Torn between the options, Feng Lijing felt paralyzed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gujio was the first to notice the water level. Perhaps consulting the clever girl would yield a solution. You all follow me. I will seek Gio's counsel. The other men trailed behind, quietly grumbling about why Feng Lijing would consult a mere child about such a grave matter. What could she, so young, possibly know about navigating a disaster? Feng Lijing heard their murmurs but chose to disregard them. The sharp wit and intelligence of Gujio were beyond their comprehension. Gujio sat with her younger siblings on a flat cart, contemplating ways to evade the impending flood. She anticipated the same dilemmas as Feng Lijing, whether to ascend or descend. The survival of their entire village was uncertain. So when Feng Lijing sought her opinion, Gujio candidly admitted that she too had not devised a solution. I told you so. Gujio is merely a Na'vi girl, even if she possesses a bit of cleverness. How could she know what to do in the face of flood? Feng Lijing, even if he favored Gujio, must understand that this was a matter of life and death for their entire village. He could not allow her to take this lightly. Seeing the villagers' agitation and their collective ire directed at Gujio, Feng Lijing swiftly intervened. All right. I'm merely asking Gio for her thoughts. If she doesn't know, it's no great matter. How many significant disasters can an ordinary person expect to experience in their lifetime? How many of you, in your 40s or 50s, have faced a flood? The villagers, already fraught with anxiety, found themselves rendered speechless by the sharp retorts of Feng Lijing. Nevertheless, they clamored for him to hastily devise a plan to extricate them from their predicament. Gujio wore a grave expression, dismissing the futile bickering of those who only engaged in verbal sparring. In the face of impending disaster, finding a solution was of the utmost importance. Uncle Dezhao, you are well acquainted with this mountain range. Please enlighten me about the nearby peaks, Gujio implored. She understood that remaining here while the water level rose would force them to retreat to the mountaintop, a path that led to certain doom. History has shown that floods do not merely subside after a single day. Rather, they typically endure for an extended period. She surmised that if they lingered on this mountain, they would ultimately succumb to the rising waters. Thus, she resolved to seek alternative routes. All right, my dear girl, let me share my knowledge of the surrounding mountains. During my days as a bodyguard, I frequently traverse this path and am quite familiar with it. Uncle Dezhao replied, Our mountain is of moderate size, significantly taller than the nearby Yutu mountain, yet considerably shorter than the majestic Huashan. These 3 mountains are closely situated, while the others are quite distant, requiring at least a mile's journey to reach. After digesting this information, Gujio contemplated her options. Yutu Mountain, being lower than their current peak, was not a viable choice. Venturing there would lead to certain disaster, akin to fish stranded in water. The floodwaters raged, making swimming perilous, and she estimated that no more than 10 villagers could float. In such dire circumstances, Their only refuge was the mountain. She pressed further, Uncle Dezhao. Since you mentioned that Huashan is closely connected to our mountain, there must be points of intersection. Perhaps the trees on both mountains intertwine. We should seek out the areas nearest to Huashan to explore if we can uncover an escape route. While the other villagers remained perplexed, Feng Lijing and Uncle Dezhao grasped the implications of Gujio's words. Dezhao, lead the way. Let us head towards Huashan and investigate. Uncle Dezhao nodded, and the group hurriedly followed his lead. The path was riddled with muddy puddles, some deep and others shallow, soaking the villagers' shoes. Upon reaching the vicinity of Huashan, they encountered a steep cliff. Bold villagers approached the edge to peer down, only to behold the murky, tumultuous waters swirling beneath them, a force that seemed capable of effortlessly devouring stones and trees, with the water level visibly rising. In that moment, the villagers truly witnessed the ferocious reality of the flood. Goodness, the water is nearly level with our mountain. They gasped, retreating in fear, clutching their children as they worried that a misstep could send them plummeting into the raging river below. The debris floating in the water rushed by at an alarming speed. If a person were to fall, rescue would likely come too late, as they would be swept away in an instant. Gujio gazed across at Mount Huashan, realizing that the distance to the mountain opposite was merely a stone's throw away. However, at their current elevation, the two peaks did not converge. It was likely that the section tightly connected below was submerged by the flood, rendering it invisible. Grandfather Feng, I believe the two summits are not far apart. If we could secure a rope across to the other mountain, we could traverse to Huashan along it. Once we reach Huashan, we need not fear the rising waters. Gujio's excitement was palpable as she conceived this plan. You are indeed clever and resourceful, little girl. Your mind works much quicker than ours, the older folk. Grandfather Feng exclaimed, impressed by her ingenuity. He promptly inquired among the village men to find anyone willing to undertake the perilous task of securing a rope to the opposite peak. The atmosphere grew tense as the village's young men exchanged hesitant glances, each reluctant to volunteer for such a dangerous endeavor. Seeing the hesitation among the crowd, Feng Daqiang, Grandfather Feng's son, shifted his feet, but before he could step forward, Li Dezhao boldly declared, Uncle Feng, I am willing to go to the other mountain to secure the rope. His determination shone through as he surveyed the assembled villagers. Time was of the essence. The sky was growing ominously dark, and rain was imminent. If they delayed any further, survival would be uncertain. Grandfather Feng regarded Li Dezhao with admiration. Dezhao, you are a true warrior of our village. Your willingness to risk your life for the community will not go unappreciated. He then retrieved a thick hemp rope, intending to tie it around Li Dezhao, but Gujio intervened. Grandfather Feng, Uncle Dezhao, I have a way that does not require Uncle Dezhao to risk his life. We can tie one end of the rope to this iron rake and have someone strong hurl it across to the opposite mountain. If it catches on a sturdy tree, we will have our salvation. Gujio borrowed an iron rake from a villager and detached it from its wooden handle. Feng and the others listened in confusion. While they were familiar with the concept of a grappling hook, they doubted whether it could be thrown across such a vast distance. Even if successful, they would still need to secure the rope on their side to traverse safely, and the stability of the hook on the opposite peak was uncertain. Just follow my instructions for now. I have a plan for securing the rope on the other mountain, Gujio reassured them. Grandfather Feng, though uncertain, chose to trust Gujio once more. He quickly found two of the strongest men in the village, and they threw the rope-laden rake across to the other side. After several attempts, they succeeded in snagging it on a tree large enough to be embraced by 5 men. Uncle Dezhao, go find a long bamboo pole. You can grasp the top and swing across. As long as you land on the gentler slope on the other side, you'll be fine. Gujio had spotted a lower slope on Mount Huashan and eagerly pointed it out to Li Dezhao. He scrutinized the slope, noting that it was not steep, and felt confident that he could manage the ascent. A question arose. Li Dezhao was unfamiliar with pole vaulting, but Gujio assured him that it was quite simple. Demonstrating several times with a short bamboo pole, she guided him through the motions. Li Dezhao quickly mastered the technique. He then procured a bamboo pole measuring 7 or 8 meters, approached the edge of the cliff, while the other villagers anxiously watched from the side. Once prepared, Li Dezhao smiled reassuringly at his wife and child, calming their fears. He boldly took the long bamboo pole and leaped into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc above the roaring river. The crowd held their breath, watching as Li Dazhao, akin to an agile monkey, landed gracefully on the lower slope across the way. "Well done, Brother Dazhao. That was splendid." The villagers erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. Salvation was at hand. "Thanks to you, Jiao girl, for your cleverness. Otherwise, how could Dazhao have crossed so effortlessly to secure the rope on the other mountain?" Praised Feng Lize, his excitement causing his white whiskers to quiver. Li Dazhao, equally elated, turned to wave at the villagers. Fearing further delay, he hastened his ascent up the mountain. He retrieved the iron rake that had been stuck behind a tree, securing it tightly with a knot before calling out loudly, "Uncle Feng, the rope is secured. You may come over." The villagers eagerly rushed to cross, but Gu Jiu glanced at her family's flatbed cart and the pots, bowls, and buckets, feeling a moment of hesitation. Chapter 64. Someone fell into the water. "Everyone, do not rush to cross the river," Gu Jiu said with a serious expression. "Your belongings are far too heavy. I fear this rope cannot bear the weight of your possessions. Aside from gold, silver, and dry rations, throw away everything superfluous. We only need to get ourselves across." She had already considered that another flatbed cart could be made. If they were unwilling to part with their burdens, they risked snapping the rope, jeopardizing everyone's chance to cross. The villagers with donkey carts and other heavy items would have to discard them. Merely suspending themselves from the rope was strenuous enough without the added weight of their belongings hindering their movement. "Jiu girl, that is not possible. These pots and bowls were passed down from my deceased parents. They are heirlooms that have been cherished for generations. I cannot part with them. Yes, these pots and bowls are essential for our meals. Without them, we cannot eat. And what of our clothes and blankets? If we discard them, how shall we sleep at night or clothe ourselves?" The villagers grew increasingly agitated, unwilling to abandon their belongings. Gu Jiu, weary of arguing with the obstinate villagers, knew that survival was paramount. Who had the time to squabble with these stubborn individuals? She packed the food, vegetables, and cured wild boar meat from the flatbed cart into a small burlap sack, along with a few articles of clothing and shoes for herself and her siblings. She secured both bags tightly around her neck with a rope and discarded the flatbed cart, along with the empty pots, bowls, and buckets. She, accompanied by her younger siblings, was the first to arrive at the precipice. Feng Lijing and the others brought over a large bamboo basket, threading a rope through it. The interior of the basket was just spacious enough for a person to sit inside. Feng Lijing and Li Dazhao had already placed stones in the basket to test its buoyancy. However, particularly portly individuals would likely have to crouch within it, clutching the sides of the basket, and if they got stuck midway, they would have to exert considerable effort to swing free. "Feng Lijing, say something. Gu Jiu wants us to discard our only possessions. How are we meant to survive thereafter?" A few overly dramatic villagers tugged at Feng Lijing, who understood the significance of their belongings to everyone. His own family possessed valuable items, and discarding them would result in a substantial financial loss. After all, even the worn-out pots and pans could be sold for silver. He parted his lips, and faced with the villagers' pleading eyes, he was at a loss. Perhaps letting go of some belongings might be feasible? Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated through the sky. The villagers fell silent, anxiously gazing upward, only to discover that dark clouds had gathered overhead, followed closely by a torrential downpour. The rain cascaded down, splashing into the mighty river below, producing a rhythmic patter of falling droplets. The villagers, in a state of panic, crouched at the edge of the cliff, peering into the river, fearful that the water level was already beginning to rise. For those of you reluctant to part with your luggage, continue to dawdle here, and when the water level rises, you will find no opportunity to escape. Gu Jiu warned coldly, beginning to inspect the bamboo basket in preparation for crossing the river. On the opposite hill, Li Dazhao was anxiously pacing, and if he weren't busy helping to manage the rope from that side, he would have long since used a bamboo pole to swing back in search of his wife and children. "Jiu girl, your aunt and younger brother are timid. Please keep an eye on them while they cross." Gu Jiu nodded in acknowledgement, observing that the water level was not rising too rapidly. She called for Li Dazhao's wife and child to come forward to cross first. Li Dazhao's wife tightly clutched her son, carrying only a small bundle on her back. Her lips pressed together in a tight line indicated her nervousness, yet she endeavored to appear composed as she offered Gu Jiao a gentle smile. "Jiao girl, don't listen to your Uncle Dazhao's nonsense. I possess far more courage than he does. He is so afraid of ghosts that he often holds it in until dawn to avoid going to the toilet at night. You needn't worry about me. I'm an adult. I can manage looking after you children. Who will go first? I can help you into the basket." Gu Jiao was amused and chuckled. "All right, Aunt. I trust you. However, Uncle Dazhao instructed me to watch over you and my younger brother, so you should cross first, and we will follow shortly after." Li Dazhao's wife was not one to hesitate. She promptly sat down in the basket. Gu Jiao handed her son to her, holding onto the basket until she nodded, ensuring her child was secure, before releasing the basket, which swiftly glided downwards. As the remaining villagers hesitated, their gazes were momentarily drawn to the wife of Li Dazhao and her companion. They watched in anticipation as the bamboo basket successfully reached the opposite shore. Li Dazhao then retrieved his son from the basket, and, at that moment, their entire family was saved. Witnessing this vivid example of successful rescue, the others from Shangxi village could no longer remain still. They began to anxiously prepare to cross the river. Feng Lijing resolved to have his family discard their excess burdens, insisting that each person carry only a small bundle containing essential items. "Everyone do not crowd. Be cautious not to fall into the river. Come here, one household at a time, to line up. Those who do not queue properly are not permitted to use the basket." His command spurred the villagers into a flurry of activity as they hastily gathered their belongings, many discarding their loads onto the ground. The villagers, inspired by Li Dazhao's family, now understood that their lives were far more precious than their possessions. "All right, those of you who haven't discarded your belongings should not dawdle. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear for firewood. You able-bodied individuals, even without these possessions, can still find sustenance through your own efforts. You will not perish from hunger." Feng Lijing urged the remaining villagers to make their decisions swiftly in order to avoid delaying their escape. Gu Jiao planned to let Gu Rong cross the river first with Gu Changle, as their small frames would allow for some space even in the bamboo basket. Gu Jiao intended to carry Gu Xiaoman across on the second trip, since she was a bit plump, making it difficult for her to fit into the basket alongside Gu Rong and Gu Changle. "Ronger, do not be afraid. Hold on to Changle and close your eyes. We will be across in a flash." Gu Jiao secured a rope around her younger sister and brother, reinforcing their safety as they crossed. "I'm not afraid, sister. Changle and I will go first. You and Xiaoman hurry and follow." Gu Rong, perched within the bamboo basket, looked up with glistening eyes, yet managed to smile bravely at her sister. Gu Jiao affectionately ruffled her younger sister's hair and pinched her brother's chubby cheeks. "You both must hurry across. We cannot afford to delay." With a gentle push, she sent the bamboo basket gliding away, watching as it drifted increasingly farther until it successfully reached the rope's end. Together with his wife, Li Dazhao assisted in securing the basket, lifting Gu Rong and Gu Changle out safely. Once she confirmed her younger sister and brother had crossed safely, Gu Jiao swiftly settled her own belongings and prepared to board the basket, calling for her third sister, Gu Xiaoman. Just then, a child's cry pierced the air, followed by the sound of a splash. Panic surged within her as she frantically searched for Gu Xiaoman. Chapter 65. The child was swept away by the river. "Xiaoman, where are you? Do not scare your sister." Gu Jiao's heart raced as she peered anxiously into the river. Fortunately, she noticed a struggling little boy flailing in the water, clearly not her younger sister. A wave of relief washed over her, as long as it was not Gu Xiaoman. She felt reassured. She resumed her frantic search among the throng of villagers for her mischievous younger sister, who was often prone to wandering off whenever she was not closely watched. The Jiang family, in a moment of negligence, allowed Jiang Baolong to wander perilously close to the edge of a cliff, whereupon he slipped and fell into the river below. "Help! Help!" cried the small child as the relentless currents enveloped him up to his neck, causing him to choke on several mouthfuls of water. The villagers quickly gathered, their faces etched with concern for the little one, nearly submerged by the rushing waters. It was only upon hearing the commotion that the matriarch of the Jiang family realized it was her beloved grandson in peril. She rushed to the scene, but upon seeing the child struggling in the river, she staggered backward, nearly fainting from shock. Her son, in a state of desperation, pinched her to rouse her. "Mother, please, awaken." Finally gasping for breath, the matriarch sat up, furiously striking her thigh and shouting at the onlookers. "What are you all doing, standing there like fools? Hurry and save my dear grandson. Are you all blind? How can you stand idly by while such a small child is drowning? You are all so cold-hearted, and we are supposed to be fellow villagers." Yet, the expressions of the villagers remained stoic, each one merely watching, none daring to leap into the treacherous waters to rescue Jiang Baolong. After all, the river flowed with fierce intensity, and they were not foolish enough to risk their own lives for another. Someone in the crowd muttered, "Why don't you jump in to save your own child if you're so concerned? You don't seem worried yourself, yet you expect others to act. How absurd." Infuriated, the matriarch hurled more curses at the villagers, but seeing that they ignored her pleas, she was left with no choice but to rise unsteadily and, with her son, began to gather wood to extend to the river. "My dear grandson, grab hold of the wood. Your grandmother and father will pull you back." Jiang Baolong's father, leaning over the bank, screamed desperately, for while he valued his life, he knew that a lost son could be replaced, but his own demise would leave him with nothing. Though the matriarch's heart ached for her grandson, she was unwilling to plunge into the river herself to save him. It must be said that the cold-hearted genes inherited by the Jiang family had rendered them all selfishly indifferent. Gu Jiu ventured behind the woods and spotted her younger sister, the third sister, attempting to catch crickets. She seized the girl by her ear and dragged her back. "Ouch, my ear hurts," protested Gu Xiaoman, who still clutched a cricket in her hands. Upon realizing it was her older sister, she shrank back in fear. "Xiaoman, why didn't you heed your sister's advice? I told you to wait for me. I had just taken your second sister and younger brother across the river, and when I turned around, you had vanished. You scare me half to death. If you run off again, I will truly punish you." As Gu Jiu scolded her, she continued to tug at the third sister's ear. "Sister, it hurts. I was wrong. I promised to listen to you." Gu Jiu let out a cold huff and finally released her grip on Gu Xiaoman's ear. "Stay put. I will carry you across the river." Glancing back, Gu Jiu noticed that the villagers were still focused on the Jiang family's attempts to rescue Jiang Baolong with wooden planks. She had no time to linger and watch. Escaping was her paramount concern. She pulled the bamboo basket onto the ground, seated herself within, and gestured for her younger sister to join her. "Xiaoman, come quickly. We are crossing the river." Gu Jiu tightly embraced her younger sister Sanmei, while her other hand gripped the handle of the bamboo basket. With a determined kick, she propelled the basket swiftly toward the shore. Li Dajiao and his wife, upon spotting the two girls approaching, seized the opportune moment to grasp the basket and pull them down safely. "Ajia, Shunmei, at last you have arrived. I have been waiting here with Xiao Di for quite some time, and your delay nearly drove me to madness," Gu Rong exclaimed, holding the thumb-sucking Gu Changle, her expression tinged with reproach. "It was all because of Xiaoman, who ran off to catch crickets and scare me half to death. I almost thought she had fallen into the river." Gu Jiu, feeling the weight of the blame, quickly pushed the instigator forward. Gu Rong immediately began reprimanding her. "Xiaoman, why have you grown so unruly? You dare disregard your elder sister's words? If you continue this way, I shall cease making delicious treats for you." As sisters raised together from childhood, Gu Rong adeptly identified the weak spot of the gluttonous Gu Xiaoman. "No, second sister, please don't let eldest sister stop preparing me tasty food. I promise I won't be mischievous again." Gu Xiaoman pleaded desperately, tugging at her second sister's sleeve. Noticing Gu Rong's icy demeanor, she dashed to grasp Gu Jiu's garment. "Eldest sister, please don't be angry. Xiaoman knows her mistake. Tonight, I will massage your shoulders and backs to soothe your tempers. Please don't deny me delicious food. You know how much I love to eat. If I don't eat, I can't sleep well at night." Gu Jiu maintained a facade of anger, but the little girl, barely reaching her chest, adorably tugging at her sleeve and wiggling her bottom, was simply irresistible. Before long, Gu Jio succumbed. All right, I shall forgive you this time. But you must not run off without warning again. If you were to be taken by a wild beast in these deep mountains, your second sister and I would be heartbroken. Gu Xiaoman nodded fervently, promising quickly, though it was certain she would forget the warning the moment she turned away. Baolong, the elder matriarch of the Jiang family, shouted with a voice that pierced the air, immediately drawing the attention of Gu Jio and her sisters across the river. Previously visible bobbing in the water, Jiang Baolong's head had now vanished, likely swept away by the strong current. Li Dezhao sighed regretfully. Such a large child, gone in an instant. Is truly a pity. If you hadn't stopped me earlier, perhaps I could have saved him, and this young life would not have perished in the water. As soon as he finished speaking, his wife struck him on the back. You wish to be a hero? Have you considered us your family? If something were to happen to you, how would I and our son survive on the perilous journey ahead? Li Dezhao, chastened by his wife's words, had no retort. Regret lingered, but the lives of his own were paramount. On the opposite hillside, the Jiang matriarch wept bitterly, lamenting that her deceased grandson would come at night to haunt the villagers in dreams, blaming them for their inaction while he perished. The villagers mourned the loss of the child, yet they had to prioritize their own survival, and thus they observed a moment of brief silence. Feng Lijing gazed at the intensifying downpour above, the water level rising at an alarming rate, leaving him no time to argue with the Jiang family. He hurriedly organized the remaining villagers to line up and cross the river. Little did he know, the Jiang matriarch, seemingly driven mad, rushed to the cliff's edge, blocking other villagers from using the bamboo baskets to cross. If it weren't for your indifferent spectating, my precious grandson Baolong would not have perished. You are all murderers. Do you still wish to escape with your lives? Dream on. Go accompany my beloved grandson in his grave. Chapter 66. Surviving the Aftermath. Jiang matriarch. Your grandson was swept away by the flood. What does that have to do with us? Why unleash your ire upon us? You are becoming increasingly unreasonable with age. Old woman, step aside quickly. If you delay our crossing, it will jeopardize everyone's lives. We are prepared to confront you and your son. The villagers, like ants on a hot pan, were frantic to cross the river and escape. Yet, the Jiang matriarch brandished a piece of wood, instilling fear in others, who dare not approach. With a cold sneer, she whispered to her son, My child, I will go across first. You stay here and prevent them from getting close. Anyone who approaches, strike them. Just think, if the villagers all cross, the wild game and vegetables on the other side will be divided among them, and we would have to compete for our share. There are already several people on that mountain. If more arrive, we will have nothing to eat. Once I crossed, you should follow, and we will cut the rope. Upon hearing this, her son's eyes glinted with malice as he signaled for his mother to go first, while he held the wood to keep the villagers at bay. No one come closer. Whoever approaches, I will strike. The Jiang matriarch hopped into the bamboo basket and swiftly crossed the river. Li Dezhao, observing from the opposite bank, promptly pulled her from the basket and subdued her. Jiang matriarch, what is your son doing, preventing everyone from crossing? The old woman grinned maliciously, demanding Li Dezhao to release her. Huh, what do you know? They're a bunch of cold-blooded, heartless beasts. It would be better if they all perished to accompany my dear grandson. Both Gu Jio and Li Dezhao discerned the implications in the old woman's words. She intended to prevent the remaining villagers from crossing. Cursing under his breath, Li Dezhao hurled the old woman to the ground, anxious to hop into the bamboo basket and assist. However, before he could board, Farmgate and several men on the opposite hillside had already apprehended the wood from Zhang's son, taking him down. Feng Lijing immediately commanded a few men to tie him up securely. This vile mother and son wished to lead us all to our demise. Bind the Jiang matriarch. Jiao girl, lend a hand. Farmgate shouted from the cliff. Gu Jio and Li Dezhao exchanged glances, each flanking the old woman, swiftly restraining her arms. Gu Rong fetched some rope and quickly bound the matriarch. Li Dezhao, Gu Jio, you wretched beasts. Release me. You won't even save a 6-year-old child in this village. You are the true beasts. The matriarch of the Jiang family unleashed a torrent of vitriol, so foul that even Li Dezhao's wife could not bear to listen any longer. In haste, She shoved a rag into the old woman's mouth to silence her incessant wailing, which was becoming increasingly irksome. Gu Jiu found a stone to sit upon, her arms crossed, poised as she observed the elderly woman, bound and prostrate on the ground. You and your son dare not leap into the river to save anyone. Yet you expect others in the village to risk their lives for you. Your audacity is truly astounding. Both of you have been shirking responsibility from the very start. You're hardly a qualified kin, and your grandson's death is not unjust. Upon hearing this, Li Dajiao and his wife clapped in agreement. Well said, Jiao. This old woman has brought her misfortune upon herself. Now she even harbors a wicked heart, seeking to harm the villagers further. Truly a scourge deserving of 1,000 curses. Meanwhile, Feng Lijing was diligently organizing the villagers to cross the river in bamboo baskets, with Li Dajiao assisting in bringing them down. Gu Jiu keenly observed the speed of the ropes and baskets, concluding that another basket could be added. However, it was crucial to wait until the first basket had traversed halfway before the second one followed closely behind, ensuring neither would collide and become stranded in midair. After communicating with Li Dajiao and others across the way, Feng Lijing promptly secured another basket to the rope. With preparations complete, 2 baskets could now ferry 2 individuals across the river simultaneously, and soon the majority of the remaining villagers had crossed over. As the rain intensified, only a handful of villagers were left. Gu Rong scoured the vicinity for some banana leaves, providing Gu Jiu and Gu Xiaoman with makeshift umbrellas to shield them from the downpour. Gu Jiu felt a twinge of worry. She had barely changed her clothes less than a day ago, and now they were soaked again. While she herself was not too concerned, she feared for her younger siblings catching a chill. Turning her attention away from the remaining villagers crossing, she took a few steps to survey the landscape of Huashan beneath her feet. The trees on the mountain where they now stood were even more luxuriant than those on the previous mountain. A cursory glance suggested the area was several times larger than before. The Feng family was the last to cross the river, a testament to their selflessness, as they had allowed others to escape first. The villagers expressed their gratitude for the Feng family's spirit of sacrifice, each standing on the shore with expressions of relief, awaiting Feng Lijing's next directive. All right, everyone, no more dawdling. Let us continue our ascent up the mountain. We do not know how long the waters will rise. This ground beneath us is not elevated, and we must push towards the summit. Let us hope that the people of Shi Village can weather this calamity together. Feng Lijing's tone was filled with fervor and encouragement, and the villagers fell in line behind him. The matriarch of the Jiang family continued to sob pitifully on the ground, provoking many to glare at her and spit in disdain. You old wretch, you and your heartless son can stay here and await your demise. Feng Lijing, let us not concern ourselves with the 2 vile creatures from the Jiang family. We must focus on our own journey. Feng Lijing nodded in agreement, acknowledging their sentiments. After all, this treacherous mother and son had nearly endangered their lives, and no one bore any love for them. Feng Lijing is a person of discernment. Before departing with his group, he bound Zhang's elderly matriarch and her son together, leaving them to their fate. Li Dajiao, well acquainted with the routes of Mount Huashan, led his wife and son ahead to guide the others. Along the way, Gu Jiu noticed that her 2 younger sisters had chapped lips. She quickly retrieved the only water bottle from her pack, offering the 2 girls a drink, having previously lost another bottle on the opposite side of the mountain. After they had their fill, she allowed her younger brother a few sips before taking a generous swig herself, feeling the revitalizing spring water sweep away her fatigue. Big sister, after drinking from the bottle, I feel so invigorated. It's truly remarkable. Gu Rong exclaimed in astonishment. Gu Jiu chuckled awkwardly, swiftly diverting her younger sister's attention. Hongya, it may simply be that you were parched, and now that you've quenched your thirst, you feel more at ease. Gu Rong nodded, finding her elder sister's reasoning plausible. As rain fell, the path up the mountain became treacherous, with the risk of slipping in the muddy terrain. As they ventured deeper into the woods, a few shadowy figures concealed behind a low thicket seemed to observe the entire group before gradually departing. The darkness descended swiftly on this rainy day, and Feng Lijing, having not eaten lunch with the villagers, feared rising waters might engulf them. It was not until the sky had darkened significantly that they discovered a spacious cave halfway up the mountain. After inspecting the area, Feng Lijing determined that the elevation was sufficient to keep the cave safe from flooding for the time being. The villagers began to find spots to rest, some gnawing on provisions, while others foraged for food in the woods. Gu Jiu instructed Luo Xiaolan and Gu Lanhua to watch over their younger siblings while she ventured into the forest in search of sustenance. To avoid the other villagers, she hastened to a more secluded area and paused when she noticed that no one was around. Suddenly, she heard the hushed voices of two individuals behind her. Gu Jiu quickly dropped to the ground, concealing herself in the underbrush, eager to discover who was lurking in the woods. Chapter 67. Unraveling Wang Mozi's Sinister Plot. Big Brother. Those people from Shangxi Village have also come to Mount Huashan. We cannot let them escape this time, one of the brothers exclaimed. Indeed, that rabble left us battered and bruised. My backside still aches. Wang Mozi's expression darkened upon hearing his brother's words. Of course, I shall spare not a single one from their village. We must teach that pack of wolves we encountered last night a proper lesson. What do you intend to do? His elder brother inquired. As the saying goes, hungry wolves pounce on their prey. With fresh blood as bait, they will soon catch the scent. When the time comes, we will place the bones of that woman we killed at their den's entrance, and the people of Shangxi Village will be devoured by wolves tonight. Wang Mozi's laughter was maniacal, his face alight with the delight of a plan already perceived as successful. Wang Mozi's son, only a few years old, listened intently, his expression unchanging even at the mention of murder, excitedly bouncing on the ground. Let the wolves feast upon them, leaving not a single bone behind. How delightful! Wang Mozi's two brothers admired their elder sibling's cunning, their eyes shining with respect as the trio began to meticulously discuss the details of their sinister plan. Unbeknownst to them, every word of their grand scheme fell upon Gu Jiu's ears. Desiring to lure the wolf pack to eliminate them, these three brutes are indeed ruthless. If those beasts were to succeed, the torment of having one's flesh torn apart by their sharp teeth would be unbearable. They are truly savage. Previously, Wang Mozi and his companions devoured the others from Yonglu village, and now he has even resorted to sharing his own wife. His son, at such a tender age, is already following in his father's footsteps, consuming his own mother's flesh and drinking her blood. One can only dread the calamity he might become as he matures. Gu Jiu listened intently to their plans to draw the wolves from a certain location, taking note of when they intended to act, before silently vanishing into the woods. Though she contemplated striking down these individuals at that moment, since Wang Mozi had claimed that there was a wolf pack in the mountains, it would be prudent to address that threat before returning to the village. Thus, she decided to devise a plan upon her return. Of course, she took two freshly slaughtered free-range chickens, deliberately rolling them in the mud to disguise their pristine appearance. Not long after, illuminated by the moonlight, Gu Jiu spotted a cluster of Hautuinia cordata in the grass. What a delightful find! Known for its medicinal properties, this herb can clear heat, detoxify, promote diuresis, and reduce swelling. The name derives from the fishy sanity mitts when crushed. Hautuinia is best suited for summer dishes, often prepared as a cold salad with salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil, a truly appetizing accompaniment to any meal. Gu Jiu quickly gathered a handful, pondering whether her younger siblings would appreciate it, as she herself relished cold Hautuinia. She then entered her spiritual space to gather a bundle of kindling. In this weather, collecting firewood was essential for making a fire. Next, she ventured into the chicken coop and retrieved 5 eggs, narrowly avoiding injury from 2 peckish hens. Thankfully, her reflexes were quick. The eggs were freshly laid, still speckled with droppings. But Gu Jiu did not mind. Having fresh eggs while fleeing was indeed a luxury. As she hastened back to her resting place, the rain had diminished to a light drizzle. Gu Rong and the other children, worried for their elder sister, refused to seek warmth in the cave. Their small figures vigilantly watching the entrance, eagerly awaiting Gu Jiu's return. "Sister, you're back. Did you catch wild chickens again?" Gu Xiaoman, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up upon seeing 2 wild chickens resting on her sister's shoulder. "Sister, you're amazing. Tonight, we'll have a feast." she exclaimed joyfully. Gu holding her little brother, followed Gujio into the cave. Gujio placed the wild chickens into a sack, postponing dinner as she needed to speak with Elder Feng about dealing with Wang Matzi's malicious schemes. Grandpa Feng, while I was foraging in the woods, I encountered Wang Matzi. They intend to harm our entire village. Elder Feng was inside the cave, sharing dry cakes with his son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. Just as he settled onto a stone for a moment's rest, Gujio's alarming words caused him to slip and land on the ground in shock. His son and daughter-in-law hurriedly dropped their food and rushed to assist him. Father, are you all right? Fortunately, Feng Lijing did not sustain a serious injury from his fall. Bearing the pain in his rear, he inquired of the young girl before him. Jiu Yao, please tell us, how does Wang Matzi intend to harm the people of our village? The echo in the cavern amplified their voices, and the villagers resting nearby, upon hearing Wang Matzi's name, gathered around, eager for news. Grandfather Feng, Jiu Yao began, Wang Matzi and his two brothers have conspired to lure wolves to our cave tonight using human blood and flesh. They must have encountered us as soon as we reached Huashan, but at that time, we were aware of their presence while they remained concealed. I suspect that Wang Matzi's family survived previously by consuming the villagers of Yanglu. Now, he has even resorted to devouring his own wife. In my opinion, they are no better than beasts. They harbor a deep-seated hatred for our entire village and are determined to eliminate us. Upon hearing Jiu Yao's account, the villagers became restless, their anxiety manifesting in desperate cries. What shall we do, Feng Lijing? Can we continue to stay in this cave? We must find another place to hide. With darkness enveloping them and rain pouring down, where else could they possibly go? After fleeing from the flood all day, I can hardly move any longer. The wolves are a formidable force, as the elders have warned. If we are truly besieged by a pack of wolves, our fate will be sealed. Who among us can contend against a whole pack? The younger men in the village, however, were undeterred. Why don't we confront them now? We are a group of dozens, armed and strong. Are we truly afraid of a few rascals like Wang Matzi? Feng Lijing pondered the feasibility of sending the villagers to ambush Wang Matzi and his cohorts. Indeed, their numbers could prove advantageous in a confrontation. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Jiu Yao swiftly dismissed the notion. No, we cannot recklessly charge at Wang Matzi without knowing his hiding place. Even if we manage to locate that old fox, our numbers would only serve to alert them. If they escape, capturing them later would prove exceedingly difficult. Li Dezhao, upon hearing her reasoning, acknowledged her wisdom and pressed further. Jiu Yao, you are right. Wang Matzi and his brothers are exceedingly cunning. If they evade us this time, finding them again will be a challenge. Do you have a clever strategy to deal with them? Jiu Yao's eyes sparkled as she observed the villagers' anxious expressions, and a sly smile crept across her face. There is but one method. Chapter 68. Returning evil for evil. Oh, Jiu Yao, do not keep us in suspense. The flames are licking at our heels. What ingenious plan do you have? We are all as anxious as if we were frying in oil. Jiu Yao raised her hand to calm the crowd, speaking deliberately. We shall return evil for evil. Those among them with knowledge understood her meaning and began to ponder, while the majority of the villagers, unlettered farmers, could not grasp her words. I say, Jiu Yao, speak plainly so that everyone can understand. We cannot decipher your flowery language. We do not comprehend it at all. Feng Lijing observed that many were utterly perplexed and kindly took on the role of interpreter. Jiu Yao suggests that we adopt Wang Matzi's method and use wolves to eliminate those brutes. After speaking, Feng Lijing remained confused and inquired of Gujio. We have no idea where Wang Matzi's ruffians are hiding. Even if we knew where the wolves were, how would we lure them to slay Wang Matzi and his crew? Gujio resolved to elucidate the plan more clearly, her face aglow with excitement. When I overheard Wang Matzi and his brothers discussing their scheme, they mentioned that once we fell into a deep slumber, they would attract the wolves, only to return at dawn to see if we had met our demise within the wolf's jaws. As far as I know, wild beasts in the mountains require some time to detect a scent. We shall position a few of our people in the shadows. Once Wang Matzi and his gang have set their bait, we will swiftly retrieve and clean up the bait, then follow them back and place it near their hiding spot. This will ensure our success." The other villagers gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible to retaliate in such a manner? A group accustomed to brute force was utterly flabbergasted, having never considered such an ingenious tactic to deal with adversaries. "Jiuyatu, your mind is remarkably sharp. You truly are our village's little fortune and a reincarnation of a sage." Gujio raised her hand, urging the villagers to temper their exuberance as she felt a flush of modesty from the praise. "We must not celebrate prematurely. This is merely a strategy one have devised. Its success depends entirely on our collective efforts to execute it. We must ensure that those brutes are eradicated completely to guarantee a smooth escape for us in the future." The villagers were inspired and invigorated by Gujio's words. "Jiuyatu, we shall follow your lead and let Wang Matsi and his cohorts experience the taste of being preyed upon by wolves." The villagers were filled with fervor, eager to confront Wang Matsi and his miscreants. Feng Lijing thoughtfully deliberated before assigning several individuals to ambush Wang Matsi and his band. Gujio volunteered to lead the charge. As the architect of this operation, it would be unwise for her to hide in a cave awaiting the outcome. Moreover, she was concerned for the villagers' safety. If they faltered, it would be a disastrous setback. Wang Matsi and his gang would not strike until at least midnight, giving Gujio time to skewer 2 free-range chickens on branches for roasting. Fortunately, she had preserved the seasonings, all conveniently stored in small cloth pouches from the infinite warehouse, ready for use. After sealing the pouches after each use, she sprinkled cumin and chili powder over the chickens, filling the cave with the rich aroma of roasting poultry. The scent of the earth-roasted chickens wafted enticingly, mingling with the spices to create an irresistible allure, tinged with a hint of smokiness that made one's mouth water with anticipation. Inside the cave, some villagers gnawed on dry biscuits, others foraged for wild vegetables, while many who had failed to find food that evening were left ravenous. Every child in the village envied Gujio and her siblings. Being in the company of their hunting sister was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Gujio retrieved a bowl from her bundle, mindful of the necessity to prepare supplementary food for her younger brother, ensuring that no bowl would be left behind. She cracked an egg, pilfered from a hen's nest, into the ceramic bowl, which was heat-resistant and would not crack when exposed to fire. She proceeded to fry an egg directly in the bowl, allowing her second sister, Gurong, to feed it to their younger brother, Guchangle. In a flurry, she fried 4 more eggs, while the roasted chicken, now a luscious shade of soy sauce, appeared irresistibly tempting. After sprinkling some seasoning, the 2 roasted chickens were deemed ready. Each free-range chicken weighed between 4 to 5 pounds, ample enough to satiate her and her siblings' appetites for the evening. She sliced 2 chicken legs and 1 fried egg for Gurong to deliver to Grandma Zhou, who had been quite alarmed earlier and was now dozing against the wall. "Grandma Zhou, wake up. Don't sleep any longer. It's time to enjoy the chicken legs and fried egg." Lacking a bowl, Gurong wrapped the chicken leg and egg in cloth, which had grown somewhat hot to the touch from holding it for too long. Yet the villagers were not overly particular. Zhou Jinhua was roused from her slumber by the commotion. Even before opening her eyes, the enticing aroma wafted toward her, making her mouth water uncontrollably. She reminded herself of her age and felt it would be unbecoming to drool in front of the younger generation. What a loss of dignity that would be. "Ronger, truly, why do you keep bringing me such precious meat for this old frame? Tell Joer that I, an old woman, prefer a light diet and cannot handle rich flavors." Zhou Jinhua waved her hand, urging Gu Rong to take the food back, while nearby villagers were nearly driven mad with desire. Some even called out, offering to take the food if she did not want it, which prompted Zhou Jinhua to glare at them in annoyance. "Grandma, this is specially saved for you by my sister. She even fried the egg just for you. If you don't eat it, it would be as if you disregard my sister's goodwill. If I have to take it back, my sister will certainly be heartbroken," Gu Rong implored. Witnessing the sorrowful expression on the young girl's face, Zhou Jinhua could not bear it any longer. Gently, she reached out to caress Gu Rong's face and said softly, "Child, Grandma cannot eat so much. Feng Lerzhang gives me 2 pancakes daily, and even with those, I struggle to finish." "Grandma, you're mistaken. Pancakes cannot compare to the aroma of meat. Gu Rong exclaimed, swiftly shoving the wrapped chicken leg and fried egg into Zhou Jinhua's hands before darting away. The old lady attempted to rise and chase after her, only to find herself fumbling between hands as the chicken leg and fried egg burned her palms. Overwhelmed by the tantalizing scent of the meat, Zhou Jinhua felt tears of gratitude welling up, murmuring, "Rong girl has learned to be mischievous," truly resembling that clever Jior more each day. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, the old lady devoured the chicken leg and egg heartily. Although she had no biological children, she was blessed with several granddaughters who cared for her, and thus she felt content in her life. Returning to Gu Jio's side, the sisters indulged in the meat and drank from the spring water, finishing off the remaining 2 roasted chickens within a mere quarter of an hour. Gu Xiaoman slurped the marrow from the chicken bones with evident delight, while Gu Jio, noticing the little girl's insatiable appetite, felt a twinge of regret for not bringing back 3 free-range chickens instead, as the little one seemed to crave more. Sated and refreshed, Gu Jio glanced at the time and, along with several individuals arranged by Feng Lijing, took refuge in the underbrush, intending to lie in wait for Wang Maji and his companions. This evening, they were determined to teach those scoundrels a lesson. Chapter 69. Exhausted from the journey, Gu Jio, along with Li Dazhao and Feng Daqian, plus 2 other men, split up and concealed themselves in the thickets. For safety, Feng Lijing had instructed the remaining villagers to hide in a cave, blocking the entrance with large stones. Thus, even if Gu Jio and her group failed and the wolf pack was indeed lured by Wang Maji, the safety of the other villagers would still be assured. The group crouched in the underbrush for nearly a quarter of an hour, yet Wang Maji and his gang had yet to appear. The night was rife with mosquitoes, tormenting the men with incessant bites. "Jiao girl, why haven't Wang Maji and the others shown up? Could be they want tea come tonight?" Feng Daqian, seated close to Gu Jio, could hardly contain himself and leaned over to whisper anxiously. "Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps it is still too early," Gu Jio replied, her tone calm and resolute. She firmly believed that Wang Maji and his crew would indeed arrive. The other men, seeing Feng Daqian's signal, remained in their positions, awaiting further developments. After a brief interval, they heard the faint rustling of footsteps nearby. Peering into the darkness, 3 shadowy figures emerged. Li Dazhao recognized them immediately. It was Wang Maji and his 2 brothers. Gu Jio exchanged glances with the other villagers in the thicket, silently warning them to remain still. Wang Maji and his brothers had placed a bloodied bone at the mouth of the cave, deliberately smearing blood around the entrance. Watching their furtive actions, the men could hardly contain their rage, yearning to pounce and capture the trio at once. After setting the bait, the 3 brothers retreated swiftly. Gu Jio and Li Dazhao were the first to act, while Feng Daqian retrieved the bait, assigning 2 others to clean the bloodstains at the cave entrance. They would then follow the trail of blood into the woods to locate the wolf pack. Under the cover of darkness, Wang Maji and his siblings boasted loudly, "Just wait and see how those scoundrels from Shangxi village will squirm now. Brother, let us have a peaceful night as sleep. We'll check the cave in the morning and can then seize their wealth and provisions." Li Dazhao, trailing behind, was infuriated by their words, wishing he could strangle the beasts. Yet, with Gu Jio's grand plan still unfulfilled, he swallowed his anger for the time being. These 3 ruffians not only sought to endanger the lives of all the villagers, but also coveted their silver and grain. Was this not a case of murderous greed? To liken them to beasts was an insult to the very term. The brothers settled near a slope, and Gu Jio, sharp-eyed, spotted their tent. She signaled for Li Dazhao and Feng Daqian to halt their advance. Once Wang Maji and his siblings entered the tent, their thunderous snores echoed from within, prompting Gu Jio to instruct Feng Daqian to place the bait near their tent. The 3 individuals encountered the 2 men that Feng Daqian had dispatched to locate the wolf pack along their way home. Following the trail of blood, they discovered the wolves' den in the forest and altered their route to include several severed limbs that Wang Matzi had discarded on the path. "You arrived just in time. Lead the bait from the wolf den straight to where Wang Matzi and the others are stationed, and the plan shall be deemed a success." The group allowed the fresh blood of the bait to drip onto the ground, marking a trail that concluded right in front of Wang Mozi's tent. With preparations complete, they made their way back to the cave, but first encountered a small creek to cleanse themselves of the blood before returning. By this time, dawn was approaching, and most of the villagers in the cave remained in a state of panic, uncertain whether Farmgate and Gujio could thwart the impending arrival of the wolves. While the little ones succumbed to deep slumber, the adults struggled to keep their eyes open, too apprehensive to fall asleep. Gurong, cradling her peacefully sleeping younger brother, took out a clean cloth to wipe the drool from Gu Changle's mouth. The little boy, lost in pleasant dreams, continued to lick his lips. Meanwhile, their younger sister, Gu Xiaoman, lay on the ground, her small head resting on Gu Rong's thigh as she fought off sleep. With their eldest sister absent, the second sister became the sole source of comfort for the two little ones. Gu Rong dared not close her eyes, not only to guard the meager provisions in their bundle, but also from genuine concern for her elder sister's safety. After sitting awake for most of the night, dark circles formed around her eyes. Village Chief, we have returned. The villagers posted at the entrance of the cave, upon hearing a familiar voice, hurriedly peered through the crevice, and, recognizing Feng Dakian and his companions, rushed to move the stones to allow them entry into the cave. Village Chief, we have followed Jiu Yao's instructions and successfully accomplished the task. Those rascals are in for a night in the wolf's belly, Li Dazhao announced joyfully to the group. Upon hearing this news, the villagers felt a weight lift from their hearts. Gujio entered the cave and affectionately patted her younger sister's head. The little girl had been stubbornly keeping her eyes open, waiting for her safe return. With a smile, she embraced her sister, allowing her to rest her head on her shoulder, then gently shifted Gu Xiaoman to lie beside her, covering them with a thin blanket to prevent them from catching a chill during the night. Gu Xiaoman was known for her restless sleep, often tossing and turning. If she were asleep clutching Gurong, she would surely awaken them all. Feng Li, the village chief, urged everyone to rest quickly, indicating that as soon as dawn broke, they would depart from this place. After all, the wolf pack posed a lurking threat in the woods. Wolves possess an acute sense of smell, and it was not inconceivable that they might track them down. When dawn finally broke, the group had slept for less than an hour, each face bearing the marks of exhaustion. Feng Li instructed his two sons to wake everyone, advising those who needed to fetch water to go in pairs. Gujio had already filled the water jug with spring water before the others awoke, thus sparing them an extra trip. In their haste to evade the wolves, Feng Li could not afford to delay breakfast. Foraging for wild vegetables, mushrooms, or hunting would consume considerable time. They would have to wait until they reached a safer location before seeking food to satisfy their hunger. The villagers of Shangxi could only endure their hunger while wearily trudging along with their families in tow. Gujio observed the weariness of her younger siblings, particularly noting how Gu Xiaoman's little face had grown haggard, while Gu Changle, having skipped breakfast, appeared listless. Gu Rong, ever sensible, remained silent, but her pale lips revealed her own hunger and weakness. Seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, Gujio discovered a shelf stocked with fresh fruits in the infinite warehouse, a delightful assortment of various fruits, including some rare varieties. After some contemplation, she retrieved a few fresh red Fuji apples and peaches, considering that her little brother's teeth were not yet strong enough for them. So she opted to give him a banana instead. She then distributed 2 peaches and apples, each to her 2 sisters. These are wild fruits I picked in the woods. I've tasted them, and they are quite delightful. Hurry and eat these to fill your stomach, as we still have a long journey ahead, lest we lose our strength. Upon seeing the vibrant red and pink fruits, her younger siblings were instantly captivated, particularly the little ones who relished the sweet and sour flavors, and they began to devour them eagerly. Now, the villagers had shed their previous burdens, with nearly every household carrying only a small bundle or a sack, which allowed them to progress at a considerably improved pace. Before their departure, Luo Xiaolan helped wrap Gu Changle in cloth and secured him with strips of fabric to Gujio's back. At this moment, the little one comfortably nestled against his elder sister, happily munching on the banana. Gujio also gifted Luo Xiaolan 2 apples as a token of gratitude. Ah, sister, be gentle. Gu Changle is becoming increasingly articulate, she remarked. Gu Jio took a bite of the crisp, sweet apple, savoring its delightful flavor. All right, sister, walk steadily. Just as she finished speaking, her foot was unexpectedly caught by a stone, causing her to stumble down the slope, nearly losing her balance and tumbling headfirst. She managed to regain her footing after a few hurried steps. What tripped me? Gu Jio adjusted her brother's precarious position on her back and turned to investigate. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 70. Unearthing Wild Medicinal Herbs. With her younger brother still on her back, Gu Jio slowly crouched down to examine the brown, oval-shaped plants in the ground. She recognized this plant. It was the wild gastrodia, known for its medicinal properties. There were many more of these wild gastrodias in the area, capable of treating ailments such as rheumatism, paralysis, and headaches. Gu Jio contemplated that even if they did not consume all this gastrodia, harvesting them to prepare as dried medicinal herbs could yield considerable silver when they reached the city to see if the apothecary would purchase them. Li Fuyi, who had been trailing behind the group, grew curious upon seeing Gu Jio crouched on the ground and approached her. Jio girl, why are you squatting there? Are you taking a dump? Gu Jio immediately shot him a glare, too disinterested to respond, and rolled up her sleeves to begin digging up the wild gastrodia. Li Fuguei was notorious for his loose tongue in the village. Ah, Jio girl, you found wild gastrodia. So much of it, you'll strike it rich. You could sell it at the apothecary for 10 taels of silver per pound. At this proclamation, the other villagers perked up, gathering around. Fuguei, is what you say true? Can what Jio girl has dug up really be exchanged for silver? Gu Jio was taken aback to discover that Li Fuguei recognized wild gastrodia alata. Promptly, she quickened her pace to continue digging, while Gu Rong, hearing of the potential for silver, rushed to bring a sack to his sister. Observing the villagers' skepticism towards him, Li Fuguei felt a surge of displeasure and, somewhat defiantly, recounted everything he knew. Indeed, last year, my cousin dug up a basket and sold it at the apothecary in town. I witnessed the shopkeeper hand him silver in exchange for herbs that looked just like these stones. With Li Fuguei's relative as an example, the other members of the group were suddenly agitated, eagerly wielding their shovels and sickles to hastily turn the earth. Gu Jio had never intended to dig excessively. She stopped after filling half a sack. After all, the forest might yield other treasures, and carrying too much would be cumbersome. In the area she had dug, 2 clumps of gastrodia alata remained. Just as Gu Jio departed, Lu Ho Hot, with her sharp eyes, spotted them and swiftly seized the opportunity to dig them up and stuff them into her sack. The other villagers, eager to learn how to unearth the gastrodia, were left anxiously glancing around, having missed the sight of the prized herbs. Jio girl, could you show us what this gastrodia looks like? We wouldn't want to dig up the wrong thing. The villagers awkwardly asked Gu Jio, knowing she had discovered the valuable herbs first. Lu Ho Hot, clutching the 2 clumps of gastrodia behind her, brushed off the mud, feeling it was still insufficient. Her tone turned sour. These are precious medicinal herbs that could fetch a good price. Do you really think Jio girl will easily share knowledge with you? You're dreaming. Having already secured her own 2 clumps, she felt indifferent to whether others succeeded in their search. Lu Ho Hot was a quintessential example of someone who, having gained a benefit, sought to appear virtuous, reveling in her good fortune while wishing to incite envy and resentment among those villagers who had not found any gastrodia. In her view, Gu Jio must surely wish to keep others from discovering the gastrodia, as it was akin to handing over silver. However, Gu Jio had no intention of hoarding her find. Having gathered enough gastrodia herself, she generously presented a piece to the villagers eager to learn, ensuring they recognized it before reclaiming her sack, earning their heartfelt gratitude. Lu Ho Hot was left speechless, managing only to mutter, Jio girl truly has a kind heart. Gu Jio cast a cold glance at Lu Ho Hot, a smile playing on her lips as she replied, Thank you for the compliment, Aunt Lu, but I cannot compare to your kindness, as you seem inclined to reprimand everyone. The other villagers, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger, realizing that Lu Ho Hot, the gossiping woman, had indeed been scolding them. Many glared at her, their eyes filled with a fierce desire to reprimand her in return. Lu Ho Hot, recognizing she had incurred the wrath of the crowd, hurriedly sought an excuse to withdraw. Feng Lijing, who had been leading the group at the front, ordered a halt upon hearing the commotion behind as the villagers dug for herbs, allowing those in need of a respite to take their leave. Gujio, along with her siblings, continued to search the forest for fortune, contemplating gathering some wild vegetables and mushrooms to diversify their lunch. The other villagers shared a similar sentiment, though most were primarily focused on unearthing wild gastrodia, a lucrative find, especially with the current scarcity of money for everyone. Not long after setting off, Gu Rong unearthed a handful of wild shepherd's purse, delightfully displaying her find to her elder sister. "Ronger, you are truly remarkable," Gu Jio exclaimed, giving her younger sister a hearty thumbs up. "Hee, I shall continue to dig." Although Gu Rong did not fully comprehend the meaning behind her sister's gesture, she could tell from her expression that it was one of joy, prompting her to dash ahead in search of more wild vegetables. After a few steps, Gu Jio discovered several beef liver mushrooms, perfect for a fragrant stir-fry, and even stumbled upon 2 matsutake mushrooms. The matsutake would serve wonderfully in a nourishing soup for her younger siblings. Meanwhile, Wang Matsi and his companions had been torn to shreds by wolves, meeting a gruesome fate, oblivious to the reasons that had lured the predators to their location. Their anguished cries echoed throughout the forest. Oh, what a surprise to find Sanchi here. Sanchi, like Tianma, grows in clumps and features stem scars at the top, along with tuberous protrusions. However, Sanchi is cylindrical or conical in shape, while Tianma is elongated and oval. The two also differ in color. Tianma appears brown, whereas Sanchi is grayish-green or gray. Sanchi, also known as Jinbuan or Tiansanki, is a traditional Chinese medicinal herb renowned for its ability to stop bleeding, dispel bruises, and reduce swelling. Given that apothecaries purchase wild Tianma, it stands to reason that they would also be interested in Sanchi. This area was abundant with Sanchi. Gu Jio resumed her task, kneeling to dig in the soil with her bare hands, as she lacked tools and feared that using an axe might damage the precious herbs. Each plant represented potential wealth. Lu Hohat had been closely observing Gu Jio and, noticing her focused digging, speculated that she must be uncovering something valuable. Eagerly, she approached to take a look. However, Gu Jio had already sensed her presence and swiftly dug up 3 Sanchi, stuffing them in her sack before Lu Hohat could get a good glimpse of them. With her eyes darting, Lu Hohat, undeterred, feigned nonchalance and struck up a conversation with Gu Jio. "Jio girl, what are you digging up this time? Is there still room in your sack? I have some clean sacks you can use." Gu Jio tossed the sack over her shoulder and, noticing Lu Hohat blocking her path, collided with her, nearly knocking her to the ground. "No need, thank you for your kindness." Lu Hohat bore the pain in her arm and knee from the impact. Yet she followed Gu Jio with a cheerful demeanor, eager to engage her in conversation. "Jio girl, why be so formal with me? We are all from the same village and should look out for one another." Seeing a gathering of onlookers, Lu Hohat deliberately raised her voice to call out to Gu Jio's retreating figure. "Jio girl, did you find other medicinal herbs just now? Surely they can be sold for silver. Don't rush off. Let me see what they look like." The others, hearing of more precious herbs, turned their excited gazes toward Gu Jio. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Hohat, her schemes inadvertently served to benefit others. Gu Jio approached Luo Xiulan with a cheerful demeanor, beckoning the villagers eager to identify the medicinal herb, Sanchi. Lu Hohat, limping along, attempted to inch closer, only to find herself enveloped by an impenetrable crowd around Gu Jio. Before she could discern anything, Gu Jio had already instructed everyone to disperse and begin foraging for Sanchi. "Oh dear, Jio girl, I still haven't seen the Sanchi you mentioned. Don't be so hasty in stowing it away. Show it to your aunt first." Gu Jio, with a cunning smile, responded, "What a jest, Aunt Lu. These are valuable items that could be sold for money. How could I be so benevolent as to let others identify them? You truly have a fanciful imagination." Lu Hohat's face turned a mottled shade of purple and green, as Gu Jio's words were evidently a retort to her earlier snide remarks. The other villagers erupted in laughter, whispering among themselves about Lu Hohat, who had tried to steal a march but ended up empty-handed. Serves her right. Chapter 71. Encountering the foolish road deer to provoke Gugio is to incite the entire village's little lucky star. Lu Ho-Hot trailed behind the other villagers, hoping to catch a glimpse of what Sanchi looks like. However, the moment the villagers spotted her, they shooed her away, forbidding her from accompanying them. Bah, they are merely Gugio's lackeys. They only know how to heed a young girl's whims. Such a mindless herd of foolish donkeys, destined to be led astray by Gugio. After several attempts to join them, Lu Ho-Hot found herself unwelcome, infuriated, stomping her feet in frustration and muttering curses under her breath. Gugio, from a distance, observed Lu Ho-Hot's enraged demeanor, feigning ignorance as she enthusiastically led several villagers in their search for Sanchi, her warm demeanor starkly contrasting with Lu Ho-Hot's simmering anger. She deliberately aimed to infuriate Lu Ho-Hot, who could do nothing about it. To oppose the village's cherished lucky star was indeed a folly of grand proportions. Gugio and the villagers scoured the forest floor with meticulous diligence, yet they found no trace of the medicinal herb. She encouraged the villagers who discovered any herbs not to rush off, kindly explaining, "Dear uncles and aunts, do not be overly exuberant just yet. From my understanding, pharmacies typically purchase processed herbs. Only those that have been refined yield substantial silver. If you bring these muddy specimens, the price will likely diminish by 70 or 80%. Upon hearing this, the villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. "Oh dear, what shall we do? We are mere country folk, utterly ignorant of the complexities of herb processing. In fact, no one in our entire village possesses such knowledge. Fugue, your cousin sells tianma. Do the pharmacies pay 10 taels of silver per pound for it? Is it processed as Geogirl described?" Instantly, all eyes turned to Li Fugue, who tilted his head in contemplation before nodding emphatically. "Indeed, Geogirl is correct. I recall my cousin's herbs were not muddied like these. They were clean, and the aroma seemed quite different from what you all have unearthed." The villagers, anxious, examined the tianma repeatedly, sniffing it with great care. "The apothecary may appear untidy, yet I can cleanse it. But what difference does the scent make? After all, these herbs were unearthed at the behest of Miss Gio, and there is assuredly no mistake." Gugio hastily clarified to the villagers. "The herbs, once processed and exposed to the sun, indeed possess a flavor distinct from that of freshly harvested herbs. There is no need for concern. I shall instruct you on the preparation methods for tianma and sanchi as we journey along the official road into the city. We can then exchange these herbs at the apothecary for silver." As soon as Gu Jiu finished speaking, the villagers erupted into cheers. Had it not been for Gu Jiu's swift escape, these exuberant uncles and aunts might have joyfully tossed her into the air like a ball. The harrowing days of fleeing had left many villagers on the brink of despair. But upon hearing Gu Jiu speak of traveling the official road to the city and earning silver by selling herbs, tears of joy welled in their eyes. Once the villagers had gathered wild vegetables and mushrooms, Feng Lijing encouraged everyone to eat a little to fill their stomachs, urging them not to linger too long before continuing their journey. The morning dawned without rain, yet the sky was overcast, neither cold nor warm. In such weather, with the darkness of early morning persisting, Feng Lijing urged the group to hasten their pace, striving to find a place to rest before nightfall. Remembering the wild boar bacon in her pack, Gugio took a piece of tenderloin weighing around 3 to 4 pounds and swiftly sliced it with a kitchen knife. Lacking a pot, she devised a solution by having her younger sisters gather some twigs to skewer the boar meat slices for roasting, thus resolving the issue of cooking without a pot. As they awaited the meat to roast, Gugio pretended to retrieve a few peaches and apples from her pack for her sisters. Her younger brother handed her a perfectly ripe honey peach, its flesh soft and succulent, likely easily chewed by her younger brother. "Sister, the wild fruits you picked are truly delectable," exclaimed Gu Xiaoman, her face adorned with the juice of the peach, her expression one of pure satisfaction. "If they are delicious, rest assured that I shall gather more for you along the way." About 15 minutes later, the meat was cooked to a tempting dark red hue, exuding a rich aroma without the need for any seasoning, with a hint of a slightly charred scent. "Ronger, Xiaoman, quickly take some to eat. I shall deliver a few skewers to Grandma Zhou." Gu Jiu called out as she savored her meat skewer, dashing off with several skewers in hand. The savory scent wafted through the crowd of villagers, causing many to widen their eyes in anticipation, their throats involuntarily swallowing at the mouth-watering aroma. They were simply too tempted by the meat. In contrast, others were mostly consuming wild vegetables, mushrooms, or leftover dried flatbreads, which were utterly bland in comparison. Once everyone had a modest meal, they resumed their ascent up the mountain. Although the floodwaters at the base had not yet reached halfway up the slope, it remained uncertain whether it would rain in the coming days. They aimed to assess the situation at the mountain summit, for even if they wished to descend, they would need to wait for the waters to recede. Gu Jiu carried her younger brother as well as their luggage, with a sack of herbs in her left hand and her third sister's hand in her right. Her second sister, Gu Rong, walked beside her, carrying a sack filled with mushrooms and shepherd's purse. The group reached the mountain summit just before nightfall. As they passed a low slope, Gu Jiu caught a glimpse of something darting swiftly through the woods. She trusted her perceptiveness and immediately fixed her gaze, targeting a few moving blades of grass. Through the gaps, she spotted 3 animals adorned in a deep reddish-brown hue, with 2 black ears and a white patch on their rumps. Could it be the foolish roe deer? Gu Jiu was exhilarated, never expecting to encounter them here. 2 adults and a juvenile, perhaps a family venturing out for an evening meal. The village group continued to march forward, and she decided it best not to startle the deer. If they were frightened away, the prospect of meat for dinner would vanish. Even if she managed to catch all 3, it would be more than she could consume in a short span, especially with leftover wild boar cured meat still available. It would be more prudent to gather the others and hunt together, sharing the spoils. Gu Jiu took hold of Xiao Man's hand, urging her to follow closely, and quickly made her way to the front of the line to find Feng Lijing. She whispered in his ear, "Grandpa Feng, I've spotted 3 roe deer." Feng Lijing, thinking his old ears had deceived him, turned around and loudly inquired, "What did you say, girl? Speak up. My hearing isn't what it used to be." Gu Jiu pursed her lips, raising her voice to repeat, "Grandpa Feng, I saw 3 roe deer in the woods." Feng Lijing's mouth dropped open in astonishment, large enough to swallow an egg. "What? Roe deer?" Gu Jiu nodded earnestly. The other villagers, who had been weary from their afternoon journey, perked up at the mention of roe deer. "Roe deer? Where are they, Jiu girl? How about I help you catch them?" Feng Lijing understood Gu Jiu's intent in sharing the news. She aimed to include everyone in the feast. He smiled kindly at the young girl, then urged the group to remain calm and quiet, lest they scare the deer away. "There are 3 roe deer. If we can catch them all, everyone in our group will feast." The hunters and strong men from the village rallied around, and Feng Lijing instructed, "Dakian, stick close to Jiu girl and follow her lead." The dozen or so men from Shangxi village stood tall and proud, while Gu Jiu, hands on her hips, assumed the role of leader to devise a plan for capturing the roe deer. Chapter 72. The Bandit Strike. Although they referred to them as foolish deer, roe deer were quite astute. With their deer-like appearance, they could leap high with all 4 hooves. Without a strategic plan, capturing all 3 would be quite challenging. If they had suitable weapons, the men could launch a surprise attack from the shadows, significantly increasing their chances. However, lacking proper arms, they were left with only their bare hands, which diminished their odds considerably. Upon hearing Gu Jiu's analysis, the men exchanged troubled glances. Having finally encountered 3 roe deer, they certainly wished to capture them, as that would mean fresh meat. Suddenly, Li Dazhao slapped his forehead, struck by a brilliant idea. "Jiu girl, my grandfather taught me how to make a wooden bow and arrows when he was alive. It's quite simple. Just carve the wood into thin strips with a knife, sharpen the arrowheads, and bind the bow with a string." Gu Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing the wooden bows and arrows. Not only were they practical, but they could also be fashioned from readily available materials. She had complete faith in Li Dazhao's carpentry skills, having witnessed the swift and proficient construction of a flatbed cart previously. "Uncle Dazhao, let us proceed as you suggested. Craft 3 bows and arrows. I shall take 1. You shall take 1, and the 3rd will go to whoever excels in hunting. The rest shall lie in ambush near the roe deer, waiting for the arrows to be loose so that you may encircle the deer and catch them off guard. You all must heed Jiu Yada's directions and act under her command. Do not act rashly. Is that understood? Feng Dequan's tone was serious as he addressed the remaining 7 or 8 men. Understood. Feng Dequan first dispatched 2 men to accompany Gu Jiu to the location of the roe deer, while the others assisted Li Dajiao in crafting the wooden bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the elderly, women, and children of the group followed Feng Lijing to find an open area to rest, all quietly hoping for a fruitful outcome from the village man. Jiu Yada better not mismanage things. I would hate for everyone to toil in vain and be left disappointed. Lu Hohat, seated on the ground, voiced her discontent loudly. Her husband was eagerly helping to make the arrows, and if they failed to catch any roe deer, she would not let it go easily. She was determined to trample Gu Jiu underfoot, ensuring the entire village scorned her and letting that little wretch experience the shame she deserved. Why can't you wish for something positive, Lu Hohat? Day after day, you spew nothing but negativity. Zhou Jinhua, happily munching on peach slices cut by Gu Rong, overheard Lu Hohat's disparaging remarks about their Jiu Yatu, wishing she could strike her down with a cane. The women resting nearby, already superstitious, cast looks of disdain toward Lu Hohat. Unwilling to back down, Lu Hohat retorted, Zhou Pozi, you just keep singing praises for your Jiu Yatu. Let us see if she'll be spared the blame if they return empty-handed. Zhouani is right. Lu Hohat, if you can't speak kindly, it would be best to silence your ravenous tongue and spare us your foul words. Luo Xilan, known for her forthrightness and straightforward manner, expressed her sentiments bluntly. This exchange left Lu Hohat's face a mottled shade of blue and purple as she and Luo Xilan engaged in a heated argument, much to the amusement of the women and children present. Meanwhile, Li Dajiao and his team had successfully fashioned 3 bows and arrows, and the men excitedly sought to rejoin Gu Jiu. Uncle Dajiao, look, the roe deer are just behind that rock. Gu Jiu pointed in the direction to the villagers delivering the bows and arrows. Li Dajiao handed Gu Jiu one of the completed wooden bows and offered her 2 additional arrows, only to be surprised when Gu Jiu raised a hand to decline. Uncle Dajiao, 1 arrow will suffice for me. Another villager, Lu Dakoan, also took a wooden bow. He was well known in the village for his hunting prowess, possessing a natural strength. Initially, Li Dajiao had worried that Gu Jiu's slender frame might struggle with the bow, but to his astonishment, the young girl displayed an admirable stance as she drew the bowstring. Uncle Zhao, Uncle Dakoan, I shall aim for the male roe deer on the far left. You 2 can divide the remaining does and fawns. 9. The male roe deer possesses formidable strength. It would require considerable effort to penetrate its hide. How confident are you? Li Dajiao inquired with a hint of concern. 10 out of 10. Gu Jiu replied with unwavering confidence. She then drew her bow to its full tension. Li Dajiao and Lu Dakoan also readied their arrows. As their strength peaked, Gu Jiu aimed her wooden arrow at the heart of the male roe deer, narrowing her eyes slightly. With a swift whoosh, she released the arrow, which sped towards the deer. The other 2, armed with wooden arrows, followed suit, launching their projectiles alongside Gu Jiu's toward the trio of roe deer. As anticipated, Gu Jiu's arrow struck true, piercing the heart of the male deer. The men lurking in the grass sprang forth, wielding hoes and sickles, converging on the scene. The 3 bewildered deer, struck by arrows, attempted to struggle but were quickly subdued by the men, who soon left them on the brink of death, their family extinguished. How tragic! Gu Jiu bowed her head in silent tribute for 3 seconds. She then joined the men, binding the 3 deer with ropes and hoisting them triumphantly to return to their resting place. Ha! 9. You are truly remarkable. With a single arrow, you felled the most formidable male deer. I must commend you. The new generation surpasses the old. Li Dajiao chuckled as he carried one of the deer, engaging Gu Jiu in cheerful conversation along the way. Oh, Uncle Dajiao, you are too modest. Your archery skills are truly impressive. Mine are merely rudimentary. A stroke of luck, perhaps. I hope you will teach me more about archery in the future. Gu Jiu clasped her hands together, resembling a leader of a team, smiling as she walked ahead. Before long, Gu Jiu spotted the conspicuous figure of Li Fugue in the distance. We have deer to eat, Li Fugue exclaimed. bouncing with excitement like a child, and hurried back to inform Feng Lijing and the other villagers of the good news. Upon hearing the joyful tidings, Feng Lijing immediately called for his second son and his daughters-in-law to prepare knives and cutting boards. It would take considerable time to divide the meat of the 3 deer. He and the other villagers who remained at the resting place stood with their necks craned, eagerly awaiting the return of Gu Jiu and his eldest son, who would be carrying the deer. Just as they caught a glimpse of the blurry figures in the distance, a group of burly men wielding large knives approached. "Don't move. Everyone squat down," commanded a man with a prominent black mole on his face, pressing his large knife against Li Xiaojuan's neck, his tone menacing. The remaining villagers, comprised mostly of the elderly, women, and children, lacked any fighting spirit and were instantly paralyzed with fear, causing the children to wail loudly. Gu Jiu, returning with the deer and sharing laughter with her companions, was met with the sight of her siblings being surrounded by armed men. The 8 burly men, upon seeing the newcomers with 3 fresh deer, licked their lips in excitement. "You lot are in cahoots, aren't you? Come over here and squat down, and hand over the deer. Otherwise, we'll start with your family." Chapter 73. A battle of wits against the mountain bandits. Li Dajiao and his companions contemplated charging at the hulking bandits. However, their wives and children were entirely at the mercy of the men, who, despite their frustration, could do nothing as they ground their teeth in despair. The villagers had endured relentless hardships, their faces now ashen, each one slumped in despondency, devoid of vitality. Many from the upper stream village had already fallen victim to the enemy's merciless slaughter, leaving them bereaved. Must they now witness this tragedy unfold once more? The dark, pockmarked man commanded 2 of his companions to advance with knives drawn, coercing Gu Jiuli and Li Dajiao to surrender the roe deer, demanding compliance while searching them for weapons. Gu Jiu cleverly concealed her axe within her spatial pocket, evading confiscation, as she and several men were coerced at knife point to kneel beside her siblings. "Ronger, Xiaoman, Changel, do not fear. Your elder sister has arrived. I shall devise a way to keep you all safe," Gu Jiu reassured them. Prior to their return, Gu Rong had clung tightly to her brother Gu Changel, with one arm wrapped around her younger sister Gu Xiaoman, her mind racing with anxiety. She feared not only for Gu Jiu and the others, but also the possibility of their absence resulting in harm from the roe deer. Finally, with the sight of her elder sister, despite being captured by the mountain bandits, the 4 siblings found solace in their unity, sharing the burdens of their plight. "Elder sister, Ronger is not afraid. I shall stand by you through thick and thin," Gu Rong declared. Gu Jiu smiled gently. "Indeed, our Ronger possesses a commendable spirit." She scrutinized the bandits before her, each one exuding malice, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their garb unmistakably marked them as ruthless brigands. Gu Jiu recalled what Li Dajiao and the village elders had shared. They were near the Chumping post, the closest station to the official road. Consequently, travelers from several surrounding counties would inevitably pass through the post, and merchants from the city would also traverse Chumping post on their journeys. This gang of mountain bandits had concealed themselves in the Hua Mountain for years, amassing untold wealth and shedding the blood of countless innocents. Engaging them directly in combat would not guarantee victory. It could endanger the lives of the villagers. Even if she wished to protect her siblings, she would be spread too thin. The only viable strategy was for her and the able-bodied men of the village to feign surrender, prioritizing the immediate safety of everyone involved. Seizing a moment when the bandits were distracted, Gu Jiu quietly edged closer to Uncle Dakian. "Uncle Dakian, relay the message for everyone to refrain from rash actions. These men are seasoned killers. We must remain composed and ensure the survival of all," she urged. Uncle Dakian, his expression grave, nodded and squatted down to pass the message, calming those villagers eager to confront the bandits. The dark, pockmarked man dispatched 4 of his men to encircle the villagers with knives, while 2 others rifled through their belongings. To his astonishment, having thrown all their possessions away to escape the flood, the villagers had little more than empty pockets. Even the meager silver they managed to produce amounted to less than 5 taels. Gu Jiu had already concealed her handful of copper coins in her spatial pocket. while Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman believed their elder sister had cleverly hidden her wealth from the bandits. Bah, a bunch of wretched paupers. Together, they can hardly muster a few coins. I fear being tainted by your misfortune. The man speaking had a long, gaunt face resembling that of a horse. After rummaging through the villagers' belongings, he disdainfully discarded everything onto the ground. Some bundles even kicked down the slope. Today, the group of brothers had finally ventured out to rob. Yet they had only acquired a meager sum of silver, returning to their hideout, feeling utterly humiliated. The leader's expression darkened significantly. Fortunately, this group had just hunted some game, and the man with the elongated face approached the leader with a conciliatory smile. "Leader, it appears these wretched souls have fled from a nearby village, lacking even rice or flour. Thankfully, they just caught 3 roe deer. Why not let the brothers carry them back to the hideout first?" The leader nodded in agreement, gesturing for the men to take the 3 deer away. Then, he turned his gaze towards the 45 villagers from Shangxi village, his eyes glinting with malice. "Leader, I have information I wish to trade with you. I have recently learned that a merchant convoy will be passing through nearby routes in the next couple of days. If you release us, I shall divulge the convoy's path to you." Gu Jio suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. Feng Lijing, astonished, whispered, "Jio girl, where did you?" only to be met with a warning glare from Gu Jio, realizing she intended to concoct a lie to deceive the bandits. He quickly supported her claim. "The girl speaks truthfully. I am the village headman. About half a month ago, when our village had yet to flee, I learned that a large merchant convoy would be traversing our county, though I do not know the specifics of their route." The other villagers listened in silence, fearing to speak, as the headman's words seemed credible. The leader pressed his knife against Gu Jio's neck, threateningly demanding, "Little girl, where did you obtain this information about the convoy's route? Speak plainly, or I shall sever your head." Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, witnessing their elder sister threatened by the bandit with a knife, shed tears in distress. However, their sister had instructed them not to speak or resist regardless of what unfolded. And the 2 sisters, trusting her, complied. Gu Changle clenched her small fists, contemplating striking the leader, but Gu Rong swiftly restrained her. "The information about the convoy's route was something I overheard while I was in the county purchasing goods, as I happened upon a tavern where wealthy merchants discussed it," Gu Jio said, curling her body in a feigned shiver, looking up at the leader with feigned terror. The leader, observing the frightened demeanor of the young girl, found no faults in her words. "Reveal the convoy's route, and I shall release your villagers." "That cannot be. You must release them first, and then I will tell you." "What if you renege on your promise?" Gu Jio feigned the innocence and naivety befitting her age, bargaining with the leader. The leader's anger was palpable, with the hairs on his prominent black mole trembling. Never had a captive dared to challenge him. "You wretched girl, do you seek death? How dare you negotiate with me? Do you believe I won't slay you with a single stroke?" As soon as he finished speaking, the leader raised his large blade, preparing to strike Gu Jio. The villagers believed that Gu Jio was doomed. Many were so frightened that they could not bear to witness the impending gruesome scene. In a moment of dire urgency, Chapter 74, Capture the Thief, first seized the leader. Just as the leader's blade was mere centimeters from Gu Jio's throat, she swiftly interjected. "If you kill me, no one will know the route of that merchant caravan." The leader cursed under his breath and gritted his teeth, commanding his second-in-command, a lanky man with a horse-like face, to heed her words and release the villagers. Though the second-in-command was reluctant, he had no choice but to instruct the 4 brothers guarding the villagers to let them go. "Step back from them. Let these wretched, impoverished folk leave, without the threat of the blade." Disbelief washed over the villagers' faces as they realized the bandits had indeed set them free. Feng Lijing watched Gu Jio with concern, and Li Dajiao, along with the other villagers, held their breaths for her. Gu Jio had brokered their release, granting them a chance at survival. But what of her own life? How would she extricate herself from the clutches of the bandits? Seeing Gu Rong approach fearlessly with her younger sister and brother, Gu Jio placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders, urging them to follow Feng Lijing to safety. The siblings refused to budge. Even the usually composed second sister was in tears. "Sister, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. Even if we die, we shall die together. Listen to me." "Second sister, Take care of Xiao Man and Chong Lo. Aren't you the one who always listens to me? Have I ever led you astray? Gu Rong looked up with tear-filled eyes, seemingly grasping the unspoken truth. Her sister had never lied to her. Complying with Gu Jio's request, she decided to lead the younger ones away. Once the younger siblings had joined the villagers in their retreat, the leader again pressed the blade against Gu Jio's throat. Don't try any tricks, you wretched girl. Reveal the merchant caravan's route at once. If you cooperate, I shall spare your life. Otherwise, my brothers will return to slaughter your siblings, and I will have you all minced into pieces to serve as stew for my men. Gu Jiu smiled brightly and replied, I wouldn't dare oppose the illustrious and formidable leader. I will certainly divulge the pathway of the caravan. However, I can only share this information with you alone. So come closer, and I shall whisper it to you. She winked at the leader. Do you think I'm a fool? Hurry and disclose the route. The leader bellowed ominously. Gu Jiu cast a dubious glance at the second-in-command, then turned to the other bandits, her expression filled with inner conflict. Oh, esteemed leader, do you not realize how much gold and silver a merchant caravan carries? Just a small portion of treasure could make countless people overnight millionaires. It must not have been easy to ascend to your position as the leader of this bandit stronghold, right? Your brethren are indeed formidable, each one of them. Take the second-in-command, for instance. Despite his youth, he possesses remarkable strength. What if he were to contest your position as the leader in the future? Oh, Chief, one must always be vigilant against potential threats. The second-in-command's face darkened with fury, his elongated, horse-like visage growing even more pronounced. You insolent girl, daring to sow discord between me and my elder brother. Just wait, for I shall cleave you in two. Hold on, the chief intervened, retracting the large blade poised at Gu Jio's throat to parry the second-in-command's assault. The sound of clashing steel echoed as the two 20-pound swords met, but the second-in-command, being somewhat leaner, found himself outmatched by the chief's titan-like strength. His weapon was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Second brother, our bond forged through countless trials over the years cannot be undone by an unfamiliar, capricious girl, not even with a few words of persuasion. Rest assured, my trust in you all remains unwavering. The chief reassured him, giving two firm pats on the second-in-command's shoulder. Now, take the deer back with the others. Have the lady and the villagers prepare it for a feast. I shall follow shortly. The second-in-command, visibly shaken, had not anticipated that his elder brother would genuinely doubt their loyalty. He opened his mouth to protest. Elder brother, second brother, listen to me and return first. The chief replied, his smile betraying a hint of malevolence. Years of experience told the second-in-command that this was the look his brother wore when he was contemplating murder. Without further delay, he hastily departed with 5 others, carrying the deer back to the stronghold, casting a final, fierce glare at Gu Jio. Once the brethren had retreated, the chief urged her, now they have gone. Speak your mind, you wretched girl. Gu Jio wore an innocent smile, but beneath her sleeve lay an axe, stealthily retrieved from her spatial pocket. Seizing the opportunity while the chief remained unguarded, she swung the axe towards the back of his head. In an instant, the imposing figure before her was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth as his skull shattered. The chief could scarcely fathom that he had met his end at the hands of a mere girl. As his lifeless body crumpled to the ground, brain matter spilled forth. Pooling around him, elder brother, the second-in-command had not ventured far, still harboring a sense of caution. After a few steps, he turned back, only to find his elder brother sprawled on the ground. Gu Jio observed the approaching 7 hulking men, eager to unleash her axe upon them. Suddenly, several individuals erupted from the forest, wielding hoes and sickles, while others launched wooden arrows from the underbrush. Who else could it be but Li Dajiao and his band of over 10 men? Villagers, charge! Let us slay these heartless scoundrels. Li Dajiao led the charge, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow that pierced the shoulder of one of the mountain bandits. Lu Dakuan and another villager quickly followed suit, releasing several arrows that whizzed toward the second-in-command and his men. Those without bows brandished hoes and sickles, engaging the bandits in a desperate fight. Gu Jio was somewhat taken aback. Uncle Dajiao, what brings you here? Upon concluding her words, she dared not linger any longer and swiftly dashed forward with her axe to join the fray. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman also sought to lend their assistance, each breaking a segment of a tree trunk, attempting to rush to their elder sister's aid. Fortunately, they were halted by Luo Xiulan and Li Xiaojun. Gu Jiu's axe swiftly dispatched 3 burly bandits, while another 4 mountain robbers were eradicated by Feng Daqian, accompanied by a dozen sturdy men. The gruesome scene rendered Feng Lijing and the returning frail women and children unable to bear witnessing such brutality. The mothers shielded their little ones' eyes, fearing nightmares from the bloodshed they had witnessed. The men of Shanxi village celebrated their victory with jubilant cheers. Gu Jiu sincerely expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that while she could have single-handedly vanquished the remaining bandits, it would have required considerable effort. Nonetheless, the villagers had aided her, and thus it was only fitting to reciprocate their kindness. The sturdy men humbly dismissed her thanks, instead praising her bravery, asserting that she was as valiant as any man. Grandfather Feng, these bandits surely have a lair. Should they not return home, those within the stronghold will certainly come searching for them. We must hasten our departure. Feng Lijing, upon hearing Gu Jiu's words, concurred with her reasoning and promptly instructed the villagers to carry the roe deer, urging the group to leave the area immediately. As they journeyed, anxiety over being pursued by the bandits quickened their pace, and within the hour they reached the highest cliff. Gu Jiu peered down and saw that the floodwaters had receded, quickly informing the others. A chorus of cheers erupted, expressing their gratitude to the heavens. Feng Lijing resolved to alter their route, leading the villagers swiftly down the mountain. It is often said that descending is easier than ascending, and their descent indeed proved to be several times faster than their earlier climb. However, it was not until the sun began to set that they finally reached the foot of the mountain, continuing their hurried trek towards the official road. Upon reaching the official road, the villagers still felt the thrill of their harrowing journey, their backs clammy with cold sweat. Just as they approached the official road, Feng Lijing suddenly ordered the group to halt, wrapping several pieces of cloth around the roe deer before resuming their journey along the road. Not long after, night enveloped them completely. As Feng Lijing prepared to lead the villagers into the woods for rest, he noticed silhouettes approaching along the official road. Chapter 75. Encountering people from Yunzhou City on the official road, Feng Lijing came to a stop, and the villagers behind him ceased their advance. Approaching them on the official road were an elderly woman and a young boy of about 7 or 8 years, both clad in ragged garments and appearing as if they had escaped from some calamity. "Dear sister, are you also fleeing from hardship?" Feng Lijing stepped forward respectfully, initiating a conversation with the elderly woman. With her head crowned in white hair, she appeared even older than Feng Lijing. "Indeed, young brother, it seems we are all unfortunate souls fleeing from disaster. Your group is quite large. Where do you intend to go?" The elderly woman leaned on her cane, her voice frail and lacking strength. Feng Lijing replied, "Dear sister, we have fled from Shanxi village in Dian County, aiming for Yunzhou City. Are you familiar with this city?" "What? Dear brothers, are you still intending to venture to Yunzhou City? You must not go. That place is a perilous pitfall. My grandson and I fled to Yunzhou City just a few days ago, hoping to receive aid from the governor. However, upon arrival, we found the entrance swarming with destitute refugees. We languished outside the city for days without food or water, nearly falling victim to the other desperate souls there. The city guards refused us entry, citing strict identity checks. My grandson and I got separated from our fellow villagers, and we possess no identification. Oh, my heavens! Is this not a cruel fate for us unfortunate commoners?" Tears streamed down the old woman's face, her expression a portrait of despair and helplessness. Seeing this, Li Xiaojun stepped forward to comfort her. "Auntie, surely the governor of Yunzhou City must provide kanji for the refugees outside the city? How can it be that you have no food or drink?" "Indeed, the guards do distribute kanji, but only the first few hundred can seize it each day. There are thousands of refugees outside Yunzhou City, all crowding the gates. Every day, there are fights over the meager portions, and many have lost their lives in the chaos." The other villagers from Shanxi were taken aback, their expressions a mix of disbelief and concern. They had not anticipated such dire circumstances in Yunzhou City. Would they? Upon their arrival, find themselves barred from entry, unable to even partake of the meager kanji doled out by the guards. With no other options, my grandson and I resolved to leave Yinzhou City in search of fortune elsewhere, hoping that another city might offer refuge to the displaced. Sister, thank you for sharing news of Yinzhou City with us. Please accept this small token. It may help you and your grandson along the way, Feng Lijing said, producing the only 2 dry cakes from his bag and offering them to the old woman. Oh, dear brother, you are too kind. I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my grandson as well. The good people of your village shall surely be rewarded. The old woman grasped the dry cakes with trembling hands, pulling her 7 or 8-year-old grandson close, ready to bow in gratitude to Feng Lijing and the others, but was gently stopped. After bidding farewell to the old woman and her grandson, the villagers from Shangxi gathered, their faces etched with concern as they deliberated their next steps. Lijing, did you not say that the governor of Yinzhou City is benevolent? Why then are we denied entry? Are they not condemning us to our demise? Is the heavens forsaking the people of Shangxi? Our journey has already claimed the lives of many, and now, just as we near the city, we are met with such grim news. Our provisions are nearly depleted. Does this not leave us utterly without hope? Seeing the villagers begin to weep, Feng Lijing felt overwhelmed and quickly sought to soothe their spirits. Dear friends of Shangxi, do not succumb to despair. We have not yet reached Yinzhou City. Do we still wish to go to Yinzhou City? Did not that kind aunt make it clear? She and her grandson just came from there. So why should we venture forth to meet the same fate? The villagers cried out in anguish, their hearts heavy with sorrow upon receiving such distressing news as they stepped onto the official road, with scarcely a moment to absorb the grim reality. Feng Lijing, undeterred, continued to counsel them. Dear compatriots, perhaps by the time we reach Yinzhou City, the situation outside the city will have improved. After all, the esteemed prefect is preoccupied with his myriad duties, even if the displaced masses crowd outside the city. It is only through layers of reports that he might become aware of their plight, is it not? Upon hearing this, the villagers turned to Feng Lijing with a glimmer of uncertainty in their eyes. Is what you say true, Lijing? Is the prefect truly that busy? Most among them were simple folk who had spent their lives within the confines of their county town, utterly oblivious to the world beyond, and hence, they had no understanding of the prefect's burdensome responsibilities. Yet, Feng Lijing's words reignited a flicker of hope in the hearts of many from Shangxi village. Let us not rush to despair. We shall hasten our journey to Yinzhou City, and once we arrive, we will discern the truth of the situation. If entry into the city proves impossible, we shall devise another plan. We must not be labeled cowards before we even reach the battlefield. Feng Lijing spoke with resolute conviction, his posture unwavering despite his advancing years, exuding an air of vitality. As the leader of Shangxi village, it was his duty to stabilize the villagers' spirits in times of adversity. Gu Jiu observed the old man with a newfound respect. In the face of calamity, a true hero remains unflinching. After days of fleeing, it was clear that without Feng Lijing's guidance, the villagers might have succumbed to despair long ago. The villagers momentarily set aside their sorrow, promptly following Feng Lijing's command to form ranks and quicken their pace along the official road. However, as twilight descended, Feng Lijing instructed his eldest son, Feng Daqian, along with Li Dajiao, to proceed ahead in search of a suitable resting place. They were to return and inform the others once they had located a secluded area conducive to setting up camp. Feng Lijing then called for one representative from each household to step forward as he began to distribute the deer meat. Upon hearing that meat was to be shared, the villagers erupted with excitement, hastily setting aside their burdens and forming a queue. Their earlier gloom instantly lifted. Although the 3 deer varied in size, they collectively yielded nearly 300 pounds of meat. Each family would receive several dozen pounds. However, Feng Lijing decreed that those who would venture to capture the deer would receive an additional 5 pounds each. Gu Jiu, who had provided the information about the deer, was to receive 40 pounds, the largest share. Most villagers voiced no objections, were it not for Gu Jiu's generosity in sharing the news. They would not have enjoyed this bounty. Yet, there always exist shameless individuals who, despite contributing nothing, expressed dissatisfaction with the decisions of those in authority. For instance, Lu Ho-Hot erupted upon hearing the news. Li Jing, how can those little kids of Gujiu possibly consume 40 pounds of deer meat? Your division appears exceedingly biased. It is utterly unjust. Chapter 76. The Feast of Roe Deer Meat. Indeed, my mother is right. Why should those little wretches indulge in so much roe deer meat? The roe deer were hunted by my father. Our family deserves a significantly larger share than those little scoundrels. Lu Ho-Hot's son, Wu Xiaobao, echoed his mother's sentiments, voicing his grievances and drawing disapproving glances from many onlookers. Lu Ho-Hot's husband, Wu Dao, who had only joined in after Gujiu and the others had already captured the roe deer, had contributed little to the effort. Now, having participated in the capture, he felt entitled to a substantial portion of the meat, despite the fact that their family was excessively greedy, envious of Gujiu's 40 jin of roe deer meat, and thus resorted to unreasonable complaints. Uncle Feng, even if that little girl Gujiu was the first to discover the roe deer's trail, without our many brothers working together, could we have caught 3 roe deer? Wu Dahu proclaimed. Brothers, do you not agree? We are all strong men, and our efforts far surpass that of Gujiu. That little girl, why should she receive nearly half a roe deer's meat? I, Wu Dahu, refuse to accept this. However, the men who accompanied Gujiu and Li Dajiao in the roe deer hunt harbored no feelings of envy akin to Wu Dahu's. Each of them felt quite content with their share of meat, and thus, when confronted by Wu Dahu, they shook their heads in disagreement with his perspective. Wu Dahu, you're simply too greedy. I recall that we brought down all 3 roe deer, and you only joined in at the end to deliver a few kicks. Feng Li Jing allocated you 15 jin of roe deer meat, and yet you remain unsatisfied and have the audacity to cry unfairness. Can you not have a shred of dignity? Li Dashou kritisisa. Upon hearing this, Feng Li Jing, realizing that Wu Dahu had contributed little yet received a considerable amount of meat, was immediately incensed. Wu Dahu, you ruffian, cease your unfounded provocations, or I shall reduce the quantity of meat allocated to your family. The Wu family, upon hearing Feng Li Jing's declaration, wore expressions as dark as soot. Their teeth clenched in anger, yet they dared not continue to shout unfairness. Very well, Feng Li Jing, continue to favor those little brats. After all, you are the village head of Shangxi village, and you can distribute the meat however you please with just a word. Lu Ho-Hot, witnessing her husband's defeat, swiftly unleashed her sharp tongue upon Feng Li Jing. The villagers of Shangxi could discern Lu Ho-Hot's dissatisfaction, as she spoke in a sarcastic tone. Although Li Xiaojun was younger than Lu Ho-Hot, she too was no pushover. If Aunt Ho-Hot is unhappy with the 15 jin of roe deer meat your family received, shall I have my father-in-law redistribute it for you? As for how much meat he allocates, that is still entirely at his discretion, is it not, Aunt Ho-Hot? This retort left Lu Ho-Hot speechless, as the 15 jin of roe deer meat had yet to be delivered to her family, and she could not afford to let this woman jeopardize her interests. To avoid delaying the meat distribution for everyone, my family can endure a small loss. There's no need. Sister Xiaojun. Li Xiaojun proudly lifted her head, carrying the 40 pounds of roe deer meat freshly cut by Feng de Quan to Gujiu's side. Here, Jiu girl, this is rightfully yours. Even your grandfather and I feel that the portion should have been larger. If it weren't for your modesty, your grandfather would have wanted to give you and your brother an additional 10 pounds of roe deer meat. Who would have thought that some individuals in the village could be so insatiably greedy? How outrageous! The villagers nearby, who heard Li Xiaojun's loud exclamation, understood that she was referring to Lu Ho-Hot's family. Gujiu smiled lightly, first expressing her gratitude to Li Xiaojun for personally delivering the meat, then casually remarked, I, Gujiu, am confident that I can hunt more meat, so I am naturally unconcerned about sharing a bit more with everyone. Jiu girl, despite your tender years, you truly possess a generous spirit, choosing not to hoard the roe deer meat for yourself, and actively sharing the news with everyone shows your kindness. Such a benevolent person deserves our respect. After Li Xiaojun's admiration, the other villagers echoed her sentiments. I shall teach my son to learn from you, Jiu girl, and take you as a role model throughout our journey of escape. You have consistently found ways for us to procure food and even discover medicinal herbs that could be sold. You are indeed a little lucky star sent to our village by the heavens. I will set up an altar for you at home, offering sacrifices to the little lucky star on the 1st and 15th of every month. Gujio was taken aback, feeling as though she had become a charlatan deity. She understood the villagers' gratitude, but insisted, "There is no need for an altar. I am still young, and I fear it may shorten your lives." The villagers, caught up in their excitement, spoke such absurdities. However, Gujio suspected that if she did not intervene, given the superstitious nature of these ancient people, they might indeed carve an altar for her that very night, and by the next day, she would find it buried in the ground for offerings. A quarter of an hour later, Feng Lijing finally distributed all the meat from the 3-roe deer. Naturally, the villagers, having received the deer meat, were overjoyed, with many reluctant to eat it, wishing to save it for later. Feng Lijing urged them, explaining that it was the height of summer, and fresh meat would spoil quickly. Moreover, many had run out of food and had been surviving on wild vegetables and mushrooms for days. If they did not eat meat to replenish their strength, how could they continue their journey to Yunzhou City? The villagers from Shangxi village found his reasoning compelling, especially since they were unaware of what awaited them in Yunzhou City. It was better to enjoy the roe deer meat while they were still alive. The villagers decided to indulge in the feast, knowing that such a large quantity of meat could last them several days. According to Feng Lijing's estimates, they would arrive in Yunzhou City within 2 days. Lacking an iron pot, Gujio could only use a knife to slice the roe deer meat into pieces, preparing 2 large bowls, which she then skewered on branches and placed over the fire to roast. Sprinkling her secret barbecue seasoning over the skewers, a delightful aroma soon wafted through the air. Luo Xiaolan's household also lacked an iron pot, so she mimicked Gujio's method of slicing and skewering the meat, but without any seasoning in her bundle. The meat she roasted carried a fishy smell. "Gio girl, what is that delightful seasoning you sprinkled on the roasted roe deer meat? It smells amazing." As Gujio evenly sprinkled all the meat skewers, he tossed a bag of seasonings to Luo Xiaolan. "Aunt Luo, these are spices meant to flavor the meat. Sprinkle some, and I assure you will relish the taste." With delight, Luo Xiaolan accepted the seasonings and sprinkled them over the skewers. The increasingly fragrant venison made her feel immensely satisfied, and she expressed her gratitude to Gujio. The other villagers envied Luo Xiaolan for having borrowed Gujio's seasonings, but realizing they had run out, they could only return home with regret. "Ronger, Xiaoman, Chonglu, the venison is ready. Hurry and grab some." Gujio took a bite and squinted his eyes in pleasure. The 3 little ones quickly reached for the meat skewers, each faster than the last. Even Guchong Lu was striving to eat more quickly. Watching them, Gujio couldn't help but chuckle, offering to roast another bowl of venison if they were still hungry. That night, the villagers of Shangxi village rarely indulged to their heart's content. After feasting, everyone blissfully drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, they simply had some venison for breakfast before heading to the nearby stream to wash their faces and fill their water containers, continuing along the official road towards Yunzhou City. Gujio had prepared 2 additional bamboo water bottles the previous day, so now they had 3 to carry the spiritual spring water, allowing the little ones to drink their fill and regain their strength along the way. Upon reaching a fork in the official road, Feng Lijing instructed the group to halt, studying the signpost to discern the direction to Yunzhou City. They had not lingered long when 3 familiar figures approached from the left fork. "Brother Feng, fellow villagers from Shangxi village, what a surprise to encounter you here. It truly is fate." Gu Youfu stood on the left, with Zhao Zhaodi beside him, followed by a multitude of sons, daughters-in-law, and grandchildren from both branches of the Gu family. The villagers from Shangxi were astonished that the Gu family, previously beaten to a pulp by the villagers of Yanglu, even tied to trees, could still be alive and walking towards them. Feng Lijing found this troublesome group irritating and, turning away with a flick of his sleeve, retorted angrily, "You must have been waiting for us on the official road since dawn. Haven't you? Moreover, there is only this one route to Yunzhou City. What sort of fate is it that we meet?" Zhao Zhaodi's face had indeed become considerably gaunt. and the members of the Gu family were equally emaciated, having survived by foraging for wild vegetables and eating insects, even gnawing on tree bark when hunger struck. Gu Zhaoshi's dim eyes darted around, and upon noticing several children in the group enjoying meat, she speculated that the villagers must have caught some game. It had been ages since she had tasted meat. Immediately, she plastered on a smile and approached Li Xiaojun, trying to ingratiate herself. Xiaojun, it seems you all haven't caught anything during your days of fleeing. You all look well-fed and even a bit plumper. Li Xiaojun rolled her eyes, fully aware of the old woman's ill intentions, and chose not to answer her probing questions. Old Mrs. Gu, you're no longer one of us from Shangxi village. It would be best for you to stop pestering us, lest the villagers take offense. Gu Zhaoshi did not expect a younger generation to publicly humiliate her. Enraged, she spat on the ground, exclaiming, "Bah, you wretched creature, lacking in respect for your elders. How could your parents raise such a poorly mannered wretch as you?" Enraged, Li Xiaojun felt an overwhelming urge to confront the elderly woman, yet her husband, Feng Dequan, swiftly restrained her, cautioning that entangling with the unruly Gu family would only lead to needless trouble. The Gu family arrived with hostility, even berating their eldest daughter-in-law, prompting Feng Lijing to wear a displeased expression. "Take care of your wife, Gu Youfu, and you all should step aside and not obstruct the villagers' passage." With that, Feng Lijing strode forward without a backward glance, followed closely by the rest of the group. The villagers of Shangxi were well aware of the Gu family's notorious reputation and offered them not even a glance. "Hey, don't rush off." Gu Zhaoshi attempted to engage others, yet every villager recoiled from her as if she were a specter. "What shall we do?" They refused to acknowledge us. It seems they must have acquired some substantial gains, judging by their well-fed appearance. As Gu Zhaoshi saw the Shangxi villagers retreating into the distance, she tugged vigorously at Gu Youfu's sleeve, desperation evident in her heart. "Let us follow them. After all, we have neither stolen nor robbed. The official road is not theirs alone. If they can traverse it, so can we." In a hushed tone, Gu Youfu instructed his family to stealthily trail behind. Feng Lijing glanced back along the way, aware that the Gu family was following. He had no intention of engaging with those ruffians. If they dared to cause trouble, he would deal with them accordingly. As midday approached, Feng Lijing led the group into a shaded grove to rest. Recent heavy rains had given way to relentless sun, and the villagers of Shangxi quickly claimed spots to relax, quench their thirst, and roast the deer meat they had brought, eagerly consuming it to satisfy their hunger. "Look, isn't that your daughter, Lanhua?" Gu Laodai pointed greedily towards Luo Xiaolan and her daughter, who sat at the edge of the group. "She must have some meat hidden in her bundle. Go and ask her for a piece." Seeing his daughter, Lanhua, Gu Laodai felt an insatiable longing for the meat, forgetting that she had severed ties with them. "Lanhua, what delectable treasures do you have hidden in your bundle? Show them to your father." Gu Laodai reached out to snatch the bundle from Lanhua's back, but Luo Xiaolan swiftly slapped his hand away and shielded her daughter. "Lanhua is no longer connected to your family. Leave at once. She's my daughter now. If you dare to harass her again, I, Luo Xiaolan, will not spare you." "You insolent woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Lanhua is my flesh and blood. Who do you think you are to claim her?" Though Gu Laodai had become noticeably gaunt from hunger, he still possessed the physical strength to overpower Luo Xiaolan. He forcefully pushed her to the ground, sending her sprawling. As the onlookers watched Gu Lao prepare to drag Gu Lanhua away, the other villagers felt a sense of helplessness. After all, this was a matter of the Gu family, and they were reluctant to intervene. Gu Lanhua, in despair, cried out loudly, tears streaming down her face like heavy rain. "Let go of me. You are no longer my father. I have already declared my severance from the Gu family. I will not return with you. Let go of me." Luo Xiaolan fell to the ground, her arms and legs wounded and bleeding profusely, tears of urgency welling in her eyes. "Lanhua, Lanhua, do not take my Lanhua away." However, her struggles rendered her unable to rise, forcing her to crawl forward. Gu Lao, having seized Gu Lanhua, took a few steps before attempting to snatch her bundle. "This is my mother's bundle. You must not touch it. Give it back." Gu Lanhua leaped up, yet she was still shorter than Gu Lao's shoulder, unable to reach her bundle, and she cried out in a frenzy. "Huh! What do you mean your mother? You are the flesh and blood of Gu Lao heir. My wife is your mother. You little wretch, stop misidentifying your kin. Gu Lao heir's tone was exceedingly arrogant as he slapped Gu Lanhua across the face, causing it to swell instantly. Where is the meat, you little wretch? Where have you hidden it? Despite rummaging through the bundle, Gu Lao heir found nothing but a few old garments. Not a scrap of meat was to be found. Seeing others from Shangxi village feasting on meat only fueled his anger further. Just as he raised his foot, intending to kick Gu Lanhua, someone suddenly appeared at his side. Before Gu Lao heir could turn to see, he felt a sharp pain in his groin and was sent flying. Gu Jiao, having mustered all his strength, delivered a decisive blow. Sister Lanhua, hurry and get up. Gu Jiao picked up Luo Xiaolan's bundle from the ground and assisted Gu Lanhua. The members of the Gu family, noticing the commotion from afar, rushed over to provide aid. Gu Lao heir's wife hurried to check on her husband's condition, offering him concern and comfort. Upon seeing Gu Jiao, Gu Zhao's anger flared, and she began to curse vehemently. Gu Jiao, you little wretch, you have already been driven out of our Gu family. Yet you dare to cause trouble, just like your maternal family, always meddling in affairs that do not concern you. It is truly exasperating. Hearing this, Gu Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you encountered my maternal family? Chapter 78. The Refugees Outside Yunzhou City. That old hag was abandoned by her two daughters-in-law on the road, left without food or drink, and beaten black and blue by other fleeing individuals. But who could blame her for wanting to meddle? While others sold their children for food, she insisted on stepping in. I say, she deserves such a fate. Gu Zhao sneered at Gu Jiao with contempt, continuing with malice. Just like your deceased mother, always trying to be a good person. How tiresome. Gu Jiao retaliated with a slap that sent Gu Zhao staggering back several steps. Gu Youfu and Gu Lao De attempted to intervene, but Li Dezhao and other men from the village rushed forward to stand in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao led them to partake in the exquisite delicacy of roe deer meat. Had it not been for this little fortunate star, the inhabitants of Shangxi village might not have survived until now. The audacity of those who dare to bully their village's benefactor is tantamount to declaring war on all of Shangxi. The ruffians from the old Gu family, despite their brazen demeanor, found themselves intimidated in the presence of the burly men who stood before them. Old hag, clarify where you encountered my maternal grandfather's family. If you fail to comply, I shall extract each of your teeth one by one. Gu Jiao insisted, driven by a deep-seated curiosity about her maternal lineage. According to the remnants of the original owner's memories, her grandmother was a kind-hearted old woman who treated the children of the third household as if they were her own grandchildren. When the original owner's mother, Li, gave birth to Gu Rong, her grandmother traveled a great distance, bearing eggs and grains to assist her daughter during the postpartum period. Although she was later driven away by the old Gu family, the original owner had felt the warmth of her grandmother's affection. Before her passing, the original owner's mother imparted a final wish to her daughters. Should any of her children find success in life, they must remember to repay their grandmother's kindness. The old woman, her jaw nearly dislocated by Gu Jiao's grip, realized that her few remaining teeth were at stake. How would she enjoy meat if Gu Jiao succeeded in extracting them all? In a frenzy, Gu Zhao flailed her limbs, desperately struggling. I will count to 3, old hag. If you do not truthfully disclose what I seek, I shall dislocate your jaw, rendering you incapable of eating. Gu Jiao threatened, her grip tightening. The pain was unbearable for Gu Zhao, who, succumbing to the agony, divulged everything in a few short sentences. I do not know the exact location. We left Linshan and followed a path along Longgang Mountain. Along the way, we passed through a small village and happened upon your mother's family, who were also fleeing. Gu Jiao's mother spoke the truth. They encountered a group of people in a dilapidated village, likely those escaping from her maternal grandfather's village. I've said all that I know. Please release my mother. Gu Lao Xiaote. Gu Jiao pondered for a moment, finding some credibility in the words of the old Gu family. She released Gu Zhao, tossing her back to her family. Do not dare to harass Sister Lanhua again. She has recognized Aunt Luo as her mother, and from now on, she belongs to Aunt Luo's family. You have no connection whatsoever to the old Gu family. Should I see you troubling Sister Lanhua again, I will retaliate each time, until your entire family is left incapacitated, bedridden, and dependent on medicine." Gu Jio's words were laced with fierce venom, and many villagers of Shangxi, witnessing this exchange, felt a chill run down their spines. From that moment on, they understood that they must not provoke the fiery Gu Jio. The old Gu family, carrying the whimpering Gu Zhao and the still howling Gu Lao heir, retreated in disgrace. "Sister, is grandmother not well? Do uncle and aunt treat her poorly?" Gu Rong approached, tugging at Gu Jio's sleeve with concern. Listening to the words of the Gu family, it seemed that uncle and aunt no longer wished to concern themselves with grandmother's well-being, unaware of her current whereabouts. "We must certainly find her." Gu Jio spoke with unwavering determination, pulling Gu Rong to return. She retrieved a bottle of ointment for treating bruises and injuries from the infinite warehouse and handed it to Luo Xiaolan. "Aunt Luo, this ointment will aid in healing your wounds. Apply it to the affected area, and you shall see improvement in a few days." Luo Xiaolan, clutching her bleeding wound, accepted the ointment, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, dear Jio. Such a healing ointment must not be inexpensive. How much silver does it cost? Let me write you an IOU through the village chief, and I promise to repay you in due course. Aunt, please do not stand on ceremony. You have cared for us siblings greatly these days. Take this ointment without worry," Gu Jio replied, giving Luo Xiaolan a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing. Luo Xiaolan and her daughter watch her retreating figure with immense gratitude. "That girl, Jio, is truly kind-hearted. Lanhua, you should learn from your sister in the future." After a hearty lunch, the villagers of Shangxi took a brief rest. Just past noon, the little ones, still drowsy, were roused to continue their journey. Feng Lijing and the others assessed their route, estimating that they would reach Yinzhou City by the following day. Upon hearing this, the villagers quickened their pace, filled with excitement. As night fell, they found a riverside to set up camp, blessed with a water source for cooking and washing. Many men ventured into the river for a refreshing bath after a day of exhausting travel, their clothes soaked with sweat. While the men enjoyed the cool water, the women and young girls were left to endure the discomfort of their damp garments. In such sweltering weather, Gu Jio feared that her siblings might develop heat rashes. She sought out Feng Lijing's daughter-in-law, Li Xiaojun, to discuss her desire for the village women to also bathe in the river. Li Xiaojun was equally eager for a wash, fully aware of the unpleasantness of wearing sweat-soaked clothing. "I will speak to Grandpa Feng about this matter. Once he consents, you can notify all the women in the village," Gu Jio assured her confidently. Though it should not have been a difficult matter for women to bathe, the rigid feudal mindset of ancient times imposed undue suffering upon them. When Feng Lijing first heard of the proposal, he frowned, clearly troubled. "Grandpa Feng, I know your concerns revolve around the women's reputation, but I have a suggestion. You could gather all the men in the village to hunt in the woods, which would take merely a short while." Feng Lijing, unable to withstand Gu Jio's persistent persuasion, ultimately relented. Gu Jio approached him with confidence, knowing that as long as the women's honor could be safeguarded, Feng Lijing would undoubtedly agree. By sending all the men to hunt in the woods, any man who strayed would risk his wife or daughter's reputation, thus ensuring that they would vigilantly protect their women. Feng Lijing understood this reasoning clearly. As the evening descended and all the women comfortably soaked in the cool river water, they sincerely expressed their gratitude for Gu Jio's suggestion, which had granted them rights previously reserved for men. After cleansing herself, Gu Jio assisted her second sister in scrubbing their third sister and younger brother. The bathing beans were borrowed from the village aunties, who insisted that repayment was unnecessary. Nonetheless, Gu Jio remained mindful of their kindness and vowed to repay them in the future. The following morning, Feng Lijing rose early to rouse everyone for breakfast and personal hygiene. Anticipating a possible trip to the city, many women adorned their children, ensuring they looked presentable. Lacking the skill to style hair, Gu Jio enlisted Luo Xiaolan to create simple hairstyles for the four siblings, and once they donned their freshly dried, clean garments, they appeared revitalized. As noon approached, they spotted a towering city gate from a distance, its grand architecture emblazoned with the characters Yinzhou. As they drew nearer, They were astonished to find the gate swarmed with disheveled refugees, just as the old woman they had encountered had described. Chapter 79. A penny can stump a hero? Feng Lijing's countenance grew serious as he led the villagers toward the city gate. However, the sheer number of gathered refugees soon scattered their formation. Hey, a new group has arrived from Yinzhou. To enter the city, each person must pay 10 taels of silver. You all look quite destitute. Perhaps it would be wiser to turn back. The surrounding refugees jested, relishing the opportunity to mock newcomers unfamiliar with the rules of Yinzhou. Brother, we have fled from Dian County and have just arrived in Yinzhou today. We are unaware of the local customs. Could you kindly enlighten us? I, Feng Yuanzheng, would be immensely grateful. The old man displayed a commendable politeness. In that case, allow me, Li Erwang, to explain, said Li Erwang, dressed in tattered clothing with a missing front tooth, gesturing for Feng Lijing to come closer. Old man, you must be the village head, judging by your preachy demeanor. Brother Erwang, you are indeed astute. I am indeed the village head of Shangxi village. Feng Lijing replied, bowing respectfully. One cannot fault courtesy, thought Li Erwang, feeling somewhat embarrassed to continue teasing Feng Yuanzheng. Old man Feng, I have only been in Yunzhou for 3 days myself, so my knowledge is limited. All I know is that entering the city now incurs a fee, which has reached 10 taels of silver per person. The crowd at the city gate has become as congested as a beehive. Following Li Erwang's indication, Feng Lijing observed that the area around the gate was indeed packed with refugees, forming a sea of heads seated on the ground. Do you know when Yunzhou City began charging an entrance fee? Previously, it was customary for the city to register refugees and verify their identities without imposing a fee. What has prompted Yunzhou to levy such charges on the populace? Is the city facing difficulties? I heard from those who previously departed from Yunzhou City that, in the past, there was no fee for entering the city. However, just a fortnight ago, it became mandatory for anyone wishing to enter to pay a sum of silver. I cannot fathom which unscrupulous wretch advised the governor to impose this charge. Is this not driving us, the impoverished common folk, to the brink of despair? As Li Erwang spoke, his frustration was palpable. At that moment, Gu Jiu approached and overheard his words, instantly grasping the significant information. Uncle Erwang, did you say that someone suggested this entrance fee to the governor? Do you know who that person is? Li Erwang, noticing the young girl's delicate appearance, though her demeanor was somewhat frosty, quickly raised his hand to interject. Do not call me uncle. I am but 20 years old. Young lady, how can we commoners possibly know the decisions made by those in power? Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu lowered her head in contemplation, realizing the predicament she was in. Throughout her journey, her sole focus had been ensuring her siblings were well fed, never anticipating the exorbitant entrance fee would pose such a significant obstacle. With 4 siblings at home, the entrance fee amounted to 40 taels of silver, excluding Grandma Zhou's share, bringing the total to 50 taels. Gu Jiu pressed her forehead in despair, for she possessed not a single tael in her purse. At that moment, she truly felt impoverished. How could she possibly procure some silver? If only she could enter the city, for outside were countless destitute refugees like herself, and even if she wished to sell items from her infinite storage and spiritual spring, it was impossible. A single coin could thwart even the bravest of souls. This dilemma was truly tormenting her. After inquiring about the situation, Feng Lijing returned to the crowd of villagers alongside Gu Jiu. Lijing, Jiu girl, what news? What did that big fellow say? Can we still enter the city today? Li Dazhao stepped forward, anxious for their report. Feng Lijing sighed deeply, his already gaunt face appearing even more aged. To enter the city, one must pay an entrance fee of 10 taels of silver per person. It is a travesty. What are we to do? I cannot even scrape together a few coins. And even if I were sold, I could not fetch 10 taels. We are doomed. If we cannot enter the city, we shall surely perish outside. Isn't the governor of Yinzhou supposed to be a kind-hearted benefactor? How could he impose such a steep fee, threatening the lives of us commoners? The villagers of Shangxi screamed in despair, some collapsing to the ground, lamenting to the heavens. Feng Lijing's face reflected guilt. He felt utterly helpless in the face of these villagers. Previously, He had offered them hope throughout their journey, enabling them to endure until they reached Yinzhou City. Yet now, whatever solutions he could devise eluded him. As the villagers remained engulfed in sorrow, a commotion erupted at the city gate. "Please, noble officials, do not strike. If this continues, the father of my child will surely perish." A woman's piercing voice rang out, instantly drawing all the refugees at the city gate to witness the scene. The villagers of Shangxi hurriedly moved closer, and as they pushed through the crowd to the front, they were met with a gruesome sight. Two soldiers drew their long blades and mercilessly struck a middle-aged man on the back with heavy scabbards, delivering a ruthless barrage of blows, numbering over a dozen. Despite the heart-wrenching pleas of a nearby woman clutching her child, the soldiers remained unmoved, ignoring her cries as they continued to rain down punishment, kicking the man viciously in the stomach. Onlookers could do nothing but watch in horror as the middle-aged man visibly struggled for breath, suddenly spewing a copious amount of blood onto the ground. The scene was utterly terrifying. The crowd of onlookers recoiled in fear, with adults hurriedly shielding their young ones from the sight. Gu Jiu, burdened with a package, held tightly onto her two younger sisters, while Gu Rong cradled their little brother. The four siblings nearly crushed together in the throng of bodies. "You ragged beggars, if you dare to force your way into the city again, look at what happened to him. This is your fate," bellowed the towering soldier, his voice filled with menace. With that, he sent the barely conscious middle-aged man sprawling across the ground, right in front of the crowd. The man feebly lifted a hand before losing consciousness, appearing to be on the brink of death. "Father," the woman who had been kneeling earlier, clutching her child, rushed forward, her heart torn apart as she checked on the man, only to discover that he had already drawn his last breath. This brother's plight is so tragic. The officials at the city gate are truly fearsome. Without money, those who attempt to enter the city will be beaten to death. A life extinguished in the blink of an eye. These officials regard as common folk as less than human. Gu Jiu felt a hint of suspicion arise within her. Logically, the higher authorities would not sanction such cruelty, especially considering the previously renowned integrity and fairness of the governor of Yinzhou City, whose reputation for righteousness was well known far and wide. Was there something amiss in this situation? After their exertions, the two soldiers, now somewhat fatigued, cast a scrutinizing glance over the crowd of commoners before sauntering towards the benches at the city gate to take a break. Gu Jiu, being close by, overheard their conversation. "I wonder how the governor is faring. These past few days, we've had no need for early morning drills. It's so leisurely that it's making me uneasy. Indeed, ever since the governor fell ill, our entire precinct has been as relaxed as if it were a festival." Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu raised an eyebrow. So, the governor of Yinzhou City had been unwell for some time. Perhaps there was an opportunity to exploit this situation to gain entry into the city. They even dispatched us to stand guard while searching for a divine physician. Heaven knows that in these times, finding a skilled doctor is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The soldiers continued their grumbling, and Gu Jiu took mental notes, following the crowd while contemplating her path into the city. Finding a skilled physician was indeed a challenge. Yet fortune smiled upon the two soldiers, as a perfect opportunity presented itself right before them. In her previous life, Gu Jiu had been apprenticed to a master of medical arts, learning not only healing techniques, but also the art of poison. Her prodigious talents in both fields had even made her mentor feel inferior. Were it not for Gu Jiu's insistence, her master would have sought to be her pupil instead. After the crowd of refugees had dispersed, they returned to their respective spots to sit anew. The villagers from Shangxi were following Feng Lijing, seeking a patch of ground to rest. It was the height of midday, with the sun blazing mercilessly, and there was no shade at the city gate. Any shelter, whether a tattered canopy or the shade of a tree, had long been claimed by those who arrived earlier. "Hey, Jiutu, where are you going?" Feng Lijing turned to count heads and noticed Gu Jiu striding directly toward the city gate. This girl was quite stubborn. He hoped she wouldn't provoke the guard station there. Gu Jiu beckoned Gu Rong to stay with Luo Xiaolon. Ensuring that her younger sister and little brother accompanied Feng Lijing back, she needed to try her luck at the city gate. As she approached within 5 meters, two guards brandishing swords rushed forward, one pressing the blade against Gu Jiu's neck. Feng Lijing, who was hurrying from behind, nearly lost his footing at the sight, his heart racing with anxiety. "Gentlemen, please hold on. This is merely a young girl from our village who is misguided and has inadvertently trespassed. I implore you to show her mercy." Despite the blade being only 2 centimeters from her throat, Gu Jiu maintained an air of composure. "Kind sirs, please do not be enraged. I have a miraculous physician who can save the esteemed governor, and I wish to recommend him to you." The guard with the blade, though tall and lean, had dark skin, and his eyes flickered with interest upon hearing her words. "Is what you say true, yellow-haired girl? Where is this physician? Take me to him. If your claim holds substance, I shall reward you handsomely." However, before he could finish, another guard kicked him. "Old Li, do you truly believe the ramblings of a mere girl? Hurry and send her away, lest we be reprimanded for mistakenly guiding her to the wrong person." The guard named Old Li, equally dark but built like a bear, retorted, "Old Lu, you're right. I almost let myself be deceived by this little girl. Get lost. You troublesome brat. Move far away from here." Old Li released the sword and shoved Gu Jiu roughly, seeing the girl narrowly escape danger. Feng Lijing rushed to grasp her arm, eager to lead her back. Yet Gu Jiu deftly evaded his grip and took a few steps back toward the guards. "Lord Li, please wait. I perceive from your features that you are slightly over 20, with a ruddy complexion. When you stand, your limbs tremble. Do you often wake at night, experiencing frequent and painful urination? And do you struggle with a distended abdomen and diarrhea, perhaps compounded by a fondness for alcohol?" Old Li spun around in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging. "How do you know this so precisely? Little girl, you possess genuine skill. I wonder where you learned your craft. Could you introduce me to your master? Our Governor Chun is gravely ill and urgently needs a divine healer." Excitedly, Old Li approached, quickly divulging what Gu Jiu sought to know. Hearing their exchange, Old Lu rushed back and slapped Old Li on the back of the head. "Fool! Have you thoroughly verified her medical expertise? You cannot simply speak without evidence. Old Lu, she possesses genuine medical knowledge. Every assertion made by the little divine doctor aligns perfectly with my symptoms. We have not mistaken her for the wrong person." Gu Jiu gazes at the 2 individuals before her, resembling a pair of lively jesters, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. "My master is the southern medical deity, and I am his 18th direct disciple, having inherited the ultimate medical skills of his lifetime. I am the most exceptional disciple of my master. Perhaps I could attempt to treat Lord Chun, who is gravely ill." The 2 soldiers pondered the veracity of Gu Jiu's words, while Feng Lijing stood, utterly dumbfounded. He leaned closer to Gu Jiu and whispered, "Little Jiu, what nonsense are you spouting? How do you know this southern medical deity? Do not fabricate lies that might anger the officials. Grandfather Feng, trust me, I, Gu Jiu, would never undertake a task without confidence. I am certain I can cure Lord Chen's illness. If I succeed in treating him, our hopes of entering the city will be revived." Feng Lijing furrowed his brow, vexed by her stubbornness, yet concerned she might be playing with fire, risking failure. However, if what Gu Jiu said held true, curing Lord Chun might indeed present a turning point for the villagers of Shi Village. Otherwise, if each person was to pay a toll of 10 taels to enter the city, they would collectively owe over 400 taels. With a moment's hesitation, Feng Lijing noticed the 2 soldiers displaying a glimmer of hope. "Little girl, should you dare to deceive me, I shall bind you and toss you in a barrel into the river to feed the fish." Old Lu warned sternly, exchanging a knowing glance with Old Li. The thought of having recommended a miraculous doctor, potentially leading to gratitude from Lord Chun and subsequent promotion, filled Old Li with exhilaration. "Little divine doctor, come with us to Lord Chun's residence. Once you have cured his ailment, you shall be generously rewarded." Gu Jiu began to negotiate. "Gentlemen, I am willing to accompany you to meet Lord Chun immediately, but I must bring my younger siblings along. I cannot leave them waiting at the city gate. Given their youth, why must you be so troublesome? If you do not wish to treat him, then so be it." Old Lu thought impatiently, doubting the accuracy of her description of Old Li's condition. After all, Old Li had always been rather slow-witted. The truth would only be revealed once this little girl truly managed to cure Lord Chun. It was Old Li who stepped forward to mediate. "Very well. It is no trouble to have a few children accompany you. Bring them quickly. Time is of the essence. Delighted, Gujio agreed and hurried back with Feng Lijing to gather her siblings. The villagers of Shi village had found a small patch of land to rest and immediately spotted the duo returning, eagerly rushing over to bombard them with questions. However, Gujio had no time to engage in idle chatter with the villagers. She seized her siblings and swiftly departed, leaving no trace behind. Before the other villagers could comprehend what was happening, they beheld the four siblings of Gujio engaged in conversation with the soldiers at the city gate, and astonishingly, all four children entered the city. What was going on? Could it be that Gujio possessed such wealth that she could produce 40 taels of silver? Upon recounting the sequence of events to the villagers, they were left in a state of astonishment. What if, after Gujio takes her siblings into the city, she abandons us? Chapter 81. Experiencing the metropolis of Yinzhou. That won't happen. The girl has always been one to honor her words. She would never go back on her promise. Li Dezhao, hearing the doubts from the others, stepped forward in a fit of anger to vouch for Gujio. Li Dezhao, what benefit has Gujio bestowed upon you for you to speak on her behalf? Her siblings have already entered the city, departing with remarkable speed and without so much as a farewell. We are all fellow villagers who fled together. It seems she has no intention of returning to aid us in entering the city, Lu Hohat retorted, hands on her hips, her face a mask of scorn. I have faith in our Gujio. She assured the village chief that she would devise a way to bring us all from Shiko into the city. And I believe she will accomplish it. Zhou Jinhua, leaning on his cane, struck the ground with force as he addressed the others sternly. Zhou, did you not refer to Gujio as your granddaughter? Now that she has taken her siblings into the city, why did she not bring you along, old woman? I suspect that girl is merely a facade of hypocrisy with a selfish heart. Gujio has never regarded you as family. Lu Hohat laughed triumphantly, her entire demeanor vibrating with glee. Village Chief Feng, if Gujio enters the city and does not return, what shall we do tonight? The area outside the city is teeming with refugees. It is certainly unsafe to rest here. A villager, observing the throngs of destitute individuals at the city gates, noted how some were filthy and picking at their feet, while others brandished knives or weapons, their eyes glinting with menace as they surveyed the crowd, seemingly selecting their targets. Among these refugees, the elderly, weak, and women and children were clearly the favored victims of bullying, without men or a steadfast group for protection. These vulnerable individuals faced a grim fate in such a ruthless environment. At this moment, the villagers' opinions were divided. Some echoed Lu Hohat's sentiments of Gujio's hypocrisy and selfishness, while others clung to a glimmer of hope, yearning for Gujio to find a way to lead them all into the city. Despite village chief Feng's repeated assurances urging the villagers to remain calm and composed, they were now homeless refugees, and in the face of hunger, thirst, and the dire lack of shelter, it was difficult for them to heed his words. At the gates of Yinzhou City, 2 soldiers escorted Gujio and her siblings along a path until they encountered a lengthy queue of individuals registering their information. Initially, Gujio assumed she would have to wait in line like everyone else to record her details, but instead, the soldier named Oldly pulled her directly to the front. Have them register first. I am in a hurry to take them to the prefect's office. Oldly commanded, and the registrar promptly nodded, bowing respectfully as he inquired about the names of Gujio and her siblings. Gujio, a resident of Dine County, had lost both parents and had already separated from her grandfather and uncles. Now, she lived independently with her 3 younger siblings. After the registrar inquired about the information of Gujio and her siblings, he reported to Lao Li. Immediately, Lao Li and Lao Lu led the 4 siblings briskly. Gujio held her little brother Gu Changle in her arms, while Gu Rong held hands with Gu Xiaoman. It was their first time in Yinzhou City. As they entered a bustling street filled with throngs of people, the lively atmosphere caught their attention. Vendors lined the street, some selling stationery and cultural artifacts, while others offered various high-end garments and an array of children's toys, including rattles and sugar figurines, leaving the siblings utterly mesmerized. Sister, that sugar painting is so fascinating. Xiaoman has never seen such an oddity. Gujio turned to her younger sister with affectionate indulgence, saying, "Come, let us buy you one to play with." "Lordly, Lord Lu, may I impose upon you to wait a moment while I purchase a sugar painting for my sister? I will return shortly," Gujio requested. Lao Li, with a good-natured smile, urged her to hurry, but Lao Lu's expression darkened with irritation. "Such country bumpkins. A mere sugar painting has left you all in awe." Gujio maintained her composure, but inwardly, she noted Lao Lu's disdain. "Oof. Underestimate me now, and one day, when I am prosperous, I shall dazzle you with gold and silver." "You are right, Lord Lu. My siblings and I are indeed from the countryside, unaccustomed to finer things. Please allow me a moment to buy a sugar painting," Gujio insisted, not typically one to plead, but willing to do so for her younger sister's happiness. Had it not been for her sister, she would have gladly put this arrogant bear of a man in his place. "Fine, fine, go quickly, don't dawdle," Lao Lu replied, his impatience evident. Gujio took her younger sister's hand and signaled to her second sister to follow. She had noticed that when her younger sister expressed her desire for the sugar painting, Gu Rong had looked up hopefully, even without voicing it. Gujio understood that her second sister was trying to save her money. Money could always be earned again, but joy was fleeting. Furthermore, Gujio was confident in her ability to prosper in Yinzhou City. Having observed numerous shops during her journey, she pondered what business her siblings might pursue once they settled. For now, she focused on the immediate task, knowing that they could plan their future ventures later. Gujio fished out her dwindling coins and allowed her younger sister Gu Xiaoman to choose a sugar painting for herself. Then she turned to Gu Rong, saying, "Renjir, you should pick one too." Gu Rong quickly shook her head. "Sister, no need for that. I don't want it. I'm not a child anymore. Listen to me. Choose one. I'm not short of money." Gujio playfully ruffled her second sister's hair, exuding an air of generosity. "Besides, you are only 8. How can you claim to be grown? Sister, haven't you run out of coins?" Gu Rong lifted her head and stared blankly at Gujio. Gujio felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of her younger sister. "Do not worry about it. Your sister is wealthy. Quickly choose one." Gu Rong was uncertain about how many coins her sister truly possessed, as Gujio had previously paid for the grains and fabrics without her noticing. "Boss, I would like a little rabbit." Gujio promptly handed over 20 copper coins to purchase a rabbit and a turtle-shaped sugar painting. The prices for snacks in Yinzhou City were quite steep. Merely holding those 2 pieces of candy could fetch 20 coins, enough to buy several pounds of rice. Just as she received the sugar painting and was about to leave, a cacophony of voices erupted nearby. Chapter 82. A dog I sees no gentleman following the sound. Gujio spotted a crowd gathered around a spectacle. "Sister, what is happening over there? It looks so lively." Gu Rong tugged at Gujio's sleeve, her excitement palpable. Young children are easily drawn to places of commotion, and since 2 guards were also waiting in that direction, they decided to see what was unfolding. Standing at less than 1.20 meters, the 2 younger sisters found themselves surrounded by towering adults. Gujio pushed through the crowd, leading her siblings to get a closer look. "Ori!" The crowd erupted in applause. Upon entering, they beheld a large, imposing man with fierce eyes, dressed in exotic attire. Raising a torch high, suddenly, he expelled a mysterious liquid from his mouth. Before them, a colossal fireball floated in the air, and those nearest to the spectacle could feel the scorching heat radiating towards them. Their faces flushed as if they had just been steamed like shrimp. "Wow, sister, this person can breathe fire. How incredible." Gu Xiaoman clapped her tiny hands excitedly, mimicking a seal applauding. "Sister, why is this uncle breathing fire? What liquid is he expelling?" Gu Rong, maintaining her composure, swiftly inquired about the essential detail. Gujio bent down to explain the intricacies of the fire-breathing performance. This act is known as fire-breathing, and the liquid the man expels is not ordinary water. It is alcohol, which ignites instantly. Although Gujio had never witnessed such a performance in ancient times, she had occasionally observed similar astonishing acts in modern society. However, modern performers often use not only alcohol, but also gasoline and kerosene. "Now I understand. You are so knowledgeable." "Sister," Gu Rong praised as she grasped the secret. Gujio led her sisters out of the throng and approached another crowd that had gathered. There, a robust man lifted a massive iron hammer, weighing several dozen pounds, and brought it crashing down onto a young man lying beneath a stone slab. With a resounding thud, the first strike did not break the slab. The man roared again, swinging the hammer with great force, and brought it down once more. The tremendous sound startled the onlookers, causing them to instinctively step back, and the slab cracked audibly. The young man, who had been lying beneath the stone slab, rose to his feet and circled the crowd, showcasing his unscathed physique. How exhilarating! This display of strength was nothing short of magnificent. The brawny man truly possessed formidable power. I was so taken aback that I closed my eyes, fearing he might inadvertently crush the scrawny fellow before him, which would surely result in a calamity. The onlookers surrounding the spectacle murmured in excitement, most praising the remarkable performance of the two men. It was indeed terrifying. I felt a pang of concern for the larger gentleman. What if that burly man used a sledgehammer and accidentally harmed him? The parents of that young man would be devastated, losing a child to such a tragic fate. Gu Xiaoman, filled with trepidation, covered her chest with her small hand and patted it gently. Gu Jiao, bemused, stroked his younger sister's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Fear not, Xiaoman. These performers are professionals, or rather, they are seasoned acrobats. They have trained for this since childhood, mastering their craft through countless repetitions. Gu Xiaoman nodded in partial comprehension, having nearly forgotten about the two elderly gentlemen awaiting them. Gu Jiao felt a sense of urgency. I sincerely apologize, esteemed sirs. We were so engrossed in the performance that we lost track of time. I beg your forgiveness. He offered a courteous apology, though internally he was reluctant 1,000 times over. Yet, given their official status, he recognized that he had no choice but to show deference. He lacked the standing to confront them, and it was unwise to provoke them. He would have to establish himself firmly in Yuzhou City and carve out a path of influence for himself in due course. Such rudeness from a country bumpkin. Old Lu fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Jiao and his siblings. I have already sent word to the magistrate's office. The magistrate is likely waiting at this very moment. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying his appointment? His furious demeanor frightened Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, who instinctively recoiled behind Gu Jiao. I am the physician here to attend to the magistrate. Should he lay blame upon me, I alone shall bear the consequences. Gu Jiao stared intensely at old Lu, unyielding in his stance. He could not tolerate anyone bullying his siblings. This black bear of a man was notoriously troublesome, accustomed to oppressing the common folk, and now he attempted to intimidate his own family. To deal with such a petty tyrant, one must stand firm and confront him head-on. If he did not understand the temper of an elder sister, would he presume her to be meek? Esteemed sirs, please lead the way quickly, lest we further delay the magistrate's treatment, Gu Jiao said coldly, taking the lead with his siblings, leaving the two officials behind. Old Lu, do not stoop to her level. She is merely a country girl who has not seen the world and is unfamiliar with decorum. Our priority is to reach the magistrate's office swiftly. Consider the rewards we might receive if she successfully treats the magistrate's ailment. After old Li's persuasion, old Lu begrudgingly chose to swallow his anger for the moment. That wretched girl had better be able to cure him. Otherwise, I shall ensure she finds no refuge in Yuzhou City. As Gu Jiao walked, she remained acutely aware of the sounds emanating from behind her. The voices of two soldiers naturally reached her ears. Once she established her footing in Yuzhou City, it was uncertain who would be unable to remain in the future. After traversing numerous alleys and streets for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived at the entrance of the governor's office. Please wait here. I shall go inside and announce our arrival. Old Li instructed Gu Jiao and the others before ascending the steps to converse with the guards stationed at the entrance. Gentlemen, Old Li addressed the two guards wielding large sabers. I am stationed at the northern city gate. My brother, Old Lu, and I fortuitously encountered a miraculous physician, quite formidable indeed, and thus brought her to attend to the governor's ailments. I kindly request your assistance in allowing her entry. Begone. What sort of beggar dares to bring someone into the governor's residence? Depart at once. The guards retorted vehemently. Oh, they're not beggars. Can't you see? That eldest girl is the renowned physician. Old Li pointed out with consideration. Gujio raised her hand in greeting to the guards. Look at her, dressed in rags. How could she not be a beggar? The guard shot back angrily. Gujio felt the frustration bubbling inside her. Once again, she encountered the disdainful judgment of fools. The garments she and her sisters wore were newly purchased, not coarse cloth, merely worn from their arduous journey and soiled from mingling with the refugees. Chapter 83. Entering the governor's office after much persuasion, the guards finally permitted Gujio to enter. However, just as she stepped forward with her younger brother in her arms and her two sisters in tow, another guard with a saber obstructed their path. Only the physician may enter to treat the governor. All others must remain outside. The guard commanded sternly, If my siblings cannot enter, then I shall not treat the governor. Gujio stood her ground, her resolute gaze locking onto the guards. Ultimately, the guards, fearing for the governor's condition, allowed Gujio and her siblings to proceed. Gu Rong and Gu Xiaoman, the two young girls, had never seen the interior of an official's residence. Though they walked with their heads bowed in trepidation, they couldn't resist stealing glances at their surroundings. Once inside, a servant guided them to a side chamber to wait before reporting back. After a considerable wait, they were summoned to meet the governor. This time, Gujio was to go alone with the two soldiers. She meticulously instructed the servant to take good care of her siblings and reminded her second sister, Gu Rong, to keep a close watch on their younger brother to prevent him from wandering off. After giving each of them a piece of fruit to eat, Gujio felt assured enough to follow the soldiers to meet the governor. They passed through a long corridor before arriving at a courtyard. Greetings, governor. Gujio imitated the bowing posture of the soldiers and bowed deeply to Chen Zhizhou, who sat in a chair. Rise, he replied. Chen Zhizhou, in his 40s and at the peak of his vigor, appeared pallid and devoid of color at that moment. His speech was labored, punctuated by frequent, severe coughs. As Gujio rose from the ground, she stood quietly by, keenly observing the governor's condition. Old Lu, is this the miraculous doctor you spoke of? She appears to be no older than my daughter, Chen Zhizhou remarked, though his expression was less than favorable. Nevertheless, he endeavored to smile at Gujio. Do not be misled by her youth, Sir Zhizhou. This young doctor articulated my subordinate's ailments with remarkable clarity, leaving no detail unaddressed. Old Li responded respectfully, extolling the medical prowess of Gujio. Chen Zhizhou, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise. He had not anticipated that such a young girl could possess such profound medical knowledge. Child, do you believe my affliction can still be treated? Chen Zhizhou asked, smiling as he beckoned Gujio to approach. Please, Sir Zhizhou, allow me a moment to take your pulse, Gujio replied, skillfully retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve and placing it upon his wrist. Chen Zhizhou, undeterred by the handkerchief's modest fabric, patiently awaited her diagnosis. Sir, you are suffering from asthma, Gujio declared after examining his pulse. You are correct, young lady. Previous doctors have also diagnosed me with asthma, yet they proclaimed my condition beyond remedy and suggested my days are numbered, Chen Zhizhou lamented, his face etched with a sense of weariness and helplessness, the weight of unfulfilled aspirations evident in his aging visage. He yearned to witness his daughter grow and marry, unwilling to accept the prospect of death so soon. They are all quacks, Gujio asserted decisively. Sir Zhizhou, you still have the potential to live 100 more years. Those charlatans are merely spouting nonsense. It is their lack of skill that renders them incapable of healing you. Upon hearing her words, Chen Zhizhou's eyes sparkled with hope. Child, can you truly cure my ailment? Gujio nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my master has imparted to me a specific formula for diagnosing asthma. Sir Zhizhou, you are currently experiencing an acute asthma attack. We shall first suppress the cough and resolve phlegm, then gradually employ the treatment to restore your health. In less than a month, you shall notice significant improvement. Chen Zhizhou's heart surged with excitement. Previously, 2 renowned doctors had declared his fate sealed, leaving him preoccupied with preparations for his eventual passing. Little did he expect to encounter this young, miraculous doctor, perhaps a reward for his years of diligent service to the people. I possess a prescription for a formula called Dingchuan decoction, designed to ease breathlessness and alleviate phlegm. It consists of 9 grams of radish seeds, 5 grams of schisandra berries, 8 grams of white mustard seeds, 9 grams of yellow mustard seeds, 8 grams of cocklebur fruit, and 9 grams of perilla seeds. Boil these in water to be taken twice daily. There is also a prescription known as Maxing Airson decoction, which soothes breathing and strengthens the spleen and stomach. It includes 10 grams of almonds, 10 grams of roasted ephedra, 10 grams of pinellia, 12 grams of tangerine peel, 15 grams of poria, 10 grams of fried perilla seeds, 10 grams of radish seeds, 6 grams of white mustard seeds, 6 grams of tea leaves, 6 grams of myrobalan, and 5 grams of licorice, to be boiled in water and taken twice daily. As Gugio spoke, a young attendant diligently recorded each medicinal ingredient. Chun Jizhou and the 2 guards were utterly astonished, taken aback by the sheer volume of words that flowed from Gugio's small mouth. Despite her eloquence, much like the physician who had previously attended to Chun Jizhou, she merely scribbled a few prescriptions for him to procure medicine. However, after several days, there was no noticeable improvement in his condition. Concerned, Chun Jizhou was about to gesture for Gugio to take her leave when he noticed the young girl bowing again in respect. Sir Jizhou, might I inquire if you possess any silver needles? I could temporarily alleviate your incessant cough with them, allowing you to rest better, she proposed. In her past life, Gugio had encountered asthmatic patients who coughed day and night, tormented by sleeplessness. Yes, young lady. Please take a seat and rest for a moment while I send someone to retrieve them, Chun Jizhou replied. Gugio, unperturbed, boldly sat beside him, leaving the other attendees in a state of disbelief. Whether it was audacity or ignorance that fueled her confidence remained uncertain. She even engaged Chun Jizhou in a discussion about the bustling life in Yunzhou City. The 2 guards, previously hesitant, now felt somewhat superfluous standing awkwardly at the side. By the way, Sir Jizhou, may I be so bold as to ask if it was your directive to charge the refugees an exorbitant fee at the city gates? Gugio's youthful visage bore a hint of gravity. Upon hearing her words, Chun Jizhou's eyes widened in shock, clearly taken aback by this revelation. I certainly did not issue such an order, Joe girl. How much are they charging you for entry? He had grown familiar enough with her to address her by name, speaking to her as one would to a daughter. 10 taels of silver. 10 taels? Who in the world devised such a nefarious scheme? Are they trying to land me in prison? Chun Jizhou's fury was palpable, causing him to shatter his teacup in anger. Chapter 84. Bringing the entire village into the city, the guards who had accompanied Gugio to the Jizhou's residence were visibly shaken by his rage. Lao Li, come here. Is what Jiu girl said true? You must explain the situation at the city gates in detail. Yes, Sir Jizhou. The 2 guards were left speechless, having never witnessed such wrath from him. We're not entirely sure, but the guards at the gate were following the orders of Master Wu. He commanded us a fortnight ago to enforce the directive from above, stating that all refugees wishing to enter Yunzhou must pay an entry fee. Lao Li quivered as he spoke, prostrated on the ground in fear. Lao Lu, too, had lost the bravado he exhibited at the city gates, resembling a frightened rat devoid of its tail. In the initial days, Master Wu instructed us to collect 5 taels of silver per person. However, after 3 days, he stated that the authorities wished to limit the number of refugees entering the city, thus raising the fee to 10 taels per individual. Upon hearing the 2 soldiers' words, Governor Chun pondered deeply. Just half a month prior, it was on the very day he fell ill, and Master Wu could hardly wait to usurp his position. Since that day, it was the physician who diagnosed the governor, declaring him beyond remedy and with little time left. Governor Chun had never issued an order for an entrance fee. You 2 scoundrels dare to conceal this from me and oppress the people. I shall punish you severely. The 2 guards were instantly terrified, their trousers soaked, leaving a pool of yellow liquid on the ground, their heads nearly striking the earth in desperation, soon revealing the blood on their foreheads, their mouths begging for mercy. We would never dare to oppress the common folk. Please, esteemed governor, see the truth. A young woman, having witnessed the brutal beating of a commoner to death at the city gate by the guards, though not by these 2, could not guarantee they would commit other acts of tyranny. Gugio observed the soldiers who had once strutted before him now shrinking back like timid quails, and he felt a sense of vindication. You two wretches have committed grievous deeds. I shall send someone to investigate. Now, fetch Wu Kuei to see me." Having given his orders, Governor Chen's complexion paled further. Gu Jiu expressed concern for his health, urging him to remain calm. The servant who had gone to fetch silver needles returned, and Gu Jiu skillfully inserted the needles into the Tian-Tu, Danzhong, and Shunshu acupoints. Remarkably, the moment before, Governor Chen had been coughing, but now he was silent. The little physician's skills were extraordinary. After just 2 pricks, the governor ceased coughing. It was simply miraculous. The servant standing nearby could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Gu Jiu smiled and asked, "Governor, do you feel significantly better now? Are there any lingering symptoms of cough, nausea, or breathlessness?" Upon hearing this, Governor Chen attentively sensed the changes in his body. "No, I truly am not coughing anymore." His excitement caused him to abandon his usual stern demeanor, radiating joy akin to that of a child. It was only when the servant whispered a reminder that he felt a bit embarrassed and smiled at Gu Jiu, clearing his throat. "Ahem, Miss Jiu, I now believe you possess the ability to cure my ailment. Despite your youth, your medical skills surpass those of the renowned physicians I previously hired at great expense. You are courageous and wise. It is truly a pity that you are a woman, otherwise I would certainly recommend you to the Imperial Medical Department. You flatter me. Esteemed Governor, I am merely a simple village girl from the countryside, fortunate to have learned medicine from my master." Gu Jiu deftly shifted the conversation. "Moreover, I do not believe that being a woman makes me inferior to those physicians in the Imperial Medical Department. Even in a world where women are deemed lesser than men, I shall still strive to be a doctor who saves lives." "Well said." Governor Chen praised without reservation, his gaze growing increasingly profound. "I recall that when my daughter was young, she expressed a desire to pursue a career in medicine. However, due to the scarcity of women in the medical profession, I regrettably dissuaded her from her aspirations. Perhaps I was mistaken from the outset. The incessant mention of my daughter leads me to speculate that this Governor Chen is likely quite enamored with his daughter. Governor, if there are no further instructions, I shall take my leave. My siblings await me in the side hall, and I fear they may grow anxious from my prolonged absence. Additionally, I kindly request that you expedite arrangements for the refugees outside the city." As Gu Jiu prepared to depart, Governor Chen interjected, "Wait, Miss Jiu. I have heard that you and your siblings arrived in Yunzhou City with the villagers. Your village is set to settle in the city this afternoon. Once you have registered your identities, I shall assign someone to accompany you for the measurement of your allocated land." Upon hearing this, Gu Jiu's face brightened with joy. She had anticipated waiting until Governor Chen had recovered from his illness before broaching the subject of residency and land allocation. So the prospect of such good fortune arriving all at once was unexpected. Gratefully, Gu Jiu expressed her heartfelt thanks for the governor's immense kindness. After taking her leave, she proceeded to the side hall to meet her siblings. "Ronger, Xiaoman, Changle, I'm going to fetch our fellow villagers to enter the city together. I expect to return shortly to handle the residency matters, so you all remain here and wait patiently for me." Gu Jiu meticulously instructed them. To her surprise, the initial nervousness displayed by her siblings had dissipated. In the side hall, the attendants served them tea and pastries while regaling them with amusing tales from the script, which delighted the children. It seemed that during Gu Jiu's conversation with the governor, an observant attendant had reported that these 3 children were siblings of a renowned healer. If treated well, winning the favor of the young healer would also please the governor. With this newfound understanding, the attendants quickly brought forth exquisite tea and delicacies for Gu Rong and the others to savor. Governor Chen arranged for a carriage from the estate to transport Gu Jiu directly to the city gate, sparing her the arduous journey on foot. Although the carriage lacked the modern comforts of a 4-wheeled vehicle, it was undeniably more stable than the donkey carts of the village. As Gu Jiu sat in the carriage, she occasionally gazed out the window at the bustling streets, contemplating that once she earned some silver, she would procure a carriage for easier travel within the city. The journey that would have taken half an hour on foot was completed in less than that time in the carriage. At the city gate, a throng of refugees gathered, many of whom averted their gaze upon seeing the approaching carriage, fearing they might inadvertently offend a noble. Meanwhile, the villagers from Shangxi village waited across the gate, hesitant to look up. To their astonishment, the carriage drove straight toward them. Li Fugui was the first to recognize the figure seated within the carriage. "Ah, is that you, Miss Jiao?" Grandfather Feng, quickly gather everyone from Shangxi village to enter the city with me, Gu Jiao exclaimed as she deftly alighted from the carriage, urging the villagers to hasten their departure. It is anticipated that Chun Zhizhou will soon dispatch someone to the city gate. At that time, the influx of refugees seeking entry into the city will undoubtedly be overwhelming. Nine girl, shall we be able to enter the city? Can you truly cure the illness of the magistrate? Feng Lijing could hardly believe that they would indeed be allowed into the city. Luo Xiaolan, with her chin held high in a triumphant expression, declared, "Oh, our nine girl possesses remarkable abilities. Not only can she bring her siblings into the city without spending a penny, but now the entire populace of Shiliu village can also enter. This is all thanks to you, nine girl. Unlike certain individuals who, day in and day out, wish for the worst for everyone and can barely utter a kind word." Everyone could discern who Luo Xiaolan was subtly criticizing. Lu Ho-Hot, realizing they could enter the city, promptly sealed her lips, hiding among the crowd and daring not to utter a word. Gu Jiao cast a glance over the throng, spotting Lu Ho-Hot lurking at the back, and sneered. It seemed she was once again whispering behind her back, truly lacking in memory. To set the record straight, this time, it is Magistrate Chun who has made an exception, allowing me to bring you directly into the city for residency registration. As for how many people I can bring and who shall accompany me, that decision rests solely with me, Gu Jiao. Should anyone harbor dissent towards me, there is no need for them to accompany us into the city. Upon hearing this, the villagers eagerly began to extol Gu Jiao. Nine girl, you have been considering all of us along the way. Without you, we would not have escaped the flood disaster. We are all immensely grateful. How could anyone possibly have an issue with you? Indeed, Nine girl is not only beautiful, but also clever. Though her temper may be a tad straightforward, her heart is kind. Who would dare to voice dissent? I, Lida Zhao, will be the first to disagree. Gu Jiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Uncle Da Zhao, I must respectfully disagree regarding my temper. I am simply straightforward, not easily provoked. The other villagers unanimously expressed their agreement, pledging to follow Gu Jiao's lead. And Ho-Hot, I hear you have some objections to me? Lu Ho-Hot was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, her heart leaping to her throat. Suddenly, all the villagers turned to glare at her, their eyes filled with hostility. I have no objections. Nine girl is our village's blessing, favored by heaven. How could I dare to have any complaints? I must have been half asleep and talking nonsense before. Lu Ho-Hot lied without a hint of fear of being exposed, feeling no shame as she spoke. Aunt Ho-Hot must be unwell, perhaps suffering from somnambulism. So let's not take her words to heart. With that, Gu Jiao disregarded Lu Ho-Hot, who was fuming, and climbed into the carriage alongside Feng Lijing, his two grandsons, and Zhou Jinhua, all while the envious gazes of the refugees followed them. She instructed the young driver to slow the carriage, allowing the villagers of Shiliu to keep pace. After all, the elderly Zhou granny and Feng grandpa would find the ride much more comfortable. The other refugees, witnessing the procession from Shiliu village following the carriage towards the city gate, gathered around, eager to join in. Do not crowd. The magistrate has already spoken. Arrangements will be made for the refugees at the city gate. Let us patiently await our turn. Gu Jiao pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and shouted at the desperate refugees who were relentlessly colliding with the cart outside. However, these refugees, akin to rabid dogs, paid her no heed. They continued to surge forward, some even attempting to climb into the driver's seat. Infuriated, the young servant driving the carriage raised his foot and forcefully kicked several oblivious refugees away. Jiao girl, you must urge your villagers to enter the city quickly, or who knows how long these refugees will hold us back. Hearing this, Gu Jiao hastily encouraged the villagers behind her to keep pace with the carriage and to ignore the other refugees, making a direct path into the city. It was not that she was heartless. Rather, she understood a profound truth. When one has yet to ensure their own safety, it is folly to extend kindness to others, for it may only lead to one's own downfall. Upon reaching the city gates, the guards, Upon recognizing the carriage of the magistrate and the presence of the renowned healer who had treated him, granted immediate passage, allowing the procession of villagers to enter the city. The residents of Shangxi village felt as though they were in a dream. They had indeed made it into Yunzhou City. Gujiu disembarked and instructed the guard to inform her immediately should they receive any news regarding her grandmother's family. Initially, the guards had looked down upon the refugees, treating them like animals subject to their whims. However, with the recent revelation that this young girl had saved the magistrate's life, they dared not treat her with disrespect any longer. Instead, they spoke to her with utmost reverence, assuring her they would keep a vigilant eye out for the information she sought. Thanks to the guidance of the magistrate's servant, their group was allowed to cut to the front of the line, facilitating the registration process for the entire village. Feng Liza and the others thought it was merely due to their large numbers that they were granted such efficiency, unaware that it was Gujiu's influence that had afforded them this convenience. Meanwhile, just outside the northern gate of Yunzhou City, the old Gu family had been foraging for wild vegetables in the woods. Upon returning, they overheard a commotion regarding an entire village having entered the city. Confusion washed over them. Which refugee village could possibly possess such wealth to afford an entire caravan of silver? Then they heard talk of the Shangxi village procession, which had entered alongside the magistrate's carriage, claiming that a young girl had saved the magistrate's life. The Gu family grew increasingly anxious. After all, the only person capable of healing within the Shangxi village group was Gujiu. Father, mother, you are Gujiu's grandparents. By rights, we are her elders. If she has the ability to lead a group of outsiders into the city, why should we, her own family, be left behind? This is nothing short of disobedience. Gu Lao Air clenched his teeth in frustration, seething with anger. That little wretch would rather bring along a throng of unrelated strangers than her own relatives into the city. Was she trying to drive the old Gu family to despair? No, we must enter the city. We are the elders of the one who saved the magistrate's life. Why should we be denied entry? The members of the old Gu family became agitated and rushed to the city gate, creating a commotion. No matter how much the Gu Zhao clan protested or how unreasonable the eldest Gu acted, the guards at the city gate steadfastly refused them entry. They were informed that those who were unaware of the circumstances and had no connection to the esteemed governor were barred from entering. The old Gu family lacked any identification, possessing nothing but their voices to proclaim their existence. After some time of uproar, the guards, exasperated by their antics, brandished their swords and drove the entire family away. The other refugees, oblivious to the situation, mistakenly believed that the Gu family was attempting to exploit the governor's favor. Their failure led to the guards teaching them a lesson. And soon, a crowd gathered to mock the few from the old Gu family. Meanwhile, Gujiu and the villagers from Shangxi Stream had already entered Yunzhou City and were leisurely exploring. The streets and alleys of Yunzhou City were bustling with activity. The villagers from Shangxi were mesmerized by the array of intriguing shops and stalls. After a short while, Gujiu spotted a Lu family pharmacy. Recalling the preparations made with the villagers in the mountains, where they harvested Gastrodia elata and Panax nodo ginseng, she realized that now was the perfect opportunity to sell their herbs in the city. After a brief discussion with the village head Feng, Gujiu gathered the villagers who wished to sell their herbs and led them into the pharmacy. She instructed the young servant driving the cart to wait outside, and he readily complied, assuring her he would patiently await their return. However, as soon as they stepped into the pharmacy, they were promptly ushered out by a young attendant wielding a broom. Get out. Who do you think you are? A bunch of beggars. This is no place for you. If you want alms, go to the west side of the city and hurry along. The attendant did not even deign to look at them, inciting the villagers from Shangxi to fume with indignation. It's just a shabby pharmacy. If they don't want us in, we don't care to enter anyway. With so many pharmacies in Yunzhou City, do they really think we must patronize theirs? We'll take our business elsewhere, and they be the ones regretting it. After venting their frustrations, the group followed Gujiu to a family pharmacy across the street. Gujiu held a strong disdain for such condescending attitudes. It is often said that the customer is king, and these people clearly lacked an understanding of good business practices. Their pharmacy would surely not thrive for long. Seeing them enter the neighboring pharmacy, the attendant from the Liu family pharmacy spat disdainfully on the ground, dismissing any notion that these ragged individuals could possess anything of value. In contrast, the attendant at the Bai family pharmacy, a boy of around 12 or 13 dressed in simple white attire, was diligently cleaning the counter. Upon noticing the group enter, he displayed a flicker of surprise before quickly donning a warm smile and welcoming them. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Are you here to sell goods at our pharmacy?" The young boy, quick-witted, immediately discerned the villagers' anxious demeanor as they clutched their burlap sacks. "Our manager is in the back. Please wait a moment while I fetch him to discuss matters with you." The villagers did not have to wait long before a slightly rotund, middle-aged man emerged with a cheerful smile. "I am Zheng," he said, "and I understand you are here to sell some goods at my shop. May I first inspect the merchandise?" The 7 or 8 individuals from Shangxi village had never dealt in medicinal herbs and had no experience, so they left the discussions to Gu Jio and Master Zheng. "Master Zheng, we have a batch of well-prepared tianma and sanqi. Could you kindly provide a price?" Gu Jio was not concerned about being taken advantage of by the apothecary's owner, as she had gleaned from conversations with the stable boy who accompanied her to the magistrate's office that all shopkeepers in Yunzhou City maintained a unified price for similar businesses. If one pharmacy offered exorbitantly high prices for herbs or shockingly low ones, it would disrupt the entire market. Thus, the shopkeepers in Yunzhou City refrained from arbitrary pricing. "My dear girl, the quality of the tianma and sanqi you brought is excellent. I can offer you 500 wen per pound for tianma and 600 wen per pound for sanqi. Do you find these prices reasonable?" Gu Jio pondered for a moment. Given that each family in the village had unearthed approximately 10 pounds of herbs, coupled with Master Zheng's prices, they could each expect to earn several taels of silver. A single tael of silver could cover a commoner's living expenses for an entire year. They were indeed striking it rich. Upon hearing Master Zheng's words, the villagers began calculating how much silver they could earn from their herbs. However, as most were not adept at arithmetic, they struggled for quite some time without arriving at a clear conclusion. Gu Jio conferred with the villagers while Master Zheng patiently waited nearby. "Dear uncles and aunts, the price offered by Master Zheng seems fair to me. I believe we should sell the herbs to him. What do you think? If you, Jio girl, think it is good, then we naturally trust your judgment. Let us sell the herbs at this pharmacy." Li Dajiao, his face beaming with joy, was the first to take a stand. The other villagers voiced no objections. Gu Jio's herbs sold for a total of 5 taels of silver, but such a sum should not be squandered. They needed to be prudent in their spending. Each villager received several taels of silver, their faces lit up with joy. Those waiting outside the apothecary rushed to inquire about their earnings. And upon learning of the substantial sum, they felt a surge of confidence. Once they completed their residency registration, they would officially become citizens of Yunzhou City, and the money earned from selling herbs would be their first fortune. All the residents of Shangxi village were deeply grateful to Gu Jio for leading them to this success. Due to the time spent selling the herbs, they hastened to the magistrate's office to finalize their residency. Upon arriving outside the grand entrance, the villagers were awestruck by the imposing facade. Many timid souls felt intimidated by the guards brandishing their blades at the entrance. However, they knew that without entering, they could not complete their registration. Led by Feng Lijing, they passed through one door after another until a guard finally escorted them to an outer courtyard. This was the designated location for residency registration. The courtyard was surrounded by buildings on all sides, and with the area teeming with other citizens registering, the villagers from Shangxi felt overwhelmed. This afternoon, a multitude of individuals queued for residency registration, numbering at least in the hundreds. "It seemed unlikely that we would be attended to today," lamented a villager with a hint of despondency. Others shared the same sentiment, contemplating whether to depart and return tomorrow. Gu Jio remained unhurried, surveying the courtyard when a familiar young attendant hurried towards her, the very same who had previously assisted her during her audience with the magistrate. Dr. Gu, the attendant exclaimed, visibly relieved upon spotting them. "I have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please, follow me inside to complete your residency registration." Gu Jio inquired further, "Do we not need to wait in line?" "Not at all," the attendant replied with a smile and a dismissive wave of his hand. "The magistrate has instructed that anyone brought in by Dr. Gu shall be processed directly without queuing." Upon hearing this, the villagers of Shangxi were elated. Under the envious gazes of others in line, they bypassed the crowd and entered the building to prioritize their registration. Such are the privileges of connections. They were indeed basking in the glow of Gu Jiu's influence, now feeling as if they had a formidable ally. The registration process was swifter than they had anticipated, taking no more than 15 minutes to complete. Subsequently, the attendant informed them that they needed to wait for the surveyor appointed by the magistrate to accompany them for land measurement. Upon examining the land allocated by the magistrate, Gu Jiu noted its substantial size, which could easily be perceived as an abuse of power. However, when they arrived at Shizling, situated on the southern outskirts of the city, they were rendered speechless by the desolate landscape before them. Chapter 87. The man-eating Shizling before them lay an expanse of untamed mountains, overgrown with weeds, suggesting it had not been trodden upon for years. Gazing down from their elevated vantage point, they observed a shroud of hazy, gray mist enveloping the treetops, obscuring much of the scenery below. One might easily mistake this for a primordial forest. Why have we been brought to such a remote and wild place? Did not the magistrate promise us fertile land? The villagers anxiously debated. This is all mountain. How can anyone reside here? The surveyor accompanying them, upon seeing the barren terrain, appeared visibly distressed and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose. Dr. Gu, could there have been a mistake? You are the magistrate's savior. How could he allocate you to this man-eating Shizling? Gu Jiu, taken aback, responded, This place consumes people? Pray, enlighten us further. We are new to Yunzhou City and unfamiliar with the local conditions. It is common knowledge among the citizens of Yunzhou City that Shizling in the south is treacherous, often frequented by ferocious beasts and plagued by toxic miasmas. Merely coming into contact with these toxins could lead to poisoning and in severe cases, death. Dr. Gu, there is no need to measure this land. No one would dare venture here. The entirety of Shizling can be yours. With that, the surveyor hastily retreated, as if his feet were coated in oil. The other villagers attempted to call out to him, yet they couldn't grasp even the hem of his garment. His demeanor, fraught with urgency, suggested an aversion to the miasma that lingered in the forest. Gu Jiu recalled having heard of the miasma prevalent in ancient times, typically arising from the hot and humid climate of southern regions, where insect populations thrived and pestilence was rampant. The terrain, predominantly characterized by mountains and hills, coupled with its remoteness and wildness, provided a fertile ground for various creatures to proliferate. Consequently, the mountains were home to a multitude of fierce beasts, venomous snakes, and swarms of mosquitoes. The oppressive heat would lead to the demise of animals, and the decay of their carcasses would foster the spread of numerous pathogenic bacteria throughout the forest. In ancient times, limited preventive measures rendered individuals vulnerable to bites from mosquitoes and venomous insects, many of which harbored viruses capable of inducing malaria and other maladies. The dread of miasma among the ancients stemmed, on one hand, from the northern inhabitants' discomfort with the southern climate, instilling a psychological fear. On the other hand, the underdeveloped state of ancient medicine resulted in high mortality rates from diseases. However, with the advancements of modern medicine and the gradual prosperity of southern regions, the threat of miasma has since waned. While the ancients trembled at the thought of miasma, Gu Jiu remained unperturbed. Her extensive inventory was well stocked with gas masks, protective face coverings, and various medicinal potions. She was more than equipped to confront such trifling miasma. As the constable hurried away, the residents of Shangxi village found themselves in a state of disarray. What shall we do, Jiu? This place is perilous. It cannot support habitation, one villager tentatively inquired, suggesting they petition the magistrate for a relocation. Feng Lijeng, his expression darkened, admonished those villagers yearning for a change of scenery. You are truly deluded. How could the magistrate be so accommodating? It is a privilege that he has allowed our entire village to enter the city. Let us not create further trouble and risk offending him, for we shall reap no rewards in the future. Amidst the villagers' incessant clamor, Gu Jiu meticulously observed Lion Ridge before her. Despite the veil of mist obscuring the terrain, She contemplated the potential of cultivating such an expanse of desolate mountain. If they could indeed develop this wild land, it would become their domain. The barren mountains were inconsequential. With their bountiful resources and sparse population, they stood to gain immensely. As long as the territory was secured by her efforts, she envisioned herself as the sovereign of this land. With resolve, Gujio's mind began to whirl with possibilities. She did not intend to seek out Qinzhizhou for a change of location. Instead, she surmised that this territory was likely not the land allocated by Qinzhizhou. Having saved his life, she expected him to grant them fertile and habitable fields. Yet, they found themselves assigned to a desolate mountain, suggesting that someone was surely plotting against them. As for the identity of this adversary, she had yet to uncover. Addressing the villagers' unease would be her immediate priority. So she echoed Feng Lijing's sentiments to provide some reassurance. Grandfather Feng is indeed correct. The governor is burdened with countless affairs, managing thousands of displaced individuals daily. How could he possibly find the leisure to concern himself with our trivial matters? Furthermore, while others may fear the miasma, I, Gujiu, remain undaunted. If we can conquer the Lion Ridge before us, we will have ample land for agriculture, road construction, irrigation, bridge building, and housing. Consider this. Among the displaced flocking to the city, who among them could possibly possess as much land as we might secure? Upon hearing these words, the villagers of Shangxi began to waver. Indeed, during the land distribution among other displaced people, they witnessed individuals from the same village receiving but a small parcel of land, with some not even being allocated fertile fields. In stark contrast, the Lion Ridge looms majestically before them, with only 45 individuals in their village. Divided into merely a handful of households, each family could potentially receive a substantial piece of land sufficient to construct several additional dwellings. This was a delightful surprise they had never contemplated before. I require the bravest and strongest souls from our village to accompany me in dispelling the miasma of Lion Ridge. The rest shall establish a camp in the nearby safe woods. We must engage in a protracted struggle. As soon as Gujio's words fell, several men eagerly volunteered, and upon glancing over, she recognized nearly all of them. Feng Daqian, Li Dezhao, Lu Daquan. To her astonishment, even the usually carefree Li Fuguwei raised his hand to join. Juya, you strive for the betterment of our village's life. As one of the few strong men here, I too shall contribute. Li Fuguwei chuckled, winking at Gujio as he voiced his support for her initiative. Thanks, Uncle Fuguwei, for your support. I almost forgot to mention that the governor has entrusted me with the allocation of our village's fertile lands. Anyone willing to join me, Gujio, in reclaiming the land from the miasma shall receive a larger share of fertile fields. Furthermore, the miasma in the mountains can also be cleared for additional land. Upon finishing, Gujio found that Feng Lijing corroborated her statements. He bore no resentment for having his authority usurped. After years of diligent service to the village, often overwhelmed with work, this opportunity was a welcome respite for him. Now, the villagers regarded Gujio with reverence, as if she were deity. Jia, I wish to accompany you in dispelling the miasma. We have faced floods and beasts before. This miasma poses no fear for us. Yet dissenting voices arose, such as Lu Hohat's family, who had already covered their mouths and noses with cloth. The officials warned that Lion Ridge is perilous. Are you not courting death by heading there? Lijing, will you not intervene? Our village is in disarray, with a mere girl making all the decisions. Gujio turned to Lu Hohat, her voice cold. Since Aunt Hohat enjoys dousing our enthusiasm, let me make this clear. Once we have cultivated Lion Ridge, you and your family should not remain here. Seek your fortune elsewhere. Lu Hohat was rendered speechless, too afraid to respond regarding her desire for land. Gujio distributed protective masks to 10 men and instructed them to don long sleeves and trousers, ensuring they were thoroughly covered. Leaving the 3 siblings, Gurong, under the watchful eyes of Luo Xiaolon and Grandma Zhou, Gujio set forth with a team towards Lion Ridge. Chapter 88. Ingenious Elimination of Miasma. The men accompanying Gujio, unaware of the peculiar item she had provided, found themselves confronted with an object they had never encountered before. It resembled a mask, but was not entirely so. Gujio instructed them to don it over their faces, leaving only their eyes visible, which rendered their identities indistinguishable. In the dead of night, anyone wearing such a bizarre mask would surely frighten others to the point of losing their wits. Armored and vigilant, Gujio navigated the ominous valley with only her bright, sparkling eyes illuminating the darkness. She had contemplated that to eradicate the miasma, it was essential to locate its source. Otherwise, with several mountains and Lion Ridge, their efforts would be protracted if they attempted to eliminate the miasma bit by bit. She assigned Li Dajiao, Feng Daquan, and Lu Daquan to lead 3 separate teams, while she formed a smaller group, each venturing forth to discover and eliminate the source of the miasma. Typically, miasma emanates from the carcasses of deceased animals, which over the years have fostered the proliferation of bacteria. Given its toxicity, only poisonous flora and fauna can thrive in proximity to the miasma. As dusk deepened, Gujio struggled to discern her path through the forest. She rummaged through her infinite storage and unearthed a flashlight, which she grasped in one hand while wielding an axe in the other, hesitant to forge ahead. The woods were littered with decaying branches and trees, oozing green slime, and she feared touching any toxic plants. Thus, she realized that without clearing the way herself, progress would be nearly impossible. She nearly overlooked the most convenient illumination tool for the wilderness. Not the flashlight, but rather a headlamp. This device could be worn directly on the head, illuminating the path ahead wherever one might wander. It was truly an essential item for outdoor expeditions. With the headlamp secured atop her head, Gujio advanced at a considerably swifter pace. The other 3 groups opted to proceed with torches. Not a single fool among them chose to navigate in the dark. After all, they were all mountain men, raised amidst the wilderness, well acquainted with basic survival techniques. With torches in hand, they were emboldened, for even the fiercest beasts would shy away from the searing light of the flames. Not to mention, the small woodland creatures encountered along the way fled at the sight of the fire, dashing away with remarkable speed. The woods were plagued by swarms of venomous mosquitoes, buzzing incessantly around their ears. Were it not for Gujio's insistence on them covering themselves thoroughly, they would have been mercilessly bitten, even clad in long sleeves and pants. They bore several welts. After a brief journey, Gujio spotted a dark, stagnant pool of murky water, and she dared not approach too closely. Even from a distance, the foul stench, reminiscent of rotten eggs, was unbearable. The odor was overwhelming. The pool, stagnant for an extended period, had become a breeding ground for countless bacteria following the demise of various toxic creatures. These poisonous waters were far more fearsome than the miasma itself. Gujio pinched her nose tightly, battling the urge to retch, as she pondered how to address the toxic pool before her. The lifeless bodies of the animals in the forest were relatively easy to dispose of, yet the vast expanse of stagnant water posed a significant challenge. Surely, one could not simply drain the fetid waters of the dark pond. Suddenly, a thought struck Gujio. Within her mystical space lay an inexhaustible spring of miraculous water, capable of neutralizing myriad toxins. If the spring water could purify all poisons, then it should also cleanse the toxins of the stagnant pond before her. She retrieved a 5-meter-long hose from her infinite repository, connecting one end to the spring water and submerging the other into the murky depths of the pond. As she activated the flow of the spring water into the pond, Gujio observed the color of the stagnant water beginning to transform. The surface, previously shrouded in a layer of dark algae, now shimmered with clarity, revealing the pond's bottom. Once the pond had been sufficiently purified, Gujio dared to approach closer. The noxious odor that had once pervaded the area had dissipated, leaving only decaying twigs and leaves at the bottom. No cause for concern, as they would eventually decompose into fertile soil. From the fresh produce section of her infinite warehouse, she selected several species of fish fry suitable for cultivation, including blackfish, grass carp, catfish, crucian carp, and silver carp, releasing a few of each into the revitalized pond. Nourished by the spring water, these fish would grow rapidly and multiply, ensuring a continuous supply of fresh fish for sustenance. Having successfully dealt with the stagnant pond, Gujio resumed her search through the forest she was tasked with overseeing. Whenever she encountered rotting animal carcasses, she promptly cleared them away, and when she stumbled upon another stagnant pond, she applied the same method to transform it into a crystal-clear water body. Within less than half an hour, Gugio had eradicated all sources of miasma from her section of the forest and quickly proceeded to other areas. Given the presence of stagnant ponds here, she surmised that similar issues likely plagued other locations. The men from neighboring villages might be at a loss for solutions, and she felt compelled to offer her assistance. Along her path, she encountered two teams dedicated to miasma removal, led by Lu Dakuin and Feng Dakian, respectively. After inquiring whether they had encountered stagnant ponds, Gugio followed their directions and cleared 5 or 6 more toxic water bodies. As the sun began to set, she finally met Li Dazhao, completing the purification of the last few stagnant ponds and releasing the fish fry. Exhausted, her arms felt almost too heavy to lift. In haste, she entered the spring space and took a few hearty gulps of the spring water, regaining some of her strength. Within the spring space, there were already 50 chickens, 60 ducks, and 36 geese, with eggs of all varieties scattered about. Her eyes caught sight of 2 plump chickens, their rotund forms nearly dragging on the ground. She swiftly dashed over, capturing them and binding their feet with rope, setting them aside to later prepare a fragrant roasted chicken for her younger siblings. The rice in the paddy field of her space had matured as well, prompting her to seize a sickle to harvest the grains. If the rice was not gathered promptly, she would be unable to plant another crop. From her infinite warehouse, she retrieved a threshing machine and fed the harvested rice into it, separating the grains from the husks. After filling 10 burlap sacks, the machine finally came to a halt. The newly harvested rice, each grain plump and gleaming like white jade, appeared irresistibly enticing. Each grain of rice thrives in an environment blessed with suitable climate, nurtured to maturity by the essence of the spring water. This is no ordinary rice. Consuming it in the form of cooked rice fortifies the body, and long-term consumption may even prolong one's life. To call it the rice of the immortals would not be an exaggeration. Gugio aptly named it xianmi, or immortal rice. 10 bags of xianmi were initially stored in the pantry of the small wooden cabin. The space has since expanded 2- or 3-fold, transforming from a modest room into an abode with 3 or 4 additional rooms, each spanning 30 to 40 square meters. If a second floor were to be added, it would resemble a charming wooden villa. In the vegetable garden of the spiritual spring, the air was filled with the fragrance of ripe fruits and vegetables. Gugio picked some cucumbers, tomatoes, and a handful of scallions. After her busy toil, she emerged from the space, carrying 2 plump free-range chickens and 7 or 8 eggs, only to find that night had fallen. She made her way directly to meet with Feng Lijing and the others. Their group, tasked with eliminating the miasma, had agreed to depart from Shizzling by nightfall, for the presence of wild beasts after dark posed a significant threat. Upon rejoining the group, Gugio was suddenly startled by a series of anguished wails. Chapter 89, Rebuilding the Village. Following the source of the cries, Gugio found Li Fugue lying on the ground, clutching his thigh and moaning in despair. "Uncle Fugue, what happened to you?" she inquired. "Jia, you must help me. I don't know what venomous insect has bitten me. My leg itches and hurts so much that I feel like tearing my skin off." Li Fugue lamented. Kneeling beside him, Gugio examined the injury on his exposed leg. It was evident that he had been bitten by a venomous mosquito in the forest, which had now triggered malaria. Without prompt treatment, the condition could worsen significantly. Gugio excused herself, claiming she needed to retrieve medicine from her pack, and secretly mixed anti-malarial medication with wild herbs from her infinite storage to administer to Li Fugue. Fortunately, after taking the medicine, Li Fugue soon felt considerable relief in his leg. The miasma is truly terrifying. Look at how badly Fugue's leg is bitten, bleeding profusely. With so many toxins around, can we still venture into Shizzling? Indeed, Lijing. Perhaps we should petition the magistrate for a change of location. Shizzling is far too daunting, sighed a villager, voicing concerns about their ability to cultivate the land. Gugio understood that the most pressing matter was to stabilize the villagers' morale. Otherwise, they would struggle to unite in their efforts to cultivate the land. "Everyone, do not panic. Today, I have already eliminated several sources of miasma, and Uncle Dakian and the others have cleared away many carcasses of animals that produce the miasma. In a few days, the miasma in Shizling will dissipate entirely. Clearing her throat, Gu Jio continued earnestly. As you have seen, the effects of miasma poisoning are not insurmountable. Uncle Fugue has only suffered from mosquito bite, while those who accompanied me into the forest to clear the miasma remain unscathed. Moreover, I have observed that several ponds in Shizling are teeming with fish weighing 7 or 8 gene, and the forest is abundant with wild vegetables and fruits. If we can cultivate Shizling, all these treasures will be ours. Her previous words had not stirred the villagers, but at her final remark, their eyes brightened with hope. Indeed, the verdant expanse of Lion Ridge is teeming with life, brimming with vitality, and one can only imagine the plethora of fresh wild vegetables and game that lie within. Feng Lijing, adopting a formal tone, sought to soothe the tumultuous hearts of the villagers. Let us heed the counsel of Miss Jio. If we persevere in our cultivation for a few more days, once we dispel the miasma, we shall encounter no further difficulties. In time, we shall rebuild our beloved Shanxi village, and everyone will have a place to call home. It must be said that Feng Lijing, after years of governance, possessed a remarkable knack for winning the villagers' trust, and soon they were swayed by his words. As night fell, they established their camp atop the mountain opposite Lion Ridge. Under the cover of darkness, with the haunting calls of unknown beasts echoing through the mountains, the villagers dared not wander far from one another, their tents huddled closely together. Earlier that afternoon, Feng Lijing had dispatched someone to scout for a water source, and not far from their encampment, they discovered a small stream. Their tents formed a circle around a large bonfire in the center, warding off the chill of the night air and serving as a deterrent against any nocturnal predators that might venture too close. The villagers began preparing their meals, many having procured grains in the town after selling medicinal herbs that morning. Gu Jio retrieved 2 plump chickens, 8 eggs, 3 cucumbers, and 5 tomatoes from her bag. Lacking a cutting board, Gu Rong exerted herself to bring over a large stone for her elder sister to chop the vegetables and meat upon. Ronger, Xiaoman, Chonglu, would you prefer the chickens roasted, stewed, or made into soup? Gu Jio inquired gently of her younger siblings. A devoted sister, Gu Jio was a culinary wizard, capable of conjuring 100 different dishes from free-range chicken at her siblings' behest. I long for the delectable taste of roasted chicken, exclaimed Gu Xiaoman and Gu Chonglu in unison. Very well, 1 vote for roasted chicken. Gu Rong shyly added, I wish for braised free-range chicken. 1 vote for braised chicken. With Gu Jio herself desiring braised chicken as well, they decided to roast 1 chicken and braise the other. Gu Jio first retrieved half a bag of new rice from her supplies, as they had not yet managed to procure a cooking pot that morning. That evening, Luo Xilan and her daughter had only dry bread to eat, so Gu Jio borrowed a pot to cook the rice and another for stir-frying vegetables. Always carrying her bundle, Gu Jio's younger siblings had no inclination to peek inside, and Gu Chonglu was even less likely to meddle with his elder sister's belongings. Thus, the precise amount of provisions Gu Jio carried remained a mystery to the children. Hey, elder sister, do we still have rice at home? Gu Rong asked in astonishment as she watched Gu Jio prepare the rice. Indeed, this is our last supply, and we shall venture into town tomorrow morning to procure more. Gu Jio replied, carrying the iron pot to the stream to wash the new rice, filling it with clear water before returning to place it over the fire. She cherished the taste of rice cooked over an open flame. In her previous life, she had never savored the authentic flavor of rice prepared in a clay pot over a wood fire, only the imitation produced by electric rice cookers. Rice cooked over an open flame carries a unique woody fragrance, infused with the natural essences of the wood, igniting a delightful aroma. The fragrant substances will volatilize with combustion and attach themselves to the rice, imparting a unique sweet aroma when consumed. The steam from the iron pot rises continuously, and the firewood cooks quickly. Gu Jio swiftly removes the feathers and entrails from the 2 indigenous chickens. She offers the chicken's entrails to Luo Xiaolan and her daughter as a gesture of gratitude for the iron pot. Gu Rong assists her by preparing the cucumbers and slicing the tomatoes. It is a rare occasion to enter the city, and Gugio intends to celebrate by preparing 4 dishes for dinner: honey-glazed crispy roast chicken, braised chicken, cucumber salad, and sweet pickled tomatoes. Gugio first prepares a marinade for the roast chicken, using scallions, ginger, cooking wine, light and dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, honey, black pepper, and salt. Mixing the ingredients, she thoroughly coats the indigenous chickens with this flavorful concoction, giving them a bath in the marinade. The 3 younger siblings, resting their chins in their hands, gather around their elder sister, captivated by her, as she brushes the chicken with the sauce. The tantalizing aroma of the barbecue marinade has already enchanted them. Gu Xiaoman, unable to contain her anticipation, drools, prompting Gu Rong to quickly produce a cloth to wipe her sister's mouth. Unable to suppress a smile at the sight of her little glutton, Gugio skewers the chickens with branches and places them over the fire to roast, instructing her siblings to keep an eye on them to prevent burning. She hastily places the other cleaned chicken on a large stone, chopping it into pieces, and discreetly retrieves 4 or 5 fist-sized potatoes from her spatial garden. For chicken is best paired with potatoes. Quickly chopping the potatoes, she first puts the chicken into cold water, adding scallions, ginger, and cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. After blanching, she rinses the chicken and sets it aside. In a hot pot, she adds a small handful of rock sugar to caramelize, then incorporates debanjiang, a sprinkling of Sichuan peppercorns and spices, along with ginger, garlic, and chili segments to saute. Next, she adds soy sauce, oyster sauce, chicken essence, and salt for seasoning. Finally, she pours in enough water to cover the chicken, simmering for a quarter of an hour before adding the potatoes and braising until they are tender, finishing with a sprinkle of chopped scallions before serving. The cucumber salad and sweet pickled tomatoes are prepared quickly. Gugio moves deftly and completes them in 2 minutes. Gu Rong lays out an oilcloth on the ground and arranges the dishes, serving 4 bowls of rice to her siblings. The meal is exceptionally fragrant, and the 3 younger ones devour their rice with abandon, as if competing with their chopsticks and bowls. Even Gu Rong, typically reserved and polite, cannot resist indulging in an extra bowl. During the meal, Gugio takes a roasted chicken leg and a braised chicken leg to Grandma Zhou. As she arrives, she overhears the village head and 2 clan elders discussing significant matters. Elder Liu, stroking his beard with a worried expression, remarks, "There are far too many refugees outside Yinzhou City. Many have perished from hunger and illness at the city gates. These individuals have traveled long distances to escape, and if we do not quickly settle them, based on my experience, an epidemic is likely to arise outside the city soon." Chapter 90. Returning to the city for supplies, listening to the Elder's words, Gugio contemplates the situation. If an epidemic were to break out outside Yinzhou City, it would most likely be the plague. Once the refugees outside the city have been settled, it is anticipated that the plague will soon spread throughout Yinzhou City. It seems that tomorrow, she must make a detour to the prefect's office to discuss the epidemic caused by the influx of refugees with Prefect Chun, and, while she is there, check on his health. That night, everyone slept fitfully. Their encampment on the hill was not far from Lion Ridge, and having been warned by a previous official about the man-eating beasts in the area, many were unable to find rest. However, Gugio had placed moxa bundles in the tent, which warded off mosquitoes and provided a calming effect, allowing the 3 little ones to sleep soundly. At dawn, a thin mist enveloped the mountains, rendering the trees and underbrush only vaguely visible. Last night, Gugio had discussed with Feng Lijing the necessity of going into the city for supplies in the morning. He concurred that it was essential to make the trip. Having fled to Yunzhou City, they had nearly discarded all their possessions, and it was time to acquire some essentials. Otherwise, even cooking would become a challenge. After procuring their necessities, they could return to Lion Ridge to continue their reclamation efforts. After a modest meal, they set off towards the city. Lion Ridge is located on the southern outskirts of the city, where no villages can be found within several miles, requiring a longer trek to catch sight of a few small hamlets. As Feng Lijing led the villagers along the path, he noticed that those small villages appear to be inhabited by refugees who had just entered the city. "Look, those must be the refugees who came in after us. They are already being allocated fertile lands to cultivate. How enviable." Indeed, they have begun constructing their homes, while we still do not know when we will be able to start building ours. Observing the other refugees beginning to establish their homes, the villagers from Shaanxi were somewhat disheartened, contemplating the barren wilderness of Lion Ridge and uncertain about how long it would take to cultivate the land. Perhaps we too will have new houses. If so, the land that Jiu Yada distributes to everyone will be larger and more plentiful. Just wait and see. Feng Lijing spoke words of encouragement, turning his head away from those villages and continuing to lead the group forward. After approximately an hour and a half of walking, they finally arrived at the center of Yinzhou City. Gujio wandered through the streets, inquiring and gathering various pieces of information. The most prosperous area of Yinzhou City is undoubtedly Fuhua Alley in the east, home to the wealthiest family, the Guo family, and the most esteemed scholar, Su Yoji's family. Next in affluence is the northern part of the city, while the poorest area is not in the southern part where Lion Ridge is located, but rather in the west. It is said that the streets in the west of Yinzhou City are filled with beggars, and there stands an old temple that has fallen into disrepair over the years, battered by the elements and now in a state of disarray. Yet, this dilapidated place is where many beggars of various sizes reside, where those who are utterly destitute and have nowhere else to turn will temporarily stay nearby. However, most people avoid that area, not only out of fear of being harassed by aggressive beggars, but also due to the undesirable characters that populate it. When they reached the market street where grains and assorted goods were sold, the villagers from Shaanxi each dispersed to procure the items they needed. Gujio ambled along the street with her younger siblings, having already purchased a candied hawthorn stick for each of the three little ones. She was not in a rush to procure foodstuffs or kitchenware just yet. After a moment of contemplation, she observed the bustling crowd and suddenly realized that the most essential item her household required was a mode of transportation. Given that the reclamation at Lion Ridge would likely take a month or so, she would inevitably need to bring her siblings into the city to acquire supplies. Even after Lion Ridge was developed, frequent trips between Lion Ridge and the city for business would be necessary. With midday approaching, Gujio decided to first find a tavern where they could indulge in a hearty meal. This was her inaugural experience dining at an ancient tavern. They entered one called the Fortune Inn, where the waiter at the entrance greeted them with enthusiasm. "Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging?" Gujio paused, momentarily taken aback as she processed the archaic vernacular. "Just a simple meal, no need for lodging," she replied. The waiter, quick-witted, led them inside. Upon ascending to the second floor, the waiter inquired, "Esteemed guests, would you care to dine in a private room?" His gaze was fixed intently upon Gujio's face, likely assessing her ability to pay. Although this was her first visit to an ancient tavern, she understood that different dining areas came with varying price points, akin to how one would pay more for a private booth in a grand restaurant. "Please take us to a private room," she requested. Having noticed the raucous crowd on the first floor, which was teeming with patrons and bustling with noise, she wished for a quieter dining experience for her siblings. Once they reached the private room on the second floor, they found windows that afforded a clear view of the bustling street below, where passers-by and vendors could be observed in their daily activities. "Waiter, what are your tavern's signature dishes?" she inquired. "We have imperial chicken wings, sesame oil chicken, clear stewed pork trotter soup, spicy scallion fish, and fragrant braised meat." The waiter enumerated a dozen dishes in one breath. Gujio allowed her siblings to each select 2 dishes they desired, while she chose 2 stews, intending to nourish her younger siblings. Previously, she had learned from the waiter that a horse-drawn carriage would cost at least several dozen taels of silver, yet she possessed merely 5 taels in her purse. An idea struck her, and she instructed Gu Rong to continue enjoying their meal with Xiao Man and Chong Le, while she ventured to the pawn shop located across from the Fortune Inn. Though the warehouse was devoid of cash, it housed exquisite jade jewelry. After selecting several Hatian jade bracelets and a few agate and coral necklaces, Gujio boldly entered the pawn shop. The jade and jewelry she presented were of exceptional quality, and she managed to sell the bracelets and necklaces for 35 taels of silver. Just as she was about to leave, the pawn shop owner chased after her, urging her to return with more fine items next time. Gujio was somewhat skeptical of his fervent enthusiasm, wondering if she had been taken advantage of. However, she dared not become overly brazen. In this era, anyone capable of presenting such a substantial quantity of jade was either a wealthy merchant or a member of the royal family. She found herself neither, and thus remained cautious to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Upon her return to the tavern, she gathered her siblings and inquired about the location of carriage sales. As they stepped inside, a pungent odor of horse manure assailed their senses. To avoid being overwhelmed, Gugio instructed her younger siblings to wait at the entrance while she swiftly made her choice, following the shopkeeper inside to select a chestnut-colored young horse. She spent 32 taels, feeling a sharp pang in her heart as the freshly acquired silver slipped through her fingers, leaving her purse nearly empty. Esteemed guest, having purchased a horse, would you be interested in viewing the accompanying carriage? The shopkeeper, noticing Gugio's generous spending, eagerly began his sales pitch. Just then, Gugio's gaze fell upon a set of carriages placed against the wall. Although the space within was not particularly ample, it could comfortably seat 6 or 7 individuals. Pointing at the carriage set, she inquired, "How much for this carriage?" "Ah, esteemed guest, you indeed possess discerning taste. This set has just been crafted by our skilled artisans. It was originally destined for the esteemed gentleman of your household to select. It is priced at merely 8 taels of silver. Purchasing it would be a boon for you." Upon hearing this, Gugio felt an almost visceral frustration, as she could only muster 8 taels in total, which were already earmarked for purchasing provisions. "No, this keper. Your price is rather steep. It must be 6 taels at most. I have just spent a considerable sum on your horse. Surely, you would not wish to alienate a returning customer?" The shopkeeper's lips twitched in response. After much negotiation, they settled on 6 taels for the new carriage. Driving her new carriage out of the shop, Gugio called out excitedly, "Runger, hurry and bring Sanmei and the younger brother aboard," as she urged the horse onward. Her siblings were left in stunned silence, having expected only a casual visit to the shop, yet witnessing their elder sister purchasing a carriage without hesitation. Once her siblings were seated, Gugio intended to head towards the prefect's office. However, before she could even signal the horse, an individual rushed toward her in haste. Chapter 91. The willful daughter of the prefect. "Dr. Gu, I'm so glad I found you. You must come with me to the prefect's office at once." The newcomer, clad in the attire of an official, appeared to be around 20, with prominent ears that gave him a cheerful countenance. Gugio recognized him from a previous encounter at the office. Sitting elegantly in her carriage, she addressed the official, "What brings you here in such a hurry?" The official glanced around, ensuring no one else was near, and leaned closer to speak in a lowered voice. "Dr. Gu, the prefect's condition has worsened. He has been coughing so severely that he cannot eat or drink. The household is in a state of alarm, and the steward sent me to find you." "How can this be?" "As long as he follows the prescribed treatment, his condition should remain stable. While it may not improve immediately, it certainly should not deteriorate." Gugio thought, feeling uncertain but resolved to accompany the official to the prefect's office. "Please, hop in a carriage. It will be much faster than walking." "Thank you, Dr. Gu. And do not address me as sir. Just call me Ashen." The official was not one to dawdle. Promptly climbing onto the carriage beside Gugio and enthusiastically introducing himself. "Very well, you may call me Gugio. The title of divine physician is merely a fade, and I remain indifferent to such appellations. I dare not presume, for Gusheni is indeed the savior of the magistrate. I must show utmost respect." Gugio, recognizing his insistence, did not press the matter further. With an adept flick of her whip, she traversed 3 alleys and several streets until arriving at the magistrate's office. A servant promptly guided her through the side entrance, seamlessly bringing the carriage into the courtyard. Only the public carriages of the office and the magistrate's private carriage were permitted entry, bestowing upon Gugio a rare privilege. As she followed the servant through a series of courtyards and corridors, the onlookers regarded her with peculiar glances, some even pausing to engage in hushed conversations. "Is this the so-called quack physician? She claims she can cure our Lord within a month. Indeed, she must be a mere pretender. At her age, one doubts she possesses any medical knowledge, let alone the ability to read medical texts comprehensively." A few servants erupted in laughter. While the servant escorting Gugio shooed away the gossipers, hurrying her to the magistrate's chamber. Gujio was bewildered as to how she had become labeled a charlatan within a single day, suspecting foul play at hand. Coupled with the sudden deterioration of Magistrate Chen's health, rendering him unable to eat or drink, it seemed evident that someone was deliberately working against her. The whispers circulating within the office were clearly the handiwork of that individual. Upon entering the chamber, it would have been improper for her, as a woman, to draw back the curtains for a closer inspection. Thus, she placed a handkerchief upon Magistrate Chen's wrist to take his pulse. He lay weakly upon the bed, his pallor visible even through the sheer white curtain. The pulse was peculiar. His condition had indeed worsened. Gujio sought out the attending servants to inquire about his recent diet, hydration, and the regularity of his medication intake. The maids confirmed that they had adhered to Gu Shini's recommendations for a light diet, preparing the medicine as instructed, and that he had consumed no other foods, not even pastries or fruits, and had not touched a drop of tea. Gujio addressed the responding maid. "Please, could you fetch the medicine pot used for the magistrate's decoction?" Once the maid returned with the pot, Gujio lifted the lid and poured the dregs onto the table, her gaze settling upon the dark remnants. Something was amiss. An additional ingredient had been included. "This is not the prescription I provided," she asserted firmly. Magistrate Chun felt a twinge of anxiety, while several servants within the room sank to their knees in fear. "Please forgive us. We were unaware that there was an extra ingredient in the dregs. We merely followed the steward's instructions and placed the herbs directly into the pot for decoction. We beseech you to investigate." The kneeling maid trembled, her entire body shaking. To endanger the life of her master was a grave offense, one that could lead to punishment and potential sale, thus ruining her reputation. No future master would employ a servant with such a history. "Girl, come here," came the weak voice of Magistrate Chun. Gujio approached, finding that the servants had already assisted Chenjijo to sit up. "Miss Jio, the exacerbation of my illness is not your fault. I shall thoroughly investigate the servants within the residence to apprehend the villain responsible. I am grateful for your visit today." Gujio promptly offered a respectful bow. "Your Excellency, you are too kind. It is an honor for me to assist you in your recovery. You, as a benefactor of the citizens of Yinzhou, are indeed a commendable official." Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the doorway, accompanied by the melodious chime of wind bells, and a sweet, youthful voice rang out. "Father, father, I heard you were ill, and I couldn't bear the worry, so I came to see you." Gujio turned her gaze towards the sound, spotting a young girl clad in a pink dress, her appearance pure and charming, seemingly of a similar age to her own. "Ah, who is this sister? Father, have you secretly taken on a new goddaughter? She is truly lovely." Gujio's expression momentarily froze, offering a gentle smile towards Chun Jijo's daughter. Chun Jijo, both amused and exasperated, feigned sternness. "Yuju, show some decorum. This is the esteemed physician Gujio, who is here to treat your father. Though she is merely a year your senior, her medical expertise surpasses that of many renowned physicians. You must show her the respect she deserves, understood?" "I understand, father. I really like Sister Gu. If only I could learn medicine like her, to heal and save others, then my dream would come true." Chun Yuju pouted, her dissatisfaction evident. "Sister Gu, you have no idea how father insists I should behave like a proper young lady, spending my days in the attic embroidering. Heaven knows I have no interest in embroidery. It is simply too tedious." Gujio, observing Yuju's spirited demeanor reminiscent of her own younger sister, could not resist ruffling her hair. "Your father only wishes the best for you. As the daughter of the magistrate, you embody the entire Chun household and must adhere to the expectations of a noble lady. While you may not enjoy embroidery, it is a skill you must possess. Consider this. If the daughter of your father's rival excels in embroidery, how might that reflect upon your father?" Upon hearing this, Chenjijo's eyes widened in realization. "You are right, Sister Gu. I must make my father proud. Even if I dislike it, I must learn to embroider and not allow anyone to mock my father." Chenjijo was astonished to see how easily Gujio had swayed his daughter, who had been spoiled since childhood. Despite his best efforts and the finest tutors, she had been resistant to guidance. It seemed he would need to invite Gujio more often to help instill discipline in his mischievous daughter. Changing the subject, Chun Jijo inquired with a smile, Yesterday, the individual I sent to measure the land. Did they complete the task? I had taken my medicine and fell asleep in the afternoon, and I have yet to hear back from him. Chapter 92. The ones who act behind the scenes. Gu Jiao contemplated this, realizing that the decision to allocate land at Shizling was not Chen Zhizhou's idea. The surveyor had evidently not informed him, suggesting that Chen Zhizhou remained unaware of the significant tract of barren mountain that had now come into their village's possession. In response to the esteemed official, the bailiff who visited yesterday stated that Shitsi Ridge was too vast, and furthermore, no refugees would be allocated there. Thus, the entirety of Shitsi Ridge would be granted to the people of our village. Additionally, we commenced cultivation yesterday afternoon. Gu Jiao spoke at an astonishing pace, hastening to add a final remark upon noticing the change in Chen Zhizhou's expression, fearing he might reconsider and withdraw the offer of Shitsi Ridge. Although the area was somewhat desolate, its expansive territory promised abundant resources for future exploitation. Goodness, Sister Gu, how could you possibly go to Shitsi Ridge? That place is said to be poisonous upon entry, and I have heard rumors of man-eating beasts lurking within the mountains. It is truly terrifying, Chen Yuzhu exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. It was explicitly commanded that preferential treatment be given to the people of Jiao Girl's village. How could you be assigned to that cursed place? Chen Zhizhou's face was visibly flushed with anger, his pale complexion turning a deeper shade of red. Chen Yuzhu promptly patted her father's back to soothe him. Jiao Girl, please wait here. I shall immediately instruct my subordinates to assign you to a different location. Shitsi Ridge is fraught with noxious miasma. It is utterly uninhabitable. Upon hearing this, Gu Jiao anxiously waved her hands. No, there is no need for a change. It would be no trouble for you, Sir Zhizhou. I am quite pleased with the spaciousness of Shitsi Ridge. As for the miasma, I possess a method to eliminate it. Chen Zhizhou was so taken aback that he nearly toppled from his bed. Jiao Girl, do you truly mean that? The miasma has plagued me for many years, and now there is finally a method to eradicate it. This is indeed a cause for celebration. There are numerous regions within Yunzhou City still afflicted by this toxic miasma, rendering many trees unusable, a significant loss for our citizens. Gu Jiao discerned the underlying intent in Chen Zhizhou's words. He merely wished for her assistance in addressing the miasma problem in other areas of Yunzhou City, which she considered a trivial matter. However, given her commitments to lead the entire village in cultivating the land, she was pressed for time. Sir Zhizhou need not worry. Completely eliminating the miasma is not difficult. One simply needs to enter the forest and locate the sources of the miasma, such as the stagnant pools in the mountains that harbor substantial amounts of it. You may have your men fill in those pools. Furthermore, the carcasses of animals in the mountains contribute a plethora of bacteria, which, over time, can transform into toxic miasma. Although Chen Zhizhou did not comprehend terms such as bacteria, he took note of the solutions Gu Jiao proposed. Jiao Girl, you have offered a solution to the miasma. On behalf of the citizens of Yunzhou City, I express my deepest gratitude. With that, Chen Zhizhou attempted to bow in gratitude. Gu Jiao hurriedly stepped forward to assist him. Sir, please refrain from such gestures. Gu Jiao, will also be a resident of Yunzhou City in the future. Thus, contributing to our community is only natural. There is no need for such formalities. I would not dare to accept such honors. Chen Zhizhou admired Gu Jiao's magnanimity and laughed heartily. On the day your village's cultivation is successful, I shall personally inscribe words upon the stone tablet of Shitsi Ridge in your honor. Gu Jiao nodded her thanks, and Chen Yuzhu chimed in, expressing her eagerness to visit Shitsi Ridge for leisure. Naturally, Gu Jiao acquiesced. After all, the daughter of the official would undoubtedly make Shitsi Ridge a popular destination for the citizens of Yunzhou City. Gu Jiao had already devised 100 ways to exploit customers, eagerly awaiting the cultivation of Shizling to implement her plans. The beautiful landscape of Shizling should not be squandered. She aspired to create a renowned paradise alongside the villagers. As Gu Jiao administered acupuncture to Chen Zhizhou, she stabilized his deteriorating condition. Chen Yuzhu, watching curiously from the side, had never seen a doctor perform acupuncture before and found it quite novel. Sister Gu, you are so amazing. The needle went into my father's body and he didn't bleed. How did you manage that? I specifically had your father send for the finest needle and avoided the blood vessels. The technique of acupuncture is crucial in preventing bleeding, Gu Jiu explained patiently. A rare display of her willingness to share knowledge. Gu Jiu was not one to engage in idle chatter, but perhaps the sight of Chun Yuju's sweet smile, with her charming dimples, lifted her spirits. Sir, you must adhere to the prescription I provided and ensure that the attendants pay close attention to any issues with the medicinal residue, Gu Jiu reminded him once more. Miss Jiu, I will dispatch someone to investigate who in the manor is responsible for the medicine changes. I will provide you with an explanation. I have complete faith in your medical skills and will not allow anyone to tarnish your reputation. Chun Jizhou was incensed by the whispers of those below regarding Gu Jiu being a fraudulent doctor. The person behind this was not only threatening Chun Jizhou's life, but also targeting him directly. He pondered whether this was a mere coincidence or a deliberate act against him, considering he had not wronged anyone since arriving in Yinzhou City. Gu Jiu declined the invitation from Chun Jizhou and his daughter to dine with them, bidding farewell before heading to the backyard to gather her younger siblings. They set off in a horse-drawn cart straight to the market, as there was still much to procure, and time was of the essence. Upon arriving at Yunlai Market, the largest in all of Yinzhou City, Gu Jiu was greeted by a vibrant array of goods, antique shops, grain and oil merchants, clothing stores, cosmetic stalls, and bun shops, among various other vendors. Anything one could desire was available here. Gu Jiu had 2 taels of silver and 108 winning copper coins in her purse. It remained uncertain if this sum would suffice for her shopping today. Her younger siblings were in need of new clothes, so she intended to make several new outfits. Coincidentally, she spotted a pawn shop across the market, slightly smaller than the previous one. She instructed her younger sisters to wait in the cart and entered the pawn shop, retrieving 2 jade bracelets from her infinite storage. Wrapping them in a cloth, she approached the shopkeeper, who quickly offered her 40 taels of silver for the 2 bracelets. The heavy, gleaming silver was now in her possession. Now I have money to spend, she exclaimed, ready to indulge in a shopping spree with her siblings. As Gu Jiu climbed back onto the cart, her younger sisters and little brother watched her with curiosity. They had not seen their elder sister take anything in or bring anything out and were puzzled about her actions. Did you go to rob the pawn shop, sister? Little Chun Xiaoman innocently inquired, her words almost startling in their naivety. Gu Jiu turned her head, frowning as she admonished her younger sister. Xiaoman, robbery is the act of villains. Your elder sister is a good person and would never resort to such deeds. I merely stumbled upon a few pieces of jade in the mountains and happened to pass by this pawn shop to exchange them for some silver. Now that we have silver. Gu Chonglu, oblivious to the true purpose of the money, simply felt joy seeing his sisters pleased. Chonglu, keep your voice down. Do you want thieves to set their sights on our silver? Gu Rong hurriedly covered her younger brother's mouth in the carriage, hoping to prevent any more startling remarks. With silver in hand, Gu Jiu led her siblings into the town's clothing store. Today, their purse was full, allowing them to purchase not just cheap fabric, but rather fine garments, for there was no one at home to sew clothes, necessitating assistance from others in the village. Given their newfound wealth, it seemed more fitting to invest in complete outfits. High-quality fabrics would not only be comfortable, but also soft against the skin. Jiu girl, returning with your siblings to buy new clothes? Your family silver is quite early. Your grandparents will surely scold you for this. Lu Ho Hot, with a bamboo basket in hand, entered the shop, mocking them. You may not know, but your grandparents have come to town today. I just saw old Gu from the family looking for you at the city gate. Chapter 93. Purchasing New Clothes. The purse is thin. It appeared that Governor Chun had begun to settle the refugees, as the homeless were gradually entering the city. However, the old Gu family seeking her out likely meant trouble. They probably heard of her saving Governor Chen's life and were eager to bask in her glory. That family of scoundrels and ingrates would find no favor in her eyes. Aunt Ho Hot, perhaps you should mind your own affairs instead of meddling in others' business all day. Gu Jiu had no intention of showing her any kindness. With that, she led her siblings further into the clothing store. The garments near the entrance appeared superior to coarse cloth, yet she felt the fabric was still lacking. Now that they had money, it was only right to purchase some fine attire. Seeing Gu Jiu unfazed and even retorting, Lu Hohat grew irate and shouted after her. Can you afford it? Just barging him like that? Those are materials worn by the daughters of wealthy families. You mud-legged children can hardly scrape together a few coins. So what are you making a fuss about? Be careful not to get thrown out. Given Lu Hohat's loud voice, she quickly attracted the attention of several passers-by who turned to look at Gu Jiu. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Gu Jiu leisurely browsed the shelves of the store. Fortunately, the proprietor of this clothing shop was not a snob. Upon hearing the commotion outside, she smiled warmly at Gu Jiu and her siblings, inviting them to look around and call for her if they needed assistance. The owner of the Su clothing store was a woman in her late 20s, round-faced and exuding an air of warmth and hospitality. As Gu Jiu continued to explore, she discovered an array of garments, with so many styles that her two younger sisters were nearly dazzled. There are several styles of attire suitable for industrious women. One might don a strapless top paired with a short blouse, complemented by a pleated skirt and adorned with a headscarf. During laborious tasks, to prevent the cumbersome sleeves from hindering their work, they often wrap the sleeves around their necks and secure them with a knot at the back, a common practice among ancient kitchen maids. Additionally, small vendors engaged in commerce would also opt for simplicity, wearing a narrow-sleeved short top and split-crotch trousers, topped with a knee-length pleated skirt tied around the waist. Generally, the common folk favored modest attire, with the RU skirt and RU blouse being their predominant choices. In the sweltering summer, they typically dressed in cooler garments, such as a strapless top paired with a tank top and split-crotch trousers. However, in the spring and autumn, their clothing options diversified. The RU blouse could be worn externally, revealing the strapless top beneath, while the lower half could feature a pleated skirt or a flared dress, often layered with an additional pleated skirt. Gu Jiu and her younger siblings were clad in long robes, which, given their arduous journey, had become tattered from the branches they encountered. Their new garments had scarcely been worn before they were rendered unrecognizable. At this moment, amidst the oppressive heat of summer and lacking modern conveniences such as air conditioning or fans, long robes or heavy clothing were not Gu Jiu's preference, lest she and her siblings suffer from heat rashes. Options for the season included short blouses, split-crotch trousers, pleated skirts, tank tops, and RU blouses. Various fabrics were available, including silk, satin, sheer gauze, brocade, cotton, crepe, linen, velvet, and felt. In Yunju City, the most commonly used fabric was the light and airy gauze, ideal for summer wear, with its distinguishing horizontal stripes setting it apart from sheer fabrics. Satin and silk were favored by the affluent, while ordinary citizens predominantly wore linen and cotton. Gu Jiu's gaze lingered on the wooden signs in front of the various luxurious fabrics displayed on the shelves. Patterns such as brocade satin, soft gauze, fragrant cloud gauze, heavy lotus silk, rain silk cotton, fishbone silk, flower wash cotton, and floating light brocade, all of which sounded exquisite and undoubtedly costly. After observing for a while, the shopkeeper Su approached with enthusiasm. "Young lady, are you in search of summer garments? Let me recommend two popular fabrics for this season, favored by the young women of Yunju City." Su presented two ensembles, one featuring a verdant green jacket paired with a pleated skirt embroidered with ink-hued lotus flowers, and the other a soft pink RU dress adorned with subtle butterfly patterns, complemented by a peach pink RU blouse. One cannot help but admire the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. Gu Jiu admired the fabric and the embroidery, marveling at the skill of the embroiderers, who meticulously crafted each stitch by hand. "Hongya, Xiaoman, do you both like the outfits recommended by shopkeeper Su?" Gu Jiu first inquired about her sister's preferences. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Su eagerly retrieved several more outfits suitable for children for them to choose from. Gu Jiu scrutinized the array of garments suitable for children, pants, skirts, and dresses that bore a striking resemblance to adult attire, albeit tailored to accommodate the petite forms of young ones. Among the selections, second sister Gu Rong chose a delightful ensemble in shades of peach pink and lotus root, while third sister opted for dresses in a cheerful canary yellow and verdant green. Gu Rong, possessing a sensible and composed demeanor, gravitated towards more subdued hues, whereas Gu Xiaoman, with her spirited disposition, selected vibrant colors that unmistakably reflected her playful essence. Gugio, accustomed to wearing trousers due to her active lifestyle, opted for a deep crimson and jade green dress, along with a set of azure top and pants, and a crescent white ensemble. Her two sisters, inspired by her choices, each requested 2 additional sets of tops and trousers in their preferred colors. Eventually, it was time to select garments for her younger brother, Guchangle. Reminiscing about the refined and graceful young gentleman often depicted in novels, Gugio harbored a secret desire to cultivate her brother's appearance in a similar vein. However, when he pointed to bolts of silvery gray and deep black fabric, refusing to consider alternatives, she felt a pang of regret for allowing him to choose for himself. Could it be that he possessed a deep-seated, brooding nature? This revelation was utterly unexpected for her. With a sigh of resignation, Gugio was unwilling to accept this transformation, especially since her brother had always been by her side, blissfully content with simple treats, embodying the innocence of a carefree young lad. Ultimately, respecting her siblings' preferences, she acquiesced and purchased the garments in colors he favored, additionally selecting 2 sets in royal blue and silver white, hoping to subtly influence his character. The fine fabrics of the dresses, trousers, and skirts were intended for outings, as Gugio planned to cultivate the land at Lion Ridge, a task that could span several months. She also procured more affordable, coarser materials for daily wear, ensuring that each of the 4 siblings received 5 sets of cotton clothing in various colors. Footwear, ranging from budget-friendly to high-end options, was also acquired, with each sibling receiving 5 pairs. Recognizing that even her brother required appropriate undergarments, Gugio consulted with manager Sue to find comfortable, lightweight fabrics suitable for summer wear. It is often said that attire makes the man, and this age-old adage certainly held true. Upon entering the back room, the 4 siblings donned their new outfits. Their appearances transformed even without styled hair, exuding an entirely different air from the ragged children who had first entered the shop. "Young lady, you and your siblings look splendid in the garments from my shop. You've become the living embodiment of my Sue family tailor shop." Manager Sue's commendation was masterful, and the siblings basked in the praise, admiring their reflections in the copper mirror for quite some time before deciding to depart. Given the sheer volume of clothing Gugio had purchased, Manager Sue graciously gifted her with several elegant handkerchiefs. The expense for her attire alone amounted to 12 taels of silver, leaving her purse considerably lighter. Master Sue meticulously packed all the new garments they had purchased. Gugio placed them onto the cart and, accompanied by her younger siblings, proceeded to the next shop for procurement. Chapter 94. The government-registered shop. As Gugio drove the cart, she and her siblings observed the bustling pedestrians and the incessant calls of the vendors in the streets. Although Yinzhou City could not rival the grandeur of the capital, it was still a thriving locale, not far from the capital city. Except for the sparsely populated western part of the city, the southern, eastern, and northern streets were replete with shops, making daytime strolls an extraordinary experience. Passing by a grocery store, Gugio noticed a sign hanging at the entrance that bore the character Guan. As a newcomer to Yinzhou City, she was entirely unaware of its significance and could only surmise that the shop likely had ties to the government. She quickly halted the cart in an open area, intending to explore the shop. One item on the shelves caught her eye, prominently displayed at the entrance. A wooden sign inscribed with the word soap intrigued her. Upon inquiring with the shopkeeper, she learned that it was a tribute from the western regions, expensive and scarce, typically reserved for the affluent merchants and noble families of the city, with only the leftover stock being available for sale in the shop each month. Having recently fled and taken refuge in the village, Gugio had utilized the bath beans provided by the local women on 2 occasions. And although she had hastily washed her hair, she still felt a lingering layer of dirt that had not been properly cleansed. The garments she had changed out of during her journey were washed merely with soap pods and water, leaving her dissatisfied with their cleanliness. "Excuse me, shopkeeper, how much is this soap?" Gugio inquired. "The one with the sign is 20 apiece, while the unmarked one is 100 each," replied the shopkeeper, a middle-aged man with a rugged beard, who impatiently resumed his tasks after a brief response. "Dare I ask, what is the significance of the sign?" Gugio probed further. Noticing her striking azure attire, her hair styled upright, and her distinguished demeanor, the bearded shopkeeper patiently elaborated a bit more. This shop is officially registered with the government. If you possess a sign issued by the Yinzhou city government, you can purchase salt, soap, and yarn at a discounted price. Without a sign, you will have to pay the standard price. It appears you're new to Yinzhou city, young sir. Gujiu chose not to reveal her true identity as a woman, believing that adopting a male persona would be more convenient for her travels. She nodded at the bearded shopkeeper. Without the government-issued sign, Gujiu could only purchase items at the regular prices. Soap at 100 won each, coarse salt at 21 per pound, and fine salt at 41 per pound. The prices struck her as exorbitant, rendering any purchase impractical. After wandering around the shop, she ultimately left empty-handed. For the salt and various seasonings were abundantly available in her warehouse, and she could procure soap as well without the need to squander money. However, items such as iron pots, bowls, and scissors, along with agricultural tools, were necessities she could not overlook. The goods in her warehouse were manufactured by modern factories, vastly different from their ancient counterparts, so she felt it prudent to avoid arousing suspicion and not to skimp on this expenditure. "Dear sister, why have you bought nothing at all?" Gu Xiaoman noticed her emergence and promptly leaned out of the car window to inquire. The prices at this establishment were far from economical. Thus, we ought to prioritize purchasing only the essentials. Gujiu was reluctant to divulge the whole truth, as acquiring garments had already consumed nearly a third of her purse. Money truly slips away with alarming ease. She contemplated the possibility of procuring a box of jade from her infinite warehouse to sell at a pawn shop. Yet it was rumored that there were only 3 pawn shops in Yinzhou city, 2 of which she had already visited. Given her current status as a refugee, displaying excessive generosity might arouse the suspicions of the pawn shop proprietors. If someone with ulterior motives were to investigate her, she would merely be regarded as a common woman from a poor mountain village, and it would seem peculiar for her to suddenly possess a significant quantity of jade. Furthermore, she still needed to ensure a livelihood for her siblings in Yinzhou city. Thus, until she had amassed a substantial degree of power, she must refrain from standing out too conspicuously. Gujiu guided her cart to the entrance of a blacksmith shop. Even before stepping inside, she could observe the blacksmith workers laboring diligently, sweat glistening upon their brows. The shop displayed a sign bearing an official emblem, resembling a battle flag. Inside the blacksmith shop, a variety of items were available, ranging from ordinary iron pots and scissors to an array of agricultural tools, and even weapons crafted from iron. The gleaming blades of the weapons were prominently displayed, instilling a sense of unease. Gujiu mentally cataloged her needs. She required iron pots for cooking, a knife for preparing meals, and, additionally, a short dagger for self-defense. Previously, she had relied on an axe as a weapon, which proved cumbersome and unwieldy. She selected 2 large iron pots, along with a finely honed kitchen knife. To enhance her family's culinary experiences, she would be cooking daily. Therefore, the knife needed to be capable of cutting through both delicate ingredients and tough bones with ease. A pair of scissors was chosen at random, as long as they were functional. Moreover, she needed to purchase an iron spade. Her previous attempts at digging for medicinal herbs and mushrooms had left her hands caked in dirt, with her nails filled with grime that took days to clean. As she prepared for the upcoming farming season, tools such as hoes, rakes, and shovels would be essential, and she decided to acquire one of each. In the Great Shang Kingdom, iron was a scarce resource, and iron farming tools were not inexpensive. Many in the village had previously relied on wooden implements, which deteriorated rapidly and required frequent replacement. Additionally, most households possessed iron pots that had been passed down through generations, often patched and mended, as the cost of new ones was simply prohibitive. This assortment of items had cost nearly 5 taels of silver. However, in terms of practicality, Gujiu felt that investing in iron farming and kitchen tools was worthwhile. The heavy iron pots weighed over 10 pounds and measured nearly 2 feet in diameter, far more substantial than the one she had received during the division of her family's estate, and they were brand new. Yet, the most crucial factor was that she still had silver in her purse. Having money provided her with confidence. Just as she was about to exit the blacksmith's shop after settling her bill, she noticed a middle-aged man handing a wooden token to the shopkeeper, having purchased the same iron pot for only half the price she had paid. Initially, Gu Jiu did not perceive her purchases as exorbitant. However, upon witnessing the stark contrast before her, a sense of imbalance surged within her. She contemplated seeking an opportunity to visit the governor's office, hoping to obtain a few tokens for purchasing scarce supplies, which were as advantageous as a membership discount promotion, potentially saving her a substantial amount of silver. After securing 4 new cotton quilts to load onto the cart, Gu Jiu proceeded to the carpenter's shop to acquire essential tools such as wooden buckets, wooden spoons, and wooden ladles. Subsequently, she made her way to the grain store, where, taking advantage of her siblings' momentary distraction, she discreetly retrieved rice and flour from the seemingly boundless storage, placing them into 2 pre-prepared burlap sacks before hoisting them onto her shoulder and climbing aboard the cart. Although there remained ample space in the cart for Gu Rong, Gu Xiaoman, and Gu Changle, it quickly became filled with the day's acquisitions, forcing the 3 little ones to huddle closely together. With the shopping complete, Gu Jiu urged the cart onward to rendezvous with the villagers. Upon arriving at the designated meeting point, outside the southern gate of Yinzhou City, Gu Jiu spotted a gathering of villagers from Shangxi village, encircled in a flurry of anxious chatter, each face reflecting a palpable sense of urgency. She hastily brought the cart to a halt, leaping down to investigate. As the villagers noticed her arrival, they swiftly dispersed, revealing a figure lying motionless on the ground. "Grandpa Feng, what has happened to you?" Gu Jiu exclaimed, quickly crouching beside Feng Lijing to assess his condition. His mind appeared clouded, repeatedly murmuring about feeling cold. Yet his forehead and body burned with fever, his face flushed as if engorged with blood. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. Feng Lijing was afflicted with the plague. Even in the postmodern era, the plague remains a formidable infectious disease that vexes medical experts, ranking as the most severe among all infectious ailments. Characterized by its abrupt onset, brief course, high contagion, rapid transmission, and elevated mortality rate, it is typically spread through flea bites or respiratory droplets, rendering those in proximity to infected individuals nearly unavoidable targets for infection. Gu Jiu had not anticipated that the disease among the refugees would spread so swiftly within the city. She had assumed it would take at least 3 or 4 days for symptoms to manifest. "Uncle Daquan, Grandpa Feng has contracted the plague." The moment her words escaped, the villagers of Shangxi recoiled in alarm, retreating in fear, though none among them had experienced the plague firsthand. The tales of its terror recounted by their elders echoed in their minds. Once a family member was infected, the entire household faced annihilation, or an outbreak could decimate the entire village. To them, the plague represented an incurable affliction. Even Feng Lijing's daughters-in-law hurriedly produced cloths to cover their children's mouths and noses, knowing well how fragile their little bodies were, fearing the dire consequences of infection. "Girl Jiu, is there any hope for my father?" Uncle Daquan was rendered speechless with fear, contemplating the chaos that would ensue if their patriarch were to succumb. "Uncle Daquan, remain calm. Tell me where you and Grandpa Feng have been, and when you first noticed something was amiss with him. Please recount everything in detail." Gu Jiu diligently began to interrogate Uncle Daquan about their activities during the day. "Jiu Yadu, the places we can go have multiplied. I am uncertain where my father contracted the disease, but after passing through the northern city gate, he began to complain of a headache. The northern city gate of Yinzhou is precisely where the refugees congregate, marking their initial entry into the city. In retrospect, Gu Jiu suspects that this location might very well be the source of the epidemic. Now, with the refugees flooding into the city for resettlement, if not controlled, the disease will swiftly spread throughout all of Yinzhou. Uncle Dakian, please take Grandpa Feng back to Shizling. I will go to the pharmacy to procure medicine for the epidemic. Everyone else should hasten back to Shizling to avoid infection within the city." Upon Gu Jiu's command, the disoriented villagers suddenly found their resolve. Grandpa Feng's family had acquired a donkey cart, and Feng Dakian, along with his younger brother Feng lifted their father onto the cart, working together as a family to push it onward. The other villagers from Shangxi village followed closely behind the donkey cart. Suddenly, Li Xiaojun turned around and shouted toward Gu Jio's cart. Jiu Yatu, why are you rushing? You haven't given me the medicine money yet. Never mind. I will accompany you to fetch the medicine. Gu Jiu welcomed her onto the cart, while Gu Rong lifted the curtain inside, which was cluttered with items. Taking some effort to make space for Li Xiaojun. Grandpa is getting old. I worry whether he will pull through this time, Li Xiaojun said anxiously. Aunt Li, Grandpa Feng is destined to be protected by heaven. Moreover, you must trust my sister's medical skills. She has even cured the governor. Gu Rong reassured her with gentle words. Linking arms with Li Xiaojun. Grandpa Feng is a good man. He will surely live to 100. Gu Xiaoman echoed enthusiastically. Little Gu Changel, barely over a year old, could not sit still in the cart, climbing up and down as he listened to his sister speak about the stern old man from the village. After a moment of thought, he recalled that although Grandpa Feng appeared fierce, he had once given him candy. Thus he must be a good man. Grandpa Feng can live, the little boy declared, causing the occupants of the cart to pause in surprise. Gu Rong furrowed her brow and shot a glare at Gu Changel. But her younger brother remained oblivious to her gaze, still holding onto Li Xiaojun's hand, chattering away. Grandpa Feng can live, can live. Typically, when an accident occurs, people say there are no serious injuries, who would immediately proclaim that someone can live. Gu Jiu, hearing this from the front, nearly lost control of the reins. She could not help but twitch her lips in exasperation. Her younger brother was indeed innocent and carefree. It seemed she would need to educate him more rigorously going forward about proper conduct in public to prevent further embarrassing situations. Arriving at a place called Li's Pharmacy, Gu Jiu halted the cart and, together with Li Xiaojun, intended to procure medicine. Little did they know, as soon as they stepped foot at the threshold, they were hastily urged away by a young apprentice dressed in pharmacy attire. Who dares to be so discourteous? Do you even know where you are? You presume to barge in here. Our Li's Pharmacy does not serve commoners seeking medicine. The young apprentice spoke with disdain, brandishing a stick to keep them at bay. You must be new to Yunzhou. You don't even understand the rules of our Li's Pharmacy. The townsfolk of Yunzhou were well aware that a single prescription here was worth its weight in gold. Consider the contents of your purse. Can you afford the medicines from the Li Pharmacy? The apothecary's assistant, exuding arrogance, brandished a stick that nearly struck Li Xiaoju on the forehead. Gu Jiu, quick on her feet, pulled her aside. With a gaze as frigid as frost, Gu Jiu replied icily, Indeed, we are mere refugees from distant lands, having just arrived in this city, which is why we are unfamiliar with your local customs. Ah, so you are refugees, the assistant scoffed. No wonder you carry the stench of the countryside. It is unclear from which impoverished village you hail, but your audacity is remarkable, without so much as a question. You dare to intrude. Such a lack of decorum, truly unbecoming of rustic girls. His words were harsh, and Li Xiaoju, infuriated, felt the urge to retaliate with a punch. Gu Jiu restrained her, emphasizing that their priority was to obtain medicine for Grandpa Feng and not to waste time here. Moreover, she was uncertain whether the individuals in this pharmacy were afflicted by any contagion. It was imperative to complete their business and leave the city swiftly. The apothecary's assistant, witnessing Gu Jiu and Li Xiaoju produce handkerchiefs to cover their mouths and noses, widened his eyes in disbelief. You two refugees, still pretending to be disgusted. How dare you? As he swung his stick to drive them away, each blow narrowly missed their garments. Gu Jiu's expression turned icy, seizing the opportunity. She delivered a swift kick to the assistant's midsection, sending the stick flying from his grasp. Ouch! My stomach, it hurts! He cried, You ruthless country girl! I shall not let this go. I will report to my master immediately, and I won't rest until you are crying for mercy. Given his blatant disregard for his own safety, Gu Jiu felt no reluctance to teach him a lesson, just as she resolved to deal with the venomous assistant. She sensed a man approaching from behind. Hold it right there. Chapter 96. Presenting the prescription. You have the audacity to disrespect the esteemed Dr. Gu. The newcomer was the bailiff from earlier, who had escorted Gu Jiu to the magistrate's office that morning, his ears sticking out prominently. Before the assistant could struggle to his feet, he was met with a barrage of punches and kicks from the bailiff, leaving him bruised and begging for mercy. Please, sir. I was blind and foolish to offend Dr. Gu. It was my error, and I humbly apologize. Oomph. You audacious wretch. If Dr. Gu does not forgive you, I will have you thrown into the county jail. The bailiff barked, ceasing his assault. Each of his strikes was delivered with intent, for he understood the weight of Dr. Gu's reputation in the magistrate's eyes. She was not someone to be trifled with. The magistrate himself was revered by his subordinates, and Dr. Gu was his savior, earning the gratitude of the entire bailiff office. Fortuitously, he had come to the pharmacy to fetch medicine for his mother. Encountering this scoundrel attempting to bully Dr. Gu, had anything happened to her, he would not have known how to explain it to the magistrate. Dr. Gu, I am blind to the gravity of my actions. I deserve this punishment. Dr. Gu, please forgive my impudence. The young apothecary, once brash and arrogant, now knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing before Gugio and her companion. The commotion had attracted numerous passers-by who gathered to witness the unusual spectacle. It was indeed a rarity to see the apothecary from the Leaf Pharmacy treating others with such deference. What manner of person was this young lad? Even the white constable spoke to her with remarkable courtesy. I overheard the constable refer to him as a divine physician. Could he be the one who cured our esteemed governor? It is said he hails from afar and possesses considerable skill, able to heal when even the most renowned doctors in Yinzhou could not. The white constable, upon hearing the murmurs of the crowd, realized that Dr. Gu had donned male attire today. Had he not been familiar with her face, he might have failed to recognize that this divine physician was, in fact, a woman. Today, Dr. Gu presented herself with striking elegance. How handsome she looked! Gu Jio, flattered by the praise, felt a surge of joy and subtly lifted her lips in a smile. I appreciate your kind words, Constable. There is someone in dire need back in my village, and my aunt and I are busy gathering medicine. I hope this Leaf Pharmacy can assist me in procuring what I need. Should they refuse to provide medicine for Dr. Gu, I shall send officials to inspect their pharmacy. The constable's tone, though not angry, carried an undeniable authority, a testament to the commanding presence of his official bearing. Initially, the proprietor of the Leaf Pharmacy had hidden within, eavesdropping on the commotion. Upon hearing the constable's words, he was so frightened that he crawled out, kneeling and repeatedly bowing. We welcome the esteemed Dr. Gu to our humble establishment. It was our young apothecary's lack of discernment that caused this disturbance. Please do not take offense. Today, any medicines you purchase will be offered to you at half price. A mere glance from Gu Jio and her silence indicated her dissatisfaction. No payment required. Dr. Gu is here to procure medicine. We shall not accept even a single coin. You are the benefactor of the entire Yunzhou populace for saving our governor. Gu Jio noted the proprietor's perceptiveness, but saw no need to prolong the matter. She took Li Xiaojun and entered the pharmacy to gather the medicines. Inside, the apothecary inquired if Gu Jio had a prescription. She shook her head. I require a specific herb. Simply gather what I request without concern for the details. Given that this pharmacy catered to the affluent, Gu Jio remained cautious, unwilling to fully disclose her treatment for the plague, fearing they might exploit her formula for profit. The apothecary, understanding the gravity of the situation, diligently followed her instructions, gathering each item as she specified, leaving him no opportunity to memorize the process. Once the necessary herbs were collected, Gu Jio swiftly seized the package from the apothecary's hands and exited the pharmacy with Li Xiaojun. As they passed the white constable, she suddenly recalled an important matter to discuss and motioned for Li Xiaojun to wait while she pulled the constable aside. Constable, are you aware that there has already been a case of the plague reported in the city today? Gu Jio's expression was grave as she spoke, and then she began to observe the expression of the white constable intently. Dr. Gu, you are aware of this matter as well? The white constable exclaimed in surprise, glancing around nervously as if fearing others might overhear, and deliberately lowering his voice. This issue was reported to the prefect immediately after you left the yamen, and the prefect is currently at a loss regarding how to address it. He has summoned renowned doctors Zhang and Liu, yet neither could provide a remedy for the epidemic. With the influx of refugees into the city, if the plague spreads, the entire populace of Yinzhou will suffer dire consequences. Constable, I brought you here to resolve this matter. Time is of the essence, so I shall be succinct. I possess a prescription for treating the epidemic, but it must be entrusted solely to the prefect for safekeeping, lest it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions seeking profit. Dr. Gu, that is splendid news. The citizens of our city shall be saved. The white constable exclaimed, nearly grasping Gu Jio's hand in excitement, but upon remembering her femininity, he sheepishly withdrew, offering a few awkward chuckles. At 20, he was in the prime of youth. His skin was fair, and though he patrolled under the sun, he had not tanned. At this moment, a flush crept across his shy face, accentuated by his prominent ears, rendering him somewhat monkey-like. Though Gu Jio was young, she exuded an extraordinary aura. After having been nourished by the spiritual spring water for some time, she had transformed from a rustic girl into a stunning beauty. As if she had stepped out of a painting. Clad in white, she appeared ethereal and transcendent. The white constable held Gu Jio in high esteem. Her medical skills were extraordinary, and such a capable woman deserved his utmost respect. He stuttered, Dr. Gu, I left in haste and did not bring paper and ink. Let us borrow some from the apothecary. Gu Jio nodded, sensing something peculiar in his demeanor, but dismissing it, and followed him into the shop. After writing the prescription, she handed it to the constable, reminding him to keep it safe to avoid losing it and having to seek her out at Lion Ridge for a replacement. Constable, I have a few more words to relay to the prefect. Please, Dr. Gu, I will convey your words verbatim to the prefect. Gu Jio's expression turned serious. The plague was spreading rapidly, and the prefect must dispatch personnel to contain its source to prevent further infection among the city's populace. As long as those infected take the medicine I prescribed 3 times daily, they will recover. The prefect must not abandon the patients without due cause. Dr. Gu, your willingness to offer your prescription in this time of crisis makes you a benefactor to all citizens of Yinzhou. The prefect will undoubtedly be grateful for your generosity. The white constable bowed to Gu Jio before hurriedly departing, clutching the prescription to his chest. With matters concluded, Gu Jio hastened her carriage, bringing Li Xiaojun and her younger siblings towards Lion Ridge, finally arriving at the site where they had camped the previous night before sunset. At this moment, the villagers of Shangxi were beginning to prepare their evening meals or retreating into their tents to rest. Only the Feng family remained anxiously waiting for Gu Jio and her companions to return. Jio girl has returned. Jio girl has returned. Li Dajiao was nibbling on a steamed bun when he noticed Gu Jio's carriage returning, anxiously alerting the others in a hurried manner. Gu Jio halted the carriage in an open area, and the Feng family promptly gathered around, their faces etched with urgency. This is the medicine I gathered. Quickly take it to Grandfather Feng so he can brew it and drink it. Grateful and flustered, Feng Daqian and his family expressed their thanks, hastily returning to prepare the medicine. With the village head Feng incapacitated, the people of Shangxi village felt a profound sense of helplessness, particularly those assigned to such a desolate place, uncertain of when they would have land to cultivate or shelter to inhabit. Gu Jio retrieved antibiotics from her infinite warehouse and, during a visit to Feng Lijing, discreetly administered them. The remedy she had provided to the bailiff during the day could cure the plague, but the antibiotics would expedite Feng Lijing's recovery. As night fell and the stars twinkled, Gu Jio's gaze drifted towards the distant valley, sensing movement within the forest. Chapter 97. Feng Lijing's peril transformed into safety in the dim light of night. The mysterious entity vanished in the blink of an eye. When Gu Jio tried to focus her gaze again, all she could see were a few leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Lion Ridge sprawled over a vast expanse, nearly encircled by undulating mountains, with a large hilly area at its center. Even during the day, standing at a high vantage point and peering into Lion Ridge, one could not discern the entirety of the forest. Deciding to dismiss her thoughts, Gu Jio resolved to discover what lay in the woods by daylight. After setting up her tent and assisting her younger sister in preparing their sleeping area, they laid down a thick layer of hay, followed by an oilcloth, and topped it with a soft quilt. While shopping for supplies in the afternoon, she had purchased a large straw mat to lay atop the quilt, ensuring comfort without the discomfort of a hard surface, nor the suffocating heat from the thick bedding. Gu Jio then ventured into the forest to gather some twigs and dry leaves for kindling, retrieving the iron pot, knife, and cutting board from the carriage for dinner preparations. Sister, What are we having for dinner tonight? Gu Xiaoman circled around her elder sister, watching as she organized their supplies and sorted the food. The little girl's stomach had long since grumbled, and she gazed at Gu Jio with a pitiful expression. Having been busy shopping for supplies and then fetching medicine for Feng Lijing, Gu Jio had not noticed her younger siblings. It was no wonder that her little sister, the third, had been unusually quiet during their journey, her hunger sapping her energy for mischief. Gu Jio reached out to gently ruffle her sister's two little buns, a new hairstyle learned by the second sister and Luo Xiaolan, which she had styled earlier that morning. The two little tufts stood like horns atop her head, complementing her round, cherubic face and wide, innocent eyes, creating an utterly adorable sight. Tonight, I will prepare braised pork and stir-fried bamboo shoots, along with spinach egg drop soup for you. As soon as Gu Jio finished speaking, the three little ones lifted their heads, their eyes filled with anticipation. Especially the third sister and little brother, who could barely contain their drool at the mention of meat. Long live sister! Long live sister! We have meat to eat! Gu Xiaoman joyfully tugged at Gu Changle's hand, bouncing with glee. However, her little brother's legs were still not quite obedient, as he could only manage to stomp one foot at a time, alternating between his left and right, unable to jump with both feet simultaneously. Frustrated, Gu Xiaoman pouted and released his hand, leaping high on her own. Gu Jio smiled softly and reached in her bag. Her perspective suddenly shifted to the vast warehouse, where her hand rested upon the fresh pork shelf, selecting a vibrant piece of pork tenderloin. This strip of tender meat, nestled along the inner side of the pig's spine, was the most succulent part, perfect for stir-frying. She also picked out a premium slab of pork belly, weighing over a pound, its layers of fat and lean meat distinctly visible, the enticing hue of pinkish white beckoning her. She placed 2 small bowls of white rice into a pot and carried it to a nearby creek, where the water appeared remarkably clear during the day. She scooped some into the pot to rinse the rice clean, setting it aside to dry. Cooking rice in an iron pot is notably swift, so she needed to prepare the dishes first. Otherwise, the rice would overcook and turn into a scorched crust while she finished the dishes. As braised pork requires a longer cooking time, Gu Jio decided to start with that, chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic in preparation. She then placed the pigskin side of the pork belly over the fire to roast until golden brown, making it easier to remove any bristles. Before rinsing in a water bucket until thoroughly cleaned and cutting it into cubes resembling tofu. In the pot, she added a small piece of lard, stoking the fire to enhance its intensity. When the oil reached approximately 70% heat, she placed the pork belly into the pan to saute. Gu Jio wielded the spatula, continuously stirring as steam billowed from the iron pot, the heat from the fire causing beads of sweat to trickle down her brow. If only there were an air conditioner or fan. In ancient summers, affluent nobles could enjoy cool relief if they were willing to spend, and similarly, the Grand State had its ice houses typically managed by the government. These official ice houses were often constructed from brick and stone, arching underground. There were 2 types of official ice houses. One provided ice directly for the royal family, known as the Imperial Ice House, while the other supplied ice to government offices or princely residences. Additionally, there were privately operated ice houses, which involved digging earth pits to store ice, typically only affordable to the wealthy merchants of various regions. Built underground, these ice houses were insulated from sunlight and air, making it difficult for heat to penetrate. Unfortunately, the impoverished common folk had to endure the sweltering heat. Gu Jio resolved to devise a plan to construct an ice house at Lion Ridge. Otherwise, every summer would be a repeat of the current ordeal, where freshly donned clothes became drenched with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin and causing irritation, a true torment. She promised herself to find a way to take a cool shower that evening, bringing her siblings along to avoid the stench of sweat lingering in the tent while they slept. Noticing that the pork belly had rendered enough oil, she removed the meat and placed it in a bowl, reserving the extracted lard in a small bowl for later use in her cooking. After briefly rinsing the pot, add a small amount of oil and heat it over low flame until it reaches a temperature of approximately 70%. Then, introduce a generous handful of scallions, ginger, and garlic, followed by the addition of bay leaves and star anise. Pour in a suitable measure of cooking wine, along with a small pinch of rock sugar, and stir-fry gently over low heat until the sugar caramelizes. At that point, add the pork belly and enough water to submerge the ingredients. Sprinkle in another handful of rock sugar, along with some chicken essence, dark soy sauce, and salt. Cover the pot and allow it to simmer slowly for about 15 minutes. As the braised pork was nearing completion, Gujiu heard her younger sister exclaim that Grandpa Feng had awakened. She instructed her sister to keep a safe distance from the stove and hurriedly made her way across several tents to the area where the Feng family had set up camp. "Grandpa Feng, do you feel any better?" Gujiu inquired. "Little Gio, I'm feeling somewhat improved now. I can recognize people clearly," Grandpa Feng replied. "I've heard everything, and I am grateful to you for procuring the medicine to save me. You truly are a good child." Gujiu felt a surge of joy upon hearing that the old man had regained consciousness. "Grandpa Feng, please heed my advice and take your medicine on time every day. Your health will improve swiftly." Listening to the little girl's gentle admonitions, which resembled the words of a physician, Feng Lijing felt his previously gloomy disposition dissipate. "Ha! Very well. I shall follow your advice and take my medicine regularly. This time, it is all thanks to you, little Gio, for managing the situation and bringing everyone back quickly. Otherwise, if they had lingered in the city, who knows how many more would suffer from the plague like I did." The villagers, seeing Feng Lijing awake and speaking, gathered around him with expressions of warmth and concern. Feng Lijing had dedicated a significant portion of his life to the village, earning the admiration of all in Shirshi village. Noticing everyone present, Gujiu felt compelled to share her thoughts. "Grandpa Feng, now that you are awake, I wish to discuss our plans for clearing the land behind the village." Chapter 98. From cook to steward, our villagers should remain at Shitsi Ridge for the time being, as we do not know how many days it will take to bring the plague in the city under control. We must strive to avoid entering the city. Gujiu's gaze sharpened as she surveyed the crowd of villagers. If it weren't for little Gio's medical skills, Feng Lijing might have faced dire consequences. Why would we venture into the city for mere amusement? That would be akin to seeking death. Indeed, little Gio, we shall heed your counsel. Let us resolutely avoid entering the city. After all, during our escape, we survived in the mountains and wilderness. This place offers water and mountains, and we're sure to find wild vegetables and game. Staying here is quite sufficient. We shall not starve. The other villagers echoed similar sentiments, even though they had yet to explore the entirety of Yuzhou City. However, compared to their own lives, they preferred to endure the solitude of mountain life for a while. Once the plague had subsided, they could return to the city then. Feng Lijing, who had initially been lying on a donkey cart, sat up immediately, his expression grave as he addressed the assembly. The villagers observed that the once robust leader now appeared as though he had aged a decade due to his illness. The villagers of Shangxi must heed the commands of Jiu Yadu. No one is permitted to stealthily venture into the city. Should anyone return infected with disease, it would undoubtedly spread to the rest of our community. Look upon me, afflicted by illness. I am now incapable of caring for myself, relying solely on my son and daughter-in-law for assistance, rendered a mere shadow, confined to my bed. Take heed, no one is to leave Shizling without permission. Once Feng Lijing had spoken, he collapsed backward onto the donkey cart, resembling a deflated balloon, startling his son and daughter-in-law into chaos. Gujiu observed that Feng Lijing had merely succumbed to weakness from the disease and the emotional turmoil of the moment. He had not sustained any serious harm. He is simply too frail at this moment. Allow him to rest through the night, and be cautious not to disturb him, she advised Feng's family. Turning to the others, she declared, "At dawn tomorrow, those who accompanied me to Shizling to eliminate the miasma will divide into groups with me to eradicate the remaining sources in the forest. We must act swiftly. Once the miasma is cleared, we can focus on weeding, logging, and tilling the land. After completing these tasks, we shall cultivate rice fields and construct homes." With Feng Lijing incapacitated, the villagers found themselves devoid of leadership. Though Feng Daqian and Feng Ergue were his sons, they lacked the courage to assume their father's role as the village leader. They had sought guidance from their brothers upon their return in the afternoon, but could not derive any coherent plan. Feng Daqian, with his gentle and honest disposition, was ill-equipped for such a monumental task. Farmgate, having been coddled since childhood by his parents and elder siblings, had no grasp of hardship and could only defer to his elder brother. Initially, the villagers had been in disarray throughout the afternoon, but upon hearing Gujio's words, a glimmer of hope began to stir within them. Gioyatu, we shall enter Shizling to clear the miasma before dawn. We will labor tirelessly. Li Dajao took the lead in voicing their commitment, and the other men who had followed Gujio joined in fervently. Clear the miasma, build new homes, cultivate crops. The collective spirit of the village's men surged, their resonant shouts echoing with determination. Encircled by their fervent declarations, a sense of hope for a brighter future blossomed within the community. After concluding the plans for land reclamation with the villagers, Gujio returned to check on her braised pork. Sister, hurry. The braised pork seems to be burning. From a distance, she heard her younger sister Gu Rong's urgent voice calling her. I'm coming, Gujio replied, hastening to the iron pot, grabbing a cloth to lift the lid. A wave of fragrant steam enveloped her. Oh, the meat smells divine, exclaimed Gu Xiaoman, her little sister, eagerly approaching her elder sister, tugging on her arm. Sister, let me taste a piece of braised pork. It will help me check if it's cooked through properly. Gujio, fully aware of her younger sister's intentions, smiled, knowing that her little glutton simply wished to savor the meat. All right, you may only have a small piece for now. The rest of the meat will be saved for when I invite Granny Zhou over for a meal, understood? Gujio said, deftly picking up a piece of meat the size of her pinky nail with her chopsticks. She blew on it to cool it down before placing it gently into the rosy little mouth of her younger sister. Is it too hot? Gu Xiaoman's face lit up with a blissful smile as she chewed the meat, exclaiming, not hot at all. It's delicious. The braised pork is simply exquisite and so fragrant. Elder sister, I want some too. I want to eat meat. Gu Changle, who had been chatting with the horse while lounging on the cart, grew anxious upon hearing his third sister enjoying the meat. He kicked his short legs, standing atop the cart and shouting. The seat was higher than others, and though he was small, he was not foolish enough to leap directly from the cart for a taste. Worried he might tumble down, Gu Rong hurriedly lifted her little brother and set him on the ground. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he dashed toward the enticing braised pork. This is a one-time exception. It won't happen again, Gujio thought, picking up another piece of meat, cooling it down, and placing it in her little brother's mouth, which made him spin in delight. The other villagers had purchased medicinal herbs and, with some money in their pockets, procured a fair amount of grain during the day in town, with a few also buying meat. However, they dared not cook too much at once, nor would they be as generous with the seasonings as Gujio was. Most simply steamed the meat with rice or boiled it in plain water with vegetables. Though it was all meat, the aroma of Gujio's braised pork was in a league of its own. The other children in the village were perplexed as to why Gujio's meat was so fragrant, and just the scent alone made their mouths water. The little ones were unaware, but the adults in the village understood well. To make something delicious, one must not skimp on the seasonings. The money spent on just a pound of salt could buy several pounds of grain, and while Gujio had the means to spare, they certainly could not afford such luxury. Seeing her little brother with sauce all over his mouth from the braised pork, Gu Xiaoman's appetite piqued once more, and she wanted to ask her elder sister for a piece of meat. Xiaoman, come here, Gujio beckoned to her younger sister, and, as the little girl smiled innocently, Gujio playfully flicked her forehead. All right, you little glutton, don't block my cooking. If you want to eat meat, you'll have to wait. We agreed to save it for Granny Zhou, and that promise stands. Gu Xiaoman pouted in disappointment, yet she understood her elder sister was right. It was not good to indulge alone. Despite her cravings, she did not fuss but patiently sat by the side, waiting. Gujio still needed to prepare stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. She took a few apples from her bundle and offered them as appetizers to her siblings, allowing them to fill their stomachs a little. She quickened her pace, and soon a plate of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat was ready. She called for Granny Zhou to join them for dinner. Zhou girl, your culinary skills are improving remarkably. Once our village settles down, have you considered working as a cook in a wealthy household? I've heard that cooks in the provincial capital earn quite a handsome salary, and, in the capital, some earn as much as 1 or 2 taels a month. Grandma Zhou savored the flavorful braised pork, relishing each bite. The little girl genuinely treated her well, caring for her as if she were her own grandmother. As a grandmother, it was only natural for her to consider and plan for her granddaughter's future. Gujiao, upon hearing this, shook her head vigorously, akin to a rattledrum. Grandma, I cannot work a job where I am constantly berated by the head manager and must read others' expressions. If I truly wish to showcase my culinary skills, I might as well open my own restaurant and be the proprietor, rather than earning a meager fixed salary each month. I would prefer to take a chance at being a manager. If I succeed, the rewards could be substantial. Chapter 99. The clearing in progress. Zhou Jinhua nearly choked on her mouthful of rice upon hearing the little girl's words. She was unsure whether to deem the girl overly naive or simply too young. Jiao, in this day and age, running a business is no simple task. Just the initial capital for leasing a shop, alongside the costs of hiring labor and resources, demands a significant investment. Do you possess such funds? Gu Jiao chewed her food thoughtfully, her tone measured and composed. I may not have it now, but I will in the future. Gu Xiaoman interjected, Sister, if you open a restaurant, you won't need to spend money on hiring help. I can work as a waiter for you, and I won't ask for a single penny. Gu Rong quickly added, I will also work for you, sister. I can learn to manage the accounts and help alleviate your burden. Excellent. It seems we have both waitstaff and an accountant for our family restaurant. You all must diligently learn from your counterparts in the larger establishments, as you will need to perform well in the future. I, as well as the others, including Sister and Chong Lu, will lend a hand. The little brother had already learned to grasp his food independently. Gujiao had specially bought him a wooden spoon and placed the food in a slightly larger bowl, allowing him to hold it and eat with the spoon. Gujiao felt a surge of pride, knowing her siblings supported her dream of opening a restaurant. She too aspired to earn substantial wealth in Yinzhou City. However, all these beautiful expectations would have to wait until she had settled down at Shizzling and established her home, at which point she could devote her energy to exploring profitable ventures. As long as you have your own ideas, Jiao, that is enough. As a grandmother nearing the end of her days, I cannot offer much advice. I shall refrain from saying more. Zhou Jinhua was a remarkably open-minded elder. In her view, the youth possessed their own ideas and should be encouraged to pursue them boldly. It was not the role of elders to restrain them. After dinner, Grandma Zhou returned to the home of the village head, where Li Xiaojun had already prepared her bed. Among the headman's family, the most capable was undoubtedly Li Xiaojun. The eldest daughter-in-law, the second daughter-in-law, Lu Xiuxiu, shared her husband's penchant for idleness and avoidance of work. As siblings, Li Xiaojun and Farmgate could only tolerate such behavior. The following day, at the break of dawn, Gujiao prepared a steaming batch of white steamed buns and scallion rolls, paired with refreshing mung bean porridge to awaken her siblings for breakfast. After allowing the mung bean sprouts to cool for a while, a sip brought comfort to her entire being. Once the other villagers had finished their breakfast, Gujiao distributed the gas mask she had retrieved to the 16 men in the village. Jiao, what is this made of? I can't even leave a mark on it with my teeth. It's remarkably sturdy. Guli smiled faintly, choosing not to disclose the matter directly. This was classified information, a secret of the industry that could not be shared. The numerous men in the village did not ponder over it much. After all, it was Gujiao who was providing them with these items at no cost. Moreover, these contraptions were indeed effective at warding off the toxic miasma, so they wore them with ease. Apart from the men accompanying her to dispel the miasma, the elderly, the weak, women, and a few reluctant men who preferred to avoid the perils remained at the tents, watching over their belongings. Ronger, Xiaoman, and Chong Lu were instructed by Granny Zhou and Aunt Luo to stay put and not wander off, as the vast Sheetzy Ridge might harbor ferocious beasts. We understand, big sister, the three little ones replied dutifully. However, Gujiao harbored a slight worry for her mischievous younger sister, who had a penchant for dragging her little brother along on various escapades, whether it be climbing trees, catching fish, or hunting for crickets and earthworms. Yet, her little brother, barely over a year old, often struggled to keep pace with Gu Xiaoman. Typically, by the time Gu Xiaoman reached the treetop, her little brother would still be at the base, scratching at the bark with his tiny hands, his short legs unable to ascend. often bursting into tears and ending up with scraped hands. Alternatively, the two little ones would venture to the riverside to catch fish. Guxi Ioman, at 4.5, was somewhat knowledgeable. She grasped a long branch. Poised for the moment, a fish swam by, swiftly plunging the branch into the water. Gu Chonglu imitated her with great enthusiasm, tossing his branch into the river, only to see it float away with the current, prompting him to frantically scramble at the riverbank to retrieve it, several times requiring Gu Rong to fetch him back, only to find him drenched and muddy. Having one mischievous younger sister was already a handful for Gu Xiaoman, but now that her little brother was walking, he too had begun to emulate her antics, resulting in torn clothes stained with mud or minor injuries. The antics of these two little troublemakers caused Gu Rong great concern, furrowing her brow. Thus, Gu Jiu felt uneasy about the two little ones and urged Granny Zhou and Luo Xiulan to keep a close watch over them, offering food and vegetables as a token of gratitude. Naturally, the two women adamantly refused the offerings, leaving Gu Jiu with no choice but to relent, promising instead to assist them in cultivating grains and vegetables later, given her inexhaustible supply of spiritual spring water. Presently, the spiritual spring space was abundant with verdant rice paddies, standing tall and golden, a sight to behold filled with the promise of a bountiful harvest. The vegetables and fruits thrived vibrantly, crisp and succulent, their flavors far superior to ordinary produce, all thanks to the miraculous spring water. Once the villagers had cultivated their fields, Gu Jiu was more than willing to help those who had aided her by watering their lands with the spiritual spring water. Today, Gu Jiu donned a comfortable outfit, a deep blue cotton shirt paired with black trousers. The weather was excessively warm, and she had no desire to wear heavy layers that would suffocate her. Therefore, she opted for a single garment, dressing her younger siblings similarly, tucking the pant legs into black boots. Her dark hair was tied high in a ponytail with a cord, presenting a striking figure that radiated youthful vigor and spirited energy. During the period of clearing the wilderness, Gu Jiu resolved to don cotton and hemp garments, for she would not lament if the fabric were to be torn by branches or stones. The weather today was exceptionally sweltering. Had it not been for the need to ward off miasma, she would have directly donned her Rami vest. Rami, also known as summer cloth, boasts a lightweight, fibrous texture that quickly absorbs moisture and disperses heat, rendering it both cool and breathable. It is also resistant to decay and mildew, making it an indispensable ally against the summer heat. Gu Jiu, along with a dozen men, typically divided into several groups for the task. Previously, Li Dezhao, Feng Daqian, and Lu Daquan each led 5 individuals into the woods to dispel the miasma. Today, Li Fugue and Lu Guden volunteered, eager to accompany Gu Jiu into the forest to combat the noxious air. Having cleared the stagnant pools in the woods yesterday, they were now merely tasked with removing animal carcasses. Having an extra couple of hands would not hinder their efforts. Very well, you may accompany me, but if we encounter venomous snakes or insects, do not act recklessly. You must heed my commands. Lu Guden, being Li Fugue's cousin, had once been part of the village's notorious mischief makers, causing havoc by damaging rooftops or releasing livestock. Now, both brothers sought redemption, wishing to contribute positively to their village alongside Gu Jiu. Jiu girl. No, I should call you Boss Jiu. If you permit us to follow, we shall go east without question. Gu Jiu chuckled lightly and set off towards Shizling. The other teams engaged in eradicating miasma simultaneously dispersed, entering Shizling from the location of their encampment, a journey that would take approximately 15 minutes. Upon reaching a high slope, Gu Jiu squinted slightly and spotted a patch of hills nearby, shimmering with a green radiance under the sun. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Chapter 100. Encountering the little red fox in distress, Gu Jiu lamented her inability to fly, wishing she could immediately investigate that valley. If she were not mistaken, that glimmering green light was likely the sign of precious jade. Whether in the postmodern era or the Great Shang Kingdom, jade was a treasure only the wealthy merchants or noble families could afford. With 4 or 5 peaks in Shizling, if there were indeed minerals in this area, there might be more than one type. The citizens of Yinzhou City had long refrained from venturing into Shizzling due to the miasma, leaving its true nature unknown for years. Perhaps minerals truly lay hidden there, and she could seize an incredible opportunity. Gujiu found herself increasingly anxious, yet the stones would not sprout legs and flee. It was imperative to first clear the miasma from the forest. She could explore that mountain later. Boss Gio, what are you looking at? Is there something over there? Liu Gooden inquired curiously, a blade of dogtail grass clutched in his mouth. Nothing significant. I merely spotted a bird flying by. Gu Jiu responded with a laugh, leading Li Fuguei and Liu Gooden deeper into the woods. The three wore gas masks, necessitating that they raise their voices to be heard above the din. In the early morning, the three of them were engrossed in clearing away the remains of various animals: rabbits, sparrows, wild boars, snakes, deer, many of which had been confined in cages for so long that they were unrecognizable. Gujiu seemed to have spotted a golden monkey, though she was unsure. These small creatures are indeed rare, protected animals in the postmodern world. Boss Jiu, just look at the number of dead beasts here. We cannot even fathom how many live prey are lurking in Lion Ridge. Li Fuguei exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. It had been a long time since he had tasted meat, as his wife tightly controlled their finances, insisting that they save for building a house and for their child's education. During their recent trip to the city for supplies, they had only purchased some rice and flour, leaving him deprived of any meat. Eating only steamed buns and dry pancakes accompanied by pickles had nearly made him nauseous. Surely, in the mountains there must be prey, but even if we encounter some, cousin, you must have the skill to catch them. Liu Gooden interjected inopportunely, abruptly interrupting Li Fuguei's meat-filled reverie. Jiu girl, if I am to have the fortune of tasting meat again, it all depends on your prowess in hunting. You must lend your assistance, dear niece. Li Fuguei flattered, tailing closely behind Gujiu. Gujiu, busy with the task of clearing animal carcasses, merely nodded in response to Li Fuguei, her voice muffled by the gas mask she wore, making it difficult for those nearby to hear her. Anxious, Li Fuguei hurried to work, while Gujiu found solace in the relative ease of her duties, leaving the two brothers to handle the source of the miasma. The sweltering heat made her sweat profusely, prompting her to remove the gas mask from her face, much to the dismay of Li Fuguei and Liu Gooden, who urged her to put it back on. Fear not. I possess an antidote that can neutralize 100 toxins. The miasma poses little threat to me, Gujiu asserted confidently. After all, the spring water within her space was inexhaustible, capable of counteracting ordinary poisons. As long as she was